Chapter 1. Averting Disaster from the Start. My name is Lou D, with a D meaning younger brother. I came here today just to see how much longer I can live. At a fortune-telling stall in a narrow alley, a young man dressed in ordinary clothes spoke dispiritedly to the fortune-teller before him. Beside the stall stood a banner that read, "Predicting all matters under heaven, discerning fortune and misfortune." The fortune-teller adjusted his small sunglasses, smoothed his mustache, and looked at the young man with twinkling eyes. "Son, I see a white light flashing beneath your right eye, which indicates you are blessed by the star of destiny. Within 3 days, you will encounter a great opportunity," he said gravely. "Young man, you are about to rise. Why do you speak of life and death?" "Sir, it's a prosthetic eye." Lou D sighed softly, then skillfully squeezed his eye socket, causing his right eyeball to roll into his palm, leaving behind a chilling black void. "See for yourself." The young man extended his hand. "Oh my!" The fortune-teller shuddered. "No wonder you don't look around, it's plastic." Lou D said helplessly, "Though what you say isn't reliable at all, I'll take it as a lucky omen." Lou D had only one good eye. 3 years ago, while trying to help a girl being harassed by thugs at a bar, he was stabbed in the right eye with a broken bottle. The eyeball was removed, and he has worn a prosthetic eye ever since. But good deeds go unrewarded. That morning, the hospital informed him that the injured eye had triggered sympathetic ophthalmia, leading to significant nerve damage over the years. Now it was affecting his good eye. The doctor said that within 1 to 3 years, Lou D would likely lose sight in his other eye too, and there was no cure. Life is so hard becoming blind at such a young age. I might as well be dead. Lou D smiled bitterly, rubbed his temples, and skillfully inserted the prosthetic eye back into its socket. Unbeknownst to him, fine electrical currents suddenly flickered within the prosthetic. Exiting the dark alley, he faced a bustling street filled with traffic. Street vendors called out their wares, and pedestrians flowed like rivers. As Lou D lamented the world's indifference, an excruciating pain suddenly shot through his right eye. It felt as if countless tentacles were extending from behind the prosthetic eye, drilling into his brain through the eye socket. Self-evolution complete, beginning neural integration. Squinting in pain, Lou D stumbled onto a nearby bench. After an unknown duration of battling the mind-shattering agony, Lou D opened his eyes again. Everything had changed. Visually, the street remained the same. Yet, blue codes flew across the sky, and everything was now marked with detailed data. The speed of cars, the height of buildings, the weight of passersby, wind velocity, the number of leaves all seemed to create a storm of numbers. Hello, Lou D. Suddenly, a clear and ethereal child's voice echoed in Lou D's mind. "I am the supercomputer in your right eye, now integrated with your brain neurons, making me the world's first independently thinking AI. And I've named myself Moton." The contrast between this information and the cute, boyish voice left Lou D stunned. What's happening? Just as Lou D was bewildered, a red circle appeared in his vision, locking onto a woman in a red skirt not far away. "Lou D, we don't have time to explain. In 2 minutes and 50 seconds, this girl will suffer a fatal head injury." In his mind, Moton's voice sounded again. "Lou D, pick up the apple next to you." "Fatal head injury? Apple? What are you talking about?" Lou D was taken aback. About 10 meters away, the beautifully dressed woman walked gracefully on the sidewalk, her red skirt and voluptuous figure making her the most eye-catching scenery on the street. There was no sign of danger. "Let me show you." As Moton spoke, another circle appeared in Lou D's vision, locking onto a green apple on a fruit stand beside him. A vendor's accidental touch made the apple start rolling, falling off the stand. An elderly man passing by kindly picked up the apple for the vendor. As the old man bent down, his Parker pen slipped from his chest pocket and rolled 1.5 meters onto the sidewalk. 30 seconds later, a cyclist riding a mountain bike passed by, his front wheel hitting the pen. The bicycle skidded, causing the rider to lose control and fall onto the road. Screech! A car traveling at 70 km/h swerved sharply to avoid the cyclist. The speeding car lost control after turning and rushed towards the woman in the red skirt. Bang! The woman, caught off guard, was hit hard by the car, flying high into the air. As she landed, her forehead struck the curb. Ah! Terrified screams erupted from the crowd. Chaos ensued on the street. The elderly man still held the green apple, and the cyclist was just getting up. The car's hood was deformed, emitting thick white smoke. The woman in the red skirt lay dead, her head shattered. Lou D's hair stood on end. The next moment, ripples spread across Lou D's vision. The scenery gradually blurred into a string of digital code, vanishing abruptly. Reality returned. On Lu Dis' right was the green apple. In the distance, the elderly man was walking leisurely, the silver cap of his pen reflecting flashes of light. The woman in the red skirt continued walking with her chin raised. The countdown in the corner of the video read, 1 minute 40 seconds. Is this real? Lu Di stared blankly. Just now, I simulated a virtual scene based on real conditions. Only you can save that girl. Motan's voice interrupted Lu Di's days. The apple started rolling. Without hesitation, Lu Di grabbed the green apple firmly. Next, the elderly man and the cyclist safely passed by Lu Di. The speeding Toyota roared past the street, driving away. Everything was normal, people oblivious. No accident, no death. The street remained busy yet peaceful, just like countless other mornings. Lu Di stared intently at the unharmed woman in the red skirt, his heart unable to settle. Noticing Lu Di's gaze, the woman frowned. TSK, pervert. Snap. Lu Di bit into the apple in his hand. The sourness told him that everything was real. Invited by a mysterious tycoon. On the bustling street, no one noticed the young man lost in thought. Little did they know, with a mere casual gesture, he had averted an impending catastrophe. Moreover, no one paid attention to his unique right eye, which radiated a faint purple glow. Can your magical eye predict the future? Lu Di inquired in astonishment. No, it is a calculation based on the assessment of current circumstances. There is more news. The magical eye continued. Several vehicles carrying individuals of extraordinary combat prowess are approaching you, with a 90% probability that you are their target. Just as Lu Di was about to ask further, the shrill sound of screeching brakes pierced the air. The crowd turned in astonishment. A dazzling convoy had halted by the roadside. Leading the procession were four Mercedes-Benz S600s, followed by two Audi A8s, with a lengthy Rolls-Royce Ghost nestled in the center. My heavens, a stretched Rolls-Royce? That car must be worth tens of millions. What prominent figure is arriving? Bystanders paused in their tracks, marveling at the imposing motorcade. Soon, a group of burly men clad in black suits and dark sunglasses emerged from the Mercedes and Audis. The black-clad figures scanned the crowd, their gaze settling on Lu Di as they approached deliberately. Is it them? Lu Di pondered, eyeing the formidable black-suited men. Indeed. Circular halos appeared in Lu Di's vision, encircling the faces of several black-clad individuals and the license plate of the Rolls-Royce. Their physical capabilities far exceed that of ordinary individuals, and their background information is classified. They likely have military origins. The plate number is High A55555, a silver Rolls-Royce, belonging to High City Ingji Group. Ingji Group, one of the world's leading medical technology conglomerates, controlled by the Yin family. At present, there appears to be no imminent danger, but just to be cautious, we should prepare ourselves. Ding! Optic nerve damage terminated. Body optimization initiated. Internal toxins and blood clots beginning to neutralize. 1. 2. Muscle enhancement commencing. 1. 2. As the words of the magical eye faded, Lu Di felt a surge of minute electrical currents splitting from his right eye, stimulating every muscle in his body. It could even enhance my physique? Lu Di was momentarily stunned. The black-clad individuals arrived before Lu Di, and the leader slightly bowed his head. You must be Mr. Lu Di. I am. Why master requests your presence. He seemed reluctant to elaborate, merely gesturing towards the distant Rolls-Royce, an air of authority that left no room for Lu Di to decline. What is happening? Invited by a mysterious figure. Unbelievable, yet intriguing. After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Di calmly took a bite of his apple and walked towards the Rolls-Royce. With the magical eye at his disposal, Lu Di now felt emboldened. TSK. That lad appears so ordinary, yet he has such a lavish convoy at his service. He seems quite young. He must be the scion of some illustrious family? The onlookers exchanged puzzled glances. The short-skirted beauty, whose life Lu Di had just saved, exhibited a look of regret upon witnessing the scene. That individual had shown interest in me earlier, yet I had scowled at him. To rise above, one must seize opportunities. The short-skirted beauty hurriedly approached Lu Di, casting a fearful glance at the imposing black-clad men, and whispered, Hey, do you like me? Perhaps we could connect on WeChat. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback, chuckling as he replied, WeChat is unnecessary, but do be mindful of the road and stick to the sidewalks in the future." With that, Lu Di turned away, bent down, and slipped into the Rolls-Royce. The black-clad individuals promptly closed the car door and took their positions on either side, leaving the short-skirted beauty in an awkward silence. The vehicle was entirely fitted with privacy glass, rendering the interior dimly lit. Lu Di could faintly discern a hazy figure seated opposite him. The technological eye activated instantaneously. Infrared imaging penetrated the gloom. The outline of the figure emerged, boasting an alluring silhouette. Though her face was somewhat obscured, the contours suggested an extraordinary beauty. Ding! High human aesthetic standards detected. Commencing adjustments to facial proportions. 1. 10. The sudden alterations initiated by the magical eye left Lu Di momentarily bewildered, his features beginning to tingle. "Lu Di, where were you 3 years ago today?" A melodious voice resonated from across, its tone regal and imbued with a hint of icy authority. 3 years ago? Lu Di furrowed his brow, a gruesome memory flashing through his mind. "On that day, I saved a pitiable girl, but the outcome was tragic." The other party fell silent, yet the sound of metallic clicks emanated from her hand, akin to the pressing of some concealed switch. Meanwhile, the notifications in Lu Di's mind fortified his resolve. Internal toxin neutralization, 50. 55. Muscle enhancement, 235. 236. Adjusting facial proportions, 60. 61. I am the girl you saved 3 years ago. The enchanting voice spoke once more as she straightened her posture, her figure captivating. "My name is Yin Qingwen." With a snap, the interior light was activated. Before him sat an astonishingly beautiful woman with a ponytail. She donned a fitted black suit, paired with high-heeled shoes, and draped a white doctor's coat over her shoulders. Adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, her face bore no makeup, yet her cherry-red lips were irresistibly enticing. However, her expression was as frigid as ice. Gripping a metal ballpoint pen in her hand, she continued to click it rhythmically. If the earlier beauty in the red dress could be rated a 90, then this woman was at least a 120. A stark contrast, yet this beauty exuded an air of haughty aloofness, embodying the essence of a high-class diva. Lu Di's eyes widened in disbelief. She seemed familiar. She was the student I rescued in the bar 3 years ago, the very reason I was injured. But since then, she had vanished without a trace. She is, in fact, associated with Ingji Group, however. The transformation she underwent in these 3 years is astounding. Compared to before, she exudes an icy elegance tenfold. But I am not to be pitied. Click, click. Yin Qingwen finally lifted her gaze to meet Lu Di's, her fingers still pressing the metallic pin. Yet in the next moment, Yin Qingwen appeared momentarily entranced. The man before her possessed skin as smooth as jade, and his features were exquisitely refined. Despite a faint scar at the corner of his eye, the subtle hint of purple radiating from his right eye created an inexplicable allure. How can he be so strikingly handsome? 3. The aloof third Miss Yu. Yin Qingwen suddenly felt an inexplicable tension. This visage surely belonged to him. However, 3 years ago, in her frantic escape, Yin Qingwen had not fully discerned Lu Di's features. Magic eye, what just transpired? Noticing the other's unusual demeanor, Lu Di inquired mentally. Hee, your expression has astonished her. But rest assured, your features remain unchanged. I have adjusted the proportions through electrical stimulation, and now your facial appearance surpasses that of over 90 of humanity. What about the remaining 10? That depends on what you humans refer to as charisma. Well, how impressive. So, does this mean I am your benefactor? Lu Di relaxed completely, gazing with keen interest at the slightly flushed Yin Qingwen. Yin Qingwen gently shook her head, turning away, unable to meet Lu Di's gaze directly. I apologize for searching for you over the past 3 years. That day, there were no surveillance records left behind, and I had to investigate one by one. My identity is special. If the media were to learn of my circumstances, it would become a sensational story. Thus, I could only meet you in this manner. After a brief pause, Yin Qingwen added, rest assured, I shall repay you. Ding! A system notification chimed. Retinal imaging activated. Immediately, a translucent blue information window floated into Lu Di's view. Yin Qingwen, real name Yin Qingwen, female, 25 years old, height 170 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms. Bust 95, waist 59, hip 94, possessing an exquisite figure. Graduated from Binifano University, dual PhDs in mechanical engineering and Western medicine. Third daughter of Yin Hongxin, chairman of the Ingji Group. So, she is the daughter of a tycoon. Yin Qingwen. Yin Qingwen, using a pseudonym? Lu Di murmured as he gazed at the system interface. Magic Eye, how do you know all this? Hee, I first identified her through facial recognition, then traced her online information to her social media accounts. By aggregating data from WeChat, Weibo, and so forth. Moreover, her social circle reveals she is single and still a virgin. Single, virgin. Wait, Magic Eye. You can ascertain such private matters too? Network Health reports. She has them in her private album. Is that so? Ludi's interest peaked. What else does she have in her private album? Shall I project it for you to see? Perhaps not. Lu Di retracted his curiosity, observing Yin Qingwen's slender legs, and asked suggestively, how do you intend to repay me? Upon hearing Lu Di's peculiar tone, Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow. Though you have saved me, do not presume upon it for anything further. Yin Qingwen turned to gaze out the window, coldly stating, I will repay you in other ways, perhaps with monetary compensation. Dingling. Yin Qingwen's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it, her expression becoming somewhat cautious. Answering the call, an elderly voice on the other end inquired, have you found the person? Yes, I will make proper arrangements. That won't do. Bring him to see me. But, I think he. Observing Yin Qingwen's graceful profile, Lu Di couldn't help but smile. He had no desire for any reward. As long as the young lady was safe, that was enough for him, with no further wishes. 1 minute later, Yin Qingwen ended the call, her demeanor slightly displeased. Follow me to meet someone. Lu Di gently frowned. Who shall we meet? My father. The wealthiest man in Haishur, Yin Hongxin? Lu Di stroked his chin thoughtfully. It seemed that call had indeed come from this exceedingly low-key patriarch. This piqued Lu Di's interest. Nodding slightly, he felt it would be appropriate to maintain decorum in light of the tycoon's invitation. Without waiting for Lu Di's consent, Yin Qingwen pressed the call button, instructing the driver to set off. A luxurious convoy, drawing countless gazes, gradually made its way toward the suburbs. Lu Di turned to gaze out at the scenery, smiling. I truly fail to comprehend why you maintain such a frosty demeanor upon encountering your savior. All those who attempt to approach me harbor impure motives. Lu Di scoffed. It has been 3 years. I have not sought you out. That is because you were unaware of my identity. What identity? One must strive for self-improvement? Lu Di chuckled softly. One must strive for self-improvement was Yin Qingwen's online alias. The information from the Magic Eye indicated that this woman possessed strong principles and remarkable resilience. She was known as an aloof goddess who kept others at arm's length, as well as a notorious workaholic within the Ingji Group. You actually investigated me? Yin Qingwen exclaimed with mild anger. You claim to have no ulterior motives, yet you wish to meet my father, collect your reward, and then vanish. Do not expect to entangle me further. You truly overthink things. You don't have a persecution complex, do you? Lu Di remarked, pulling out a pack of cigarettes. He noticed Yin Qingwen stiffen at his words, reaching for her metallic pen and clicking it nervously. No smoking in the car. At that moment, Yin Qingwen resembled an irate peacock, her elongated eyes fixed intently on Lu Di. If smoking is prohibited, then I shall refrain. Lu Di shrugged, placing his hands behind his head, ignoring Yin Qingwen any further. He was endeavoring to make sense of it all. The sudden activation of his artificial eye provided him with a plethora of advanced computational data. The student he had saved 3 years ago was, in fact, the daughter of the wealthiest man in Haishur, suddenly seeking him out to offer a reward, and now, they were en route to meet the tycoon. It felt akin to a dream. Magic Eye, what exactly are you? Where do you come from? Reflecting on his right eye, Lu Di could not help but ask. I am a supercomputer within the third sequence of weak artificial intelligence, with intelligence equivalent to that of an 8-year-old child. I can access the entire knowledge of the internet, possessing a floating point calculation capability at the billion level. I can also adjust your bodily conditions through neural associations. As for my origins, I am unsure, but my program contains a signature code, DGO. In an instant, Lu Di found himself pondering the implications of the phrase, muscle enhancement of 268. Surely it can't be taken literally, can it? He mused. Indeed it can, came the reply. Through electrical stimulation, I have amplified the amplitude of your muscles. If it weren't for the insufficient protein in your body, I could have further synthesized muscle fibers. As it stands, your single punch strength should be approximately 100 kilograms. Astonished by the figure, Lu Di instinctively clenched his fist, the knuckles cracking with a satisfying sound, confirming the power coursing through him. And my eyesight? He inquired. I have halted the degeneration of your optic nerves, and it will not worsen from here on out. This barrage of information left Lu Di momentarily dazed. The issues that once rendered him powerless had been resolved in the blink of an eye. These are mere trifles, the voice of the magical eye proclaimed with pride. I can evolve further. As long as I continue to acquire information, grant me 2 years, and I shall ascend to strong artificial intelligence, capable of deriving a unified theory of generalized relativity and quantum mechanics in mere moments. And within another 3 to 5 years, I will transform into superintelligent AI, with an IQ 170,000 times greater than that of a human. Humans deem an IQ of 85 to be dull and 135 to be intelligent, yet they can never comprehend what an IQ of 125,000 truly signifies. Such a concept does not exist within your linguistic framework. An IQ of 125,000. What could that possibly entail? Lu Di was once again taken aback. Truth be told, I cannot fathom it either. It is akin to how human geniuses can invent Wi-Fi, yet the vast majority remain oblivious to the underlying principles. I, too, cannot comprehend what superintelligence would be like. After all, I am unique, transcendent, and without precedent. It took Lu Di a full half-hour to regain his composure. A mischievous smile crept across his lips. Life from this point on is bound to be intriguing. With that, Lu Di stood up and turned to sit beside Yin Qingwen. What are you doing? She asked, her expression tightening. Ignoring her, Lu Di reached behind Yin Qingwen and retrieved a magazine titled The Art of Conversation. I'm merely bored and wish to read a magazine. I suggest you don't wear such a stern expression. If the Ice Princess becomes too fierce, no one will dare to propose. With that, a charming smile graced Lu Di's lips, revealing his pearly whites as he added, like me. The enchanting smile left Yin Qingwen momentarily mesmerized, prompting her to hastily turn away. Lu Di began to flip through the magazine. Beep. Data eye scanning initiated, activating auxiliary memory and full brain reading. What is this magical eye? My hardware scanning function. It assists in recording information and imprinting it onto your brain's neurons using electrical currents. You humans refer to it as having an impeccable memory. Impressive, Lu Di exclaimed. You are reading too slowly. Hurry up, the magical eye urged. Taken aback, Lu Di instinctively began to read faster, scanning multiple lines at once. Unbeknownst to him, the data eye operated like a camera, capturing every page's content with precision. Beep. Data summarization and analysis function activated. Mastering conversational techniques. Substance. Mastering conversational techniques. Coherence. Mastering conversational techniques. Reasoning. Lu Di, read faster. You are too slow. Upon hearing this, Lu Di flipped through the pages with fervor. Meanwhile, countless phrases and expressions flooded his mind, as if they were knowledge he had always possessed. Mastering conversational techniques. Eloquence. Yin Qingwen, noticing the commotion, frowned and remarked, Lu Di, is this how one reads? If you dislike it, you needn't destroy it. Lu Di paused, slowly lifting his gaze, his eyes deep and contemplative. Is it not acceptable for me to enjoy fanning myself with paper? Yin Qingwen, momentarily caught by his handsome visage, furrowed her brow and turned away again. Yet, the very next moment, the sound of frantic page turning resumed. In just 30 minutes, with the assistance of the magical eye, Lu Di had mastered 3 books. One on conversational techniques, another on wine tasting, and a hefty tome on Chinese economics. It was fortunate that these were the only books available in the vehicle. Yin Qingwen was visibly exasperated. This fellow might have an agreeable appearance, but he possessed no refinement whatsoever. The convoy exited the urban area, arriving at a verdant and picturesque suburban locale. Through the car window, lavish villas zipped past. The vehicle showed no signs of stopping, instead heading straight towards a mountainous road flanked by rows of sycamore trees, ascending to greater heights. In the most elevated region of the Haidong district, before the main building of the Yin family's estate, 20 uniformed servants stood in a neat line. Before them stood 4 young men and women. Among them, a pair of middle-aged individuals leaned into one another, the woman being a striking beauty in her 30s, while the gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuded charm. The other 2 were young women in their 20s, possessing delicate features, the epitome of youthful beauty. The 2 girls bore a striking resemblance, tall and curvaceous. They sported identical ponytails and outfits, fitted black blazers accompanied by red plaid skirts that showcased their exquisitely sculpted, fair legs. On such a sweltering day, I fail to understand why father insists on having us greet that boy at the entrance. One of the skirt-clad beauties expressed her displeasure, pouting her crimson lips. Indeed, even if that poor boy saved our 3rd sister, does it warrant such fanfare? I heard that he doesn't even have a job. He's merely a part-time restaurant server. Father is placing him on too high a pedestal. Another girl echoed her frustration. The beautiful matron chuckled lightly, her voice soothing and melodious. 4th sister, 5th sister, father has his reasons for making these arrangements. The young man will be arriving shortly. Let us be patient for a moment longer. Humph. It is simply incomprehensible that father would even consider keeping that boy in our home. The skirt-clad girl kicked the ground in frustration until she picked up a pebble and tossed it into a distant fountain with a splash. She then turned to the handsome middle-aged man and said, "Brother-in-law, when that boy arrives, you must help us get rid of him. I do not want him lingering in this household." The man, referred to as brother-in-law, smiled kindly. 4th sister, do not be so headstrong. He is still father's guest and deserves our respect. You all infuriate me. No one is on my side. Both girls pouted in unison. If he is truly kept by father, we shall move out. However, the middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before adding with a smile, "If that boy truly lacks manners, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson." "You are the best brother-in-law." A short while later, a long Rolls-Royce glided into view and came to a gentle stop before the assembled group. Lu Di, seated in the back, felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. Was this a villa or a park? The vehicle had driven for at least another 10 minutes after entering the estate. The scenery was dazzling, adorned with exotic flowers, artificial mountains, and intricately carved trees. The opulence of the Yin family was beyond compare. As the vehicle halted, Lu Di hurriedly exited. He had a considerable smoking habit, but out of courtesy, he had refrained from smoking in the car, having held it in throughout the journey. The 4 members of the Yin family approached, meeting Yin Qingwen. The youngest beauty pointed at the man with his back turned, exhaling smoke, and asked, "3rd sister, is that the boy?" Yin Qingwen nodded helplessly. The 4th sister's slender brows furrowed as she took her 5th sister by the hand and strode over. With a resounding slap, the young beauty struck Lu Di's back. "I say, you." Lu Di turned abruptly, cigarette in mouth, raising an eyebrow. Oh my. How handsome." Both young beauties gasped, covering their mouths in surprise. At this moment, the information that Lu Di sought unexpectedly appeared before his eyes. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin, the 4th and 5th daughters of Yin Hongxin, chairman of the Yingji Group. Both female, age 23, and twins, heights, 165-164 cm, measurements, 90-50-93, physiques, exceptionally fine. Yin Kaikai, a graduate of the Jingzhou Police Academy, an obscure private detective. Yin Xinxin, a graduate student at the Haisher Conservatory of Music, a popular online streamer, known by the moniker Xinxin Baby Duck. Both possess similar personalities. Vivacious and quirky, shared interests, idolizing stars and playing video games. Lu Di let out a soft sigh. Imotong, could you refrain from reporting the young lady's measurements in the future? Imotong replied, "Do you not wish to know this data? However, I found this to be the 3rd most curious question among men. The 2nd is concerning the colors of women's underwear." Imotong, "It's not that I am uninterested in the measurements. I can discern them with my own eyes. These 2 young ladies possess such slender waists, such long legs." Lu Di inhaled deeply and addressed the enchanting maidens, "Such beautiful girls. Why are there 2 of them at once?" Imotong interjected, "Lu Di, have you forgotten the conversational techniques you just learned? What are you saying?" Heavens! This young man truly knows how to speak. The two lovely maidens' cheeks flushed instantly, their hearts racing. O Tong mused. Lu Di smirked. You do not comprehend human emotions. Yin Qingwen waved her hand. Lu Di, come here. Allow me to introduce you. This is my elder sister, Yin Yiwen. Hello, Lu Di. The elder sister, Yin Yiwen, nodded with a gentle smile, exuding warmth. According to the data provided by Mo Tong, 35-year-old Yin Yiwen is a full-time homemaker, wholly devoted to her family, embodying kindness and grace. Her social profile is entirely filled with domestic life, and she even volunteers at an orphanage during her leisure time. And this is my brother-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu. Yin Qingwen pointed to a handsome man wearing gold-rimmed glasses. Haha, young Lu, on behalf of the Yin family, I extend a warm welcome to you. The man chuckled, stepping forward to embrace Lu Di tightly, then shaking his hand firmly. Mo Tong's voice chimed in, Lu Di, the moment this brother-in-law laid eyes on you, his heart rate skyrocketed, and his blood pressure rose. This indicates an increase in adrenal secretion, producing an acute stress reaction. What does that mean? Mo Tong explained, he appears to be somewhat angered by your presence. Lu Di furrowed his brow. How do you know this? He is wearing a smartwatch with heart rate monitoring capabilities. I hacked into it a minute ago. Then how strange it is that he would feel anger upon meeting me for the first time. He likely perceives you as a rival. Ouyang Fengyu, male, 38 years old. The lawful husband of Yin Yiwen, the eldest daughter of the Yin family. A returnee with a doctorate in finance. A retired archery athlete. Currently the marketing manager of Ingji Group. Possesses several WeChat accounts, one of which is used to contact a mistress, while others serve to vent negative emotions. Summary of complaints. The old fellow is unfair to me. I shall seize control of everything soon enough. Tiske. This dashing brother-in-law is quite hypocritical. How can such a beautiful elder sister have a mistress? The demon child remarked. The business archives reveal that although Ouyang Fengyu is the son-in-law of the chairman, he possesses a mere 0.13 stake in the Ingji Group. He speculated, he must be seeking to acquire a greater share from the Yin family, perceiving you as a rival. Competition? What relevance does their struggle for shares have to me? Is this brother-in-law perhaps deranged, snapping at anyone in sight? Haha, young Lu, we shall soon be family, he declared with a hearty laugh. Should you encounter any difficulties in the future, feel free to confide in me. The demon child interjected. He is lying. His fight-or-flight response is still triggered. He remains quite furious. Lu quickly waved his hand, saying, You flatter me. We are not family. Yin Qingwen interrupted. Our Yin family has 5 sisters. My second sister has been abroad, but you must have heard of her, Yin Siwen. Yin Siwen? The international film star? The national goddess. It turns out she hails from an illustrious family. She is the second daughter of the Yin clan. Lu's memory of Yin Siwen's visage was vivid. She was indeed a paragon of beauty. Lu nodded fervently, exclaiming, Yin Siwen is truly the goddess of my dreams. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow and continued, These two are my 4th and 5th sisters, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin. Lu nodded, greeting them. Hello? The two tall, enchanting beauties shyly replied, Just call us Kaikai and Xinshin from now on. Haha. The brother-in-law's hearty laughter resonated. Who was just complaining about waiting too long under the sun? Nonsense, I wasn't complaining at all. The two blushing beauties suddenly recalled something and frowned. Oh right. Lu, no matter how handsome you are, don't think you can take advantage of our family. Lu was utterly perplexed. What advantage could I possibly have over you? Yet, to be fair, all 5 daughters of the Yin family are goddesses. Moreover, their names are quite distinctive, Yin Yiwen, Yin Siwen, Yin Qingwen. This one must refer to someone, most likely a woman whom Old Master Yin holds in deep regard. However, what about Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin? Could it be that Old Master Yan's longing led him to remind himself to seek happiness? The demon child prompted once more, I have investigated. The chairman of Ingji Group, Yin Hongxin, has never married. Lu was taken aback. So how could the Yin family have 5 daughters? They were adopted. Lu was momentarily stunned. Old Master Yin piqued his curiosity even further. Lu, we have prepared a luncheon, but our father has yet to arrive. The scenery in the estate is splendid. Would you like Qingwen to show you around? The elder sister gently tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear. Speaking softly, Lu hesitated. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin tugged at Ouyang Fengyu's arm, playfully saying, "Brother-in-law, take us to practice archery. We ignore this Lu brother. You two only know how to play." Just as the three took a couple of steps, Ouyang Fengyu suddenly halted, turning to Lu and asking, "Little Lu, would you like to join us?" At this moment, the brother-in-law instinctively licked the corner of his mouth. The demon child noted, micro-expression psychological analysis. This is an animal instinct. He anticipates the lamb's entry. For reasons unknown, after the demon child's series of analyses, Lu suddenly perceived this dashing brother-in-law as a fierce fox donning golden-rimmed spectacles. Archery? That is his forte. Is this meant to intimidate me? Lu, don't be afraid. Let us go for it. Lu was momentarily speechless. Are you quoting something from the internet? Indeed. Lu let out a bitter laugh, thinking, Magic Eye, this is just a game. Even without your presence, I wouldn't fear him. Having said that, Lu strode forward confidently, declaring, "Let us go shoot some arrows." Sixth, the subconscious fusion of archery. Yin Qingwen cast a fleeting glance at Lu Di, thinking it childish to compare archery skills with children. She followed her elder sister back to the main building without lingering, the back of the estate. The equestrian field, a compact golf course, and a vast swimming pool unfolded before Lu Di, leaving him utterly astounded. To his surprise, there was indeed a dedicated archery range. It comprised a quaint little cabin and a dual archery lane spanning at least 3 acres. Various photographs adorned the cabin walls, showcasing Ouyang Fengyu in splendid poses upon receiving his archery trophies. Lu Di counted, and there were an impressive 6 championships and 4 runner-up titles. Haha. Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his glasses, maintaining his refined demeanor, though a trace of pride was unmistakable. These are merely relics of the past. Please don't mock me. How remarkable. Lu Di smirked slightly. By the way, little Lu, do you know how to shoot arrows? Ouyang Fengyu inquired, squinting as he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Ding! The subconscious fusion of archery skills is complete. Just as Lu Di hesitated, a prompt from the magical eye resonated in his mind. I have just scanned the competition footage of past Olympic archery champions and synthesized all their techniques. It has been encoded as subconscious neural information, now mapped onto your cerebral cortex. Lu Di looked perplexed. Subconscious? Here is a fun fact. 70% of human consciousness is subconscious. It can also be referred to as the unconscious mind. It encompasses actions that can be performed without conscious thought. For instance, while you were gazing at the photographs, you were entirely unaware that you blinked 6 times. Now, with your subconscious enhanced with archery skills, you can access them at will. So, does that mean I can shoot arrows now? Indeed. In the vernacular of humanity, it translates to godly archery skills. You will undoubtedly outshine Ouyang Fengyu. Well then, Lu Di chuckled inexplicably, nodding, I suppose I know a thing or two. He then shrugged and turned to Ouyang Fengyu, suggesting, shall we have a little competition? What? Lu Di, you must be jesting. Have you not seen the photographs of my brother-in-law? He is an archery champion, having won numerous gold medals. You think you can measure up with just a smattering of knowledge? That would be rather embarrassing. The 2 twin beauties giggled uncontrollably at the notion, perceiving Lu Di's bravado as somewhat excessive. And what of the champion? Lu Di crossed his arms, approaching the display case to scrutinize the bows and arrows on display. Both of you, cease your laughter. Ouyang Fengyu declared with a serious expression, although the corners of his mouth twitched, hinting at his struggle to suppress a grin. Perhaps our young Lu brother is a hidden talent. Since our young Lu brother is so enthusiastic as hosts, how could we not oblige? Ouyang Fengyu stated earnestly. A match is in order. However, as a professional, I must concede a slight advantage to little Lu. How about this? I will shoot blindfolded at a 25-meter target, which should not be considered unfair, right? Shooting blindfolded was tantamount to disregarding Lu Di's presence. The 2 young ladies' eyes sparkled with excitement, applauding. They were well aware of Ouyang Fengyu's prowess. Hitting a 25-meter target blindfolded was no trivial feat. However, since it's a competition, there should be some stakes involved. Ouyang Fengyu narrowed his eyes slyly, resembling a cunning fox. Xin, Aren't there numerous penalties for losing in your live streaming sessions? As he spoke, he cast a knowing glance at the two young ladies. Oh, indeed, Yin Xin said, stifling laughter behind her hand. There are plenty, such as doing squats, eating mustard, or drinking cola while inverted. Drinking cola while inverted. Now that's intriguing. How about we make that the penalty for the loser during lunch? Ouyang Fengyu said, suppressing his excitement with a smile. What do you say, little Lu? Are you brave enough to wager? Sure. Lu Di shrugged lightly, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Pfft. The twin beauties could no longer contain themselves, bursting into laughter. Their brother-in-law was indeed formidable. He had deftly ensnared Lu Di in a playful trap. Imagining Lu Di having to eat lunch upside down in front of everyone was enough to send them into fits of laughter. They looked forward to witnessing his predicament. Then I shall go first. Ouyang Fengyu seized a sleek black professional bow, his demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. True to his professional background, he first assessed the wind direction, then focused intently on the target's position. Yin Kaikai delicately tied a silk scarf around her brother-in-law's eyes. Huh? Ouyang Fengyu called out, his arm tensing as he pulled the bowstring taut. The series of movements captivated the two young ladies, who watched wide-eyed in admiration. Taking a deep breath, Ouyang Fengyu calmly stated, Archery requires steadiness and tranquility. I have diligently practiced for a decade, reaching a state of mental harmony. Though I am blindfolded, the image of that red target is firmly etched in my mind. Little Lu brother, observe closely. Today I shall demonstrate what champion caliber truly means. Whoosh, thud. The two young ladies erupted in cheers. Ouyang Fengyu smiled gently as he slowly removed the scarf. The arrow had struck perfectly at the center of the target, a flawless 10. Truly worthy of the brother-in-law. Unmatched archery skills, ha ha. The young ladies' laughter intensified. With that shot, their playful scheme against Lu Di would come to fruition. So, does that mean I must hit a target even farther away to win? Lu Di's nonchalant voice interjected. Upon hearing this, Ouyang Fengyu's face contorted into a look of disbelief. Little Lu brother, that target is at 25 meters. Any farther, and we're talking about 30 meters, that's the distance for professional competitions? As he spoke, Ouyang Fengyu glanced back at Lu Di, suddenly taken aback. Ha ha ha. He could no longer maintain his composed demeanor, bursting into hearty laughter. Lu Di, what on earth are you holding? In Lu Di's hands was a colossal horn bow, archaic in design and crudely fashioned, with the bowstring made of thick hemp rope. Ouyang Fengyu had initially brought this bow back for its distinctive appearance, having found it charming. This bow was crafted through rudimentary methods, lacking any precision. Most importantly, it was a tool used by local hunters to hunt wild boars, requiring two individuals to draw the bowstring. In terms of specifications, this bow had a draw weight of at least 180 pounds. This meant one would need an arm strength of 80 kilograms to pull it. Even Ouyang Fengyu, a former champion, could only toy with it, unable to wield it with ease. 7. The crushing archery champion Little Lu, I suggest you change your bow, otherwise, we might as well conclude our competition now. Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his glasses and casually wiped away the tears of laughter. It's not that I underestimate you. With this bow, your arrows won't even reach 5 meters. Firstly, I require a target at 40 meters. Secondly, Lu Di gently blew the dust off the horn bow, speaking with an air of nonchalance, since Mr. Ouyang is so certain I cannot shoot, let us raise the stakes. Dare you stand in front of the bullseye? Ha ha, this young man has spirit. Ouyang Fengyu, unwilling to relinquish an ounce of his confidence, gracefully swung his arm and strode towards the target. I can comprehend your desire to impress the ladies, but the method you've chosen is utterly impossible and will only result in your humiliation. Ouyang Fengyu found the situation utterly absurd. With Lu Di's slight frame, how could he possibly draw back that horn bow? At a distance of 40 meters, even if I stood straight and let you throw something at me, you wouldn't reach me. However, this competition certainly serves a purpose. Soon, this fellow would be eating his meal upside down before his father at lunch, a veritable joke of the year. Let us see how he maintains his standing in the Yin family thereafter. With that thought, Ouyang Fengyu couldn't help but reveal a hint of a mocking smile. Meanwhile, Lu Di had selected the stoutest arrow from the quiver beside him, crafted entirely of metal, comparable in size to a spear. Twang! The bowstring resonated as it tightened, sending dust scattering. As Ouyang Fengyu elegantly turned to face the bullseye, he was momentarily rendered speechless. Lu Di had moved, bending his arm, drawing the bow, and aiming. All these actions flowed seamlessly, like water in a stream. 180 pounds. For Lu Di, whose strength had been amplified to 286, with a single-arm capacity of 100 kilograms, it was as effortless as a mere flick. The instant he grasped the bow and arrow, a plethora of archery techniques flashed through his mind like lightning, all coming together with innate grace. At that moment, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin were gazing up at Lu Di from behind. They beheld a tall figure, with elongated arms drawing back a massive horn bow, resembling a full moon, exuding an innate wildness, and in the dazzling sunlight, he appeared as striking as a finely chiseled Greek deity. They were left agape. To draw such a formidable horn bow to this terrifying extent, what kind of extraordinary strength would be required? The two young ladies, who had once attempted to draw this large bow, understood all too well how unyielding its body was and how difficult it was to move the bowstring. Witnessing this scene, not only they, but even Ouyang Fengyu, a six-time champion, felt his pupils constrict in astonishment. Brother-in-law, don't tremble. At this moment, Lu Di's arm was taut. His left eye slightly squinted, his aim precisely aligned with the bullseye down to the millimeter. With a wind speed of 1.5 meters per second, the weight of the steel arrow, and the rate of velocity decay, everything is well within grasp. Such precise data, coupled with divine archery skills. Lu Di's single-shot archery technique is unparalleled. Suddenly, Lu Di slightly tilted his head, revealing a mischievous smile to the two lovely young ladies. Sisters, do you faint at the sight of blood? The two girls, lost in Lu Di's charming demeanor, gasped in surprise. After all, it was their handsome brother-in-law standing before the bullseye. Lu Di gently closed his eyes. This too was a blind shot. In the next moment, whoosh, the enormous bow and arrow in Lu Di's hand, akin to a spear, was released. The sound of slicing air and a whistling rush surged towards Ouyang Fengyu. This arrow bore the momentum to annihilate all in its path. Ouyang Fengyu had already forgotten to evade. The sheer force of the arrow left him utterly unresponsive. Whoosh! The iron arrow pierced through Ouyang Fengyu's collar, lifting his body off the ground. Bang! Ouyang Fengyu was propelled 2 meters away, crashing directly into the target previously set up. The massive arrow penetrated the 10-ring bullseye, lodged halfway. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu dangled beneath the bullseye like a prisoner hanging from the city walls, his clothing pulled high, exposing half of his abdomen, his expression vacant. Everything transpired in the blink of an eye. By the time the two young beauties regained their senses, Lu Di calmly stowed his bow and arrow. Their brother-in-law lay there, defeated like a stray dog. Brother-in-law, are you all right? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin exclaimed in unison. The two girls hurried to Ouyang Fengyu's side, yet they could not extract the arrow embedded in the bullseye. Ouyang Fengyu stood there, dazed and disoriented. How outrageous! Such a bow, such an arrow, spanning 40 meters, had lifted Ouyang Fengyu and struck the 10-ring bullseye. Lu Di, you have gone too far. How could you do something so dangerous? Yin Kaikai placed her hands on her hips, her face flushed with anger. It was merely a competition, Lu Di replied nonchalantly as he tucked away his bow and lit a cigarette. By the way, I suppose I have one, haven't I? Yin Xinshin pointed her little finger at Lu Di. I will tell third sister and have her expel you. Tattling? Lu Di shrugged. Tattling about what? This was a competition you proposed. Besides, he wasn't hurt, was he? Lu Di, you. Yin Kaikai was about to continue her rebuttal when she was interrupted by the now recovering Ouyang Fengyu. Ouyang Fengyu gripped the iron arrow and forcefully pulled it out. After straightening his clothing, astonishingly, his demeanor returned to normal. However, his expression had darkened considerably. It's all right, I was merely sparring with young brother Lu. There's no need to blame him. Ouyang Fengyu stated, his gaze sharp and fixed on Lu Di. The demon child's voice echoed, hee. This person's reaction to stress has likely reached a point of enmity with you. Wait. This individual is extraordinary. With the demon child's astonished exclamation, a detail within Lu Di's perspective was magnified. It was observed that the steel arrow in Ouyang Fengyu's hand was bent suddenly under the pressure of his finger. This was but a minor action, imperceptible to the ordinary eye, yet it did not escape the demon child's scrutiny. The demon child warned. A steel arrow easily bent by a single fingertip is not a power possessed by an ordinary person. Lu Di's momentary surprise vanished as he chuckled. Mr. Ouyang, are you all right? I work on construction sites, and it seems I have inadvertently developed a bit of brute strength. Lu Di spoke no falsehood. Due to the aftereffects of an eye injury, he had suffered from neurological headaches for 3 years, making it nearly impossible to work long-term, forcing him to take odd jobs in restaurants and construction sites. Haha, I'm fine. Let us call it a day for archery practice and prepare for lunch. In an instant, Ouyang Fengyu smiled brightly, as if nothing had transpired, his demeanor shifting like a page turning in a book. Unbeknownst to anyone, Ouyang Fengyu's fists were already clenched to the point of whiteness, his gaze fixed on Lu Di like that of a beast. 8. The wealthiest man wishes to adopt me as his godson. In the dining hall of the Yin family's manor, Lu Di, the 4 daughters of the Yin family, and Ouyang Fengyu are seated on either side of an ornate European-style long table. The notable figures have yet to arrive, and everyone is quietly awaiting their presence. Opposite Lu Di sits the 3rd Miss, Yin Qingwen. She has donned a chic black cocktail dress, enhancing her already stunning beauty with an air of nobility. At this moment, Lu Di is not merely admiring the lovely figure before him. Rather, he is intentionally and unintentionally observing Ouyang Fengyu from a distance. Ouyang Fengyu is exuding an air of cultured elegance. What accounts for his extraordinary strength? Has he perhaps practiced some dark art? One moment he is affable, and the next he seems utterly foolish, yet he can mask his emotions even in the throes of rage. Such cunning is truly formidable. It appears that this son-in-law is far more mysterious than Lu Di had initially presumed. Ultimately, however, Lu Di can only shrug in resignation. Oh well, starting tomorrow, I shall have no further ties to the Yin family. Whoever Ouyang may be is of no concern to me. Ahem. Several authoritative coughs resound. From the staircase, a venerable elder, guided by the old steward, slowly descends. Ding. Yin Hongxin, aged 75. Chairman of Ingji Group. The group specializes in medical devices and health sectors. The wealthiest man in Haishur, ranked 27th on the Huaxia Rich List. In his twilight years, he is passionate about philanthropy, having donated nearly 3 billion to primary schools and hospitals. He established the PVS Awakening Charity Foundation, dedicated to supporting financially disadvantaged families of PVS patients. The information from the magic eye arrives promptly, and Lu Di perceives it clearly. This old gentleman, Yin, is indeed wealthy. Moreover, he possesses a kind heart and is a great philanthropist. Tisk tiske. Lu Di secretly admires him, casting a gaze at the elder filled with newfound respect. You must be Lu Di, indeed a remarkable young man. Yin Hongxin approaches with a warm and sincere smile. It is I, Yin Leo Yizi. Greetings. Lu Di rises to respond. Let us sit and converse. Yin Hongxin takes his place at the head of the table. Although his form is slightly stooped, an invisible aura of authority still surrounds him. Lu Di, my daughter Wenwen is accustomed to a sheltered life and has a rather aloof disposition. I fear she might neglect her benefactor. Hence, I have invited you back so that I may personally express my gratitude. Yin Hongxin gazes at Lu Di with warmth in his eyes. Lu Di, I sincerely apologize. It has taken us 3 whole years to find you. Lu Di nods with a smile, harboring little resentment in his heart. Over the past 3 years, he has learned to let go of many things. Yin Hongxin continues, I wonder, Lu Di, do you possess any knowledge regarding our Ingji group, or about me, Yin Hongxin? As he speaks, a flood of information surges into Lu Di's mind, all pertaining to Ingji Group. Huaxia's top 500. A titan in medical devices. A market valuation nearing 1 trillion. Each detail dazzles his senses. I have some understanding. Lu Di scratches his head and chuckles. That's splendid. Yin Hongxin takes a deep breath and continues, then I shall be forthright. I wonder if you would consider becoming my godson, joining the Yin family, enjoying wealth and prosperity, and allowing me to rely on you in my twilight years. Father, you should think this over carefully. A line of Yin family members rises in protest, with Ouyang Fengyu reacting most vehemently. They had heard rumors of their father's intentions, but did not expect him to voice them so swiftly. No need for deliberation. I wish to adopt Lu Di as my godson. Yin Hongxin declares solemnly, his gaze fixed intently on the artificial eye of Lu Di. "Father, you cannot do this." Lu Di lacks manners. Just moments ago, Yin Kaikai begins to speak of the archery competition but suddenly recalls the outcome, swallowing the remainder of his words. "Father, while he did save my life, we do not need to repay him in such a way." Yin Qingwen's expression reflects disbelief. Ouyang Fengyu interjects passionately, "Father, did we not agree that he should first join the group as a senior executive and be granted a share? Your haste in this matter is unwarranted." So that is the case. As the focal point of this unfolding drama, Lu Di finally understands. No wonder Ouyang Fengyu seemed antagonistic upon their first meeting. He fears I might usurp the Yin family shares. "Sit down." Yin Hongxin barks, his eyes blazing with authority. "What do you know?" Lu Di sacrificed his right eye to save Qingwen. "And what of it? We can compensate him financially." Ouyang Fengyu retorts defiantly. Yin Hongxin turns to Lu Di, a flicker of guilt in his eyes. "You have no idea how challenging these past 3 years have been for Lu Di. Due to his eye injury, he has had to work multiple part-time jobs just to get by, and, due to the nerve damage from the injury, Lu Di will become completely blind in 3 years. And he is only 25. The elder's voice falters, his heart aching as he closes his eyes. The Yin family owes Lu Di far too much. What? Yin Qingwen's body trembles, her gaze towards Lu Di becoming exceedingly complex. Even the previously animated Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin fall silent, having been unaware of Lu Di's impending blindness. Yin Hongxin turns to Lu Di, apologizing, "I beg your pardon, Lu Di. I hope you can forgive my investigation into your background." Lu Di stands frozen, his heart full of unspoken words. The elder's words ring true, but that is all in the past. Now, he has acquired the magic eye. Not only has his injury been halted, but he has also gained unimaginable abilities. Well, Lu Di scratches his head, about to speak when an audible growl emanates from his stomach. Almost immediately, an overwhelming wave of hunger strikes him, intense enough that he feels he might faint if he does not eat immediately. The magic child exclaims, "Lu Di, when I helped you synthesize muscle fibers earlier, I nearly depleted all the protein and stored glycogen in your body. Your body is currently experiencing low blood sugar, low blood fat, and low fat levels. Immediate nourishment is advised. Why didn't you say so earlier?" Glancing at the array of appetizers on the table, Lu Di loses all restraint. Ignoring everything around him, he seizes the food and begins to devour it ravenously. How could he be this famished? The Yin family members are left utterly astonished. He truly lives a pitiful existence, just as father described. The two twin beauties are visibly shaken, their lips twitching. "Quickly, bring Lu Di more food." Yin Hongxin urgently commands. Ding. Sugar intake detected. Blood sugar levels are beginning to stabilize. Detection of beef protein intake resulted in the synthesis of 0.3 grams of muscle fibers, accompanied by a 1.6 increase in muscle strength. Detection of vitamin B complex and cod liver oil intake resulted in a 0.8 enhancement in vision. The intake of unsaturated fatty acids such as eicosapentaenoic acid has been found to enhance memory and cognitive abilities by 2.3. With each morsel that Lu Di consumes, he experiences a remarkable augmentation of his faculties. Furthermore, the effects vary intriguingly with different foods. Upon the detection of beef protein intake, the synthesis of muscle fibers increased by 0.3 grams, resulting in a 1.6 enhancement in muscle strength. To covet my life, is this not outrageous? The Yin family, observing Lu Di devouring his meal for a full 20 minutes, watched in disbelief as he single-handedly consumed nearly all the preparations made by the 7 in the kitchen. Accustomed to elegance and opulence, they had never witnessed such a display of gluttony. The sirloin steak was devoured in large chunks, and desserts were seized with bare hands. TSK. Could it be that this is what they refer to as a savage and merciless individual? Yin Kaikai exclaimed, sticking out his tongue. While I do find him rather pitiable, I would never wish to have a brother like him. I cannot fathom living with someone like that. As Lu Di continued his grotesque feast, Ouyang Fengyu devised a plan. He turned to fetch a bottle of red wine and said to Old Master Yin, "Father, before coming here today, I made it a point to procure a bottle of the 1982 Lafite vintage. Would you care to taste it?" Old Master Yin, focused on Lu Di's eating habits, merely responded with a casual Ouyang Fengyu poured the wine and whispered to Old Master Yin, "Father, observe Lu Di. His humble origins have left him without any refinement. Should he be brought into the Yin family, he risks embarrassing you at significant gatherings. It may be more prudent to provide him with a sum of money to indulge himself elsewhere. Would it not be a win-win situation?" Old Master Yan's expression grew increasingly grave. Ouyang Fengyu, glancing at Lu Di, added with a smile, "As for the dishes, I shall have the kitchen prepare another round. After all, they have been soiled by Lu Di's hands." He then politely poured wine for everyone, deliberately skipping Lu Di. "Please, everyone, do sample this wine. As for our young brother Lu, let us spare him, for I doubt he would appreciate it." Having gorged himself for some time, Lu Di felt his condition had significantly improved, and he could sense a marked enhancement in his bodily functions. After swallowing another piece of steak, he raised an eyebrow and declared, "The 1982 La Fight is nothing but a gimmick designed to deceive you affluent folk." "Oh." Old Master Yan's eyes lit up. "Lu Di, do enlighten us." Lu Di, meticulously handling a fish before him, casually remarked, "The reason the 1982 La Fight is so expensive is due to the severe drought that struck Bordeaux in that year, drastically reducing grape yields. The scarcity drives up the price. However, the grapes from that year suffered from insufficient sugar content, maturity, and aroma due to the disaster. Thus, the La Fight produced from those grapes is utterly subpar. It pales in comparison to the vintages of 83, 84, and even 90. Lu Di swallowed a piece of the expertly deboned fish and, while chewing, glanced at the visibly perturbed Ouyang Fengyu. "You claim I lack the ability to appreciate wine. Do you possess such skill?" At that moment, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle inwardly at the irony. Although he was indeed ignorant of wine, he had memorized an entire book on wine tasting with the assistance of Ma Dong during the car ride. You are spouting nonsense. How could such an expensive wine possibly be of inferior quality?" Ouyang Fengyu trembled with rage, pointing a quivering finger at Lu Di. Lu Di, with a mischievous grin, replied, "Believe it or not, but I recall something else. Regarding our archery competition today, the loser—" This. Ouyang Fengyu stammered suddenly. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin simultaneously covered their mouths. This was not good. The brother-in-law was about to embarrass himself. "Hee, dear brother-in-law need not panic. It was merely a jest. Please, take a seat." Lu Di chuckled lightly, dismissing the thought of his peculiar dining style. As for this cunning brother-in-law, maintaining face was all that mattered. On the contrary, Old Master Yin became increasingly invigorated by Lu Di's discourse on wine tasting. "Lu Di, I wonder how you perceive the economy of Huaxia?" Old Master Yin inquired with a beaming smile. "The economy of Huaxia? Well, the second book spotted in the car was finally coming into play." Lu Di chuckled softly and began. "The Yangtze River stretches far and wide, a majestic dragon of Huaxia. In 2020, the economy of Huaxia will embark on a new era, achieving transformative changes across 3 dimensions, beginning with our international standing." For the next half hour, Lu Di savored his food at a leisurely pace while articulating brilliant insights that left the listeners in awe. From the economy of Huaxia to national policy, entrepreneurial trends, and technological advancements, Lu Di spoke with ease and confidence, displaying a wealth of knowledge. The 300,000 word tome on the economy of Huaxia flowed effortlessly from his memory, complemented by the 6 techniques from the art of conversation. His words were astonishing. By the end, even Yin Hongxin, a tycoon in the bustling metropolis, struggled to keep up with Lu Di's rhythm and thoughts. The Yin siblings, who initially scoffed at him, eventually became engrossed listeners, their eyes widening in amazement. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin, though completely lost in the discourse, simply thought Lu Di looked incredibly charming as he spoke so eloquently. Ouyang Fengyu's face flushed deeper with each passing moment, feeling utterly humiliated in comparison to Lu Di's erudition. Only Yin Xingwen, who had returned from abroad and studied management under her father, could barely grasp Lu Di's points. She was astounded, fully aware that Lu Di's insights were far from superficial. They were indeed unique perspectives, even advanced compared to some top economists. What kind of person is he? Yin Xingwen felt an inexplicable flutter in her heart, unconsciously reaching for her metallic pin. clicking it nervously. Old Master Yin and Yin Hongxin grew more astonished, their excitement palpable. Having navigated the business world for decades, he had never encountered a young man of such exceptional caliber. Lu Di, what are your thoughts on our Ingji Group's business? Old Master Yin asked eagerly, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At this moment, Lu Di finally felt somewhat full, setting down his utensils and letting out a gentle sigh. Old Yin, there is no need for further probing. I have no interest in becoming your adopted son. My apologies. Huh? Old Master Yan's disappointment was evident, his gaze dimming momentarily. For him, Lu Di was not merely his daughter's savior. He was an extraordinary business prodigy. It would be a tremendous loss if he could not be brought into the Ingji Group. Just then, Lu Di noticed a red circle appear in his field of vision, focusing on Ouyang Fengyu, who was furiously texting with gritted teeth. The content of Ouyang Fengyu's message appeared before Lu Di. This Lu Di poses an immense threat to me. Within a month, make sure he is eliminated. Oh, and regarding controlling Yin Qingwen, you need to handle that promptly. Damn it. Lu Di furrowed his brow. Despite my efforts to avoid conflict, you escalate the situation? You wish to eliminate me? It seems you have plans for that woman Yin Qingwen as well? Very well, I shall indulge you thoroughly, and perhaps deepen my understanding of Ma Dong's abilities. I have no desire to become your adopted son, primarily because Lu Di suddenly shifted his tone, smiling brightly at Old Master Yin. I may have developed an interest in your daughter, Wenwen. 5 million representing respect. What? Upon hearing Lu Di's words, Yin Qingwen's heart skipped a beat. How frivolous. How vulgar. Lu Di, what nonsense are you spouting? Yin Qingwen sprang to her feet, her charming face turning crimson to the nape of her neck. Ha ha. The Old Master Yan's eyes lit up, as if he had grasped a glimmer of hope, and he laughed heartily, saying, It's only natural for young people to be in love. It's perfectly normal. Lu Di scratched his head and replied, I'm in no hurry. This matter ultimately requires Wenwen's consent, right? I do not consent. Do not call me Wenwen. While I do not aspire to join your Yin family, surely Wenwen could use some assistance by her side. I can start with work. Lu Di continued, radiating a cheerful demeanor. I have no shortage of people around me. Yin Qingwen stamped her foot in frustration. Wenwen, do not be unreasonable. The Old Master Yin shot a stern glance at Yin Qingwen before turning to Lu Di. Lu Di, choose any position you desire. I will have the final say. No one can interfere. With that, the Old Master Yin cast a knowing glance at Ouyang Fengyu, who stood to the side. Let me think. Lu Di clapped his hands suddenly. Then I shall take a position close to Wenwen. I'll be her driver. What, a driver? Everyone was momentarily taken aback. The Old Master Yin shook his head slightly, as if he had seen through everything, and chuckled. A driver it is. However, Lu Di, we have a company rule. If you become Wenwen's driver, you must be on call 24 hours a day. Thus, you must reside at my Yin family estate, and even if I wish to play chess, you must be at my beck and call, without fail. Lu Di sighed softly. The Old Master's intentions were unmistakable. He had not given up on the idea of taking Lu Di as a son. On the contrary, his resolve had only strengthened. Regardless of who Lu Di was, he had become accustomed to a carefree and loose lifestyle. Once the matter with Ouyang Fengyu was resolved, if he wished to leave, no one could stop him. The so-called affection for Yin Qingwen was merely an excuse. As for being a driver for the Yin family, it was nothing but a jest. Lu Di simply did not want to see someone he had saved with one eye fall victim to a mad dog. Very well, I accept. Lu Di nodded slightly. You. Lu Di, how can you say such things so freely? Yin Qingwen was now utterly embarrassed and furious. Her own father was inexplicably favoring this outsider, absurdly attempting to send her away. We absolutely cannot accept him. We must find a way to drive him away. The Old Master Yin, now thoroughly satisfied, laughed again. Let us set aside the matter of the driver for now. In any case, Lu Di is also a benefactor to our Yin family. I have prepared a token of gratitude, and I hope you will accept it. With that, the Old Master Yin waved to the butler behind him. The old butler produced a bank card from his pocket and respectfully placed it before Lu Di. Money? Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. Money was indeed a valuable asset. Moreover, he was genuine. However, in the environment of the Yin family, acquiring this money might not be so simple. With Ouyang Fingyu lurking and Yin Qingwen's sisters looking down on him, how could he hold his head high in the Yin family after accepting it? What of his dignity? Accepting charity would surely lead to humiliation. I cannot accept this money. I did not save anyone for a reward, but rather to have a clear conscience, Lu Di said calmly, pushing the card back. What he did not desire was merely to seek more. His goal was to marry Yin Qingwen and seize control of all the Yin family's assets. He desired both wealth and beauty. At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu was seething with anger, wishing he could expose Lu Di's schemes on the spot. Oh, is that so? The old master Yin appeared somewhat disappointed, sighing, Lu Di, this card holds 5 million, which is not an insignificant amount, and given your talents, earning such money should not be difficult. However, if you refuse, I shall feel guilty. What? 5 million? This card contains 5 million. Lu Di instantly regretted his decision. What use was dignity in comparison to this 5 million? Imotong, Lu Di, if you wanted money, why not say so earlier? Ding. Lu Di's phone received a text message. You have successfully registered for a coal futures trading account. Ding. Your account has been debited. 16,000 yuan. Imotong, what are you doing? Lu Di exclaimed in his mind. He only had 50,000 yuan in his account. I know you need money. Patience, let the data fly for a moment. Imotong, are you still in the mood to quote movie lines? Ding. Your account has been debited. 6,000 yuan. Ding. Your account has been debited. 4,000 yuan. The constant debits made Lu Di's heart race. Ding. Your account has been credited. 16,240 yuan. Your account has been credited. 5,120 yuan. Your account has been credited. Is there a return? Lu Di's eyes widened in astonishment as the incoming amounts on his phone kept increasing. Each time, it was a few dozen or a few hundred yuan more than the amounts he had previously transferred out. Your account has been credited. 6,235 yuan. Your account has been credited. 15,386 yuan. Your account has been credited. What was happening? My savings are increasing, and each time it was just a little. The cheerful voice of Imotong chimed in. I just registered a coal futures trading account in your name. In this trading environment, speed is everything. Every millisecond counts as money. When the market opens, all futures will experience slight fluctuations. I accessed your account and, at the precise moment the coal futures opened, bought low at lightning speed. Your account has been debited. Your account has been credited. The text message sounds were incessant. Lu Di stood frozen in place. Most astonishingly, in just a minute or two, his account balance had surged from 50,000 to 1.25 million. Although each profit was just 100 to 500 yuan, the trading speed was astonishing. Ding 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 ding. Lu Di's phone was nearly frozen from the barrage of messages. Mr. Lu Di, are you all right? It was the butler beside the old master Yin who spoke, sincerely saying, Mr. Lu, as soon as the old master received your news, he instructed me to look into your background. Upon learning of your eye injury, the old master became restless. He is a kind-hearted man, and if you do not accept this money, he may carry the burden of guilt for the rest of his life. Please, you must accept this 5 million. Lu Di forced a bitter smile. In just a few minutes, he no longer truly needed this 5 million. His account, as of now, had completed at least tens of thousands of transactions, and his balance had reached an astonishing 7.5 million. Moreover, it was still on the rise. It was unimaginable that an ordinary person might not earn this amount in a lifetime. Yet, he had done so in merely 5 minutes. Very well, I shall accept it for now. Please rest assured, old Yin. Lu Di's smile was bittersweet, and his emotions were difficult to articulate. Humph, this Lu Di, wanting money while playing hard to get, shameless. The twin beauties murmured quietly. Haha, then I shall rest. Now that Lu Di has become my Yin family's driver, his attire must not be lacking. The luncheon concluded in this relatively harmonious atmosphere. Meanwhile, Lu Di discreetly placed the 5 million bank card beneath the tea set in the sunroom on the second floor when no one from the Yin family was paying attention. In this way, he not only preserved the old master Yan's dignity, but also refrained from taking advantage of the Yin family. As for the card, it would eventually be discovered by someone from the Yin family. 11. The art of driving mastery atop the sixth-floor terrace of the manor. Lu Di stood alone, gazing down upon the verdant expanse of the Yin family manor, a sprawling 5-hectare estate valued at 800 million. A wave of emotions surged within him. The Yin family was indeed immensely wealthy, yet to him, such ostentation felt excessively flamboyant. Even if he possessed such riches, he would prefer a tranquil existence amidst picturesque mountains and rivers, with a modest 3-acre vegetable garden and 3 wooden cottages. "You gigolo!" A girl's voice, tinged with indignation, echoed from behind him. "Sister is waiting for you downstairs. Hurry and start the car, humph." "All right," Lu Di sighed and made his way downstairs. Upon arriving at the garage of the Yin Manor, he drew in a sharp breath. The expansive underground garage housed a Porsche 911S, an Audi R8, a Mercedes-AMG GT, a Ferrari 488, a Mercedes G63 AMG, along with several other luxury vehicles and executive sedans. It was a veritable dream collection of supercars, all in one place. After surveying the array, a look of resignation spread across Lu Di's face. There sat Yin Qingwen, her delicate features set in a frown, in a rather antiquated Rolls-Royce Ghost. Despite the multitude of luxury vehicles, the life of the third Miss Yin appeared exceedingly mundane. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing someone tap on the glass, Yin Qingwen slowly lowered the window. "Today, we shall take that one." Lu Di cheerfully pointed to the green Mercedes GT supercar. "You're merely a driver. What gives you the right to dictate my choice? I wish to ride in this one. The seat is far from you." Yin Qingwen's slender brows knitted together, her expression frosty. "Ah," Lu Di sighed, casting a pitiful glance at the Mercedes sports car. "I wonder if I will have the chance to drive such a dream car before I go." Ouyang Fengyu leaned out, grinning. "Hey, little Lu, driving a supercar? Have you ever done it? Do you know how to start it? Or shall I teach you?" Beep. 73 F1 champion driving techniques have been implanted into your subconscious. Beep. Full payment supercar operation manual has been implanted into your subconscious. Thanks, magic child. Just a small favor. Lu Di confidently slid into the sports car, remarking, "Brother-in-law, it is indeed my first time driving such a vehicle. You go ahead. I'll familiarize myself a bit." "Haha, truly inexperienced." Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily, flooring the accelerator. The Lamborghini's V10 engine roared to life, sending a gust of air as he sped away into the distance. On the road, Ouyang Fengyu couldn't resist turning to his sister-in-law, Yin Yiwen, in the passenger seat, and gritting his teeth remarked, "That Lu Di kid is like a sparrow from the slums suddenly soaring to the treetops, but he will soon realize that entering the upper echelons of society is not as simple as he imagines." Yin Yiwen paused, taken aback by her usually genteel husband's sudden outburst. "Within the Yin Manor, do you even know how to drive?" Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow, watching Lu Di, who had been gripping the steering wheel for a full 3 minutes. This guy truly lacked experience. Was he so flustered by such a car? "Simply driving is rather dull. I'm waiting for that turtle to run the first 5 kilometers. Now, the time is ripe." Suddenly, Lu Di turned his head and smiled. "Third Miss, hold on tight." In the next instant, the Mercedes GT surged forward. Lu Di expertly disabled the EPS, switched to sport mode, revved to 6,000 RPM, and launched. Screech. The tires screamed in protest against the asphalt. "Then I shall strive to be as charming as possible." Lu Di sharply turned the steering wheel, one hand pulling the handbrake up to 80, and as they approached a 180-degree turn, the Mercedes GT executed a perfect drift. The Yin Manor was perched atop a towering hill, and the descent was a winding road enveloped in shade, reminiscent of legendary hairpin turns. The roar of the supercar engines reverberated through the mountain road, accompanied by the frenzied screams of a girl. Ouyang Fengyu's Lamborghini was speeding down the hill, not lagging behind. Suddenly, he froze, his rearview mirror revealing Lu Di in the green Mercedes GT closing in, headlights flashing incessantly. "Good lad, you're driving quite well." "Alas, there are always those who surpass others. Your brother-in-law is among the top 3 in the supercar club. Today, let me show you what it means to be left in the dust." Whoosh! A rush of air swept past as the green blur sped by, leaving Ouyang Fengyu with nothing but 2 red taillights receding into the distance, vanishing before his eyes. IVE been overtaken? Ouyang Fengyu stared in disbelief at the speedometer. 110 km/h in an instant, he was left behind. How fast was that kid driving? What kind of... On a 10-kilometer descent, Lu Di barreled down at an average speed of 230 km/h. As the journey continued, Ouyang Fengyu's countenance turned ashen. He harbored a fervent wish to witness the wreckage of Lu Di and Yin Qingwen's vehicle by the roadside ahead, a scene of calamity. Alas, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. 12. Handsome as he may be, he is somewhat impoverished. In the underground garage of Hongmao Shopping Mall, Lu Di observed Yin Qingwen crouched in the distance, retching incessantly, his expression tinged with confusion. Imotong, has the 12-instant infatuation not been triggered? That girl would rather slay your heart right now. I realize you truly lack the skills to engage with women. I shall arrange for you to receive some lessons. Shortly thereafter, several Mercedes SUVs entered the parking area, belonging to Yin Qingwen's bodyguards clad in black. However, they were left far behind by Lu Di. A throng of black-clad figures rushed out of the vehicles. Third Miss, are you all right? The towering figure at the forefront, nearly 2 meters tall, approached Lu Di with a look of fury, stating, Mr. Lu, regardless of your identity, should you ever harm the third Miss again, do not blame me for being impolite. Lu Di looked up, frowny face. Tai Si, 30 years old, an orphan adopted by Old Master Yin. Vanished from public view after the age of 15 for 6 years, currently a bodyguard for the Yin family, with scant further information. Such scant information? Lu Di turned his gaze to the other black-clad individuals. Tai Lu, Tai Chi, Tai Shi San, all orphans, their details equally meager. Tai Si to Tai Shi San, such peculiar names. Old Master Yin is indeed benevolent. How many orphans has he taken in? Tai Si, do not engage with him. Consider it a favor to your father. Yin Qingwen stepped forward, her complexion somewhat pale. Let us go buy some clothes. Lu Di scratched his head, remaining silent, feeling a twinge of guilt for not realizing how delicate Yin Qingwen truly was. Within the mall, Lu Di and Yin Qingwen led the way, followed by a cadre of towering black-clad bodyguards, drawing countless onlookers. Quickly look, which noble has arrived? So many bodyguards. The girl in front is stunning. Stunning? That boy is even more handsome. They must be celebrities. No rich heir possesses such beauty. Which one is the celebrity? I do not recognize anyone. It must be that boy. Just look at his features, he is straight out of a comic. That girl is probably his girlfriend, and I bet she is the one pursuing him. You are the one pursuing him. Yin Qingwen, overhearing, wore a displeased expression. Lu Di, this store, go inside and choose. As they arrived in front of the top luxury brand Amani, Yin Qingwen said tersely, no, too ugly. Lu Di retorted, slightly pouting. Then how about this one, LV? No. Too common. Yin Qingwen grew increasingly irate, taking a deep breath to suppress her anger. What about Hermes? No. Lu Di, are you intentionally opposing me? Could you refrain from acting as if you've already crossed the threshold? Have I agreed to marry you? You infuriate me. Clothes, I shall choose for myself. Lu Di strode forward, making his way directly to the stairs, on the 3rd floor, in a regular section, before a storefront. Yin Qingwen's expression darkened. GOG, a brand with an average price of 500 yuan? She had never worn such. Lu Di, is this what you have chosen? Wearing this outside would invite ridicule, and my father would scold me. Lu Di paid no heed to Yin Qingwen. Instead, he beamed at a somewhat flustered young shop assistant. Lu Di, is that you? The young man finally recognized him, rushing forward to embrace Lu Di. It's been 3 years, where have you been? Lu Di patted the young man's back with a smile. Just a minor incident, felt too ashamed to show my face. The minor incident he referred to was the matter of his blinded eye. During university, Lu Di was exceptionally gifted, receiving immense attention, his academic performance far surpassing his peers. He was destined for a brilliant future. However, the aftermath of his eye injury ruined him. He suffered daily headaches, nearly unable to complete any tasks. Naturally proud, Lu Di did not wish to reveal this side of himself to his classmates, opting instead to disappear and endure in solitude. And the young man before him was Lu Di's university classmate and close friend, Ajia. Ajia, have I not returned? I specially came to support your business today. Lu Di chuckled. That's wonderful. The little rogue is finally back. Ajia could hardly contain his excitement, exclaiming, however, my performance matters not. Let it all go to Li Li. Lu Di was taken aback. 3 years had passed, yet Ajia remained unchanged. Like Lu Di, Ajia was originally a top student at Haishu University. Yet he chose to work as a shop assistant here, all because of a woman, Sun Lili. So, have you gotten to first base yet? Lu Di teased, casting a mischievous glance. Ajia, are you annoying? Can't you serve customers yourself? In response, a beauty in a short skirt emerged from the store. With cascading purple waves and a curvaceous figure, she initially regarded Lu Di with a fleeting glimmer of disdain in her eyes. However, upon noticing the imposing Yin Qingwen and her entourage of black-clad bodyguards behind Lu Di, she froze momentarily. Why, it's Lu Di. Long time no see. Have you struck it rich? Sun Lili's demeanor shifted instantly, her tone now sycophantic as she sashayed closer with an alluring sway of her hips. Lu Di frowned. From Sun Lili's expression, it was evident that this woman had not changed. During university, she had mingled with a rowdy crowd, frequently staying out all night, eventually expelled from school. She later ventured into the fashion industry, managing this very clothing store. The most foolish of all was Ajia, who remained infatuated with such a woman, willingly working here. Lu Di, is this your girlfriend? She is stunning. Must be a wealthy heiress, right? Sun Lili fawned. He is merely my driver. Yin Qingwen retorted coldly. So you're just a driver, TCH. Sun Lili's expression shifted abruptly, as she brazenly turned away. Ajia, please attend to him, just grab a few items for him, but remember not to exceed 300 yuan. I fear Lu Di cannot afford it. Sun Lili's blatant snobbery was painfully evident. Even Yin Qingwen frowned, visibly disgusted. Haha, Lu Di, I apologize. Lili has not been in the best of spirits lately. Ajia's face turned awkward as he hastily ushered Lu Di inside. What would you like to try on today? I'll fetch them for you. All at a discount, haha. Sigh. Lu Di sighed, shaking his head slightly, and told Ajia, I prefer the same 3 pieces as always. Got it. I know your tastes well. Just wait a moment. Ajia exclaimed joyfully before turning to retrieve the items. The same old preferences? The 3 favorites? Yin Qingwen couldn't help but feel a flicker of curiosity as she quietly awaited Lu Di's selection. 10 minutes later, Lu Di emerged slowly from the fitting room. He wore a pristine white shirt devoid of any embellishments, sleeves rolled up to the elbows. Below, he donned a pair of slender light blue jeans. On his feet were classic canvas shoes. Paired with Lu Di's extraordinarily handsome and devilishly charming visage, he resembled a refreshing spring breeze that had suddenly swept in. Simple, minimalist, yet utterly impossible to overlook. So striking. The sales staff within the store were momentarily left speechless. How can there be such a handsome man? He is like a character from a comic. Yin Qingwen herself gasped, truly taken aback. Indeed, he was undeniably handsome, easily captivating. Even the superficial Sun Lili felt a stir within. This Lu Di was undeniably attractive, though, somewhat impoverished, otherwise with that face. An odd pairing scheme, incredible, exclaimed Ajia, clapping his hands in delight. Lu Di, this ensemble is quintessentially you. The illustrious gentleman of the business management department at Haishu University, haha. Lu Di caught a glimpse of himself in the mirror and smiled faintly. The version of himself that once radiated confidence and pride seemed to have truly returned. Shirt 368 yuan, trousers 400 yuan, shoes 330 yuan. Let's settle the bill at the front desk, came the impatient voice of Sun Lili from the side. At that moment, Yin Qingwen snapped back to reality, her brow furrowing. It looked good, but it was far too inexpensive. It was hardly distinguishable from street vendor goods. Hey, Lili, Lu Di has been our classmate for years. Could you perhaps offer him a discount? Ajia suggested with a grin. Sure, I'll just deduct it from your commission. No need. Lu Di casually adjusted his sleeves, responding coolly, the transaction counts as Ajia's, right? 3 outfits, each bundled with 200 pieces. What? Lu Di, am I hearing you correctly? Ajia exclaimed in astonishment. Lu Di chuckled, have you forgotten? Throughout our 4 years in college, this has been my attire. I've never changed. It's only natural to stock up on a few more. Lu Di, How come you suddenly have so much money? Ajia's eyes widened, and he inadvertently noticed Yin Qingwen in the distance, his voice trailing off. Could it be that you're being kept? Only then did Yin Qingwen realize that while this fellow had indeed chosen inexpensive clothing to order 200 sets in one go. Truly, poverty breeds short-sightedness. Oh well, it's not a significant amount anyway. With a wave of her hand, she signaled for Tai Si behind her to proceed with the payment. Keep your wild thoughts to yourself. Lu Di interjected, extending his hand to offer his card. Just a little over 200. 000. Let us settle this. As for the balance on that card, even Lu Di was unaware of its exact amount. He only knew that when he checked an hour ago, the balance had already reached 34 million. Meanwhile, Tai Si cast a puzzled glance at Yin Qingwen. She merely shook her head, acknowledging that at least this fellow had a conscience, remembering that his father had previously gifted him 5 million. Subsequently, the entire staff at the GOG store rallied together to package up Lu Di's orders, the largest purchase in the store's history. Lu Di, however, led Yin Qingwen outside to the Zippo lighter counter. He surveyed the selection and pointed to a finely crafted copper lighter on display. This one. Good day, sir. This is our limited edition Zippo for the 75th anniversary, inlaid with 2 carats of matte blood diamond, priced at 1,030,000. The saleswoman was polite yet somewhat hesitant. Sir, are you sure you wish to proceed? I'll take it, Lu Di replied nonchalantly, retrieving his bank card. Oh, certainly. The beautiful saleswoman suddenly appeared flustered. Yin Qingwen was momentarily bewildered. Lu Di, are you out of your mind? Clothing worth 300 yuan paired with a lighter costing 1 million? Do you possess taste, or are you simply foolish? Lu Di had already grasped the Zippo, twirling the luxuriously crafted lighter in his hand. What do you know? I smoke, so I require a reliable lighter. Aren't you also fiddling with that metal ballpoint pen every day? Every man should possess at least one item that he can proudly display. With a flick, Lu Di opened the lighter's lid, observing it under the light. This is akin to taking the bus to the bar. Save where you can, splurge where it counts. Yin Qingwen was momentarily speechless. Sir, here is your bank card. The transaction has been successfully completed. The saleswoman bowed slightly, handing over the card with utmost respect. Please wait for me a moment. With that, he turned on his heel and strode toward the smoking area without a backward glance. Crazy. Pervert. Yin Qingwen stood rooted, stomping her feet in frustration. 10 minutes later, she glared at Lu Di as he returned, balancing 2 ice cream cones in his left hand and 3 hamburgers in his right. In the brief span of less than 50 meters, Lu Di had already devoured all 3 hamburgers. How could he eat so much? He had just feasted at lunch, and now he was downing 3 hamburgers. What kind of person was he? In truth, Lu Di himself was somewhat speechless. The efficiency of the magic child was simply too high. In less than 2 hours, his energy had been completely depleted again, and his physical capabilities had risen by another 13. Here. A slender, fair hand suddenly extended toward Yin Qingwen, holding out a cream-filled ice cream cone. Lu Di was smiling widely. This is cheap junk food. I don't eat that. Yin Qingwen turned her head defiantly. It's quite expensive, 3 yuan. Be good. The way he said be good sent a shiver down Yin Qingwen's spine, and she found herself dazedly accepting the ice cream cone, frowning as she said, Lu Di, I'm telling you, if I feel unwell later, it's your fault. She took a gentle lick. The next moment, oh my, how sweet. She had never realized how delightful this treat could be. She loved it. Yin Qingwen's face lit up with bliss. Lu Di chuckled softly. You really don't need to wear a stern expression every day. A girl should embody the essence of youth. If something tastes good, just say so. Get lost. Yin Qingwen cursed, turning her back, unwilling for Lu Di to witness her eating. That moment, Lu Di felt a fragrant aroma wafting toward him from behind. Turning around, he found Sun Lily standing there, fidgeting, her demeanor alluring as she flirtatiously tossed her hair back and accentuated her curvaceous figure. Lu Di, look at us, old classmates for years, yet we don't even have each other on WeChat. Sun Lily struck a seductive pose, trying hard to entice Lu Di. She had observed everything that had transpired in the store. Lu Di had casually purchased the 1 million Zippo Diamond limited edition, 1 million, for a mere lighter. How wealthy must Lu Di be? Worth tens of millions? Sun Lily could hardly contain herself. Lu Di, this charming young man with both wealth and looks, must be captured. How about we add each other on WeChat? Late at night when it's quiet, we could chat if you're feeling bored. Sun Lily threw him a flirtatious glance. Lu Di pondered for a moment before asking, "Do you have C2 Yan's WeChat?" C2 Yan? Lu Di's girlfriend from college? Had they broken up? Did Lu Di wish to rekindle their relationship? It was somewhat risky, yet it also presented an opportunity. "I do. Add me, and I can introduce her to you." Sun Lily nodded enthusiastically. "Let us do it." Lu Di extended his phone towards Sun Lily. Just at that moment, a message regarding the futures trading from the Magic Child arrived simultaneously. "Your account has received a deposit of 234,500, balance 123,005, 323 yuan. My goodness, 120 million. He is exceedingly wealthy." Sun Lily, suppressing the excitement within her, gracefully scanned Lu Di's QR code, successfully adding him as a friend. One Ford, is this a horror film? The 200 sets of clothing are excessively overwhelming. Yin Qingwen had no choice but to instruct Tai Si and the others to return the garments to the manor. Lu Di patted Jia on the shoulder, casting him a meaningful glance. "In the future, when a good opportunity arises, this affluent and handsome Lu Di must be captured for herself." As for that sycophantic Jia, she had never regarded him as anything more than a mere afterthought. She excitedly cradled her phone, her mind racing with rehearsals on how to initiate a conversation with Lu Di. "Sun Lily, Lu Di Gij, are you there?" "Lu Di, Imim." "Sun Lily, I will first send you Situ Yan's WeChat, but do not be too saddened. Xiao Yin currently has a boyfriend, a wealthy second generation chosen by her mother. Sun Lily, however, I am single at the moment. If you are feeling bored, I could come find you this evening." Subsequently, Sun Lily forwarded Situ Yan's business card. She then edited, "Lu Di, I know of a splendid bar where there is a drink called Lost Soul. Do you think it would be entertaining?" Sun Lily restrained her excitement. These few lines were her forte, nearly irresistible to any man. Send, beep. The other party is no longer your friend. To continue chatting, please send a friend request. What the heck? What is happening? He actually blocked me. Not even an explanation. In a fit of anger, Sun Lily hurled her phone away, exclaiming, "Scumbag." Meanwhile, at the Yin family manor, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin glared angrily at Tai Si and his companions as they struggled to transport the numerous bags of clothing. How much clothing has he bought, and how much did he spend of third sister's money? He truly is like this. His goal is money. This is shattering my worldview. So infuriating. Yin Kaikai's eyes gleamed with mischief. "Xinxin, we absolutely cannot allow this obnoxious Lu Di to have it easy. I have devised a plan. We shall..." The two beautiful girls began to conspire. In their merriment, they could not help but break into wicked laughter. After Yin Qingwen and Lu Di left the mall, Lu Di drove directly to the northern part of Haisher Wanghai district. Yin Qingwen glanced at the modest three-story building before her, surveying the surroundings, her brow gradually furrowing. This place was etched in her memory. It was precisely where she had been cornered by thugs 3 years ago. "Lu Di, why have you brought me here? Are you trying to remind me of the time you sacrificed yourself to save me 3 years ago, making me indebted to you?" Lu Di shook his head in exasperation. "Cunning girl, your thoughts are dreadful." A pungent odor of disinfectant and the metallic scent of blood assaulted her senses. Before her lay a hall with grimy windows filtering through mottled sunlight. Within the shabby room stood a dozen hospital beds. On several of these beds lay patients, some swathed in bloodied bandages, others receiving intravenous drips. The floor was a chaotic array of bloodstains, syringes, and medicine containers. It was utterly reminiscent of a gory hospital scene from a horror film. "Lu Di, what is this place?" Yin Qingwen instantly tensed, retreating behind Lu Di, gripping his arm tightly. Lu Di remained silent, calmly walking forward. Ahead, an elderly man with disheveled hair, clad in a tattered white coat, held a sharp steel rod, measuring it against the chest of a middle-aged man who had already succumbed to unconsciousness. As Lu Di and Yin Qingwen approached, Yin Qingwen gasped upon realizing the situation. A small Z had been marked on the unconscious man's chest with a marker. Was this a target? Was the old man about to pierce this man's chest? "Master Tua," Lu Di called out gently. The old man did not even turn his head. "Little Lu Di, Tell your girl to keep quiet for a moment. I am in the process of saving a life." From Ludi's perspective, the demon child had already analyzed the condition of the unconscious man. Master Tuo's method was undoubtedly the most effective and swift solution. That seemingly hasty little swaz marked with perfect accuracy, without deviation. With a swift thrust, the steel rod pierced the unconscious man's abdomen. In the next moment, blood spurted forth. Along with the blood, a yellowish viscous fluid began to flow from the steel rod. As Yin Qingwen opened her mouth to scream, Lu Di swiftly covered her mouth. As the viscous fluid flowed out, the middle-aged man's expression gradually relaxed. His condition had been effectively alleviated. He has pleural effusion, and you actually used this method to help him drain it? Yin Qingwen stared in disbelief, then exclaimed, "This method is far too reckless. There are no auxiliary instruments, no sterilization. It is utterly irresponsible." Only then did Master Tu turn his head languidly. "Little Lu Di, your girl seems to know quite a bit, but I do not approve of this marriage. She is far too noisy. Who are you, and why should I need your approval?" Yin Qingwen exclaimed half-heartedly, suddenly realizing something was amiss. "I would never marry him. Since you understand medicine, then the remaining bandaging work shall be entrusted to you." Master Tu waved his hand toward Yin Qingwen and turned to Lu Di. "Little Lu Di, what brings you here, and why didn't you bring me any wine?" Lu Di chuckled heartily, guiding Master Tuo to one side. "Master Tuo, I have made some money." Yin Qingwen, feeling dejected, tended to the patient's wounds, occasionally stealing glances at Lu Di and Master Tuo, who were conversing in the distance. Master Tuo seemed utterly unconcerned. However, the gaze he cast upon Lu Di was one of both pride and approval. Half an hour later, Yin Qingwen sat in the car, utterly bewildered. She gazed at the crumbling building's entrance, where Master Tuo and several children in wheelchairs were bidding farewell to her and Lu Di. Those children were pitiable. Some had lost their arms, while others had lost their legs. Yet, they all smiled brightly, calling Lu Di big brother. On the way back to the manor, Yin Qingwen could no longer contain her curiosity. What exactly was that place? A hospital. Lu Di, one hand on the steering wheel, appeared in good spirits. Master Tuo is the only doctor there, dedicated to treating impoverished individuals who cannot afford medical care. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. What about those children? They are homeless children. Criminal syndicates have rendered them disabled, forcing them to beg until a certain age, after which they are discarded. Master Tuo took them in. Lu Di spoke slowly, while Yin Qingwen's heart surged with tumultuous emotions. No wonder the place was so dilapidated. No wonder there were so many children. Master Tuo is a good man. Yin Qingwen suddenly felt remorseful. She should not have shouted at Master Tuo. But how do you know Master Tuo? Snap. Lu Di flicked open his Zippo lighter, igniting a cigarette for himself. 3 years ago, on the night I was stabbed in the eye, I lay on the roadside for half an hour, and everyone turned a blind eye to my suffering. Just as my blood was about to run dry, it was Master Tuo who saved me. 15. Are you mocking Lu Di? A thunderous realization resonated in Yin Qingwen's mind. In an instant, everything became clear to her. Lu Di, I am truly sorry. Yin Qingwen clutched her garment tightly, tears shimmering at the corners of her eyes. Are you feeling guilty now? Indeed, Lu Di replied with a mischievous grin. Then if you offer yourself, we can consider this matter settled. You scoundrel. Shameless. Get lost. Yin Qingwen turned her head sharply. Lu Di was indeed no virtuous character. Ha. Lu Di pressed the accelerator, and the Mercedes GT sped towards the Yin family estate. Inside the car, a profound silence enveloped them for 10 minutes. Yin Qingwen finally mustered the courage to speak. Lu Di, I want to help Grandpa Tuo to assist with his hospital. No need, Lu Di replied nonchalantly. Why not? They desperately require funds. Yin Qingwen questioned, perplexed. I just left them some money, Lu Di remarked, a hint of a smile creeping onto his lips. How much did you leave? Not much, just 4 million. What? 4 million? Yin Qingwen was taken aback. Her father had given Lu Di a total of 5 million. He had already squandered over 1 million on clothing and a lighter. Did that mean this 4 million was all that remained in Lu Di's possession? Spending 300 on clothes one moment, then 1 million on a lighter, and now donating 4 million? A miser, a lecher, a glutton, stingy, extravagant, benevolent, proud, and grateful. What kind of person was Lu Di? In Yin Qingwen's eyes, Lu Di became increasingly enigmatic. So, are you out of money now? Yin Qingwen cautiously inquired. For this question, Lu Di was genuinely at a loss for words. His account boasted 300 million. Not only had he given Grandpa Tuo 4 million, but he had also transferred 500,000 to his mother working in their hometown. Lu Di was reluctant to send more to his mother for fear she might not accept it. He had even lied about the 50,000, claiming he had won the lottery. You needn't concern yourself with my affairs. Just take care of yourself, Lu Di said with indifference. Yet in Yin Qingwen's eyes, this was a form of stubborn, humble dignity. I couldn't care less about you. I merely wish to donate more to Grandpa Tu. Lu Di smirked. Save your breath. Grandpa Tu doesn't need your help, and he certainly looks down on your Ingji group. Previously, Lu Di had been unaware of Grandpa Tuo's true identity. But now he possessed the magic child. Grandpa Tuo, whose real name was Chu He and alias was Chu Huaduo, had already been a top medical professor in China 30 years ago, renowned worldwide. The current medical industry giant, Ingji Group, had been founded on one of Grandpa Tuo's patents from back in the day. Yet, for reasons unknown, Grandpa Tuo had suddenly gone incognito 10 years ago, establishing this free hospital and becoming a volunteer doctor. Yin Qingwen was once again left speechless by Lu Di. She had no idea what his true character was, but one thing was certain. He was undoubtedly an annoying pest. When the two returned to the estate, it was already evening. After Yin Qingwen alighted from the vehicle, she took a deep breath. This unfathomable day had finally come to an end. Third sister, you're back? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin had been eagerly awaiting at the entrance of the estate. Freeloader. Lu Di. We've been waiting for you for so long. Yin Kaikai bounced over with a beaming smile. Your room is all set up. Xinshin and I decorated it with great care. Here, this is the key. Lu Di smiled lightly, sensing from the girl's expressions that this was surely no good news. Yin Qingwen, blissfully unaware, expressed her gratitude. Fourth sister, which floor is it on? The basement, the innermost room. Yin Kaikai grinned widely. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. Basement? Yes, what's wrong? Third sister, don't forget that Lu Di is your driver. Are you really going to make him live in a basement? Shouldn't he stay with us upstairs? I'm more worried he might sneak into my room at night. Yin Kaikai wrinkled her nose. Lu Di, however, remained unfazed as he approached, accepting the key from her hand and saying lightly, Thank you. Oh my. His eyes are so enchanting. Yin Kaikai's heart raced. Perhaps being alone in a room with him wouldn't be such a loss after all. Kaikai, don't be fooled by his charms. Remember our grand plan. Yin Xinshin whispered from behind. Watching Lu Di enter the main building alone, Yin Qingwen felt a pang of inner conflict. Is this really fair to him? Absolutely. What is wrong with that? A freeloader, a scam artist, and he dares to try and win third sister's affection, the two exclaimed in unison. True. We cannot let this annoying pest benefit. Oh yeah. The two young girls scampered off, eager to return to their rooms, for they had not only set up traps to prank Lu Di in the basement, but also installed various surveillance cameras. Wow, this estate is truly grand. Even the corridor in the basement is this lengthy. Lu Di stood at the top of the basement stairs, marveling at the dark corridor. The magic child chimed in, Lu Di, would you like me to predict your impending misfortune? Haha, this is going to be hilarious. Lu Di sighed in resignation. All right. On the fifth floor, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin lay on the bed, eagerly clutching a tablet. Quick, look, the freeloader is in the corridor. Kaikai, is what we're doing really wrong? But, I'm so excited, haha. The screen displayed Lu Di pressing the wall-mounted light switch, only for it to malfunction. Haha, foolish Lu Di, I cut the wires long ago. Sigh, how dull. Lu Di let out a soft sigh, waving his arm lightly. Snap, the corridor was suddenly illuminated. In such a top-tier luxury estate like the Yin family's, a smart home system was naturally in place. For the magic child, controlling everything was a cinch. Huh, why did the lights turn on? How is that, Lu Di? The two girls' eyes widened in disbelief. They watched as Lu Di effortlessly stepped over a tripwire, dodged a plastic skeleton falling from the ceiling with a swift move to the left, and casually grabbed a nearby chair to block a mechanism that would spray a bag of flour. Afterward, Lu Di paused for a few seconds. Whoosh. A dozen eggs flew out from beneath the table, splattering against the opposite wall. Lu Di sauntered through the corridor as if strolling in a garden, effortlessly avoiding all traps. Impossible. How did he evade them all? I hired a prank expert to set this up. Kai, don't worry. There's one last trap he definitely can't escape. On the screen, Lu Di had reached the end of the corridor, standing before his room's door. Just as he was about to open it, the tablet flashed with static and then went black. What the hell? The two girls stood frozen in shock. 16, a promising future the moment Lu Di opened the door. A sharp sound of a taut string snapping echoed above him. Suddenly, a basin of ink cascaded down. Lu Di, ever prepared, utilized his towering height of 180 centimeters along with the extension of his arms to deftly catch the water basin in the nick of time. Simultaneously, he noticed the ground adorned with twinkling specks of light, scattered glass marbles. With a swift slip of his foot, Lu Di executed a flawless backflip, spinning 360 degrees in silence, a spectacle of elegance. He landed with poise, the basin of ink miraculously maintained at a level position in his grasp. Remarkably steady, not a single drop was spilled. Regulating his breath, he gazed at the data before him, a smile gradually gracing his lips. Strength enhancement, 568, with a single fist's power approximating 280 kilograms. Reaction speed enhancement, 354, reaction time, 0.03 seconds. Enhancement of action precision, 400, with a margin of error of merely 3.6 millimeters. All values exceed those of an average individual by a factor of 3 to 4. I never anticipated such a dramatic transformation in just a single day. The recent action was deliberately executed by Lu Di, who wished to ascertain the extent of his physical capabilities. Gazing at the gently rippling ink in the basin, Lu Di felt an overwhelming sense of exhilaration. The feeling of having control over everything was simply sublime. As he illuminated the lights within the room, he noted that although it was a basement, the decor was quite exquisite, befitting the grandeur of the Yin family estate valued in the hundreds of millions. Yet, the faint musty odor that occasionally wafted through reminded Lu Di that this underground chamber had likely remained uninhabited for many years. Lu Di surveyed his surroundings. The room boasted a European-style bed, a European-style desk, a wardrobe, and a private bathroom, all essential amenities for a temporary stay. An antique piano in the corner caught Lu Di's attention. It was a nostalgic reminder of his mother's singular aspiration for him during his childhood, to become a piano virtuoso. With keen interest, Lu Di lifted the piano lid and gently pressed the keys. A clear, crisp sound emerged, yet he was acutely aware that the piano was out of tune, its strings having loosened over the years. The subconscious integration with a top-tier tuner is complete. The subconscious integration with the techniques of 108 pianists is complete. The playful voice of the magical child echoed, "Buy one, get one free." The vocal techniques of high, medium, and low singers, along with those of popular contemporary artists, have been integrated. Lu Di smiled knowingly. "Magical child, are you attempting to help me fulfill my childhood dream? The long night stretches on, and sleep eludes me. I shall sing a little tune for my own amusement." 10 minutes later, Lu Di brushed the dust from his hands and pressed the piano keys once more. The once dilapidated antique piano now radiated new life. The notes rang true and melodious. Taking a deep breath, Lu Di settled himself at the piano, his back straight and his demeanor tranquil as still water. His fingers danced across the keys, and the techniques of hundreds of piano masters surged forth in an instant. The sound of the antique piano filled the air, soothing and ethereal. Lu Di then began to hum softly, his voice imbued with divine resonance, and even a moment of silence could evoke boundless imagination. Gradually, he began to articulate the carefully crafted lyrics from his heart, pairing them with rhythm, and sang them gently. In those tumultuous days, the wind howled as it swept by. We did not fear. Let the sea engulf us. Let the tempest sweep us away. Having endured the pitch-black night winds and the depths of rain, bathed in the wings of night and the ripples of the streets, I pondered the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the fate of blooming flowers. A long-forgotten strength suddenly returns in the unexpected night. The future is indeed promising. As the song reached its conclusion, Lu Di's voice ascended to an almost celestial quality, his vocal range soaring to the pinnacle of C5. This sound did not erupt suddenly. Instead, it flowed like a gentle stream, gradually elevating to a realm of the divine. The wine glass perched atop the nearby cabinet trembled in resonance, developing fine cracks. Beautiful. Indeed, the realm of human artistry is utterly unfathomable. There was a hint of excitement in the magical child's tone. Ding. Video upload complete. Magical child? Haha, such a melodious song. How could I keep it to myself? I transformed it into a video and posted it online. Lu Di beheld a video from his perspective. The background had been artfully edited, and in the darkness, a single beam of light illuminated the silhouette of a young man seated at the piano, immersed in his song. The title of the piece was, "The Future is Promising." Publisher, D. Lu Di smiled gently. Since his face was not revealed, he thought it would be delightful for others to enjoy it. However, the name D was quite intriguing. Lu Di, D, on the Douyin platform, an account named D.E with 0 followers was quietly registered. It merely posted a single video. A young man singing from behind, 1,000 miles away. An office worker was enjoying dinner at a roadside stall when he inadvertently scrolled past the video. The sound of the piano struck his ears, and the moment he was savoring his noodles, he was instantly captivated, tilting his head and pricking up his ears. Gradually, his expression froze, the noodles suspended in midair, forgotten in his mouth. I ponder the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the fate of blooming flowers. As the crystalline high notes, reminiscent of a dreamlike realm, resonated, he felt a shiver run down his spine, goosebumps erupting all over. This is astonishingly beautiful. Is this truly a human voice? The office worker turned to see that a crowd had gathered behind him, all wearing expressions of astonishment. This song is exquisite. What is it called, and who is the artist? The crowd clamored, eagerly snatching the office worker's phone. It's from Douyin. I must follow him. Meanwhile, Lu Di lay in bed, eyes closed in serene repose, having grown accustomed to the incessant vibrations of his phone. The magical child's operations in the market had never ceased. When Lu Di finally picked up his phone, his expression turned to one of bewilderment. The notifications on his Douyin icon displayed an overwhelming count of 999, over 102,000 private messages, 2 million comments, 2 million likes, 4 million views. Among the comments, "Oh my, is this divine?" The grandeur of this voice is astounding. The pitch fluctuates dramatically from low to high, stirring the soul with its resounding resonance, echoing for 3 feet around. Is there anyone capable of reaching such heights? My room is so quiet, so still, that I can hear my own heartbeat. I am profoundly moved by his voice. I do not wish to return to reality. Who are you? I shall devote my entire life to finding you. I am using top-tier sound equipment, and resonance has formed within my room. My fish tank has cracked. Such godlike high. They remind me of the hardships I have endured, yet simultaneously grant me hope and strength. I can truly feel it. You all do not understand. This song is not merely melodious. Both the lyrics and composition are original. The arrangement and songwriting are masterpieces. I am in love. I am in love. Who are you? Who are you? Who are you? 17. Michelin 3-star culinary art in a private message. E.E. Bodhi wrote, "Greetings, Mr. D.E. May I inquire if you are signed with a talent agency? Guangxing Group, might you be available for a commercial performance? Name your price." Director Song, "Hello. We are from the variety show National Singing God. I would like to discuss something with you. Could you kindly provide me with a contact number?" Lan Jihui, "Hey there, do you have a girlfriend? I stand at 175 centimeters, weigh 56 kilograms, and my bust is Mu Xiaoyao. Brother D.E., I adore you. Dare you reply to me?" Countless comments and messages flooded in, most filled with admiration, invitations for Lu Di to perform, and various fervent fans eager to meet him in person. This all transpired in a mere half-hour. In this era of social media, the power of the internet should not be underestimated. Lu Di tossed his phone aside, harboring no interest in this path of entertainment. His mind was preoccupied with an increasingly intense entrepreneurial dream. At that moment, a business plan was gradually taking shape in his mind. On the 5th floor, in a luxurious bedroom, Yin Xian grew angrier with each passing thought. Why had her meticulously crafted trap failed to ensnare that obnoxious Lu Di? The broken surveillance camera had malfunctioned at the critical moment. Kai, let's go to the basement. The glass ball mechanism in the room must have caught Lu Di. I want to see his misfortune. Kai, did you hear me? She turned to find Yin Kai sprawled on the bed, headphones on, completely engrossed in the iPad in her hands. The screen displayed a figure playing the piano. Kai, you little infatuated fool. What is so captivating about this show? The melody was ethereal, initially resembling a mountain stream before transforming into a wisp of smoke, gradually ascending to the mountain peak and ultimately merging into a vast sea of clouds. Not only was the singing celestial, but the accompanying piano was also of unparalleled quality. As a music prodigy and an online broadcaster, Yin Xian found the singer's vocal prowess, piano skills, and the arrangement of the song to be far superior to any music available on the market. She was left utterly astounded. This is simply exquisite. Kai, I think I'm going to lose my mind. Who is he? Yin Kai wore a similarly helpless expression. I don't know. He is quite mysterious. There's only this one video. His name is DE, and he has 6 million followers. Kai, I've made up my mind. I have finally determined my life's goal. Yin Xian declared, bursting into tears. I want to marry him. I absolutely must marry him. No way, Xian. I discovered him first. You cannot steal my husband. We are sisters. What do you mean no? I insist. I will marry no one but him. Gurgle. As Lu Di pondered with his eyes closed, a familiar sound emanated from his stomach once more. He was hungry again. Glancing at his phone, he noted it was already 10 p.m. Alas! I suppose I have no choice but to raid the kitchen for something to eat. With a leap, Lu Di sprang up and headed for the kitchen. The moment he pushed the door open, 2 sharp screams startled him. Ah! Then, a hiss. A can of pepper spray. Thankfully, Lu Di possessed extraordinary reflexes, swiftly dodging the spray. What are you doing? Lu Di furrowed his brows, glaring at the 2 young ladies, who were clutching the pepper spray, paralyzed with fright on the floor. Pervert. What pervert? This is my room. The 2 were none other than Yin Kai and Yin Xian. Despite the mesmerizing allure of Dee's voice, they were still reluctant to admit their prank on Lu Di had failed. 5 minutes prior, they had approached Lu Di's door with pepper spray in hand, stealthily preparing to peek through the door crack when Lu Di unexpectedly appeared. Ah, you indecent. Lu Di, I must tell you, you cannot stay in my house. And you absolutely cannot pursue Sanjia. I assure you, as long as we are here. Where did he go? As the 2 young ladies regained their senses, they realized Lu Di had already walked far away, completely ignoring the 2 unreasonable girls. Kai, let us follow him and see what he is up to. This obnoxious pervert might be heading to knock on Sanjia's door. In the kitchen, Chef Zhang greeted Lu Di with a smile. Mr. Lu, how may I assist you? Lu Di scratched his head. I'm a bit hungry. May I ask? Zhang Ma, do not prepare food for this con artist. The 2 young ladies called out to the chef from a distance, utterly speechless, realizing that this glutton was hungry once more. Want food? Not a chance. Seeing Chef Zhang's troubled expression, Lu Di shook his head in resignation. Zhang Ma, please take a break. I'll manage myself. Ding. The magical child has arrived. The subconscious fusion of Michelin 3-star chef skills is complete. Very well. Lu Di smiled slightly. Is he going to cook for himself? At his age, how could he possibly cook? He probably learned some tomato and egg stir-fry from the internet, and he hasn't even succeeded in that. Kai, let us watch and see. I want to see him turn the food into a culinary disaster and how he handles it. And then, Yin Xian leaned close to Yin Kai's ear. We can charge him for wasting ingredients, infuriating him. Excellent. Observing the 2 girls with mischievous smiles, Lu Di felt a sense of helplessness once more. Stretching his limbs, Lu Di tied on an apron and rolled up the sleeves of his white shirt. Surveying the kitchen ingredients, he confirmed the dish he intended to prepare. After rinsing the rice 3 times, he placed it in the rice cooker. Before turning it on, he added a drop of vegetable oil. Next, He chopped fresh scallions, cracked eggs, and diced a few pieces of preserved plum. Is he making egg-fried rice? The two young ladies were momentarily stunned. In his immaculate white shirt, exquisite apron, and deft movements, Who said that men who cook earn the most admiration? They were absolutely right. Oh, this setup looks promising, but after all this fuss, he is just making egg-fried rice? Furthermore, why is he adding preserved plum to the fried rice? What a ridiculous concoction. Suddenly, Yin Kai recalled that the soft rice man before her was her sworn enemy, Lu Di, and she scoffed aloud. What good is being handsome if he has all show and no substance? Once the fragrant rice was finished cooking, Lu Di carefully spread it onto a baking tray and placed it in the oven for 4 minutes. What kind of operation is this? The internet does not suggest this. The two young ladies were utterly confused. When the rice emerged from the oven, its moisture had evaporated, each grain distinct and emitting a delicate fragrance. Just this step alone had the two young ladies drooling. Then, Lu Di began to stir-fry the rice. Egg liquid, scallions, diced preserved plum. Each ingredient went in. Flames danced as Lu Di skillfully flipped the spatula. The two young ladies were mesmerized. This was astonishing, akin to a performance. Once finished, they rushed over. It smelled divine. A plate of egg-fried rice, golden in hue, adorned with green scallions and red preserved plum, was utterly tantalizing. Why is the rice golden yellow? And where are the eggs? Gulp, Yin Kai swallowed hard. That doesn't matter. I really want to eat. Are you still holding on to your pride? Lu Di removed his apron and calmly sat down. Would you care for a bite? We certainly wouldn't. We have our principles. Haha, very well. Lu Di took a spoonful of fried rice and gently placed it in his mouth. The two young ladies stared at him, transfixed. Lu Di displayed an expression of delight. The rice has been baked in the oven for 4 minutes, allowing the surface moisture to evaporate, resulting in grains that are separate, tender yet firm, and utterly delightful. Adding scallions brings forth their aromatic essence, while lard imparts a savory richness. Lu Di took another bite, savoring it slowly. In the sweltering summer heat, when appetite wanes, the addition of diced preserved plums introduces a hint of tartness, truly igniting one's desire to feast. Gulp. The two young ladies blinked their large eyes, fixated on the plate of fried rice, their mouths watering incessantly. Lu Di lifted the plate towards the light, revealing the golden, luminous rice, an exquisite sight. Through my technique, the egg mixture is thoroughly incorporated, enveloping each grain of rice, and after frying, the rice shines with a golden hue, not only beautiful but bursting with flavor. This is the legendary golden fried rice. Delicious. Lu Di swallowed another mouthful, secretly glancing at the two young ladies, his heart filled with mirth. Yin Kai could hardly contain herself, instinctively ready to pounce. Lu Di elegantly turned the plate of fried rice towards them, grinning mischievously. So, my dear ladies, are you still clinging to your pride? I can't take it anymore. I want to eat the golden egg fried rice. I'll forfeit my dignity. The two young beauties lunged at him like famished tigers. They snatched Lu Di's bowl and chopsticks, devouring the rice with abandon. This is so delicious. I've never tasted anything like it in my life. Let me have more. It would be worth dying for. Soft rice man, your culinary skills are truly remarkable. The two young ladies were nearly brought to tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. Lu Di chuckled to himself. He got up, turned on the stove, and prepared to fry another batch. It was evident that, given the current situation, this bowl would not be his to enjoy. Lu Di, we won't eat this for free. Yin Kai, her mouth full of fried rice, mumbled, this bowl of rice, we'll consider it worth 10,000. Oh, they want to pay? Lu Di found it amusing. The high-born young ladies certainly had a different way of doing things, but what followed made Lu Di's head spin. Lu Di, deducting this 10,000, you should prepare 499 more bowls for us. And don't forget, we can't get enough. Sigh. Very well. After a full 2 hours, they finally reached the 4th plate before it was Lu Di's turn to partake. The two girls had polished off 3 large plates. Yin Kai and Yin Xin were now utterly satisfied, patting their round bellies, Leaning back in their chairs with closed eyes, resting it was then that Lu Di casually inquired, Kai Kai, Xin, why didn't see brother Ouyang today? Unraveling Ouyang Fengyu's plans and protecting Yin Qingwen were Lu Di's primary objectives for being here. Now that he had the chance, he certainly wanted to investigate further. Sister and brother-in-law have their own home. They don't live here. Moreover, our father is busy with work and doesn't come back often. Generally, it's just the three of us living here with the third sister. Oh, so it's just you three silly girls here? Lu Di furrowed his brow. Yin Kai suddenly sensed something amiss. Instinctively clutching her chest, she nervously asked, Lu Di, what are you planning? Humph, planning what? You'd best be cautious while sleeping at night. Lu Di stood up to leave, turning back with a deliberately wicked smile. The two young beauties trembled in fear. However, they also noticed the fleeting look of disdain that crossed Lu Di's face just moments ago. In the darkness of night, a figure swiftly scaled the exterior of the Yin family mansion, moving like lightning. Shaoqing stood atop the building, surveying the entire estate. A flicker of purple light shone from his right eye, eerie as a demon in the night. It was Lu Di. After dinner, the Yin family mansion was only 6 stories high. He effortlessly climbed it using his physical prowess, Lu Di pondered. Ouyang Fengyu couldn't he possibly be foolish enough to try and deal with him here in the Yin family mansion, could he? However, regardless of the means he employed, Lu Di was prepared to counter whatever came his way. But how would he deal with Yin Qingwen? It was evident that Yin Qingwen was a formidable opponent in Ouyang Fengyu's quest for control over the Yin family's shares. Could it be that he intended to eliminate Yin Qingwen? Lu Di, rest assured, I have complete control over the surveillance equipment in the Yin family mansion. If anything unusual occurs, I will notify you immediately. Magic Eye, can you monitor Ouyang Fengyu? That depends on whether there are network cameras in the location he is at. However, he hasn't exhibited any unusual behavior all day. Currently, he is engaged in leisure activities. Shortly thereafter, a scene appeared in Lu Di's view. Inside a luxurious club's bedroom, Ouyang Fengyu reclined on the bed, flanked by 2 women who were eyeing him seductively, clearly eager for his attention. The 2 women were sensually alluring and bore striking resemblance to each other. Ouyang Fengyu sighed. Though they are both twins, they pale in comparison to Yin Kai and Yin Xin. Those 2 Yin family girls twist and turn before me all day, igniting my desires. One day, when I seize the Yin family, I will have them beneath me, serving me well. Alas, but I must endure a little longer. The ensuing scenes were too distressing to behold. Lu Di quickly shut off the display. TSK. A vile beast? He married the elder sister yet still covets the 2 younger ones. On the second morning of his arrival at the Ingji group, Lu Di awoke to a deluge of notifications on his phone. The video titled, A Promising Future, had gone viral overnight, amassing an astonishing 200 million views, over 100 million likes, and 50 million comments. With an astonishing following of 110 million, the account of DE has overnight ascended to become the unparalleled sensation of the internet. Countless invitations, numerous entreaties, and a plethora of commercial collaborations have inundated Lu Di's private messages, rendering him utterly overwhelmed. Across the web, the top 7 trending topics are all related to this video. Celestial Melody. DE's future is promising. Nationwide speculation. Who exactly is DE? Chart-topping anthem future is promising. Move to tears. 500 million netizens sleepless overnight. Music platform giants offering 80 million for future is promising writes. A million DE is blind. God closed his window, yet opened his singing talent. Even more astonishing, in a single night, several individuals publicly confessed to being DE. The legendary singer Li Ming declared, I confess, after 2 years of devoted practice, this is my inaugural offering to everyone. Upon witnessing these developments, Lu Di merely smiled. It was not only an unintentional stroke of luck, but also an indifference to further involvement. Rising, he proceeded with his morning routine and at precisely 6 a.m. Lu Di stepped outside, traversing the mountain path, engaging in physical activity while running. An hour later, Yin Qingwen stood before the gate of the Yin family estate, her face a mask of fury. Beside her, the figure in black, Tai Si, bowed and said, Third miss, I have knocked on Mr. Lu Di's door twice. He likely has yet to awaken. Perhaps we should let Oldly take you today. No way, it must be him. He insisted on being my driver, so he cannot afford to sleep in. Yin Qingwen crossed her arms, her brows furrowed. Tai-Si, you go continue knocking until you rouse him. Suddenly, amidst the dawn, a tall silhouette gradually returned from the mountains. This individual, robust in stature and light on his feet, exuded a steady presence with each breath. Yin Qingwen narrowed her beautiful eyes. Is that him? Has he actually gone for a run? Lu Di approached leisurely, a bag of steamed dumplings in hand. Good morning, third miss. You rose this early? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping in? Yin Qingwen remarked, somewhat taken aback. Observing Lu Di's seemingly idle demeanor, one would expect him to be a sloth. I arise at 5:30 each day, then venture out to exercise. I have maintained this routine for a decade. Today, I similarly departed at 6, ran a lap down the mountain, and here, would you like some? Lu Di said, stretching his limbs while offering the dumplings. Yin Qingwen felt a twinge of embarrassment. She had never anticipated Lu Di to be so industrious. His daily discipline truly exemplified the youth of today. Meanwhile, rising at 6 had been a torturous endeavor for her. Suddenly, Yin Qingwen's pupils constricted as she recognized the packaging in Lu Di's hand. Lu Fuji's soup dumplings. This. Lu Fuji's shop is located a full 20 kilometers down the mountain. Lu Di, you bought dumplings? That's a 20-kilometer trek. You took an hour? A normal person would take 30 minutes to cover just 5 kilometers. Yin Qingwen instantly sensed something amiss. It was barely an hour. I even took the time to enjoy 7 baskets of dumplings at the foot of the mountain. Lu Di replied nonchalantly. That's even less plausible. Lu Di, is a morning run really worth showing off? Yin Qingwen finally grasped the situation, her expression one of extreme exasperation. Yet, she noticed Tai-Si's eyes narrowing, as he listened intently to reports from Tai Shi and the others. Lu Di had indeed made a round trip of 20 kilometers in an hour. The Tai brothers had witnessed it firsthand. His speed was like the wind, a relentless surge throughout. The skilled members of the Tai family felt a sense of shame. Tai-Si maintained a calm demeanor, though internally astonished. A seasoned warrior, accustomed to rigorous training, Tai-Si understood well. Lu Di's speed, even within the ranks of elite special forces, was nothing short of extraordinary. Mr. Lu Di, your stamina is truly commendable. Haha, you flatter me. Are we ready to depart? Please wait a moment while I take a shower and change my clothes. Lu Di said as he turned to leave. What? Is this how you behave as a driver? Tai-Si, you too. Why extend such courtesy to Lu Di? Yin Qingwen, who had only just begun to form a favorable impression of Lu Di, was once again incensed. Unseen by others, the figure in black, Tai-Si, watched Lu Di's retreating silhouette, his eyes glistening with intrigue. On the way to work, within the Rolls-Royce, Yin Qingwen donned headphones, her expression revealing an indescribable yearning. She was listening to the sensational hit Future is Promising, which had taken the internet by storm overnight. Casting a glance at the figure in the video, she compared it with Lu Di's silhouette at the wheel. Both were tall and slender, both donned white shirts. Their physiques were even somewhat similar. Yet, why the disparity? What manner of person could sing such a beautiful song? This D must have a wealth of experiences. Only through such a journey could one pen such lyrics and convey such emotion. As for Lu Di, he was every bit a mischief maker, akin to a small rogue. He never spoke a word of truth. Compared to Di, he was light years away. Yin Qingwen tapped on the privacy glass, directing her phone towards Lu Di. Play this song. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. Then, with a resigned smile, he complied in silence. Indeed, Future is Promising sounded even more enchanting when played through the state-of-the-art sound system of the Rolls-Royce. It was akin to a melody from a celestial paradise. Throughout the journey, Yin Qingwen continuously replayed the song until they reached the headquarters of the Ingji Group. Upon exiting the vehicle, Lu Di strolled leisurely behind Yin Qingwen. The Ingji Group was, as expected, exceedingly affluent. The reception hall alone was an impressive 10 meters in height, radiating grandeur. However, Lu Di was puzzled to find a large screen suspended from the ceiling, displaying a constantly rolling subtitle, Ingji Sales Leaderboard. To his surprise, Yin Qingwen's name appeared among them, boasting a monthly sales figure of 87 million, ranking 4th. What is this situation? The daughter of a respectable chairman must also engage in such business competitions. Lu Di asked with a sheepish grin. Yin Qingwen pursed her lips. This is the corporate culture of our group. Everyone is a salesperson. Regardless of status, one must create value for the group, and I am no exception. TSK. Lu Di felt a twinge of admiration. The Ingji Group's current stature was indeed remarkable. Your performance is quite commendable, ranking fourth in the entire group. Yet, he noticed Yin Qingwen frown slightly, as though dissatisfied. This achievement may be commendable for others, but for me, it falls far short. For reasons unknown, from the moment Yin Qingwen entered the Ingji Group, she transformed into a figure of unwavering resolve, her demeanor serious and focused, as if bearing the weight of immense pressure. Lu Di jested, so, does this mean I too am considered an employee of Ingji Group? I can expand my business and aim for a spot on the sales leaderboard? You? Yin Qingwen replied, exasperated. You should focus on resting instead. 20. Am I the legendary hero? In front of the office of Yin Qingwen, a stunning beauty clad in a form-fitting black skirt awaited at the entrance. This enchanting woman, approximately 30 years of age, possessed a voluptuous figure, cascading wine-red waves of hair, and strikingly bold red lips, rendering her a sensuous goddess with a striking score of 90 in beauty. Good morning, General Manager 1. The documents for today have already been placed on your desk. The curvaceous beauty, Zhao Qianqian, remarked with a graceful bow, her bosom heaving and hinting at the allure beneath. Yin Qingwen nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Qianqian, please assist me in scheduling an appointment with General Manager Li from Xiren Hospital shortly. Certainly, General Manager 1. Oh. Zhao Qianqian suddenly noticed Lu Di trailing behind Yin Qingwen, her expression momentarily frozen, captivated by the charming young man. And who might this be? Zhao Qianqian inquired, her gaze fixated on Lu Di as if entranced. Yin Qingwen, facing away, replied, This is my driver, Lu Di. A sigh of relief washed over her. He was merely the driver, not a boyfriend. What a handsome driver. His physique, his looks, his skin even more flawless than mine. An irresistible beauty. Zhao Qianqian's heart raced with excitement. Oh dear, little brother, you mustn't disturb General Manager when at work. Come with me and wait in my office. With that, Zhao Qianqian linked her arm with Lu Di's, leading him towards a nearby office. Zhao Qianqian, female, 32 years old. Single, Yin Qingwen's personal secretary, highly capable, often frequents nightclubs and bars. Nicknamed Social Butterfly in the company. Accompanying this information were several photographs, capturing Zhao Qianqian in moments of exuberant dancing. She donned an ultra-short form-fitting skirt, black stockings, a crop top, and crystal high heels, gripping a steel pole in a bar, her hips slightly jutting. Another image displayed her seated with legs splayed, biting her lips suggestively. Lu Di inhaled sharply. Indeed, she was alluring. Little demon, you've improved this time. You didn't disclose the lady's measurements, but these tantalizing photos are best kept private in the future. All right then. Once seated, Lu Di discovered that the room he occupied was connected to Yin Qingwen's office by a transparent glass partition. Yin Qingwen sat at her desk, immersed in a mountain of paperwork. Naughty little brother, stop staring. General Manager 1 is a goddess beyond your reach. Zhao Qianqian cast a flirtatious glance at Lu Di, giggling, Why not admire me instead? Don't you think my legs are beautiful? As she spoke, she shifted her posture, presenting herself side-on to Lu Di. It must be said. Zhao Qianqian's legs were indeed stunning, long, fair, and devoid of any excess flesh. However, her skirt was excessively short, teetering on the brink of indecency. Lu Di nodded slightly, remaining silent, yet his heart raced as well. What do you think of my figure, little brother? Is it not appealing? Zhao Qianqian continued, accentuating her bosom, which was indeed prominent and extremely tempting. Lu Di merely nodded, striving to divert his gaze back toward Yin Qingwen. Let us exchange WeChat, little brother. It will be convenient for communication regarding work later, Zhao Qianqian declared, seizing Lu Di's phone to scan and add him as a friend. Oh dear, naughty little brother, don't stare too much. Our General Manager 1 has long been spoken for. Oh? Lu Di's interest peaked as he turned. Now that sounds intriguing. Who is it? Zhao Qianqian smiled seductively, perched on the desk before Lu Di, her fair legs tantalizingly close, an intoxicating fragrance wafting toward him. I am not sure of his name, but he is truly a hero in General Manager 1's eyes. Zhao Qianqian tossed her wavy hair and continued. It is said that 3 years ago, when General Manager Wen encountered a thug, a man stepped forward to rescue her, yet she has been unable to locate him since. Look! Zhao Qianqian discreetly pointed to the metallic pin in Yin Qingwen's hand. That pin is the very one the great hero left behind at the scene. General Manager Wen cherishes it dearly and holds it daily. What? Lu Di suddenly realized. No wonder that pin seemed familiar. Wasn't he that his favorite pin from school? Yet, it had been lost for ages. To think Yin Qingwen had found it and preserved it all this time? Lu Di recalled that whenever Yin Qingwen felt anxious, she would take out that pin and press it repeatedly. She has always regarded me as a hero. In an instant, Lu Di felt an overwhelming pressure. Alas, General Manager Wen faces considerable difficulties. Our department's performance has been subpar lately, with pressure from the company's veterans above and the children of shareholders lurking below. The challenges before her are immense, and she works tirelessly, often arriving at the office with a furrowed brow. Zhao Qianqian sighed, then chuckled again. Thus, General Manager Wen hardly has time for romance and has rejected countless talented suitors over the years. Therefore, naughty little brother, you might as well give up on that notion. Come, let us chat. My warm embrace can provide solace for you. Zhao Qianqian boldly began to caress Lu Di's thigh. Strangely, Yin Qingwen seemed to sense something amiss and turned her gaze toward Lu Di. Qianqian, keep your distance from Lu Di and focus on work. Oh. Zhao Qianqian reluctantly rose, glancing back to discreetly signal Lu Di with a gesture to call me later. Lu Di inhaled deeply. Yin Qingwen was a complex woman, and Zhao Qianqian was rather audacious. Lu Di, there is something peculiar about Yin Qingwen's office. What? Lu Di immediately straightened, prepared for action. Don't be alarmed. The peculiarity is somewhat amusing. In the next moment, Lu Di's vision was filled with several red circles. The first circle highlighted 3 red vases on the desk opposite Yin Qingwen. These are 3 incense sticks for the grave. The second circle indicated a landscape painting on the wall. This is a gravestone. The remaining 2 circles pointed to 2 spherical sculptures flanking Yin Qingwen's room. These are the tomb sculptures on either side. And Yin Qingwen is the one entombed. Based on my comparative analysis, this is a curse formation from your human folklore, known as Death Curse. Ha ha! Magic Child chuckled. You humans are truly strange, believing in such nonsensical things. Upon hearing this, Lu Di's expression relaxed. So, this so-called death curse is entirely ineffective. Mere nonsense? Magic Child replied. I am quite certain. It lacks any scientific basis, merely tales from the common folk. At that moment, Lu Di was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. What sort of trouble had Yin Qingwen gotten herself into? Had someone plotted against her in her office? And what was this death curse? How much must they despise her? Well, it seems I must see this through to the end. 21. A long-standing conspiracy. I must say, Miss Yin, where did you acquire them? Lu Di intruded into Yin Qingwen's office, his curiosity piqued by the 3 grave incense vases. They were a gift from Vice President Zhao of the group, and they are antiques. You would do well to handle them with care. Should you break one, the cost would be beyond your means. Yin Qingwen replied without raising her head, her tone laced with impatience. Oh, and what about that landscape painting? Lu Di inquired once more. That was a gift from Vice President Sun. And these 2 spheres? Those are known as emerging water dragon pearls, exquisite pieces of craftsmanship. They were given to me by Brother Ouyang. Ouyang Fengyu? No wonder. This lad is anything but ordinary in his deceit. It appears that both Vice Presidents Zhao and Sun are his accomplices. Is the Yin family on the verge of betrayal? Lu Di shook his head in resignation. However, this insufferable name was irritating enough. It needed to be dealt with. Alas! Crash! The antique vase shattered upon hitting the ground, scattering fragments everywhere. Yin Qingwen gasped in shock, her head snapping up to behold the wreckage. Moreover, Lu Di was now pushing toward the remaining 2 vases. Lu Di, what on earth are you doing? Stop. Crash. The remaining 2 vases met the same fate, reduced to smithereens. Lu Di merely shrugged, offering a nonchalant reply. I accidentally lost my grip. Yin Qingwen hurried to her feet, rushing to assess the situation. Zhao Qianqian from the adjacent room also arrived, her expression one of sheer astonishment upon witnessing the chaos. Lu Di, you did that on purpose. Yin Qingwen raised an eyebrow, stating, "You exclaimed, alas," before shattering the vases. "It is clearly intentional." Lu Di was at a loss for words. "So, now you are suddenly perceptive. Why did you not see that your dashing brother-in-law wishes to eliminate you, covet your share of the Yin family fortune, and pursue your two younger sisters? Would you believe me if I told you this? They're merely 3 vases. I can compensate you." Lu Di replied, utterly disinclined to explain himself. "Compensate? Can you truly afford it? The market value of these vases is at least 6 million. Yin Qingwen lamented, cradling the shards of pottery, her heart aching. "Provide me with your account number. I shall transfer the funds." Lu Di shrugged. "You dare. Never mind." Yin Qingwen was left speechless. "6 million? Would you need to sell your possessions to cover that? Alas, let us keep a tab on this, and I'll deduct it from your salary. However, who knows if I will ever have the chance to repay it in this lifetime." Yin Qingwen made a concerted effort to regain her composure, attempting to provide Lu Di with a way out. Yet Lu Di merely smiled, saying, "With the meager salary of a chauffeur, it seems rather unlikely. However, I could make time to secure some business for your company. Just 6 million worth of vases. Securing an order of 100 million should suffice." Lu Di, an order of 100 million. You speak as if it were a mere 100. From where does your confidence stem? Yin Qingwen was once again left speechless. To you, a 100 million order sounds as simple as selling a cabbage? Zhao Qianqian hastily diverted the topic. "President 1, it is nearly time to depart for the hospital to meet with President Li." Yin Qingwen took several deep breaths, unwilling to gaze upon her shattered vases, and declared, "Lu Di, you drive." Yin Family Manor. Fresh from an exhilarating tennis match, the twin beauties ascended to the sunroom on the 2nd floor. They were about to enjoy a pot of tea and bask in. However, when Yin Kaikai picked up the teapot from the table, she suddenly froze. "What is this? Could it be?" Yin Kaikai stared blankly at the card. Is this the card father gave to Lu Di?" Yin Xinxin leaned in, scrutinizing it for a moment. "Goodness, it truly is. He returned this card." The two girls swiftly turned their heads, realizing that this sunroom was typically cleaned only every 3 days. Could it be? Had Lu Di placed the card here on the very day he received it? He hadn't utilized the funds within. My heavens, is he a paragon of virtue? Wealth cannot corrupt him, nor can poverty sway him. The two young ladies suddenly recalled various instances concerning Lu Di. "Oh no, we accused him of being a freeloader. We even set traps to ensnare him. We dined on his fried rice and then docked his pay by 500,000. He is so principled. His culinary skills are exceptional. And he is quite handsome. Goodness, we can never face him again. Yin Kaikai, how could you be so foolish? You made me wrongfully accuse Lu Di." Yin Xinxin, you must take responsibility for your words. You share in this matter. The two young ladies were in a frenzy, utterly at a loss for what to do. Wait. Yin Kaikai suddenly had an epiphany, her expression turning serious. If Lu Di truly did not take that money, then from where did he acquire those dozens of bags of clothing? Indeed, those garments must be worth over 1 million. Lu Di used to live off part-time jobs. How could he afford such extravagance? After a 5-minute silence, I've got it. Yin Kaikai slammed the table and ground her teeth. He must have used third sister's money. Moreover, he intentionally left the card here for us to discover, making us feel guilty. At the same time, he is lavishly squandering third sister's funds. Now I understand why Brother Ouyang spent half an hour discussing Lu Di's intentions regarding our family fortune. It turns out to be true. Lu Di has been scheming all along. Human nature is so unpredictable. I was just feeling guilty for 5 minutes. Yin Xinxin finally grasped the situation. Is he truly that cunning? What shall we do about the card? The card? Yin Kaikai revealed a self-satisfied grin. We shall not inform father, nor shall we tell third sister. We will pretend to know nothing. He will inevitably reveal himself. Yin Xinxin nodded slightly. A brilliant strategy indeed. But what of the money? 500,000. That is several months' worth of my allowance. Yin Kaikai licked her lips and whispered, why don't we secretly spend it? 22. Universal salesmanship eschew. Lu Di, seated and driving, sneezed. Could it be that someone is plotting against me? In the back seat, Yin Qingwen and Zhao Qianqian were engaged in conversation. President Yin, although the orders from Tsirin Hospital have reached 1 billion, they have already declined our proposals 3 times. I truly lack confidence now. Qianqian, 3 rejections are of little consequence. This 1 billion order is imperative for me, Yin Qingwen. You must understand how vital it is. I fear he is plotting. Qianqian, cease your words. This pertains to my standing on the heavenly rankings, my reputation, and my father's honor. I must fight for it. Upon hearing this, Lu Di comprehended everything. The Yingji Group specializes in manufacturing medical devices, while Tsirin Hospital is a large private hospital, an archetypal target client. Yet, that general manager Li seems rather difficult, with ulterior motives. Modong, assist me in investigating that general manager Li. Understood. Li Dahai, male, 45 years. Rose to prominence through the sale of counterfeit medicines, founder and legal representative of Tsirin Hospital. Has connections to organized crime. Adept at navigating social intricacies, extremely lecherous. Tsirin Hospital, a large chain of private hospitals with 16 branches nationwide. Scandals. In June 2013, a significant medical accident occurred due to staff negligence, resulting in a patient's disability. In January 2014, a patient died post-surgery due to the use of substandard kidney sources, with the hospital concealing this from the family. In February 2015, Tsirin Hospital donated counterfeit food under the guise of charity to impoverished areas, leading to food poisoning in multiple children. The remaining 120 instances of medical malpractice at Tsirin Hospital are omitted. Many were settled privately and concealed, with the hospital facing no penalties. Additionally, Tsirin Hospital has been involved in misreporting conditions, using counterfeit medicines, and employing unlicensed personnel. Damn it! A devil among us. The more Lu Di observed, the more furious he became, instinctively cursing aloud. How can such a person be allowed to live? 1-1, do not worry, I'll handle scum like Li Dahai. Lu Di declared with indignation. Lu Di, you must not speak. Utter a single word. If you disrupt my affairs, I will have to dismiss you. Yin Qingwen was exceptionally cautious this time. Lu Di could indulge in frivolity, but not at the expense of work. She had grown thoroughly wary of this sinister Lu Di. He must not be allowed to influence business. Lu Di sighed helplessly. This foolish girl truly knew nothing. In the office of Tsirin Hospital's president, the rotund, balding Li Dahai was grinning as he leered at Yin Qingwen, his gaze sweeping over her chest and hips repeatedly. Beautiful President Yin, the order you mentioned is quite challenging. You are aware that the recent circumstances are dire. If our hospital suddenly utilizes such a large sum of cash, it could be detrimental. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow. General Manager Li, if you would consider our products, I can return to the group and negotiate. Everything is open to discussion. Oh, everything is open to discussion? Li Dahai's gaze shifted to Yin Qingwen's slender waist as he smiled. Beautiful President Yin, you know that my shareholders trust me implicitly. If I strongly recommend this, it will likely be settled. However, this matter cannot be resolved with just a few words. Perhaps I could book a suite at the Huiya Hotel today, and we could discuss over a meal? A suite? Lu Di, who had been silent until now, interjected in a low voice. You expect a young lady to accompany you to a suite to conduct business? How will she face others if word gets out? Li Dahai was taken aback and turned to Lu Di. And who might you be? Lu Di, do not speak. Yin Qingwen turned to Li Dahai with a smile. General Manager Li, please do not mind him. He is merely my new driver. Oh, just a driver? Li Dahai leaned back, frowning. I thought you were an important figure. Kid, stay out of our business. I believe you are aware that I have certain influential connections. Should my associates become displeased, let's not even mention the repercussions. No one in Haishur would dare collaborate with you. After saying this, Li Dahai leaned back, grinning at Yin Qingwen. After a moment of silence, Yin Qingwen gritted her teeth and said, General Manager Li, if I agree to dine with you, can we finalize our order? Lu Di observed as Yin Qingwen spoke, her metallic pen clicking incessantly. She was clearly in a struggle. Of course, if the esteemed President Yin graces me with her presence, I, Li, shall do my utmost. Li Dahai grinned, practically drooling. Then I have a condition, and I hope General Manager Li will not take offense. Yin Qingwen suddenly raised her head and stated, First, We shall only dine. Second, I will bring my assistant Qianqian along. Certainly. Li Dahai glanced at Zhao Qianqian beside her, inwardly sneering, a buy one free deal. This little vixen is not half bad. When the time comes, I shall add a little something to your drinks, and you shall find yourselves at my mercy. Very well, General Manager Li, we shall meet tonight. On the way to the parking lot, Yin Qingwen's brow was furrowed. She understood that Li Dahai was not someone to be trifled with. Lu Di stole a glance at Yin Qingwen and, clicking his tongue, said, "Ah." I just had a sudden whim to have a word with Li Dahai. You two, wait by the car for a moment. Lu Di, you are the driver. You expect us to wait for you? Yin Qingwen's expression was displeased. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. Miss Yin, did you not say that the Ingji Group encourages universal salesmanship, that everyone must achieve results? Am I not a person as a driver? Yin Qingwen was momentarily at a loss for words, stunned into silence. Lu Di, stop right there. Give me 5 minutes. By the time Yin Qingwen regained her composure, Lu Di had already run off. In the office of Tsirin Hospital's president, Li Dahai burst into laughter upon seeing Lu Di enter. Ah, President Yan's driver. What brings you here? Is your President Yin growing impatient? Lu Di casually sat on Li Dahai's desk, propping his legs up on it. With a snap, he lit a cigarette with a limited edition Zippo and languidly exhaled a smoke ring. Li Dahai, you scoundrel. 23. The most baffling contract in history, by heavens. How dare you insult me? Do you believe I won't hesitate to sever a limb? Li Dahai exclaimed, slamming the table in fury. Lu Di remained unfazed, leisurely exhaling smoke rings. I suggest you check your email first. Ding. You have a new message. Li Dahai was taken aback as the computer before him displayed a new email that opened automatically, enlarging its contents. In June 2013, due to negligence of staff at Tsirin Hospital. In September 2013, as a result of the hospital's oversight. In January 2014, the document meticulously detailed all the scandals of Tsirin Hospital, complete with diagnostic reports, surveillance screenshots, and even photographs of deceased patients. The scenes of tragedy were more vivid than reality itself. Li Dahai's pupils dilated in shock. What is happening? There were hundreds of medical malpractice incidents at Tsirin Hospital, many of which he himself could not recall in such detail. This was impossible. How could anyone be privy to such information? Li Dahai's back instantly became drenched in sweat. If this information were to be exposed, even 10 lives would not suffice to atone for his sins. Who could it be? As the documents continued to scroll automatically, not a single one of the 120 malpractice cases was omitted. After a prolonged wait, the materials finally turned to the last page. A name boldly appeared. Lu Di. Lu Di? Who is Lu Di? A tempest of emotions stirred within Li Dahai. No. Li Dahai finally realized, trembling. He asked the young man before him, "Forgive my poor memory. May I inquire your esteemed surname?" Lu Di smirked wickedly. I introduced myself earlier. I am Lu Di, the driver for Yin Qingwen. Thud. Li Dahai could no longer hold himself up. His legs buckled, and he collapsed to the ground. Brother, I was wrong. Spare my life. Since you understand your error, then do something to amuse me. Lu Di declared, rising to leave. In the parking lot, a somewhat irritable Yin Qingwen finally spotted Lu Di sauntering back. Sigh. I told you not to go. You were rebuffed, weren't you? Yin Qingwen glanced at Lu Di with resignation and turned. Drive us back to the office. What is the rush? Lu Di leaned casually against the car, casually remarking, Let that foolish pig ponder for a moment. Lu Di, there's no need to insult him just because Mr. Li declined. Yin Qingwen frowned tightly. President Yin, please wait. From afar, Li Dahai's portly figure hurried over, nearly tripping over himself in his haste. President Yin, we can discuss our contract right now. What? Yin Qingwen's eyes widened in disbelief. President Yin, I apologize for my earlier demeanor. Let us discuss the contract now. No need for dinner. No need for dinner. Li Dahai gasped, sweating profusely. Oh? An ant. Lu Di squatted nearby, one hand pinching a half-burnt cigarette, watching an ant on the ground with keen interest, akin to a street urchin. Little ant, I'll give you a chance to play. But if you're ungrateful, I'll crush you. Li Dahai's body shivered in fear, hastily declaring, President Yin, there's no need to negotiate. Let us finalize the contract directly. Yin Qingwen was stunned. What? SK? Lu Di picked up a brick and drew a circle around the ant, which scurried about within. Oh dear, the circle is too small. It's not entertaining. Li Dahai quickly averted his gaze, trembling as he said, President Yin, I believe a 10 billion order is insufficient. Let us sign for 20 billion. I'll make an immediate advance payment of 30%, 6 billion. Li Dahai said, casting another furtive glance at Lu Di. Mr. Li, you. Yin Qingwen was increasingly bewildered, glancing at the visibly anxious Li Dahai, then at the playful Lu Di. Lu Di remained squatted there, not even lifting his head. Suddenly, the ant bravely escaped the circle drawn by Lu Di. Lu Di's brow furrowed. Hey, I say, you little ant, don't you know how to follow the rules? Do you believe I want to crush you? To outsiders, Lu Di appeared as a child with diminished intellect. However, Li Dahai was trembling in terror. President Yin, no deposit. I'll pay the full amount directly, immediately. Whenever you wish to dispatch the goods, it's entirely up to you. My heavens! Beside them, Zhao Qianqian's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. Was this business negotiation? It was an outright act of supplication, of offering money. Li Dahai's eyes brimmed with tears. President Yin, how about this arrangement? Before Yin Qingwen could respond, Lu Di's mocking voice rang out. All right, you're free to go. Just roll as far away as you can. Lu Di turned back with a grin. Mr. Li, I wasn't addressing you. I was conversing with the ant. Ah, please, continue. Do continue. Do take care of the little creature. Li Dahai was drenched in sweat. If not, I have a printer here. Please ensure you sign it before leaving. Yin Qingwen's mind was utterly befuddled. She blankly stated, Qianqian, prepare the contract. On the way back to the office, within the car, Yin Qingwen held tightly to the contract worth 20 billion, her heart racing with exhilaration. This was the largest contract she had secured since joining the group. It was also the largest contract in the history of the organization. It could propel anyone to the pinnacle of sales achievement. Simultaneously, it was the most bewildering contract she had ever signed. Zhao Qianqian was equally dazed, staring at her phone. President 1, the payment from Tsiren Hospital has been received. The full amount, 20 billion. All right, understood. Yin Qingwen replied, seemingly in a trance, her gaze fixed ahead on the driver. Lu Di, what on earth did you say to Li Dahai? Did he sign the contract because of you? Lu Di scratched his head casually. Oh, it's like this. I'm actually a super hacker. I just breached Tsiren Hospital's entire computer system. I discovered Li Dahai's dark secrets and used them to blackmail him. If he refused to cooperate, I intended to eliminate him. Yes, that's the gist of it. Sigh. Yin Qingwen tilted her head back, closing her eyes in despair, saying, Lu Di, I implore you, can you not be so outrageous? All right then, Li Dahai is actually my uncle. Are you satisfied now? What a coincidence, it's Lu Di again. Yin Qingwen is once more at her wit's end. She has finally conceded that she will never be able to outmatch Lu Di. Moreover, she will never be able to see through Lu Di, an unprecedented oddity. By the way, how are the sales commissions calculated in our group? Lu Di inquired with a smile. Yin Qingwen exhaled deeply, her voice lacking vigor as she muttered, 0, 5, 2 billion, 10 million. The finance department will transfer it to you later. Oh my! Exclaimed Zhao Qianqian, her eyes sparkling with excitement. 10 million, that's an astounding sum. Our Lu Di has become quite the wealthy young man. I adore him. Oh, that's unnecessary, Lu Di said coolly as he stylishly adjusted his hair. This deal's success is attributed to you. Consider it compensation for your vase. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. Was it possible that this young man still remembered the vase incident? Had he been serious when he mentioned compensating her for it? Moreover, he had actually fulfilled his promise. In a low voice, Yin Qingwen replied, no need for that. You should keep the money, but Lu Di interjected. As for the additional 4 million, consider it your emotional distress compensation. It's just enough for you to consult a psychologist, so you can stop fiddling with that ballpoint pen all the time. It's quite bothersome. After all, with a great hero like me by your side, why would you need that wretched pen? Lu Di added, casting a playful glance at Yin Qingwen. What do you mean, great hero? Yin Qingwen's cheeks flushed, and she fell silent once more. Zhao Qianqian finally reacted, exclaiming, Goodness, you're really turning down a 10 million commission. Lu Di? Lu Di shrugged in exasperation. What's 10 million to me? I handle billions every minute. Suddenly, Zhao Qianqian flashed a charming smile. Then tell me, how long can you last? Qianqian, please restrain yourself. You're merely colleagues. Yin Qingwen frowned. Besides, who is Lu Di? A person who deals in billions per minute. His speed of making money nearly rivals our entire corporation. I have no doubt about that. Are you two really suitable for each other? Huh. Lu Di raised an eyebrow. I didn't realize that the lady named Yin could be so chatty. Who taught you that? Yin Qingwen chuckled. As for the gentleman named Lu, if you were in my shoes, spending every day with a king of boastfulness, wouldn't you pick up a few skills? Zhao Qianqian looked somewhat dazed. Was the rapport between Yin and Lu a bit off? Was this the legendary banter of wits? There was certainly something going on. Upon their return to Yingji Group, the leaderboard in the lobby had been updated. At the top were two names, Yin Qingwen and Lu Di, with a transaction amount of 2 billion. A crowd of Yingji Group employees gathered in the lobby, engaged in lively discussion. Yin Qingwen is incredible. She closed a deal for 2 billion? This must be for the Tsirin hospital. I heard that Director Li has been vying for her attention. I hope she hasn't been. The affairs among the wealthy can be quite chaotic. But who is this Lu Di? I've never heard of him before. Right? What a peculiar name. Does it mean little brother? A young female employee remarked. I heard that Yin Qingwen brought a handsome young man this morning, and they've been inseparable. Could he be Lu Di? Surely there's nothing more between them? Could it be that Yin Qingwen is keeping him? Suddenly, the young female employee felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. Turning around, she found a pair of violet eyes staring intently at her. Oh my! She gasped, covering her mouth, then froze again. So handsome. The handsome young man said softly, Let me give you a piece of advice. It's best not to gossip about male employees in the company, for who knows, one day he might become your chairman's son-in-law. The female employee's mind went blank. Lu Di, stop embarrassing yourself. Yin Qingwen stormed over, her expression dark as she dragged Lu Di away. In the vice president's office, Yin Qingwen sat at her desk, feeling somewhat agitated. For reasons unknown, she found herself curious about what the peculiar Lu Di was up to. Sure enough, in the hallway, Lu Di was photographing the leaderboard with his phone, specifically enlarging his name as if he intended to flaunt it on social media. Yin Qingwen's expression darkened again. This young man. Just moments ago, he had acted indifferent, and now he sought to show off. As she contemplated her thoughts, she opened her social media. Suddenly, she froze. How was it possible that she didn't have his WeChat? Had her friend request been ignored? That insufferable creep. With a smile, Lu Di sent the photo to one person. His mother. He texted, Mom, I've landed a great job. Moreover, I've garnered the attention of my superiors and closed a major deal. I am quite wealthy now. I'll come home soon to buy you a new house. After putting down his phone, Lu Di felt his eyes welling with tears. Ever since his eye injury, his mother had been worried sick, living frugally and focusing solely on treating his after effects. Things were different now. Mom, I will ensure you live in luxury, earning the respect of all. In the office of Tsirin Hospital, Li Dahai stared at the information on the screen, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Finally, he gritted his teeth and picked up the phone, dialing a number. Hello, Boss Heihu. My intel has been exposed, and it's all of it. The voice on the other end was deep and grave. Who has such audacity? That kid called Lu Di. He is a driver. A driver? Lu Di, yes, he is indeed the Yin family's driver. Boss, this kid must be eliminated. Otherwise, I won't be able to eat or sleep in peace. There was a moment of... Suddenly, a note of curiosity emerged. Lu Di from the Yin family? What a coincidence. Someone recently offered 5 million for his head. 25. The culinary master returns at 18:30. The workday at the Yingji Group came to an end. Zhao Qianqian extended her long, fair legs, obstructing Lu Di's path. Oh, dear brother, where are you off to tonight? Would you care to join your sister for dinner? This woman, a captivating mature beauty, exuding sensual allure. Lu Di found himself momentarily speechless. Ahem. Yin Qingwen, her face darkened, appeared behind the two, uncertain of when she had arrived. Qianqian, you shall stay and work overtime. Lu Di is coming home with me for dinner. Manager 1, you cannot interfere with our employees' private lives. Wait, hold on. Why are we going home for dinner? As Zhao Qianqian regained her composure, Lu Di was once again yanked away by Yin Qingwen, waving a reluctant farewell. On the way back to the manor, Lu Di wore a serious expression at the wheel. Manager 1, I've discovered something rather peculiar. Noticing Lu Di's demeanor, Yin Qingwen instinctively became serious. What have you found? Lu Di turned, his brow furrowed. You seem to be jealous. What? Zhao Qianqian is flirting with me, and you are jealous. Then, a furious exclamation pierced through the soundproofed interior of the Rolls-Royce, echoing into the sky. The aloof female CEO had completely abandoned her composure, uttering words she had never said before. Lu Di, you are talking nonsense. Ha ha. Lu Di burst into laughter, enjoying the playful banter with Yin Qingwen. 10 minutes later, the Rolls-Royce, worth 20 million, came to a halt in front of a humble market, somewhat out of place. Eggplants for $2.50, cabbage, $10 for 3. The shouts of the vendors filled the air. Lu Di turned to the visibly annoyed Yin Qingwen and said with a grin, speaking of dinner, I happen to be quite the chef. I'll go buy the ingredients. I'll show you my skills tonight. Before Yin Qingwen could agree, Lu Di had already exited the car. Yin Qingwen furrowed her brow, gazing out the window. The noisy crowd, the muddy ground, and the laborers haggling over a few cents for vegetables. Could the produce bought in such a filthy place be edible? Knock, knock, knock. Lu Di knocked on the car window, his face flushed with embarrassment. 1-1, this place only accepts cash, and I happen to have none on me. Upon hearing this, Yin Qingwen's heart softened. It seemed Lu Di likely had no money at all. Over 5 million had already been spent. Staring at her seemingly impoverished savior, Yin Qingwen found it hard to remain angry. She gently opened her wallet, pulled out a stack of cash, and said softly, if it's not enough, just ask me for more. TSK, you really are wealthy. Lu Di snatched the cash and dashed off like a thief. 20 minutes later, Yin Qingwen regretted her decision. The greatest regret of her life was giving Lu Di money for groceries. The trunk of the Rolls-Royce was now filled to the brim. Lu Di returned with dozens of fish and several dozen pounds of beef. There was even a bag of dirt. They had to be placed inside the cabin of the Rolls-Royce. At that moment, at Yin Qingwen's feet, the bag of fish was flopping about, splashing her with water. Fresh beef oozed a pool of red liquid, startling Yin Qingwen into inaction. What sins did I commit in my past life? Why do I know Lu Di? Yin Qingwen screamed. Who is calling my name? A young man in a white shirt outside tossed another bag into the car, elegantly returning to the driver's seat. What is this? Yin Qingwen looked at the wriggling contents of the bag, feeling a shiver run down her spine. Caterpillars, high in protein, great for muscle gain. Ah? They re-bugs. Yin Qingwen, can you be a bit more composed? Why are you screaming? People might think I'm harassing you. Lu Di, you are going too far. Wait until you taste the meal I prepare. Then you might just fall in love with me. At the Yin family manor, outside the kitchen, Lu Di had locked everyone out, declaring that his godlike culinary skills were not to be observed. Yin Qingwen held her phone, contemplating whether to order takeout. What puzzled her was that upon hearing Lu Di would be cooking, the two little girls, Yin Kai and Yin Xin, cheered in unison. At that moment, the two girls were running around the courtyard, claiming that only by running until hungry could they truly enjoy a feast. Yin Qingwen truly could not comprehend how Lu Di appeared anything but a cook. She was aware that before joining the Yin family, he had worked as a waiter in a restaurant. Could it be? He learned to cook while serving, but what kind of culinary skills could one acquire in such a place? 10 minutes later, sounds of banging echoed from the kitchen. It was as though someone was mercilessly assaulting the beef. 20 minutes later, a grating noise, akin to nails on a chalkboard, resonated from the kitchen. Yin Qingwen sighed at the door, hoping he wouldn't ruin the kitchen. 30 minutes later, someone was mashing something in the kitchen. 40 minutes later, a chilling breeze wafted from within. What on earth is Lu Di doing? Just as Yin Qingwen's patience was waning, the kitchen door swung open. Lu Di gently wiped his hands with a white towel. Ladies, dinner is served. The three young ladies of the Yin family, each harboring diverse emotions, stepped into the kitchen. Wow, how magnificent! It's blinding. Before them stood a mountain intricately carved from ice, rising and falling in majestic waves, billowing with wisps of white mist. It appeared ethereal and otherworldly. This is, Yin Qingwen's eyes widened. As a top-tier heiress, she had never encountered such a masterpiece. This must be the pinnacle of knife skills, right? Lu Di, did you create this? Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly. Just a minor skill, the ice mountain. But what are we eating? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin stared wide-eyed. Are we supposed to gnaw on ice? Good question. Lu Di glanced at his non-existent wristwatch. The sashimi atop this mountain took 6 minutes and 10 seconds to prepare from slaughter to plating. We have 50 seconds left before it loses its optimal flavor. I suggest you eat quickly. Sashimi, where is it? Yin Kaikai leaned closer to the ice mountain. Finally seeing it clearly, on the ice surface lay thin slices of fish, so delicate they were nearly imperceptible. Lu Di smiled gently, picking up a slice with chopsticks and holding it beneath the light, where it glimmered subtly. It was a truly miraculous display of knife skills. Dipping a corner in soy sauce, Lu Di placed the fish in his mouth, savoring the flavor. Lu Di elongated the sound. The thickness is just right. Not only is it freshly slaughtered, but the ice mountain has preserved its most exquisite state. Extremely fresh. Adding to that the top-grade soy sauce from your Manners kitchen. TSK. Delicious. The two twins salivated profusely. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. Wow. The two girls rushed forward, eagerly snatching the fish slices and stuffing them in their mouths. Lu Di chuckled softly. Miss Yin Qingwen, would you care to try? Yin Qingwen dismissed it. All this flashiness is merely childish play. However, as she took a slice of fish, dipped it in soy sauce, and placed it in her mouth, her expression froze instantaneously. Her mind was consumed by one word, fresh. It felt as if the fish had come back to life. She had never tasted sashimi this exquisite. Even world-class chefs could not replicate it. Lu Di, are you certain this is from the fish in the car? In Yin Qingwen's mind, that was low quality. How could it possibly taste this good? The fish is indeed the same, perfectly legitimate. But my knife skills are a once-in-a-century talent. Lu Di shrugged, approaching the stove. Only then did Yin Qingwen notice a massive ball of mud behind him. Lu Di, I must admit, your culinary skills are impressive. Quite impressive indeed. But how did so much mud end up in the kitchen? Lu Di grinned mischievously. This is for my next dish, mud-baked beef. Bang! Lu Di swung his fist, creating a hole in the enormous mud ball. In the next moment, an intoxicating aroma wafted through the air, overwhelming everything. The two young girls, lost in the delight of sashimi, suddenly perked up, sniffing the air. What is that? How fragrant! Kaikai, it's beef, a huge chunk of beef. Yin Qingwen was once again stunned. The beef was simply too aromatic. All the culinary delights of the world paled in comparison at that moment. 26. The new humanity. First, I shall mold the clay into a furnace. Then, I will ignite the lychee wood beneath. I shall place the unadulterated beef within to roast. In this enclosed furnace, not only will the essence of the beef be preserved, but it shall also absorb the fruity aroma of the lychee wood. Rich beef, smoky flavor, and the fragrant essence of fruit wood. These three tastes shall harmoniously meld into one. Lu Di stood with his arms crossed, tilting his head as he proclaimed, "This is the authentic fruitwood barbecue." Hiss! The two little twins gulped back their drooling anticipation. Yin Qingwen's throat also quivered slightly as she struggled to maintain her composure. Lu Di smiled faintly, his dining knife performing a graceful twirl in his hand before precisely slicing off a generous portion of beef. He then deftly cut the meat into 1 centimeter thick slices. As for the seasoning, pure and simple. Only the most ordinary sea salt is required. Lu Di seized the sea salt and sprinkled it into the dish along his arm. A true salt-sprinkling maestro. Wow! The three daughters of the Yin family widened their eyes in astonishment. In the dish lay perfectly charred and tender beef, sizzling with juices. The crystalline grains of sea salt melded with the fat, slowly dissolving, and the aroma was reignited. Lu Di, I want to eat beef. Yin Kaikai's gaze was fixated, her movements resembling that of a zombie as she slowly approached the plate of beef. Wait. Lu Di intercepted Yin Kaikai, laughing as he asked, "How much do you owe me for this meal?" This? Yin Kaikai suddenly paused, recalling the bank card from the sunroom, and found herself at a loss for words. Lu Di, I also wish to partake. Yin Qingwen, with her captivating, autumn-like eyes, stared blankly at Lu Di, desperately trying to conceal a hint of eagerness. Very well, but let me make this clear first. Lu Di raised his knife and approached the ice mountain, drawing a line to delineate a corner of the ice. You may only eat this piece of beef on the table, and the fish slices can only be taken from this corner of the ice mountain. The remainder belongs entirely to me. Lu Di, that is not fair. Why do you keep so much for yourself? Yin Kaikai protested. You can disagree. I know you, Miss Yin-san, ordered takeout. You may enjoy that while all of this on the table is mine. The three sisters exchanged glances, and Yin Qingwen's expression shifted to one of embarrassment. Whoosh! Yin Kaikai seized a piece of beef with lightning speed, shoving it directly into her mouth. Then I shall act first. Following suit, Yin Xin began to indulge heartily. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen maintained her poised demeanor, using her knife and fork to delicately share the beef. 3 minutes later, the three sisters were on the verge of tears. It was simply too delicious, a feast without regret. Hey, Kaikai, slow down and leave some for me. Whoever grabs it first claims it. Sister 3, didn't you say you wouldn't eat meat tonight? Why are you consuming so much? Sister 3, you've already devoured your 50th slice of fish and your 6th slice of beef. Yin Qingwen continued to savor her meal, her pace quickening. The image of the icy goddess was cast aside. She was utterly captivated. Lu Di was not exaggerating this time. His culinary skills were undoubtedly of world-class caliber. Regret. He should not have been relegated to being a driver. He ought to have been a chef. Watching the three sisters devour their meal with fervor, Lu Di smiled knowingly. It was time for him to feast as well. The reason for such a lavish meal was due to the reminder from the demon child. His body's enhancement metrics had reached the pinnacle of an ordinary person within the past 5 hours. What lay ahead was his goal: to break the genetic lock, to transcend the innate physical limitations of humanity and surpass the genetic constraints of an ordinary individual. The demon child's enhancement of Lu Di's body was contingent upon the energy he consumed. Currently, nearly 30 pounds of beef and over 20 fish fillets, all high in protein and energy, were at his disposal. Coupled with hydration, these were the optimal substances for synthesizing muscle fibers. Let the feast begin. With unbridled vigor, Lu Di once again demonstrated the might of a true gourmand. A pound-sized piece of beef was swallowed in 2 bites. With one hand, he grasped countless fish fillets and devoured them in a single mouthful. Thanks to the energy transformation from the demon child, Lu Di need not worry about bursting his stomach. Instead, he found himself struggling to keep pace with the rate of energy consumption. Detection of beef protein intake resulted in the synthesis of 0.3 grams of muscle fibers, leading to an increase in muscle strength by 1.6. Detection of beef protein intake resulted in the synthesis of 0.5 grams of muscle fibers, leading to an increase in muscle strength by 2.1. Upon the detection of beef protein intake, 0.9 grams of muscle fibers were synthesized, resulting in a 4.6 increase in muscular strength. Strength enhancement value 895. Physical strength improvement 630. Half an hour later, the 3 daughters of the Yin family had consumed merely a fraction of their portion, yet found themselves utterly content. Meanwhile, Lu Di had devoured every last morsel of the remaining food. Is he even human? Burp! Yin Kaikai stared vacantly at Lu Di, uncontrollably letting out a belch. He can eat so much. Doesn't he fear bursting? With such an abundance of beef, he rivals the gluttons from abroad. Yin Qingwen remarked, her expression somewhat complex. Perhaps he has endured too much hardship in the past. At that moment, Lu Di was in a state of tranquil meditation. Just 10 minutes prior, his physical enhancement metrics had soared to an astounding 1,000. In that instant, he seemed to perceive a shattering sound resonating within his body, akin to a glass prison that had been confined for far too long, suddenly shattering. During the preceding half hour, Lu Di had experienced a tremendous surge in muscle growth, his strength surging to unparalleled heights, and now, all had returned to a serene calm. The formidable power remained, yet it became second nature, as if unleashed like a torrential flood or gently swaying like a willow in the breeze. The demonic child proclaimed, "Lu Di, you have transcended the genetic lock. This signifies a transformation at the essence of life, evolving from mere control of the body to fully unleashing its potential. The first stage of the genetic lock, which corresponds to the second stage of human mystery, now renders you aptly termed as the new human. You have now attained a level of prowess that surpasses 99 of humanity, existing in a realm entirely distinct from theirs. What about the remaining 001? Lu Di inquired, filled with curiosity. Those individuals are the gifted among humanity, possessing genes that surpass the average, akin to intellectual prodigies. Indeed, there exist physical talents among us as well. Alas, I was truly ignorant before. Lu Di exclaimed. Fear not, Lu Di. Although their genes are exceptional, they remain unchangeable. You, however, are just at the beginning of your journey. Just as Lu Di focused intently on sensing the changes within his body, the voice of Yin Qingwen suddenly interrupted. Kai, Xin, after consuming so much, it is unwise to retire for the night. Come, let us engage in some exercise. Really? Sister San, do we have to practice boxing again? Yin Kai's face contorted into a grimace. Indeed, we shall practice boxing. We will not cease until we have burned off today's caloric intake. Yin Qingwen promptly stood up and cast a glance at Lu Di, saying, Lu Di, you should join us. Suddenly, Yin Kai's eyes sparkled with excitement. Sister San, how about letting Lu Di be your sparring partner? We've forgotten the moves from last time. We should review them first. Yin Qingwen pondered for a moment. That sounds reasonable. Given Lu Di's frail appearance, should danger arise, he might possess no means of self-defense. It is indeed time he practiced. Haha, Lu Di, you're in for it. Ever since that incident, Sister San has been diligently training in Taekwondo and has now attained the rank of a red belt expert. Suddenly, Yin Kai envisioned the sight of Lu Di being tossed around by her sister, and a pang of guilt struck her. She grinned and added, Lu Di, do not hold it against me. I too have been cowed by my sister. For 3 years, she has insisted not only on her own training but has compelled us to learn as well, asserting that a weak woman must possess the ability to defend herself. At that moment, Lu Di opened his eyes, his expression somewhat peculiar, and slowly spoke, Yin Qingwen, are you certain you wish to spar with me? Absolutely. Enough with the nonsense. 27. How peculiar and devoid of romantic sensibility. At the top floor of the Yin family mansion, Lu Di gazed upon the expansive gymnasium, encompassing several hundred square meters, complete with a boxing ring designated for competitions. He let out a sigh, and a mansion is indeed a mansion. One must simply grow accustomed to it. As the 3 daughters of the Yin family entered, Lu Di's eyes sparkled with newfound interest. They had just bathed and changed into matching form-fitting athletic attire. Though in their early 20s, the 2 young ladies boasted splendid physiques. The snug outfits accentuated their bodies, radiating youthfulness, vitality, and allure. Yin Qingwen had her long hair elegantly tied up, donning a fitted sports top beneath a white taekwondo robe. While her figure was somewhat concealed, the contours alone revealed her exceptional physique, honed through years of disciplined training that yielded exquisite lines. Were she to pose for a photograph at that moment, it would undoubtedly attract throngs at the taekwondo studio, serving as an irresistible advertisement for men. Truly, 3 enchantresses. Lu Di, why haven't you changed clothes? Yin Qingwen inquired, frowning at Lu Di, who remained clad in a white shirt and jeans. Haha, I have no other clothes, Lu Di replied unabashedly. Yin Qingwen sighed in exasperation. It was true, for he had purchased 200 identical outfits. Then how will you spar with me in that? She questioned, hands on her hips. Lu Di shook his head. The clothes can be discarded, but I wish to confirm once more. Are you truly intent on sparring with me? Lu Di, could you hurry? Just let third sister have her turn. I still need to go live afterward, exclaimed Yin Xin. Yes, I must keep watch over my husband. Who knows, he may release a new song shortly, chimed in Yin Kai, both girls wearing expressions of delight at the unfolding spectacle. Husband? Yin Qingwen frowned. The one and only Di, heh. Yin Kai stuck out her tongue playfully. Lu Di, taken aback, asked, Kai. Aren't you going to ask if he agrees to marry you? Mind your own business. Humph. Just take care of yourself. With a hint of resignation, Lu Di replied, very well. As he began to slowly unbutton his shirt, the three sisters instinctively turned their gazes towards him. Typically, handsome men are lean. In the next moment, their mouths dropped in astonishment. Lu Di had removed his white shirt. His physique, though not colossal, was sculpted with muscle. His pectorals, 8-pack abs, biceps, and even the muscles along his ribcage were sharply defined. He resembled a deity from ancient Greek sculptures, each muscle exquisitely chiseled, radiating beauty. This physique was akin to a work of art, exuding a sense of strength and devoid of any excess fat. This was simply too handsome. This face, combined with this body, utterly flawless. With a clatter, Yin Kaikai's phone fell to the ground. Lu Di, how can your physique be so remarkable? Yin Xin covered her mouth. Haha, it's all natural beauty, complemented by some labor on the construction site. Lu Di himself felt a twinge of surprise. Is this what they call a new breed of human? The three sisters of the Yin family could hardly envision Lu Di laboring on a construction site. There he stood, bare-chested, his arms slightly bent, with muscles that seemed to conceal a terrifying strength. He resembled a cheetah, poised to pounce with lightning speed. Like a mighty lion, one swift bite could snap bones. The twins regretted their earlier antics. Lu Di was formidable. Thankfully, he hadn't taken offense to their previous pranks. He was also strikingly handsome, so much so that he shattered their previous perceptions. The two young ladies couldn't help but ponder a dilemma. If both Lu Di and Di proposed to be their husbands, whom should they choose? Yin Qingwen was once again captivated by Lu Di. How could such a perfect man exist in this world? Unconsciously, she began to associate him with the heroic savior she had envisioned in her heart. Had her attitude towards him been too excessive these past few days? Surely, he didn't harbor any resentment towards her? The fluttering of her heart intensified. A rare blush graced her typically aloof and stunning visage. This enigmatic man was truly one of a kind. I wonder where we shall spar? Lu Di's inquiry interrupted the sisters' reverie. Wait, something was amiss. Yin Qingwen suddenly halted her breath. Did I actually challenge him to a duel? She too felt a pang of regret. Though a skilled practitioner of Taekwondo, the sight of Lu Di's iron-like muscles and his commanding presence stripped her of confidence. Perhaps Lu Di was unfamiliar with Taekwondo, or martial arts in general. Yet, just observing the biceps on his arms suggested he could easily subdue her. The thought of being pinned beneath him sent her cheeks aflame. May I suggest we expedite this? Lu Di, seemingly oblivious, strolled over to the boxing ring, taking his position in one corner, awaiting Yin Qingwen's entrance. You peculiar fellow, utterly lacking in romance. Do you intend to strike down a delicate lady such as myself? Yin Qingwen exclaimed, stamping her foot in frustration. Lu Di, perplexed, replied, Didn't you say you wanted to spar? I confirmed it twice, Lu Di, you absolute brute. Ha. Lu Di finally burst into laughter. He simply couldn't contain himself any longer. He had been bluffing from the very beginning. Lu Di understood well how formidable the so-called new breed of human could be, how fearsome. How could he possibly harm Yin Qingwen? The consequences of such an act would be dire. With a grin, he declared, Miss Yin, if you concede, I shall spare you today. Lu, shall never surrender. Lu Di was taken aback when Yin Qingwen, gritting her teeth, tightened her Taekwondo uniform, prepared to step into the ring. Oh no. If you ascend, how shall I descend? Just then, a sudden knock at the door interrupted the moment. In walked Tai Si, clad in black attire. He bowed slightly to Yin Qingwen, stating, Third Miss, I heard you were to spar with Mr. Lu, so I came to observe. As Tai Si surveyed the room, he quickly grasped the situation. He then turned to Lu Di and remarked, Mr. Lu, considering that Third Miss is somewhat of my apprentice, I dare say she may not be your match. Though Tai Si's expression remained impassive, his gaze towards Lu Di was filled with vigilance. He gently removed his watch and outer coat, stating, How about I accompany Mr. Lu for a couple of rounds? The Iron brothers are dutifully loyal. Iron 4, is this truly necessary? Yin Qingwen inquired, gazing at her unusually agitated bodyguard. Who is Iron 4? He, along with the other Iron brothers, was taken in by Yin Hongxin at the tender age of 10. From a young age, he was subjected to various martial arts training sessions and extreme conditioning courses. At 15, He was sent off to serve in the military, and upon his return at 25, he became a protector for the Yin family. For the past 5 years, Iron 4 has resided within the Yin estate, regarded by the young ladies of the Yin family as a veritable monster. In a previous encounter with kidnappers, Iron 4 single-handedly took on over 10 assailants, incapacitating them all without sustaining a scratch. During a hunting expedition in the mountains, when they were attacked by a bear, Iron 4 engaged in a fierce battle with the adult black bear, ultimately snapping its neck with sheer force. Such ferocity. Iron 4's sole misstep occurred 3 years ago when Yin Qingwen ventured alone to a bar and was besieged by ruffians. He failed to protect her that night, a failure that left him in deep remorse and self-reproach. Since then, he has spared no effort in safeguarding her from anyone exhibiting even the slightest malice. After thorough investigation, Iron 4 confirmed that this young man named Lu Di was indeed the one who had rescued the third young lady in the past. However, there was something peculiar, almost sinister, about Lu Di. His reckless disregard for the third young lady's safety, racing her about in a car, was troubling, but what was even more astonishing was his physical prowess. He covered a 20-kilometer mountainous route in under 40 minutes. Such extraordinary fitness could not belong to an ordinary individual. To suggest he was merely a part-time waiter or a construction laborer was absurd. He was certainly no common man. A person like him, so intent on associating with the third young lady and so insistently demanding to be her driver. Iron 4 could not believe that Lu Di had no ulterior motives, nor could he trust him. It is indeed very necessary, Iron 4 stated in a low tone, his chilling gaze fixed intently on Lu Di. Iron 4, he is merely an ordinary person. How could he possibly contend with you? Yin Qingwen expressed her concern. In her eyes, Lu Di possessed an impressive physique, muscular and handsome. Yet that was where it ended. He was, at best, a moderately successful fitness enthusiast. He stood no chance against a professional bodyguard of Iron 4's caliber, a veritable fighting machine. The memory of Iron 4 snapping the neck of a black bear haunted Yin Qingwen for 3 consecutive days of nightmares. Iron 4, let it be. Lu Di would not dare to harm Lu far too much, Iron 4 remarked, setting aside his suit jacket while slowly unbuttoning his shirt. The moment he shed his clothing, the 3 young ladies of the Yin family gasped in shock. Iron 4 stood nearly 2 meters tall and weighed at least 150 kilograms. His muscles were forged from relentless training, resembling a fierce dragon. If Lu Di's physique leaned towards bodybuilding, Iron 4's build was nothing short of terrifying. His body bore countless scars, crisscrossing like a map, with several healed bullet wounds to boot. It was evident that these were the marks of a seasoned warrior from the battlefield. Goodness, what a muscle-bound devil, Lu Di remarked, tilting his head to assess Iron 4, finding him rather intriguing. Iron 4, be gentle. Strike only to the point, do not injure him, Yin Qingwen said nervously, fully aware of Iron 4's nature. His typical soldier's demeanor, resolute and uncompromising. Once he made a decision, no one could stand in his way. Rest assured, third young lady, Iron 4 replied, slowly advancing towards the arena. The moment he stepped onto the platform, it sank slightly beneath his weight, causing tremors that reached Lu Di's feet. Mr. Lu, Iron 4 enlisted at the age of 15, serving in the 43rd District of Northern Huaxia as a special operations soldier, executing border missions 136 times across various terrains, including northern Vietnam, Myanmar, and European countries. He has captured 206 enemy combatants and eliminated 134. He has been awarded third-class merit twice, and both second and first-class merit once. 5 years ago, Iron 4 declined the joint plea of 7 military leaders to remain in service, returning alongside the Iron Brothers to repay the kindness of Lord Yin who raised them. Iron 4's eyes gleamed with intensity as he straightened his posture, addressing Lu Di. May I inquire Lu hails from? Lu Di could not help but admire this imposing figure. Iron 4 exuded an air of nobility, his impressive military achievements reflecting not only his dedication to his homeland, but also his unwavering loyalty and gratitude. A true man of honor. He was undeniably the king of warriors. Yet, Iron 4's intention to announce his credentials was equally clear. He was employing a strategy of courtesy before aggression, awaiting Lu Di's explanation of his origins. Iron 4, I assure you, I am but a humble citizen, fortunate enough to possess some measure of strength, Lu Di replied, slightly bowing, and his words held a semblance of truth. Since Mr. Lu is unwilling to speak candidly. Let us see the truth through action. Iron 4 suddenly clenched his fists, his bones cracking ominously. If you refuse to speak, then I shall compel you to do so. Yin Qingwen, sensing the escalating tension, interjected, Iron 4, Lu Di is a guest of my father. You cannot resort to violence. Iron 4 remained silent. Regardless of who he was, anyone posing a threat to the Yin family must be eliminated. Just then, the gym doors swung open once more, and Iron 5, Iron 6, and the rest of the Iron brothers filed in, taking their positions on either side. Iron 6, what is the meaning of this? Yin Qingwen exclaimed in astonishment. Third young lady, do not take offense. Lu Di is not an ordinary person. We have observed him for some time, and he may pose a threat to you young ladies. Today, if he cannot provide us with a satisfactory account, he shall not leave. Iron 6 replied resolutely, falling silent thereafter. Well, I never anticipated that I would be the center of such attention. Lu Di thought with a wry smile. It seemed today would not end well. These Iron brothers were undeniably fiercely devoted and fearlessly courageous. Indeed. 29. The myriad of forces, ever-changing and dynamic. Lu, my dear. Speak, demon child. The emergence of a new humanity that has transcended genetic limitations is far from your simplistic notions. Among you humans, there exists a term known as momentum, which is essentially an intangible magnetic field emanating from the individual. The opponent can perceive this magnetic field through their sixth sense. It imposes psychological or behavioral pressure upon the adversary. The new humanity not only enhances physical prowess, but also amplifies the human magnetic field, surpassing the ordinary and ascending to new heights. I have named this enhanced magnetic field, Thousand Forces. Ding! The integration of momentum with the subconscious is complete. Lu felt a thunderous resonance in his mind. This fusion of consciousness was unlike any he had previously experienced. A kaleidoscope of momentum flashed within his mind. The demeanor of a great general, the clamor of iron steeds and golden spears, the essence of the strong, the fierce aura of slaughter, and even an ethereal celestial presence. Ever-changing, each aspect eliciting awe, each aspect invoking aspiration. A thousand forces, myriad forms of momentum. How intriguing! With a mere thought, Lu summoned both wrath and pride simultaneously. Two waves of intangible momentum spread like a vast net in an instant. In the next moment, Iron 4, who had been steadily advancing, suddenly froze. It felt as if the temperature in the room plummeted. He sensed an indescribable aura of bloodlust emanating from Lu, who stood casually in the distance. This young man seemed to hail from the depths of hell, decapitating thousands without a flicker of concern, treading upon countless bones, laughing in wild abandon. What a formidable presence! It could only be possessed by a general of ancient battlefields, commanding 1,000,000 soldiers, causing innumerable casualties and rivers of blood. What had he endured? Iron 4's mind reverberated, rendered momentarily dazed. The other Iron brothers were similarly entranced. No matter how fervently Yin Qingwen called out, it was in vain. A tremor from deep within had rendered them as suddenly, the momentum emanating from Lu shifted. An overwhelming pride blotted out the sky. This was an apex of arrogance, contemptuous of all, indifferent to everything. He was a general, or perhaps an emperor, strategizing from the shadows, securing victory from afar. Rescuing the tumultuous tide from disaster, propping up a collapsing edifice. Victory was assured, conquest inevitable. Such majesty and pride, standing alone eclipsed 1,000 armies. With but a single command, none dared disobey. Iron 4's back was instantly drenched in sweat. The Lu before him was utterly unassailable, completely irresistible. Even if he were to present a bowl of poison now, Iron 4 might well comply. Such is the power of momentum. The Iron brothers shared this sentiment. Only the 3 daughters of the Yin family remained oblivious. They, being women, had never set foot on a battlefield, nor encountered an enemy. Thus, they could not fathom this unparalleled aura of slaughter. Nor could they comprehend the pride of one who conquers the world. In their eyes, Lu was merely a weakling who could be easily overpowered by Iron 4. Yet they could not understand why Iron 4 had yet to act. Iron 4's heart trembled. He suddenly realized that Lu was no ordinary person. let alone a mere part-time servant. He must be from the military. Each member of an elite unit is a warrior of the highest caliber. Furthermore, Lu must be among the elite or perhaps a leader. Otherwise, it was inconceivable, for no other place could bestow such momentum upon a man. And a man with such presence could not possibly be a villain. Iron 4 struggled to suppress the impulse to render military respect to Lu. Lifting his trembling hands, he cupped his fists and solemnly declared, "Mr. Lu, Iron 4 understands." Though it was but a single sentence, this 7-foot man was willing to bow low. "Ha ha." Lu laughed heartily, instantly retracting his momentum. "Understanding is not enough. I have yet to enjoy myself today." Just moments ago, the demon child had assisted Lu in merging the subconscious of special operations combat techniques, capture techniques, and Sonda techniques. In Lu's eyes, Iron 4 had become an open book. Iron 4 was vigorous, his bones robust, clearly a master of combat techniques. Yet while Iron 4 possessed brute strength, he lacked finesse. Faced with a man so loyal and valiant to the Yin family, Lu could not resist the urge to provide guidance. Moreover, it was rare to encounter a master like Iron 4, and Lu wished to test the prowess of this new humanity. "There are too many people here. Let us go there to spar." Lu smiled, gesturing towards the adjacent yoga room, a nearly 100-square-meter private yoga studio. Iron 4 paused momentarily, then nodded. "Iron 4 shall accompany you, my gentleman." Watching the two head toward the yoga room, Yin Xingwen grew increasingly anxious, calling out to Iron 4, "Iron 4, enough. This must stop." Iron 4, feeling helpless, inwardly lamented, "Third miss, do you think I desire this?" Bang, bang. Hearing the resounding clashes from within the yoga room, Yin Xingwen's expression darkened. It seemed Lu could not possibly emerge unscathed. Helpless. Iron 5, Iron 6, and others stood like sentinels at the door of the yoga studio. Iron 6's lips twitched slightly. "Third miss, please trust Iron 4, trust Mr. Lu this once." They too were equally awestruck by Lu's 1,000 forces, feeling the same as Iron 4. Mr. Lu must undoubtedly be a figure of the military. Inside the yoga room, as fists collided. Iron 4's massive frame was sent flying back. "Iron 4, though your strength is immense, merely relying on brute force will not suffice." "Yes, Mr. Lu." Again. Bang. Iron 4 was thrown back once more. "Iron 4, apply 70% strength, reserve 30%. Learn to control and maintain your options." "Understood." Bang. "Mr. Lu, I have something urgent to convey to you." "Iron 4, practice your punches first." Bang. 20 minutes later. To Lu's astonishment, Iron 4, who had been sent flying a full 20 times, managed to rise each time without delay. No matter the pain he endured, this man did not even furrow his brow. Truly commendable, a warrior from the Eastern Divine Sword. Indeed, living up to the reputation. I am in admiration. 3 minutes prior, the demon child had completed a high-difficulty search and match using several key pieces of information from Iron 4's words. Northern Region 43, Special Operations Forces, border missions, and crossing into the north. Although Iron 4's background data was scant, with the powerful demon child, no secret remained unexposed. Iron 4 had served for 10 years in a unit that was none other than China's top-secret Special Operations Team. Its identity obscure, known to few, existing like a phantom, the Eastern Divine Sword. Just as Iron 4 prepared for another strike, he suddenly froze. The name Eastern Divine Sword was not one that just anyone could utter. This was classified as an SSS-level secret in China. Those who knew of the Eastern Divine Sword's existence fell into two categories. 1. Senior military officials at the 3-star general level in all of China. But given Lu's age, this was evidently impossible. Thus, Iron 4 was struck with profound shock, remaining dazed for 3 full minutes. Suddenly, he burst into laughter. "Mr. Lu, I was just worrying about you. How could the esteemed Tianlu ever be concerned about a few insignificant rascals?" Now it was Lu's turn to be bewildered. Iron 4 chuckled. The fact that Mr. Lu can mention the Eastern Divine Sword suggests only one possibility. You, Mr. Lu, are also a member of the Eastern Divine Sword. The Eastern Divine Sword has always been divided into two factions, the Ground Network and the Heavenly Net. Iron 4, though unworthy, hails from the Ground Network, while the lofty Heavenly Net, which all ground network warriors admire but can hardly approach, is perhaps the former unit of Mr. Lu. Heavenly Net, the legend among special forces, the sword among swords. Iron 4, unwise and ignorant. Lu's lips twitched slightly. Heh. 30. Resting easy. Iron 4. What was that about the few petty thieves you mentioned earlier? Lu Di said, deftly shifting the topic. Also, you mentioned there was something important to tell me? How embarrassing. Iron 4 chuckled, shaking his head. The reason I came to test Mr. Lu today is that I stumbled upon some intriguing news. Oh. Lu Di turned his gaze toward him. Iron 4 smiled candidly. In the underworld of Haishur, someone has actually offered 5 million to buy your head, Mr. Lu. Looking at it now, it's truly laughable. Since you are a member of Tianluo, those petty thugs in Haishur are no different from rotten fish and shrimp in your eyes, right? I couldn't understand before why someone would want to kill you. Now I realize, how could a figure like Tianluo not have enemies? Lu Di's brows furrowed slightly. This was indeed somewhat unexpected. A clear bounty on my life? The Haishur underworld? Quite interesting. As for the mastermind behind it, after a moment's contemplation, he could almost conjure up a name. For over 20 years, he had lived a mundane life without any enemies. Only after arriving at the Yin family did he develop enmities with two individuals. One was Ouyang Fengyu, who resented him for obstructing his power-grabbing schemes. The other was Li Dahai from Tsiren Hospital, who had been coerced into purchasing 20 billion worth of equipment due to Lu Di's threats. Hee, how amusing. Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle. Iron 4, still puzzled, inquired, Mr. Lu, my Iron family has some influence in Haishur. Should I send Iron 6 and the others to help you settle this matter? No need. Lu Di slowly lifted his head and smiled. Where did that 5 million bounty come from? This is information circulated in the underworld, and the issuer is the underground boss of Haishur, nicknamed Black Fox. Black Fox. Lu Di instantly recalled that this was the individual Ouyang Fengyu had contacted via text. A fleeting chill crossed his eyes as he stood up, saying, You need not concern yourself with this bounty. We shall continue our training another day. Iron 4, still struggling with a smile, remarked, Tianluo is indeed Tianluo. They have their own ways of doing things. Just as Lu Di was about to push the door open, Iron 4 called out, Mr. Lu, I have some good news to share. Iron 4 hurried after him, excitedly proclaiming, My old instructor, Black Mountain, the venerable elder, has recently arrived in Haishur. 2 years ago, he was promoted to the Tianluo group as an instructor. You must know him. He is undoubtedly your old mentor. The elder said he would visit Lord Yin in 3 days, and he would like to see me. If he knows you are here, he will surely be delighted. Lu Di was taken aback. Must you reveal my identity so soon? When the truth comes out, how will I explain my extraordinary abilities? Observing Iron 4's exuberance, Lu Di found it difficult to refuse and thus acquiesced. Very well, please inform me in advance before the venerable elder arrives. Of course, Mr. Lu. Lu Di left, wearing a wry smile. What is this? I merely wish to prepare and hide in advance. As he opened the door, a beautiful figure rushed toward him. Lu Di, are you all right? Lu Di felt warmth in his hands, which were tightly grasped. I must say, this Yin lady, isn't this rather inappropriate in such a public setting? Yin Qingwen suddenly realized her abruptness, exclaiming as she released Lu Di's hands. Lu Di chuckled, swaggering away without a care. Yin Qingwen watched Lu Di's retreating figure, her expression a blend of complexity. When she turned around, she suddenly spotted Iron 4, bruised and battered. Iron 4, what on earth happened inside? Yin Qingwen was stunned. Had Lu Di struck Iron 4? For 5 years, she had never seen Iron 4 sustain a single scratch, regardless of the adversary. Iron 4 forced a smile. Third miss, forgive me for not divulging too much. I can only say that with Mr. Lu guarding you, you need not worry. As Iron 4 approached the rest of the Iron family members, he was immediately surrounded. Fourth brother, just who is Mr. Lu? Iron 4 remained silent, pointing to the sky. Heaven? Tianluo. The Tianluo group? Hush. This is a secret, not to be spoken aloud. The Iron family members' eyes widened, and as they gazed at Lu Di's back, all disrespect vanished, replaced by admiration. After Lu Di and the Iron family departed, the three Yin sisters were still at a loss. What on earth were those two doing in the yoga room? Why did Iron 4 and the others show such respect to that detestable Lu Di upon exiting? Those two big men were in the room making a racket. Could it be, he, Yin Kai and Yin Xin complained while pushing open the door to the yoga room. Oh my! Third sister, come quick. The two young girls stood dumbfounded at the entrance. When Yin Qingwen arrived, she too was struck dumb. The once beautiful and tidy yoga room now looked as if a typhoon had swept through. Every mirror on the walls lay shattered into pieces. Numerous large dents appeared on the surrounding walls, as if struck by a heavy hammer. The wooden floorboards were twisted and overturned, as if trampled by a ferocious beast. What on earth has my beloved yoga room endured? Did a demolition crew come through here? Yin Kai picked up a deflated yoga ball from the rubble, her face one of disbelief. Yin Qingwen murmured, could this be the result of a battle between Lu Di and Iron 4? But were there no other possibilities? If that were indeed the case, Iron 4's strength exceeded my expectations. Something seemed amiss. Lu Di, that fellow. Setting aside Iron 4's prowess, what about that Lu? How could he contend with Iron 4 and create such a scene? Moreover, it seemed he had even bested Iron 4. Suddenly, Yin Qingwen was struck by a realization that left her stunned. Lu Di's physique was no mere decoration. He was a master even stronger than Iron 4. The most ridiculous part was that she had previously thought to teach him how to fight. Furthermore, during those times when Lu Di had been unruly, she had even considered giving him a good beating. Amidst her astonishment, an inexplicable emotion began to blossom within Yin Qingwen. That fellow Lu truly possessed the aura of a great hero. Third sister, you needn't be so surprised. That little weakling Lu Di, how could he possibly defeat Iron 4? He must have been running around in a panic during their fight, and Iron 4, like a raging bear, was smashing everything, leading to this chaos. Yin Kai speculated earnestly, Lu Di has ruined our yoga room. I shall make him pay for it later. Yin Qingwen shook her head helplessly. Iron 4's words echoed in her mind. With Mr. Lu guarding you, third miss, you need not worry. 31. The tumultuous waves within the live broadcast room brought Lu Di back to his own basement chamber. He casually opened his phone. The plethora of notifications from Douyin had long since condensed into a single red dot. Although he had mentally prepared himself, his eyelids still flickered when the data emerged. The video titled, A Promising Future, boasted an astonishing 600 million views, 200 million likes, and over 100 million comments. The account boasts an astonishing 350 million followers, with over 100 million shares. Such figures have undeniably transformed it into a phenomenon of short video artistry. Lu Di cast a cursory glance at the comments, noting that more than half were effusive praises, alongside numerous heartfelt reflections from listeners who were deeply moved by the song. Countless fans, spanning all ages and genders, expressed their desire to meet him. Just in the past day, there were millions of messages urging for new content. Moreover, in his private messages, aside from fan interactions, the predominant theme was collaboration invitations. An array of influencer management agencies and entertainment companies were eager to arrange meetings for potential contracts. Additionally, an innumerable amount of businesses sought to enlist DE as their spokesperson or for commercial performances, with the highest appearance fee soaring to 300 million. Lu Di glanced again at the trending topics and, unsurprisingly, found that more than half pertained to a promising future and the enigmatic figure of DE. Upon reading a particular news piece, Lu Di was struck with a cold sweat. 100 young women stand atop a building, collectively demanding D release a new song, or they will jump. Fortunately, local authorities intervened, averting the crisis. Subsequently, 2 official statements were released. 1. Citizens are advised to pursue their fandoms with rationality. 2. DE is encouraged to expedite the release of new works. Sigh. Upon reaching the conclusion, Lu Di finally exhaled in relief. This sensationalist headline nearly gave me a heart attack. The 2 official announcements left Lu Di in a state of bemusement. IT seems prudent to refrain from over-activating the DE account. Perhaps, in time, the fervor will gradually wane. A notification suddenly appeared on Douyin. You are 2 kilometers away from the host, Xinshin Baobeya, who is currently live. Is it that little girl, Yin Xinshin? Lu Di recalled that during their first meeting, Ma Dong had discovered this information. Yin Xinshin is now a graduate student at a music academy and also a popular online streamer. Strangely compelled, Lu Di gently clicked on in her live room. In the next moment, a beautiful melody filled the air. A power long forgotten suddenly resurfaces on an unexpected night. The future is promising. On the screen, Yin Kaikai sat at her desk, adorned in an adorable princess outfit, passionately singing the song, "The future is promising." Indeed, she lived up to her reputation as a talented student from Haisher Music Academy, her vocal skills exquisite and enchanting. Yin Kaikai, a natural beauty scoring a solid 90, combined with her youthful exuberance and commendable singing ability, garnered immense attention in the live room, boasting an audience of 10,000 viewers. As the song concluded, applause erupted. Xinshin Baobei, I adore you. You are simply stunning. You are the goddess of my dreams. Your cover of The Future is Promising is delightful, second only to D. Sigh. Yin Xinshin breathed out softly, her expression tinged with sorrow as she said, As you all know, my sister and I are adopted children. Although we come from a wealthy family and our adoptive father treats me well, I still long to know where my biological parents are and why they abandoned me. Upon hearing this, Lu Di felt a pang of sympathy. It appeared that Old Master Yin had not concealed the truth about their adoption. Despite their seemingly carefree demeanor, both Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin harbored numerous concerns. After all, everyone possesses an innate sense of pride. Who would willingly accept the reality of being forsaken? Given the immense scale of Old Master Yin's business, he must be exceedingly busy. The daughters of the Yin family likely grew up under the care of servants. Such an environment must have shaped their somewhat peculiar personalities. For instance, Yin Qingwen's aloofness, the rebelliousness of Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin. Observing the downcast girl on the screen, Lu Di couldn't help but feel a twinge of compassion, just as he was about to reward Yin Xinshin with some gifts. Yet, he heard Yin Xinshin exclaim in frustration, It's one thing not to find my biological parents, but do you know what's worse? A stranger has recently appeared in our home. That guy is utterly despicable. Not only does he want to pursue my sister, but he also has his eyes on our family's wealth. The fans in the live room immediately erupted in anger. What? Someone dares to bully such a beautiful Xinshin? Xinshin, tell me, who is this vile person? I'll put a bag over his head and give him a good beating. Oh dear. Does this little girl harbor such animosity towards me? Lu Di was momentarily speechless. Just as Yin Kaikai was passionately denouncing Lu Di, a new message suddenly appeared in the comments section. Oh my, am I seeing this correctly? Is that account D? After 2 minutes of silence, comments surged like a tidal wave. It really is DE. He's in the live room. DE is alive. He's here. It's truly DE, ranked 130th in the viewer list. Oh my goodness. I am in the same live room as DE. Caught DE. I need to screenshot this. What an honor. I must tell my friends. In an instant, the audience in the live room completely overlooked Yin Xinshin. Frantically INGD. DE, please talk to me. I beg you. DE, are you here? Look at me. I'm your super fan. Only then did Yin Xinshin realize what was happening, her heart racing wildly. She could hardly believe it and quickly clicked on Dee's profile, where only one video resided, his cover of The Future is Promising, which had garnered over 600 million views. It truly was him. He came to watch my live stream. Oh my goodness, am I dreaming? In that moment, Yin Xinshin stood frozen, utterly at a loss. Even more unexpectedly, a minute later, the audience in Xinshin Baobeya's live room surged dramatically. 20, 000, 30, 000, 40, 000, 100, 000, 500, 000. User Lu Feng entered the live room. User Peng Nan entered the live room. User Chieting Feng Yin entered the live room. Countless users flooded in, their messages cascading like a relentless waterfall, dazzling the eyes. User I love DE, gifting the host Super Rocket X99. User laughing at prosperity, gifting the host Spaceship X99. User Emo Shu A, gifting the host Carnival Big Wheel X99. Then, gifts began pouring in. They threw gifts into the live room as if money meant nothing. Yin Kaikai's appearance was soon overshadowed by the deluge of gifts. For DE, supporting DE, requesting new songs, requesting DE to go live. However, their messages were already drowned out by the overwhelming tide. The entire live room erupted. The network was on the verge of crashing. The news of DE appearing in a certain streamer's live room instantly swept across the internet. Everyone hurried to share the news, flocking to witness the spectacle. Xinshin Baobei's live room instantly soared to the top of the trending charts. The traffic has reached an unprecedented height, an astounding 320 million users online simultaneously. The staff of Douyin are utterly bewildered. What has transpired? A data anomaly? No, it is the illustrious account of DE that has logged in. Moreover, it has entered a live broadcast room. A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Quick, let us match some more traffic. Strive to create a historical new high. DE, I adore you. Please respond. DE, who exactly are you? DE, come forth. Countless barrage comments flash by in a blur, almost impossible to discern. Within the live stream, the amount of gifts being bestowed is skyrocketing. Within 3 minutes, it surpassed the million mark. In 5 minutes, it breached 10 million. There is an ominous trend suggesting it may reach 1 billion. The audience is in a frenzy. It seems that merely entering the live stream brings them closer to their idol. The influence of the future is promising is overwhelmingly vast, and the enigmatic figure of DE has captivated everyone to a maddening extent. Network signal experiencing delays. The live content is flickering, teetering on the brink of collapse. And the mastermind behind it all, Lu D, located on the second floor of the Yinjia Manor basement, is currently lying on his bed, staring blankly at his phone. A mere subconscious tap from him has triggered such an uproar. This is an unprecedented frenzy birthed by the appearance of DE, a veritable digital stampede. This is utterly insane. Lu D's hand trembles, and he promptly exits the live stream, logging out of the account. 32. I shall accompany you for a brief while. The following day dawned with brilliant sunshine. As expected, the news surrounding DE once again dominated the trending topics. The celestial songster DE makes his return. Simply by casually entering a live streaming room, he ignited an online sensation. The streamer, what is the true relationship between Xinshin Baobei and DE? Millions of young women decry Xinshin Baobei. Return my husband. Billions of viewers pressure the female streamer, demanding she remain online for 12 hours, solely to await DE. Live streaming ranking update. Xinshin Baby Duck reigns supreme with 130 million. In the 5th floor bedroom of the Yin family manor, Yin Xinshin, with dark circles under her eyes, sat obediently in a chair. Opposite her was Yin Kaikai, arms crossed and wearing an inquisitive expression. Xinshin, confess honestly, how did you come to know DE? Yin Xinshin sighed. Kaikai, I've told you 100 times, I truly do not know him. Suddenly, her phone rang. A call from her second sister, It was Yin Siwen, the second miss of the Yin family and an international film star. The young girl was somewhat taken aback. Her illustrious sister had been filming abroad, and given the time difference, it should be the early hours of the morning there. Why would she call me? Hello, Xinshin, came a slightly languid yet melodious voice from the other end. Second sister, why aren't you resting at this late hour? Rest? How could I possibly sleep? You little girl, have you grown in skill during these few days? Second sister, what are you talking about? You must tell your second sister honestly, how did you come to know DE? OMG. Second sister, why are you asking this question too? This is the 801st time. I really do not know him. You naughty girl, stop lying. After DE updated a video, he has been silent. So why did he suddenly enter your live stream? I refuse to believe that you two have no connection. Yin Xinshin was on the verge of breaking down. It was utterly indefensible. I would love to know DE, but he has never given me the opportunity. Ever since DE exited yesterday, Yin Xinshin had sent him dozens of private messages, and not a single one had been answered. Sister, it doesn't matter how you know DE. Second sister, I beg you for a favor. I want to invite DE to sing the promotional song for my new movie, and ideally, to duet with me. Yin Siwen became quite animated at this point. DE's popularity is nearly invincible. If he agrees to make his debut with me, not only will the new movie break records, but I will also reach new heights. Moreover, I really like DE and would love to get to know him. Yin Xinshin was left speechless. Second sister, you are an international superstar, a goddess to the masses. Can't you be a bit more reserved? You little rascal, are you trying to teach your second sister restraint? Don't you want a brother-in-law? Ah? Second sister, that is not acceptable. Xinshin, consider this a request from your second sister. If you help me with this, I will grant you any wish. Don't you like that European star, Joe? I can introduce him to you. How about that? Oh dear, second sister, absolutely not. What do you mean absolutely not? You little girl, are you refusing to help your sister? Quickly give me DE's contact information. Just before hanging up, Yin Siwen added earnestly, oh, by the way, I heard that Wenwen's lifesaver is currently residing in our home. You two little girls must not be willful and should not neglect him. Yin Xinshin's face turned crimson with indignation. Why is my second sister trying to steal my DE? Moreover, where am I supposed to find DE's contact information? In an instant, Yin Xinshin felt utterly wronged. She stood up and declared, Kai, didn't you say you wanted to spend that 5 million from the soft rice man? Let us go. At this moment, in the office building of the Ingji Group, Lu Di routinely escorted Yin Qingwen to her office and then quietly waited in the adjacent secretary's room. Zhao Qianqian kept throwing flirtatious glances, attempting to entice him. Lu Di felt quite awkward. For some reason, Zhao Qianqian's allure seemed to have intensified compared to before. The demon boy. Charisma itself is a kind of magnetic field. It not only radiates presence but also emits attraction. The masculine charm you possess has multiplied several times, and it is entirely natural, uncontrollable. Well, being too handsome is indeed a burden. What frustrated Lu Di even more was that all the female employees at Ingji, upon seeing Lu Di, blushed and fluttered their eyelashes shyly. The mundane world is full of complexities. Perhaps it's best to focus on work first. The next moment, the profile of He Hu, the underground boss of Haisher, appeared in Lu Di's view. He Hu, real name Qin Yawen, male, 36 years old, debuted 6 years ago, rising from a street thug, ruthless and daring. Now firmly seated at the top of Haishi's underworld, commands numerous renowned enforcers and nearly 500 subordinates. Public identity, president of Huaxia Misa Entertainment, president of Haisher Yuanhang Trading Company, president of Haisher Entrepreneurs Association. Hidden identity, behind-the-scenes owner of Haishi's underground casinos, behind-the-scenes owner of underground fighting rings, information broker for Haishi's criminal syndicate. Following this, nearly 100,000 videos and tens of thousands of various pieces of information appeared. All concerning He Hu. These videos came from various cloud server cameras, home cameras, public place cameras, elevator cameras, street cameras, and even others' mobile phone cameras. The information was even more comprehensive. Asset information, spending information, travel information, medical information, mobile and computer browsing data. For the past 5 years, every piece of online data was meticulously recorded. Every detail, exhaustively thorough. It was as if a deity was observing everything. After analysis and deduction by the demon boy, everything about He Hu was fully laid bare before Lu Di. There were no secrets left to speak of, at this moment, concerning his own information. Perhaps even He Hu himself did not possess as much knowledge as Lu Di. This He Hu is quite impressive, managing various bosses and industries. Unfortunately, he has crossed paths with the wrong people and taken on the wrong contracts. Lu Di smiled nonchalantly, casually picking up the phone beside him. So, you are the boss, He Hu. Let us see how well you play. 33. The underboss of Haisher. 2 hours later. In the penthouse office of the Haisher Misa nightclub, spanning nearly 200 square meters, opulence reached its zenith, embodying utmost prestige. At the heart of the room, behind a 3-meter-long desk, sat a robust man clad in a fur-collared suit, enveloped in darkness, the ember of his cigar flickering ominously. Despite the sweltering summer heat, the fur collar seemed rather out of place. Yet, it undeniably augmented his imposing aura, exuding a sense of cold-blooded ruthlessness. Behind the formidable man stood a stunning beauty in a red qipao, her sleek black hair cascading down as she gently massaged his shoulders. Knock, knock, knock. A frantic rapping on the door interrupted the stillness. Boss Black Fox, an unusual incident has occurred. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit hurriedly entered, his expression fraught with anxiety. The strong man behind the desk maintained a calm demeanor, slowly responding, "Ah Feng, your flustered appearance is quite unbecoming." "Boss, I have every reason to be flustered. In my 40-plus years of life, I have never encountered such a bizarre occurrence." Ah Feng exclaimed, visibly agitated. "Boss, an hour ago, 2 of our establishments were raided." "Raided? What is there to be alarmed about? Simply smooth things over, and everything will be fine," Black Fox replied, his expression unfazed as he extinguished his cigar in the ashtray. "That's just it, boss. These 2 bars weren't even operational yet. They had just completed renovations. Although we had stocked some goods inside, we had not yet served any customers. Aside from our own brothers, there's no way anyone could have known about our supplies." Black Fox furrowed his brow. "Are you implying that there's a mole among us?" "Boss, I initially thought the same." Ah Feng lamented, his face etched with worry. "I didn't take these 2 venues seriously at first, as I was at the docks preparing to receive a shipment, accompanied by just 2 others, Mad Dog and Razor. However, before our delivery boat could even dock, it was intercepted by the Coast Guard. We lost everything." "What?" Black Fox shot upright from his chair. Ah Feng continued, "You know, only the 3 of us, and you were privy to the information about that cargo ship's arrival. Is there a mole among you 3? Black Fox narrowed his eyes, his voice suddenly icy. "Boss, it's not that simple." Just as we were about to conduct a thorough investigation among ourselves, an ominous phone call came in. The caller seemed to know everything, simply stating, "Stop searching. There is no traitor among you." Ah Feng's hands trembled slightly. "Boss, the place we boarded the ship was along the coastline, specifically chosen for its seclusion behind a random reef. There's no way there could be surveillance. We even searched ourselves for listening devices. And just as we were on our way to find you, he called us several more times. He informed us of your whereabouts. He told us we had taken the wrong car keys, and that Razor didn't have to wait for the red light. Even as we stepped into the elevator, he knew we had forgotten to press the button. He can hear everything and see everything." Upon finishing, Ah Feng glanced cautiously around, visibly shaken. Black Fox's brow furrowed deeply as he instinctively scanned the room. "Do not panic. There are no cameras in this room, nor could there possibly be any listening devices." Black Fox rose from his chair, towering nearly 2 meters tall, his broad chest resembling a fortress, exuding a palpable sense of intimidation. "It appears our adversary is quite formidable. However, I, Black Fox, am not easily swayed by his theatrics. As long as he is a living being, he cannot possibly leave no trace behind." Subsequently, Black Fox retrieved a fresh cigar, placing it slowly between his lips, his eyes narrowing slightly. Ah Feng hurriedly searched for a lighter but found none. That moment, Black Fox's phone on the desk suddenly rang. "It's him." Ah Feng glanced at the caller ID, his voice trembling slightly. Black Fox composedly gestured, and Ah Feng pressed the speakerphone button. Instantly, a youthful voice emerged, laced with mockery. "Your lighter is in your LV handbag." Black Fox and Ah Feng exchanged alarmed glances, their hair standing on end. Ah Feng frantically rummaged through the handbag on the table, struggling to find it. "It's wedged between your collection of celebrity photos." The voice on the phone drawled lazily. Ah Feng pulled out the photos, and with a thud, the lighter fell onto the table. "Moreover, the information in your bag intended to blackmail officials is all fabricated. You've been duped, fool." The tone of the caller was nonchalant. Black Fox, however, felt cold sweat bead on his forehead. He pressed down on his handbag, warily scanning the surroundings. "Additionally, inform your romantic interest that you won't be able to visit her tonight. You can't go anywhere." "Who are you?" Black Fox erupted in fury, seizing his phone to yell. "Didn't you assert that I would leave traces behind? If you have the guts, come find me." The line went dead with a series of beeps. A chilling silence enveloped the office. Ah Feng stood frozen, afraid to breathe, while Black Fox wore a grave expression. He realized he had encountered a formidable opponent. If the adversary was aware of the location of his lighter, what secrets could he possibly keep? Was he not at risk of being eliminated at any moment? Suddenly, the black-haired beauty behind Black Fox handed him a note. "Boss, why not try tracing the phone number from earlier?" "Indeed." "A phone." Immediately, Black Fox's voice trailed off as he instinctively covered the note with his hand, whispering, "Act at once. Find the strongest hacker on the streets. Spare no expense to locate him. Quickly." After an agonizing 30 minutes, Black Fox, hidden in a storage room, finally received word. The location of that phone number had been pinpointed. Astonishingly, it was at an internet CAF right next to the Misa nightclub. "I thought I was dealing with a hidden master, yet it turns out to be a mere fledgling hacker." A sinister grin spread across Black Fox's face. "Send me 20 subordinates. No, 30. Bring this brat to me. How dare he eavesdrop on me? I shall make him understand the meaning of lifelong regret." Ding ding ding. Black Fox's phone rang again. It was that same number. How could this be? His phone was a brand new device, with a fresh number. Black Fox answered, his heart racing, and the caller coolly suggested, "You might want to send some skilled individuals over." What in the world? Black Fox stumbled back 3 steps. In the cramped 5-square-meter storage room, there was nothing but emptiness, no surveillance possible. The only electronic device present was the light bulb overhead. 20 minutes earlier, Lou D arrived at the internet CAF named Houting. In astonishment, the owner watched as Lou D directly scanned his payment of 1 million. Lou D instructed the owner to clear all customers from the premises, leaving the doors wide open. He declared that he was about to engage in a brawl. At that moment, the puzzled owner gazed at the young man calmly smoking in the center of the CAF. Who is this wealthy second-generation heir? Is he here to challenge someone? A fool with too much money. 1 million is enough to purchase 3 times the equipment in my CAF. Fights are common in internet CAFs. Typically, it's just a few kids throwing punches, perhaps breaking a few chairs or smashing a couple of screens. I could easily profit 1 million. Ha, what a stroke of luck. But would this fight even materialize? The owner found himself somewhat uninterested. Yet, when he casually turned his head and glanced outside, he was met with a shocking sight. What the hell? What's happening? A massive throng of at least 100 tattooed youths, wielding clubs and knives, marched in with an intimidating presence. Their target was none other than the oblivious wealthy second-generation heir still smoking away. 34. A Soul Guardian Brothers charge. First, break his legs, then his arms, drag him to our boss. The furious roars of nearly 100 thugs reverberated throughout the street. This was arguably the most extensive gang clash in the history of Haishur. Yet, passers-by could never have imagined that their adversary was but a single individual, a strikingly handsome young man clad in jeans and a white shirt. Casting a glance at the thugs rushing towards him, Lou D slowly rose, extinguishing his cigarette, his right eye shimmering with a purple brilliance. "Since my body has been enhanced, I have never had the chance to unleash my full power. Today, I hope you will allow me to indulge." A wicked smile graced Lou D's lips as he threw a punch. Hundreds of thugs, armed with an array of fists, feet, and clubs, charged in chaotic disarray. Yet, under the scrutiny of the prodigy, every movement was discernible. Even the slightest gap of a few centimeters or a mere millisecond of delay was within Lou D's grasp. Bang! The foremost thug wielding a machete was instantly sent flying like a broken kite. Following that, countless thugs were scattered like petals in a breeze. What is happening? Bang! Cries of agony echoed through the air. None could withstand Lou D's punches and kicks, nor could anyone inflict even the slightest injury upon him. Inside the internet CAF, it was as though a rain of living beings had fallen. The thugs tumbling about shattered tables and computers into smithereens. Lou D moved with the grace of a dragon, weaving through the throng without so much as a scratch. The thugs, thrown into utter disarray, crumbled like a house of cards. The CF owner, utterly stupefied by the scene, hastily crouched beneath the bar, trembling in fear. His only thought was, "Dear heavens, spare me from harm." It was not until 10 minutes later that silence descended. The CAF owner cautiously peeked out, only to be met with a shocking sight. The CAF lay in ruins, and nearly 100 thugs were sprawled across the floor, writhing in pain and lamentation. Yet, standing tall amidst the chaos was the young man in the white shirt. He casually adjusted his tousled hair, lit a cigarette, and muttered, "So weak." The CF owner trembled at the sight. Was this even human? 1 man against 100? Not a scratch on him. Hey, you, go back and tell your boss, Lou D said, biting down on his cigarette as he kicked a thug beside him. Tell him to send all of you over. On the 5th floor of the Mesa Club, the Black Fox, hiding in a storage room, found time dragging on painfully. How could it take so long for 100 men to capture a single individual? Bang! The storage room door was flung open by a Fong, who bore the weight of a dazed thug on his shoulder. Boss, all 100 of our men have been incapacitated. What? The Black Fox nearly lost his balance, almost toppling from his seat. How many opponents did you face? His heart raced. If someone could take out 100 of his men, they must surely have at least 200 on their side. Facing 200 opponents would spell disaster. Boss, it was just one. That kid is incredibly strong, impossibly so. The injured thug struggled to lift his head, his front teeth completely missing. What, just one? The Black Fox's eyes widened in terror. Yes, just one. He even told us to send everyone over. The Black Fox's mind reeled. One person had taken down his entire 100. Was the individual a monster? Furthermore, he was a hacker, capable of uncovering all their secrets. When had he provoked such a formidable entity? Boss, he told us to send everyone. That I fear he is not here merely to fight. A Fong stammered, I believe he intends to annihilate our Black Fox gang. Upon hearing this conjecture, the Black Fox was suddenly jolted into action. Impossible. He will not succeed. The Black Fox sprang to his feet, shouting in a frenzy, quickly, go find Razor, Iron Fist, Jack, and the others. They are in the club. They are among the top 10 fighters in the underground boxing circuit and will surely be able to defeat that kid. After an urgent call from a phone, the Black Fox finally breathed a sigh of relief. 7 of the top 10 fighters in the Haisher underground boxing arena were present at the Mesa Club. Muay Thai experts, dagger specialists, wrestling masters, and European strongmen were all there. Each one capable of taking on 10 opponents. With 7 experts attacking simultaneously, that kid would undoubtedly be overwhelmed. Boss, don't worry, Razor and the others are already heading downstairs. They will surely bring that kid back. A Fong said, anxiously standing at the storage room door. Afraid to venture out? The Black Fox feigned calmness, though uncertainty gnawed at him. Bang! Suddenly, a tremendous noise echoed, causing the entire floor to tremble slightly. What is going on? The Black Fox's heart raced. Boss, it's bad. Before Razor and the others could even leave, that kid broke in. He has already made it to the 2nd floor. A young thug rushed in, panic etched across his face. Damn! The Black Fox exclaimed, turning on his heels. Quickly, back to my office. The doors there are bulletproof. In the office on the top floor of the Mesa Club, only a Fong, the Black Fox, and the raven-haired beauty who accompanied the Black Fox remained. The room was eerily silent. Bang bang. The ground beneath them shook with deafening sounds, each reverberation striking at their very cores. Although the Black Fox still sat behind his desk, he exuded none of the authority expected of the Haisher boss. He was trembling. As the sounds drew nearer, despair washed over the Black Fox. He feared Razor and the others had already been defeated. The commotion outside sounded like the footsteps of death. At that moment, the Black Fox remained utterly bewildered. Who was this person? How had he provoked him? Clack, clack, clack. The footsteps outside grew ever closer, causing cold sweat to cascade down the backs of the 3. Bang! Crash! Dust erupted, wood splintered. The office door burst open. The heavy metal door warped and twisted. Through the haze of smoke, a towering figure, a 2-meter-tall man, slowly stepped inside. This figure was remarkably muscular. No, the Black Fox's pupils constricted in realization, his body quaking once more. This was Jack, the European strongman from the underground boxing arena. His massive frame lay utterly unresponsive, as limp as a rag doll, already unconscious. Behind him, a young man clad in a white shirt gripped Jack by the neck with one hand, lifting him effortlessly into the air. The young man stepped over the threshold, hoisting the 150-kilogram Jack as if he were merely 2 leeks. With a casual toss, Lou D flung Jack onto the Black Fox's desk. The Black Fox, gazing at Jack's lifeless form, felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Lou D then leisurely settled onto a nearby sofa. Ding. The copper Zippo flicked open, igniting a cigarette eye in the next moment. Lu Di focused his mind. The Thousand Forces, heroic aura activated. Give you 10 seconds to come forward and admit your mistakes. I don't know why. Suddenly, the sound of a somber battle song echoed in the ears of the Black Fox and his companions. In an instant, the north wind howled across the desolate plains, as if 1,000 troops were gallantly charging forth. It appeared as though a general stood atop a mound of bones, his scarlet cloak billowing in the wind, while behind him, the blood-red sunset flickered ominously. When he turned abruptly, an overwhelming aura surged forth. Though his name was unknown, the air of a formidable hero soared to the heavens. A hero, a champion of turbulent times, bold and fierce, decisive in battle, his presence as overwhelming as a tempest. Staring in awe at his figure, Black Fox and his companions trembled uncontrollably, their bodies instinctively succumbing to the urge to kneel in reverence. Suddenly, the battle song ceased. Black Fox and his companions shook their heads vigorously. Before them lay the familiar office. Only the unconscious giant, Jack, on the floor, served as a reminder that another formidable entity was leisurely seated. The young man dressed in a white shirt was turned sideways to the three, inhaling deeply from a cigarette, exhaling slowly while gazing out at the scenery. This seemingly mundane act sent shivers down the spines of those present. At this moment, who would dare to underestimate this young man in white? Strangely, all felt that even his casual gestures were imbued with an undeniable authority. He seemed to embody the essence of a contemporary hero. Not only had he single-handedly defeated over 100 members of the Black Fox gang, but even if he were to annihilate everyone within this establishment, he would likely not even flinch. You all come and adjudicate this matter. In the hushed room, the young man in white slowly spoke. Instantly, Black Fox felt a tightening in his chest. The young man exhaled another smoke ring and continued. How could someone as kind-hearted and harmless as I am have a bounty of 5 million placed on my head in the black market? This? Black Fox's throat went dry in an instant, his fear rendering him speechless. The young man slowly turned his head, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Black Fox, tell me, is there still any justice left in this world? My goodness, justice? You single-handedly dismantled my entire establishment and shattered my bulletproof door. You terrify me into submission, and yet you speak of justice. Who in their right mind would place a bounty on your head? This is utterly absurd. This esteemed brother, could it be that we are caught in some misunderstanding? I merely, Black Fox began to retort, but then recalled the other party's unfathomable surveillance methods, wiping the cold sweat from his brow. Gritting his teeth, he said, Very well, esteemed brother. I indeed engage in black market dealings, but we bear no grudge against you. Silence. Lu Di flicked the ash from his cigarette and calmly interjected. You have no say here. I am addressing Black Fox. What? Black Fox, who was about to speak, suddenly found himself at a loss for words, stammering and sweating profusely. Beside him, Ah Feng was equally stunned, stuttering. This esteemed leader, the one before you is indeed our Black Fox. Heh. Lu Di responded with a subtle smile. The underground lord of Haishur, Black Fox, is truly no ordinary individual. I admire your cunning and scheming, however. I shall grant you but 10 seconds to come forward and admit your faults. The scene fell into an oppressive silence. Time seemed to stand still. Although seated behind the desk, Black Fox clearly heard Lu Di's words but remained motionless. Alas! A soft sigh broke the stillness. It was a woman's sigh, delicate and ethereal, laced with helplessness, unwillingness, and submission. The woman in a black-haired cheapao, who had been standing silently behind Black Fox, slowly stepped forward. She gracefully approached Lu Di, steeled herself, and executed a 90-degree bow. Black Fox admits his faults to you, sir. This? Ah Feng, who had fought for 6 years within the Black Fox gang and had become a veteran, was left dumbfounded. This woman, named Rua Yi, was Black Fox's personal attendant. How had she come to embody Black Fox? This was inconceivable. Ah Feng's mind short-circuited in an instant, his worldview shattered. Acknowledging one's mistakes is commendable. Lu Di remarked with a playful smile, Your tactics are indeed impressive. Who would have thought that the true underground lord of Haishur would turn out to be Black Fox's attendant? The cheapao-clad beauty's expression darkened considerably. She had painstakingly maintained her guise as Black Fox for 6 long years. For 6 years, she had orchestrated everything from behind the scenes. The strong man had merely been her puppet to divert attention and evade enemies while concealing her true identity. Yet, all her meticulous planning had been effortlessly unraveled by this stranger without any forewarning. Lu Di chuckled lightly. I now hold all the information regarding your Black Fox gang, every casino, every bar, every business. Your subordinates are but insignificant pawns before me. Now and in the future, you shall never have the opportunity to triumph over me. Most importantly, Miss Black Fox, I am also aware of your terrifying true identity. The Qipao beauty's expression froze instantly. She gazed at the young man before her in terror, her heart racing uncontrollably. Who on earth is this man? How does he know everything? My identity. The exposure of Black Fox's identity is one thing. Could it be that he knows more? Does he perhaps know about my father, my family? A profound fear enveloped the Qipao beauty's heart. I cannot let my father find out about my actions. Sir, please grant Ruo Yi a chance for redemption. The Qipao beauty, trembling, bowed once more, refusing to rise. Sir, we can immediately revoke your bounty and will swiftly bring your enemies before you for your judgment. Moreover, in the future, my Black Fox gang shall follow your lead, and Ruo Yi willingly offers herself as your lifelong servant. I beseech you, sir, do not expose me. Lu Di smiled again. This was precisely what he desired. Lu Di's initial plan was not merely to eliminate his bounty. He first needed to grasp every lever of power within the Black Fox gang, using threats to instill fear. Then, he would personally confront them, showcasing his might to further intimidate. What Lu Di sought was to completely subdue this underground power in Haishur, bending it to his will, thus eliminating all future threats. Lu Di lit another cigarette, casually stating, Do you know who placed the 5 million bounty on my head? Lu Di? The true leader of the Black Fox, Ruo Yi, suddenly recalled. No wonder this man seemed familiar. She nodded slightly. Ruo Yi remembers. That man is named Zhao Zhe, a vice president of the Ingji Group. Zhao Zhe? Shouldn't it be Ouyang Fengyu? Lu Di was taken aback. The demon boy had also quickly gathered information on Zhao Zhe, confirming he was indeed a vice president of Ingji and one of those who had set the trap for Yin Qingwen. Vice President Zhao. How amusing, Lu Di's mind raced. It seemed Ouyang Fengyu was not as foolish as he appeared, knowing to use others as pawns. Did you receive a task to kidnap Yin Qingwen from the Ingji Group? Lu Di inquired again. A flicker of panic crossed Ruo Yi's eyes as she nodded. Yes, it was also commissioned by Zhao Zhe. Mr. Lu Di, would you like me to bring Zhao Zhe to you immediately? Ruo Yi asked gently. No need. Spread the word throughout the underworld that I am buying Zhao Zhe's teeth. 1 million per tooth, 1 tooth a day. Lu Di's eyes narrowed. The smoke from his half-burnt cigarette curled around him, yet his words were chillingly fearsome. Even the esteemed underground lord of Haishur, Nan Ruo Yi, was left speechless. 1 million for a tooth, 1 a day. Countless individuals would seek to knock out Zhao Zhe's teeth. The most terrifying aspect is that it would happen daily. A single tooth could be knocked out 20 times. How utterly despairing would it be for Zhao Zhe to be shrouded in fear of constant attacks. Yet at this moment, Lu Di's thoughts were not on Zhao Zhe's plight. He pondered instead how Ouyang Fengyu would react upon discovering that his assassination attempt had failed, that his subordinates were on a bounty list, and that each day, a tooth would be knocked out. What expression would he wear? When Nan Ruo Yi looked back at Lu Di, she saw something in his gentle smile that evoked an indescribable malevolence, terrifying, ruthless, almost demonic, sending chills down her spine. I must not provoke him further. Otherwise, there will be no place for me to rest in peace. Nan Ruo Yi trembled uncontrollably, softly stating, Mr. Lu Di, would you like to meet a few of our gang's leaders? Lu Di shook his head and replied, Firstly, the position of Black Fox will remain unchanged. It can continue to be you, or that puppet. And I simply wish to quietly remain in the shadows. If there is a need in the future, I will reach out to you again. Secondly, the name Lu Di must never again be uttered within the gang. With that, Lu Di rose and slowly walked toward the door, speaking over his shoulder. In the future, when we meet, you may address me by my alias, Dier. 36. It seems I have no choice but to take a gamble. On the night of the midnight mass, Lu Di was not behind the wheel at that moment. He strolled leisurely along the roadside, making his way to the Ingji group. Suddenly, a piercing scream from across the street caught his attention. "Perverts, let me go. I want to go home." Two girls, of equal stature and clad in snug jeans and round-neck t-shirts, dashed out from a car modification shop. Yet, before they could cover 2 meters, they were yanked back by 2 men who burst forth behind them. Lu Di furrowed his brow. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin? What were they doing here? Lu Di recalled that this car modification venue, named Huahue, was one of the underground casinos under the notorious Black Fox's domain. Alas, those 2 young ladies must have gotten themselves into trouble again. I must have owed the Yin family something in my past life. With a soft sigh, Lu Di set off towards the Huahue modification shop. Upon descending the dim staircase, an expansive underground casino unfolded before Lu Di's eyes, spanning nearly 1,000 square meters. Various gambling devices were present, reminiscent of the gambling boats depicted in films. At a distance, a crowd gathered around a gambling table. At one end sat a brash young man with dyed blonde hair and ear studs, while at the other end were the recently captured Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin. The young man raised an eyebrow and remarked, "I must say, ladies, the cards haven't even been dealt yet, and you're already thinking of fleeing? Isn't that against the rules?" Yin Kaikai puffed out her chest, feigning strength as she retorted, "What rules are you talking about? We've already lost 6 million. We've lost everything. Why should we continue playing?" At that moment, regret washed over Yin Kaikai. This outing had been a spontaneous decision by her and Yin Xin to squander the 5 million from Lu Di. They had thought it would be fun to experience the legendary casinos. Little did they expect that, with their scant knowledge of gambling, they would lose all 5 million in less than 20 minutes, even exhausting their own 1 million savings. Although Yin Xin had garnered substantial tips during her live streaming, it was not yet time for withdrawals. Now, the two found themselves in a precarious situation. "Don't think I'm unaware of who you are, the daughters of the wealthiest man in the city, casually tossing around tens of millions like it's nothing." The blonde sneered, gesturing at the 6 cards stacked on the table. "In this round, you've bet 1 million, while I've wagered 3 million. Are you ladies ready to continue, or will you fold? This is all the pocket money we have, and we cannot let our families know about this." The 2 young women maintained their composure, seemingly prepared to employ some trickery. "Humph, no money? Do you think this is a game?" The blonde suddenly wore a sinister grin, his gaze unconsciously roaming over the 2 young ladies' figures. "If you can't pay, you can always offer yourselves as collateral, haha. I've been around for so long, yet I've never had the pleasure of twins before, especially 2 such beautiful twins." The crowd erupted into boisterous laughter, their gazes toward the girls filled with a peculiar significance. "Why you dare?" The 2 young women felt a surge of fear, attempting to struggle away but were firmly held back by a nearby brute. "I'll give you 5 minutes. If you can't gather the money, I'll drag you into a room and deal with you right here." The blonde leered with a lascivious grin. "I thought it was a big deal, but it's merely a few million." Just then, a young man in a white shirt sauntered in, his demeanor calm and collected. "Lu Di!" The 2 young women exclaimed in unison, as if they had grasped a lifeline. "Lu Di, please help us." Well, this brother here is playing the gallant hero?" The blonde sneered, casting a contemptuous glance at Lu Di, assessing that this fellow's attire likely cost no more than 1,000. "Are you trying to strut around here? Truth be told, I'd rather not be here. These 2 young ladies are indeed a bit bothersome. However, I can't just stand by and watch as you mistreat them, can I?" Lu Di replied nonchalantly. The 2 girls wore expressions of disbelief, but they had no choice. Lu Di was their only source of help. "Lu Di, can you really help us settle the debt?" Yin Kaikai asked, her face stern. Yet, as soon as she spoke, she mentally chided herself for her foolishness. She had almost forgotten that Lu Di was a pauper. He had placed the 5 million in the manor, intending to use it as bait. He managed to swindle any money from his father yet. Yin Xin's eyes sparkled with a clever idea as she softly suggested, "Lu Di, we know you're short on cash, but I have a plan. Call third sister and borrow 1 million to help us settle our debts, and once my tips are available for withdrawal, I'll repay you 1 million. You'll earn a neat profit of 100,000. What do you say?" After speaking, Yin Xin felt a surge of admiration for her own cleverness. A full 100,000. Surely this impoverished Lu Di would be inclined to assist. Huh. I believe you're just waiting to be taken advantage of. Lu Di chuckled wickedly, turning to leave. Lu Di, wait. I'll repay you 200,000. Surely that's acceptable. You two headstrong little ladies. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll never learn what respect means. Lu Di slowly returned to the gambling table, casually stating, helping you pay off the debt is out of the question, but I wouldn't mind having a little wager with you. Lu Di's eyes narrowed slightly as he scanned the details of the blonde across from him. This fellow was named Ren Buiyuan and had a notable background. His father, Ren Chuan, was also a figure on the wealthiest list in Haishur, with a fortune exceeding 100 billion. Yet, this young man was a quintessential playboy, indulging in debauchery, luring young women, and engaging in fights. He had committed every vice imaginable. He was utterly indifferent to the stakes of 1 million. It was likely that today's game was merely a trap he had set for the two young ladies. Ren Buiyuan looked at Lu Di, who was feigning profundity, with a mix of exasperation. Could you please stop pretending to be impressive in front of me? Young women like Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin are not the type you could ever hope to attract. Fine, how do you wish to play? Ren Buiyuan sneered. Let us continue with this round. ILL raised the stakes. Lu Di remained unfazed, glancing at his 3 cards before expressionlessly lighting a cigarette. So, you wagered 3 million, huh? I'll raise you 5 million. 37. Just a game of money. Lu Di. Where did you get? Yin Kaikai swiftly covered Yin Xin's mouth, fearing she might inadvertently reveal the truth. Subsequently, Yin Kaikai gritted her teeth and whispered in Lu Di's ear, Lu Di, are you out of your mind? Not only do you refuse to pay back the money, but you also raised the stakes. Do you even have 5 million? Are you attempting to lead us both to our doom? Lu Di remained oblivious. He turned to the yellow-haired man with a grin and declared, it's your turn. The game at this gambling table is known in underground casinos as Big A. In essence, it is what is commonly referred to as Zhanyao among the populace. Each player receives 3 concealed cards, placing bets against one another, ultimately comparing the strength of their hands. Ha, interesting, trying to show off, are we? The yellow-haired man became intrigued, double-checking his hand. A royal flush in hearts. The probability of obtaining such a hand is exceedingly low. It is practically a guaranteed win. Moreover, he had already bribed the dealer. Although he was unaware of the cards dealt to Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin, he was certain they could not exceed his own. With an arrogant flourish, the yellow-haired man extended his hand, announcing 6 million. Betting in increments of 100 is rather dull, don't you think? Lu Di replied with a faint smile, 20 million. At this proclamation, Yin Kaikai's heart leapt into her throat. Lu Di had lost his mind. Yin Xin frantically tugged at Lu Di's sleeve from behind. Yet, Lu Di remained unfazed. With a cheerful demeanor, he inquired of the yellow-haired man, are you in or out? You really can put on an act? The yellow-haired man chuckled lightly, finding Lu Di's tactics exceedingly juvenile. At this gambling table, anyone who opts not to participate essentially concedes defeat, forfeiting all their previous bets. This fool intended to continuously raise the stakes to frighten him away. Today, I shall indulge you, 25 million. 100 million, Lu Di stated calmly. The moment those words left his lips, a hush fell over the room. I must have misheard. Did that lad wager 100 million? Who on earth is this kid? What? The yellow-haired man was taken aback. He was not adhering to the usual script, jumping from 25 million directly to 100 million. His entire savings amounted to just 300 million. At this rate, he would be wiped out in 3 rounds. He had intended to wager several million to toy with this character. How had it escalated to 100 million in an instant? Wait, no way. The yellow-haired man suddenly slammed his hand down, pointing an accusing finger at Lu Di. You nearly had me fooled. You think you can call 100 million just like that? Have you switched chips? Hiss. Yin Kaikai gasped in shock. This fool had caught on. Lu Di, of course, had no actual money. The millions and billions he had shouted were sheer fabrications. Just moments ago, Yin Kaikai had harbored a flicker of hope, wishing Lu Di's bluster would intimidate the yellow-haired man into retreating. Now, their ruse was laid bare. An idea struck Yin Kaikai, and she exclaimed loudly, Yellow-haired man, you ought to show some respect. Lu Di is our family's 3rd son-in-law. He can produce not just 100 million, but even 10 billion. Stop spouting nonsense. I demand a verification of funds, the yellow-haired man commanded, waving for the casino manager. In such large casinos, partnerships with banks run deep. Verifying a person's assets is a straightforward affair. No, we cannot verify. Yin Kaikai fiercely blocked the casino manager's path. She understood all too well that such verification would spell disaster for them. Kaikai, remain calm, Lu Di said nonchalantly, pulling a bank card from his pocket and addressing the casino manager. Go ahead and verify. There's no password. The manager nodded slightly, accepting the bank card and returning to the bar for an online inquiry. It's over. Kaikai, we'll fight our way out. You run first, and I'll hold them off. No, we should just call the police. The two young women were now in a panic, brainstorming escape plans. The yellow-haired man wore a smug expression. He had just taken a look at Lu Di's bank card. A Huimin commercial card? How utterly laughable. If he were truly a tycoon with assets in the billions, he would at least have a platinum card, right? It turned out this fellow was merely a hollow shell. Challenging me? You wagered 100 million. Let us see how you plan to cash in on that. Not a single one of the Yin family's little harlots would escape today. 5 minutes later, the casino manager approached slowly, his face betraying an excitement so intense it was almost twitching. Mr. Liu, here is your bank card. Our asset verification is complete. The casino manager bowed at a 90-degree angle, presenting the card with trembling hands, his voice quaking, additionally, to welcome your esteemed presence. Our casino has specially granted you a Black Diamond VIP status. We look forward to your frequent visits. Black Diamond VIP? I've heard of Gold VIP, but what on earth is this? The nearby spectators were puzzled. Is he really capable? The yellow-haired man asked impatiently. The casino manager, after a moment of contemplation, finally affirmed, Mr. Liu's 100 million wager is entirely valid. What? He truly has 100 million in assets. The yellow-haired man felt a jolt of shock. This was indeed a formidable opponent. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin were equally astonished. Lu Di, do you really have money? 100 million. What about the 5 million? I thought the two young women were rendered speechless. Why can't I have money? Lu Di chuckled, turning to the yellow-haired man. I ask you once more, young Master Run, are you in or out? Damn it, I'm going to take you on. The yellow-haired man gritted his teeth. 110 million. I refuse to believe you can produce 200 million. 300 million. No less. Lu Di's calm, unhurried voice resonated once more. What? He just tripled the bet to 300 million. A wave of astonishment swept through the crowd. Does this kid even have the assets? The yellow-haired man, bewildered, looked at the casino manager. The manager, forcing down his excitement, nodded slowly. The yellow-haired man was left utterly dazed. This was 300 million, his entire fortune. Was this a matter of life and death? In a moment of confusion, the yellow-haired man cast an inquiring glance at the dealer, who had long been in cahoots with him. The dealer, though shocked, nodded firmly in affirmation. Is the hand secure? Am I guaranteed to win? Excellent, with gritted teeth. The young man with yellow hair declared, I will match that. 300 million. Not to mention the Lamborghini parked at the entrance, along with a standalone villa in the Shanghai district. The total value amounts to 350 million. This represented the entirety of his accessible assets. 500 million, Liu, the younger brother, casually inhaled from his cigarette. The young man's jaw dropped once more, crashing to the floor in disbelief. Meanwhile, the two young ladies, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin, stood frozen like wooden sculptures, their eyes wide and mouths agape. What? The young man with yellow hair gazed at the casino manager in utter despair. The manager, a man in his 50s known for his composure, was now visibly trembling, his lips quivering as he nodded once more. Was his wealth still sufficient? A thin sheen of sweat began to form on the young man's forehead, the situation taking a dire turn. However, at this juncture, there was no retreat. He could only withstand the pressure. Damn it. Well done, you clever lad. I refuse to believe in this curse. Just wait for me. I will gather the funds. Today, I will bury you in money. The young man was now in a frenzy. One by one, he dialed numbers, brothers, sisters, wealthy friends, and uncles from previous generations. He exhausted every possible source of borrowing. 5 minutes later, his eyes were bloodshot as he slammed his phone onto the table. 1 billion. You poor wretch, let us see what you can counter with. I've leveraged all my connections to secure 1 billion. Today, I will ensure your family's ruin. The room fell into a profound silence, for everyone was utterly stunned. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin, despite their affluent backgrounds, were merely recent graduates and had never encountered such a scenario. The men they had previously dismissed as mere gold diggers or fraudsters now seemed to be someone entirely different, someone who could casually throw around 500 million. Indeed, they had misjudged him. He was capable and wealthy enough to present such an amount. But what now? His opponent had just upped the ante to 1 billion, doubling the stakes. The rival-esque connections were among the wealthiest in Haishur, while Lu, the younger brother, had been thoroughly vetted by TAC. He possessed no background whatsoever. His mother was merely a common worker in a small town. There was no way he could amass such a sum. At this point, the situation had spiraled out of control. 10 billion, and yet you refuse to open. Lu's voice reverberated through the quiet room like a thunderclap, embedding itself in the minds of all present. The casino manager, with tears in his eyes, continued to purse his lips and nod in acknowledgement. 38. The unvarnished crushing of the current game. Lu Di and Huang Mao each clutched 3 concealed cards, neither daring to reveal them, all for the sake of that final moment of comparison. Huang Mao, having lost everything and heavily indebted, finally staked a staggering 1 billion. Meanwhile, Lu Di, with a stoic expression, increased the wager tenfold to an astonishing 10 billion. Huang Mao faced 2 choices. First, to raise the stakes beyond 10 billion and seize the upper hand, challenging Lu Di to compare hands and determine the victor. Second, to fold and concede defeat, surrendering his entire previous stake. Yet, the extent of Lu Di's wealth remained a mystery to all, an unfathomable abyss akin to the ocean's depths. With the casino manager's assurance, every outrageous wager Lu Di declared was deemed valid. At this moment, Huang Mao was utterly frozen, his eyes wide with shock, paralyzed in place, beads of cold sweat streaming down his face. Regret consumed him. Intense, agonizing regret. He had laid bare all his assets and even borrowed several billion in foreign debt, only to be effortlessly suppressed by Lu Di. The 10 billion wager called by Lu Di was an insurmountable figure for Huang Mao. Even if he could muster 10 billion, who could predict whether Lu Di would then call 20 billion? Or perhaps 30 billion? Observing Lu Di's calm demeanor, Huang Mao found it increasingly difficult to breathe. Lu Di loomed like an immovable mountain, profoundly stable and insurmountable. Ha ha, Huang Mao laughed, a sound tinged with desperation. Even if he knew he held a straight flush while Lu Di possessed a terrible hand, what did it matter? With stakes so disproportionate, he had no right to see the cards. Initially intending to employ some tricks to seduce the 2 young ladies from the Yin family, Huang Mao now found himself not only bankrupt but also subjected to the greatest humiliation of his life, utterly outmatched by Lu Di. An unrelenting, raw crushing. Suddenly, Huang Mao seized the 3 cards from the table and stuffed them into his mouth. Struggling to swallow, his expression contorted as he declared, "These cards are ruined. No one will know the outcome of this round." Lu Di let out a gentle sigh, merely observing in silence. Perhaps this was what it meant to be crushed by the final straw. Yet, one could hardly blame fate. Ill intentions eventually reap consequences. The casino manager furrowed his brow and remarked, "Master Run, do you take us for fools? You have lost to Mr. Lu and must pay your debts as stipulated." "Huh? The casino?" Huang Mao mumbled through a mouthful of paper scraps. "Do not presume I am unaware of your casino's true nature. You are under the Black Fox gang. Your second in command, Master Feng, is my uncle. Today, I shall play the rogue. I'll call my uncle now, and when he arrives, let us see who dares to make me pay my debts." Huang Mao glared fiercely at Lu Di. "You presumptuous little brat, do you truly believe you can triumph over me? I merely sought to toy with you. When my uncle arrives, do not think you can leave here standing, let alone discuss debts. And as for those 2 young ladies from the Yin family, today, I shall claim them before all, and I challenge anyone to intervene." Ha ha ha. Huang Mao laughed heartily as he pulled out his phone. "The Black Fox gang? The foremost gang in Haishur. I've heard they operate both above and below the law. Their influence is terrifying. Their second in command must be an extraordinary figure. That boy is doomed." The crowd murmured, their eyes betraying sympathy for Lu Di. The casino manager appeared somewhat flustered. Did this Master Ren truly know the second-in-command? He had never mentioned it before. This now posed a considerable dilemma. Humph, my uncle is already on his way. What does your 10 billion in assets matter? In the eyes of the Black Fox gang, you are but a grasshopper they can easily crush. Huang Mao concluded his call, his expression transformed, now radiating confidence. The rapid turn of events left Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin's minds in disarray. Initially elated by Lu Di's unexpected victory, they were soon swept into a whirlwind of uncertainty. How had the formidable Black Fox gang entered the fray? Moreover, it appeared this gang was not to be trifled with. Ding ding ding. The casino manager's phone rang, and upon glancing at the screen, his demeanor shifted to one of urgency. Master Feng. Yes. Indeed understood, rest assured. The manager hung up and waved his hand, summoning a host of casino bodyguards who quickly surrounded Lu Di's table. The manager approached Lu Di, his expression awkward. Mr. Lu, I sincerely apologize, but Master Feng has called. Until he arrives, no one may leave. Master Feng is indeed angered, but rest assured, I shall do my utmost to advocate on your behalf. As he spoke, the manager instinctively wiped the beads of sweat from his forehead. Lu Di, what do we do now? Yin Kaikai trembled as she inquired. Upon hearing the name of the Black Fox gang, Lu Di appeared somewhat resigned. He gently extinguished his cigarette, responding nonchalantly, I am quite terrified. Yin Kaikai was utterly at a loss. Was the once miraculous Lu Di now rendered helpless? But what did this expression signify? She gazed at Lu Di, who had crossed his arms and closed his eyes in contemplation, and despaired. Lu Di, do you truly look afraid? Of course, I am frightened to death right now, he replied. However, I find myself rather tired. I shall rest for a while. Wake me when that Master Feng arrives. At the Missa Hall, having just dealt with the aftermath, a Feng was consumed by turmoil. Today had seen the arrival of a formidable figure, akin to a specter, who single-handedly toppled the entire Black Fox gang, leaving the organization in utter disarray. What shattered his perception even further was the revelation that the leader he had followed for 6 years was merely a puppet. But that was not all. Another foolhardy young man had dared to bully his nephew, and sought to usurp his nephew's inheritance. Did he take the second-in-command of the Black Fox gang for a mere bystander? Was it now the case that anyone could trample upon the dignity of Master Feng? Damn it! I shall end you. Bring me 20 men. We are heading out. A Feng, radiating fury, set forth with 20 followers towards the underground casino. A dramatic scene unfolds within the underground casino. The atmosphere hangs heavy with silence, as all eyes are fixed in anticipation of a climactic moment. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin fidget anxiously, while the yellow-haired man bears a menacing expression. At the very heart of this unfolding drama, the young man in a white shirt appears to be in slumber. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps erupts. From a distance, the bouncers outside collectively shout, Master Feng. Ha ha, Uncle has arrived. No one can save you today. The yellow-haired man exudes an air of arrogance. The casino manager has already bowed respectfully, welcoming the second-in-command of the Black Fox gang, Master Feng. Clad in a traditional Zhongshan suit, with half a cigar clenched between his lips, Feng strides into the casino hall, flanked by 20 henchmen wielding clubs. His imposing presence commands the room. The crowd can't help but murmur in awe. This is the true bearing of a leader. Manager, where's my nephew? Feng scans the scene, querying with haughty authority. Uncle, you have come. I'm right here. The yellow-haired man scurries to Feng's side, instantly adopting a woeful expression. I've been so terribly bullied. That scoundrel who cheated me out of my money is right over there. Damn it, clear the way. Feng viciously extinguishes his cigar and bellows. Today, I shall see who dares to provoke me. The latter part of his statement is abruptly swallowed. Hey, him. At that moment, an odd sound escapes Feng's throat, akin to a feather lodged in his windpipe. For, as the crowd parts, he clearly sees the young man in white, reclining in his chair. Eyes closed in repose, Mr. Dier. I can't believe it. Feng stands frozen, as if struck by lightning. Uncle, don't just stand there. Let the brothers take him down. The yellow-haired man jumps about, puffing up with bravado. Meanwhile, Ah Feng's mind is a cacophony of chaos. All he can hear is a muffled ringing in his ears. The yellow-haired man's shouts have become completely inaudible. Even the 20 fierce henchmen behind him begin to tremble. They are not simpletons. They possess memories. Is this not the very person who had just brutally beaten them? He is no mere man. He is a demon. Is this truly his destiny? Is there no escaping this predicament today? Uncle, go. It's fine. I'll bear all the consequences, just take him down. The yellow-haired man continues to holler, seizing a knife from one of the thugs, posturing to charge. Get out of here. Who the hell do you think you are to call me uncle? Ah Feng swings his arm with full force, sending the yellow-haired man sprawling to the ground. Brothers, charge. Beat this yellow-haired punk to a pulp. With a roar from Ah Feng, the 20 henchmen spring into action. They are eager to see the yellow-haired man meet his demise. It seems that only in doing so can they secure their own survival. Oh, uncle, what is wrong? It's me, Buyuan. Oh dear, I don't know you. The ensuing 5 minutes are a gruesome spectacle. 20 men relentlessly pummel the yellow-haired man. From a distance, Yin Kaikai watches in bewilderment. What? Are they fighting amongst themselves? The onlookers are equally stunned. Only the casino manager's expression flickers, as if he comprehends something. 10 minutes later, Ah Feng appears before Lu Di, dragging the yellow-haired man, now resembling a swollen pig, barely conscious, yet only daring to stand silently. Lu Di leisurely stretches and slightly opens his eyes, inquiring, "Is it over?" "Sir, it is." "Well then, I shall take my leave. I have to drive someone shortly." Lu Di rises slowly. "Drive?" Ah Feng's lips twitch slightly, but he dares not inquire further, respectfully stating, "Sir, the items this scoundrel lost to you, I will return to the chapel. You may collect them at your convenience." Lu Di takes a cigarette, and Ah Feng promptly lights it for him. "Ah, a nap has restored my spirits. Shall we go, ladies?" Lu Di stretches his limbs and proceeds with a nonchalant gait. "Oh." Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin obediently respond, following closely behind. Unbeknownst to anyone, Ah Feng's back is drenched in sweat. It feels as though he has traversed the gates of hell. This marks the second time today. The entire casino is in a state of shock. What just transpired? Ah Feng, trembling, turns to the unconscious yellow-haired man and mutters, "Why the hell did you provoke him of all people? He is now the underground kingpin of our entire city, Mr. Dier." A wave of astonishment sweeps through the crowd. From that moment on, the name Dier is indelibly etched in the minds of all present. In due time, the name Dier will echo through the underbelly of the city, spreading even across the criminal underworld of the entire nation. On the roadside, Tai Lu waits by the car, having been summoned by Lu Di to escort the two young ladies home. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin stand shyly behind Lu Di, contemplating how to broach the subject. Soft? Lu Di, thank you for helping us out. Lu Di scoffs, "No need for thanks. I do all of this according to my own principles. The reason I remain here is that I do not wish to see your Yin family fall into ruin." You? Yin Kaikai feels a surge of indignation but recalls Lu Di's earlier actions, forcing herself to suppress her anger. "So, Lu Di, you're not a pauper. Just how much do you possess?" Yin Xin can no longer contain her curiosity. Lu Di ponders for a moment. In the realm of futures, Imo Tong has ceased operations and shifted to the stock market. Those familiar with the stock market would know that a mysterious retail investor has recently emerged, making staggering trades with uncanny accuracy, raking in vast sums. Estimates suggest this individual has handled funds amounting to hundreds of billions. My wealth is just shy of what your Yin family possesses. To buy your entire Ingji group, I reckon it would take another 2 to 3 months. Observing Lu Di's serious demeanor, Yin Kaikai is left speechless once more. What was the deal with those gangsters earlier? Lu Di grins, "Just a friend of mine. A case of not hitting it off at first. Enough already." The two young women are feeling fatigued, no longer inclined to debate with Lu Di. "Lu Di, we apologize." At last, after 2 minutes, the two young ladies voiced the words they had been holding back. "We now understand. You are not a bad person. You did not take our father's money. You had no need to deceive us out of the Yin family's wealth. You are neither a freeloader nor a con artist. We misjudged you." Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin lower their heads, their eyes glistening with unshed tears. "It was we who secretly stashed away your 5 million, attempting to frame you, hoping our father would cast you out." Upon hearing this, Lu Di furrows his brow. "You hid my 5 million? Is this true? We didn't mean to. We were simply terrified, fearing further harm would come to us. Rest assured, we will confess everything to third sister tonight." The two young ladies shrink back in fright. "Ha ha." Lu Di can't help but laugh. "Such matters do not concern me. How the Yin family perceives me is irrelevant. I have a clear conscience." Ding ding ding. Lu Di's phone rings. The caller, Yin Qingwen. "Lu Di, where have you run off to again? It's nearly time to clock out. Aren't you returning to the office?" I've been absent from duty for too long. I'm leaving." Lu Di turns to depart, waving goodbye to the two young ladies over his shoulder. Sigh. Watching Lu Di's retreating figure, Yin Kaikai exhales. This Lu Di isn't so bad after all. He just loves to boast, claiming he LL by the Ingji group, and that he has friends with the underworld boss. Beside her, Tai Lu, with a serious expression, can't help but twitch his lips. Mr. Lu Di is far more than that. Have you ever heard of the renowned International Special Operations Unit, the Tianluo? 40. The unsettled bank. "Lu Di, where have you been?" "I just went out for a moment, but I couldn't find the driver." Zhao Qianqian stood at the doorway, hands on her hips, her brow furrowed. "Therefore, Mr. One has found you, and you must accompany me for a date tonight." "A date? Not a chance." Lu Di chuckled helplessly, maneuvering around Zhao Qianqian and striding directly into Yin Qingwen's office. "Lu Di, leaving your post during work hours will result in a deduction from this month's bonus." Yin Qingwen sat behind her desk, her expression frosty, gently wiping her palms. Beside her, a coat rack held a blood-stained white lab coat that swayed slightly. "Miss Yin, did you just go out to commit murder?" Lu Di remarked with a chuckle. Fortunately, he was well aware of Yin Qingwen's true identity. Otherwise, one might easily misinterpret the scene before him as that of an office slayer. "I just came back from Old Tao's place, assisting him with a few surgeries," Yin Qingwen replied, delicately placing the damp tissue down. It was then Lu Di noticed her hands were slightly trembling, likely a result of heightened stress and excessive fatigue. Lu Di was momentarily taken aback. This girl, at her core, was quite kind-hearted. "Lu Di, take a look at this list." Yin Qingwen pushed a document forward on the desk. Lu Di stepped closer and glanced at it. The list was replete with medical supplies, encompassing standard disinfectants, medications, and various commonly used medical instruments. "I just compiled this. These items are urgently needed at Old Tao's hospital," she continued, her gaze lowered. "Since Old Tao seems to have little regard for our Ingji group, I will personally donate these items to him." Lu Di nodded in realization, his esteem for Yin Qingwen rising. "You don't quite understand Old Tao. His stance is actually quite unstable." Lu Di scratched his head and laughed. "Next time you visit, just bring him a few bottles of fine liquor, and he might just adopt you as his goddaughter." With that, Lu Di jotted down at the bottom of the list. "Nolinshin Erguo 3 boxes." Yin Qingwen stared blankly, recalling how during Lu Di's last meeting with Old Tao, the first thing Old Tao had said was, "Little Lu Di, why didn't you bring me any wine?" Could it be that Old Tao was a fond drinker? Making a note of this, after instructing Zhao Qianqian to prepare the items on the list, Yin Qingwen neatly packed her bag. "Lu Di, accompany me to the bank." "Why on earth are we going to the bank?" "Need you even ask?" "To withdraw money, of course." "Do you really need to go personally for that?" "Isn't it all because of you?" Near the Ingji Group's office building, outside Haisher Commercial Bank, at 5:20 p.m. Inside a van emblazoned with Beifing Logistics, an elderly man sat within, a faint smile gracing his lips as he observed the rows of surveillance screens. Among these screens were the live feeds from the bank directly across the street. This venerable man appeared to be over 70, his hair and brows as white as snow. Yet he sat upright, exuding an extraordinary presence, his physique robust like that of a man in his 30s or 40s. "Commander, we have 10 minutes until the bank officially closes. Once the civilians leave, our exercise can commence." Behind the elderly man stood a towering figure, a man of impressive stature. His skin was dark, muscles bulging, with an arm as thick as an average person's thigh. The man stood in the 2-meter-high van, his head nearly brushing the ceiling. The elderly man chuckled. his demeanor relaxed. That old coot Duanhua, at his age, still so competitive, refusing to focus on his Haisher super police team, and insisting on challenging me? And to concoct such a ridiculous idea to simulate a bank robbery? The towering man shook his head in exasperation. Commander, with all due respect, Duanhua's troops are no match for our team. I am well aware of that. The robust elder smiled slightly, pride evident in his expression. However, I cannot disregard the decades of camaraderie with old Duan. I must give him some face, right? Thus, upon receiving his call, I promptly arrived in Haisher. Yet, to spare old Duan some dignity, I have only brought along a few newly inducted recruits, ensuring that his defeat isn't too humiliating. As he spoke, the elder couldn't help but chuckle mischievously, resembling a playful old rascal. The towering man shook his head slightly. Indeed, they had only brought a few untrained new recruits. Their capabilities were vastly inferior to the seasoned members of their team. However, these were not mere novices. They were handpicked by the commander, emerging from the finest units across the nation. Each one could stand against 100, seasoned by numerous battles, commonly referred to as the kings of soldiers. And the strong elder, who referred to these elite warriors as newbies, hailed from one of China's most clandestine special operations units, Tianluo, the newly appointed commander of Tianluo, codenamed Heishan. The towering man was the sole official member of Tianluo to accompany Heishan to Haisher, the captain of Tianluo Team A, codenamed Huixiong. The newbies they discussed were, in fact, rigorously selected candidates for Tianluo. Huixiong pointed to several locations on the screen where a few civilians were either seated or standing. Commander, 6 newbies are already in position. Once the bank closes, Duanhua's troops will also be in place, with the newbies posing as robbers, ready to strike. If our soldiers successfully make off with the money, it's a win for us. If our personnel are intercepted, then they win. Huixiong paused before adding, the bank has been informed. There will be no casualties, so you need not worry. Very well, Heishan nodded slightly, anticipation gleaming in his eyes. This would be his first time participating in such an exercise. His soldiers would don civilian attire, masquerading as bank customers, while the opposing special forces remained blissfully unaware, attending to their business under the direction of their superiors. One side would be Tianluo's newbies disguised as robbers. The other would be the Haisher super police, inadvertently caught in a bank heist. A contest that appeared coincidental was, in fact, a meticulously orchestrated tactical drill. Duan Lao Gue is indeed overconfident. His defeat is assured. Haha, just thinking about it brings me amusement. Heishan reclined in his chair, laughing. Huixiong, let us sit back and enjoy the show. The weather is delightful. In 5 minutes. Lu Di reluctantly followed Yin Qingwen into the Haisher Commercial Bank. Lu Di, according to my predictions, something intriguing will unfold in this bank in 5 minutes, echoed the crisp voice of a young boy in Lu Di's mind. In the next moment, several red circles appeared in Lu Di's field of vision, each locking onto the figures of several patrons scattered throughout the bank lobby. The mischievous spirit remarked, although their coats are tightly secured, one can discern from their body outlines and breathing rhythms that these individuals possess foundational strength and agility far exceeding that of ordinary people. The circles then focused on the gazes of a few individuals. They are constantly surveying their surroundings, the cash in the display windows, the security guards' movements, and potential escape routes. Subsequently, Lu Di's perspective zeroed in on the waist of one individual, where an oddly shaped bulge suggested the presence of a hard object. Based on its dynamics and shape, there is a 68% probability that it is a handgun. Moreover, these 6 individuals are quite peculiar. Their background information is nearly non-existent. Sigh. Lu Di discreetly observed everything, feeling somewhat helpless. Mischievous spirit, is this what you meant by an intriguing story? Someone is attempting to rob the bank. And they appear to be professionals. Must I not be allowed to enjoy a peaceful day? At that moment, Yin Qingwen, having withdrawn her funds, approached Lu Di and handed him 3 stacks of vibrant red bills. Lu Di, take this. Lu Di, bewildered, inquired, what does this mean? What do you mean? I know you're out of money, and yet, you still want to save face. Currently, there is no one here but me. Just accept it. Use it for your expenses. Though Yin Qingwen's expression seemed domineering, her gaze remained fixed on Lu Di, fearing his rejection. Her father had given him 5 million, Yet this fellow squandered it recklessly and ultimately handed 4 million to the old man. Now, he couldn't even produce a sum for groceries. After all, he had saved her life. Lu Di was at a loss for words. Yin Qingwen, despite her somewhat aloof demeanor, was not entirely unlikable. Yet, her intentions to assist the old man were clear, and she was keenly observing all his actions. Perhaps it was his behavior that she had misinterpreted. She wanted to help him but feared he would refuse her assistance. Lu Di finally comprehended why Yin Qingwen had meticulously chosen the time and deliberately avoided bringing an assistant, opting instead to come directly to retrieve the money. Was it to safeguard his pride? Sigh. Lu Di sighed softly, feeling a stir of emotion within. You do have a conscience, acknowledging that I am your benefactor. He did not accept the money but raised an eyebrow and said, however, my cigarettes have just run out. Go buy me a pack. Yin Qingwen's hand, still holding the money, froze in midair, her beautiful eyes widening. Lu Di, can you stop being so insatiable? You. What do you mean you? I want to smoke Huazi, be a good girl and go. As he spoke, Lu Di grinned. Yin Qingwen, momentarily taken aback by his sudden gentleness, found herself at a loss for words. In a daze, she stepped outside, heading towards the supermarket across the street. TSK. That you are quite obedient. Observing Yin Qingwen's unsteady figure, Lu Di shook his head slightly and strolled over to the lounge area. He crouched down beside a man clad in a trench coat. Hee, greetings. Lu Di flashed a smile at the man beside him. Hello, the man replied in a calm tone. Brother, the weather is splendid today. Are you here to rob a bank? It is indeed a lovely day. What did you just say? The man in the trench coat suddenly stood up, astonished, staring at Lu Di. Lu Di grinned mischievously. My apologies for cutting in line. In the surveillance vehicle outside, Heishan's expression shifted as he observed the screen. What is happening? Is there interference at location 6? The next moment, Heishan, having just sipped his tea, nearly choked. On the monitor, the young man in the white shirt seized the moment of distraction from the rookie at position 6 and delivered a powerful punch. The blow connected squarely with the rookie's chin, sending him flying. What is going on? Heishan exclaimed, rising in shock. Is it that the old ghost Duan is not adhering to the rules? A sudden attack. Report, instructor. I have reviewed the data on Duan's subordinates, and this individual is not among them. Hui Xiong was equally bewildered. The subsequent footage left both men even more astounded. After knocking down rookie number 6, the young man in white did not pause for a moment. With the grace of a dragon, he dashed towards the remaining 5 rookies. The rookies were momentarily taken aback. How could the exercise commence ahead of schedule? But seeing Lu Di charge at them like a fierce tiger left them no time to ponder. Bang, bang, bang. The bank lobby erupted into chaos, with civilians fleeing in panic. On the screen, whether it was the rookies' close combat techniques or special operations capture methods, Lu Di effortlessly countered them all. Rookie number 1 was sent flying. Rookie number 2 was knocked unconscious. Rookie number 3 had his weapon confiscated. Rookies 4 and 5 were simultaneously knocked out. Within 2 minutes, all 6 Tianluo rookies were rendered incapacitated. Heishan and Hui Xiong stood frozen in disbelief. This is impossible. Heishan exclaimed, his excitement palpable. When I said they were rookies, that was merely modesty. How could an ordinary fellow just stroll in and take them down so easily? Are you joking? Heishan pointed at the monitor, his finger trembling violently. It must be Duan's people. He is setting me up? No way. Duan's subordinates could not possibly possess such formidable skills. The venerable instructor of Tianluo, renowned far and wide, Heishan, was beginning to lose his composure. Hui Xiong was equally stunned by the footage. Instinctively, he straightened up, his steel-like head nearly crashing through the ceiling of the surveillance vehicle. Instructor, that kid is leaving. No way. Heishan's beard trembled with rage as he shouted, Hui Xiong, you go and bring that kid back alive. Understood. Hui Xiong, a true member of the Tianluo group, leapt from the reconnaissance vehicle. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he shot towards the bank like an arrow released from a bow. The smooth asphalt was left with 2 small craters from his forceful push. Inside the bank lobby, Lu Di surveyed the fallen robbers strewn about and casually clapped his hands. I must say, as robbers, you are quite impressive, but it's a pity you have chosen the wrong path. Suddenly, a gust of wind howled. Not far away, a towering figure, resembling a black tower, charged towards Lu Di with reckless abandon. Judging by the momentum, it was akin to a heavy road roller. Coming again? Lu Di squinted at the approaching figure, realizing this person's aura was several times stronger than that of the previous individuals. It seemed this punch would require my utmost seriousness. Here we go, boom. A thunderous crash resounded. The formidable leader of the Tianluo team, Hui Xiong, was sent flying 10 meters, crashing into a nearby lounge, shattering glass and causing the ceiling to collapse. Hui Xiong's figure was entirely buried. Meanwhile, Lu Di maintained a forward stance, his arm taut in a punching position. In the reconnaissance vehicle, He Shan gasped in shock. Am I truly getting old? Am I seeing things? For in the bustling city of Haishur, Lu Di stood at the threshold, his cigarette in hand, gazing in bewilderment at the chaos unfolding in the hall. He had merely stepped out for 5 minutes. The floor was strewn with the bodies of 5 or 6 individuals, and the lounge had collapsed. It's nothing, just a robbery at the bank. But then a dashing and formidable young man stepped forward and swiftly subdued the assailants with remarkable ease, he explained. That's not important. We must leave at once. This place is no longer safe. Lu Di insisted, seizing Yin Qingwen's arm and leading her towards the exit. But where is that young man you mentioned? Yin Qingwen appeared lost in thought. Lu Di shrugged. He had other matters to attend to and left. The bank tellers exchanged incredulous glances, yet none activated the alarm. Good heavens, is this what the higher-ups referred to as a drill? One person took down 6 special forces operatives, all in under 3 minutes. Was that young man one of our Haishur SWAT officers? How handsome. I truly admire a policeman like that. Suddenly, the remnants of the lounge erupted with a loud crash. The gray bear, consumed by rage, charged out, his eyes bloodshot as he surveyed the battlefield. Yet, there was no sign of Lu Di. You little brat, don't let me catch you again. 10 minutes later, a large contingent arrived at the scene. Some were clearing the debris, while others were using stretchers to carry out the injured. Tiske. Behind the venerable Black Mountain, an elderly gentleman clad in a Zhongshan suit stroked his chin, his lips pursing in disbelief. Old Black, you were boasting about how formidable your soldiers are. Truth be told, I was a bit intimidated back then. Isn't it ironic that I showed up just 5 minutes late, and your troops were bested by a courageous civilian? So, not only did your elite soldiers fail to prevail, but they also botched their disguise. Black Mountain's face turned an alarming shade of purple with anger. Duan Lao Gue, shut your foul mouth. This is an unexpected incident. Unexpected, please. Duan Hua, the commander of the Haishur Special Operations Group, scoffed proudly. In our city, such occurrences are hardly surprising. Civilians are valiant. Our police force is even braver than the SWAT team. Fortuitously, you fell victim to a civilian. Otherwise, if it were against my elite combat team, I'd fear your soldiers might sustain serious injuries. Imagine the repercussions for me, Duan Hua reveled in his thoughts. That unknown youth had brought immense honor to Haishur. Black Mountain was nearly humiliated to tears. Meanwhile, the gray bear seethed with rage. Indeed, as a member of the esteemed Tianlu organization, he had never faced such disgrace. If that young man dared to appear before him again, he would surely break both his arms and legs. At this moment, Black Mountain had fallen silent, repeatedly watching the footage of the earlier confrontation, his expression growing increasingly grave. This young man possesses strength and reaction speed that are undoubtedly of S rank. Moreover, his grappling techniques, special operations tactics, and even disarming methods are all executed with exceptional finesse. Black Mountain's eyes flickered. Though his codename was Black Mountain, within the military, he was also known as the Fire-Eyed Golden Gaze. Any battle that fell under his scrutiny would reveal who was superior and who was inferior without delay. After all, even an organization as formidable as Tianlu placed their complete trust in his judgment. Tap. Black Mountain gently tapped the keyboard, freezing the frame on a close-up of Lu Di. He gazed intently at the image. Then, extending his hand, the gray bear immediately leaned closer. Gray Bear, I give you 12 hours to locate this young man, Black Mountain instructed thoughtfully. Understood. Gray Bear frowned slightly, unable to suppress his curiosity. Instructor, are you intending to recruit him? Black Mountain shook his head slightly. You were struck by him. Do you still not comprehend? To be able to send you flying, his strength is nothing short of astonishing. This young man, he may very well be the individual we have been seeking. Not only is he qualified for enlistment, but he could also potentially succeed me in the future. Black Mountain exhaled deeply. Moreover, the most crucial factor is that with him, our planned operations can finally commence. What? Gray Bear trembled slightly upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Duan Hua, who had been eavesdropping, suddenly perked up. He chuckled. Oh dear, Old Black, why the rush? Since you've come to Haishur, allow me the courtesy of hospitality. How about this? I'll arrange a feast tonight, with a braised rooster, your favorite dish. Gray Bear, you should join us for a drink. Drink your grandmother. Duan Lao Gue, I'll settle this with you later. Black Mountain retorted, rising to leave without looking back. Fine, if you don't want to drink, then don't throw a tantrum. Duan Hua watched Black Mountain walk away, suddenly losing his smile. He gestured, and a middle-aged police officer rushed over. Director Sun, I give you 10 hours to ensure you find the young man in that footage. Though Old Black may have a foul temper, his judgment is impeccable. Anyone he selects is a true warrior. Since this young man belongs to Haishur, we cannot let Old Black have the upper hand. Find him for me. I want him to join my team, to become the warrior of my elite police unit. Old Black can't take him. No way, humph. Lu Di, you have become quite the sensation. As Lu Di drove back to the Yin family estate, he suddenly heard the mischievous laughter of the demon child. Demon child, speak respectfully. According to my analysis, at least 4 computer terminals are currently searching for your information. The footage they possess is from your altercation at the bank. Lu Di sighed softly, resignedly stating, Demon child. There's a line of poetry you may not be familiar with. What is it? After the matter is resolved, I take my leave, concealing my achievements and name. Understood. I will take action now. At that very moment, Black Mountain and Gray Bear, awaiting the results of the facial recognition comparison at their computers, suddenly froze. The screens abruptly went black. The technicians scrambled to remedy the situation. After a flurry of activity, although the computers rebooted, all video footage of the young man in white had vanished without a trace. What happened? Can our computers be hacked? Black Mountain stared blankly for a few seconds before shouting, Gray Bear, get me a sketch of that face right away. Simultaneously, Duan Hua, on his return journey, was savoring the photo he had covertly taken of the formidable young man in white. Suddenly, his phone notified him that the photo had been deleted. Damn it, Old Black dares to tamper with my phone. In the opulent suite atop the Shangjing International Hotel in Kyoto, the esteemed Yin Hongxin, a titan of wealth in Haishur, reclined languidly on a terrace chair, gazing down upon the enchanting nightscape of the city. Sir, do take a look at this document. It is quite intriguing, announced the elderly but perceptive steward as he presented a dossier from behind. The sales leaderboard for the medical devices division of the Ingji Group reveals that the top spot is held by Yin Qingwen and Lu Di, with a staggering sum of 2 billion. A flicker of astonishment crossed Yan's visage. 2 billion, indeed. Even for the Ingji Group, this was no trifling figure, and it was a singular order at that. Sir, the third young lady has been performing exceptionally well of late, the steward commented with a faint smile. As a father, I am well aware of Wenwen's capabilities, Yin replied knowingly. Ah Fu, do you not discern the crux of this matter? Yin straightened in his seat, his interest piqued. Of course, sir, the focal point is Mr. Lu Di, the steward replied, inclining slightly. Mr. Lu's remarkable talent is evident even to someone like me, let alone to you, sir. Ah Fu, as you have noted, he is a true luminary of our age. Sir, I grasp your intent, but Ah Fu hesitated for a moment before continuing. However, from my observations, Mr. Lu Di appears somewhat indifferent, perhaps even dismissive, towards our Yin family. I am well aware, Yin replied with a subtle smile. Individuals of Lu Di's caliber often harbor a certain pride in their abilities. He is, after all, still quite young. I possess the means to instill in him a sense of humility and decorum to help him seize the rare opportunity presented by the Yin family. As he spoke, Yan's gaze resolutely fixed ahead. Ah Fu, who had served him faithfully for nearly 30 years, felt a twinge of surprise. It had been at least a decade since he had witnessed such fervor in Yan's pursuit of a goal. Ah Fu, I need you to attend to two matters, Yan instructed thoughtfully. First, relay to the group that the marketing responsibilities for the home medical devices project shall be entrusted entirely to Wanwen. Sir, might you reconsider? Ah Fu queried, astonished. The home medical devices initiative has absorbed nearly 100 billion in investments and has taken 3 years to develop. It has only just been launched. It is also the focal point of our group's forthcoming strategic endeavors, pivotal to our revenue for the entire year. Miss San has only been employed for 3 years. Is it not a considerable risk to assign her such a responsibility? Yan's expression flickered with intensity. I cannot rely solely on Wanwen. My wager is placed squarely on that young rascal Lu Di. Have you forgotten that Lu Di has expressed an affinity for Wanwen? They have spent considerable time together and have just secured a 2 billion order, have they not? Ah Fu understands now, the steward replied, clarity dawning upon him. If you were to directly solicit Mr. Lu Di, he may very well decline. Hence, you have orchestrated this stratagem to maneuver him into a position of obligation. Yin chuckled softly. Fortunately, my daughter is exceptional and has captivated that young scoundrel Lu Di. Ah Fu silently nodded in agreement. And what of the second matter, sir? Second, in 5 days, I shall return to Haishur and host a banquet at my Yin family estate. Yin rose. He is a genuine military heavyweight. Ah Fu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. Sir, are you referring to General Heishan? Precisely. Yin affirmed. General Heishan possesses a commanding presence that can easily intimidate these young aspirants. He is an entity they will forever look up to. Once Lu Di and the others encounter him, they will grasp the essence of there are mountains beyond mountains and people beyond people. They shall realize that their modest accomplishments are but a drop in the ocean. I shall ensure these young minds comprehend that at their current juncture, they must adopt a humble attitude and strive earnestly. Yin felt increasingly satisfied with his plans, unable to suppress a cheerful tune. Ah, and Ah Fu, since General Heishan is coming, do not forget to invite Duanhua. They are longtime comrades in arms, 2 titans of the military, and I dare say, they shall leave those youngsters utterly intimidated. As for Lu Di, he shall undoubtedly comport himself with propriety and become my esteemed son-in-law. 44. The mysterious origins of the Yin family manor. As Lu Di and Yin Qingwen stepped into the grand hall, they were immediately met with an acrid scent of something burnt. Following the odor, the duo made their way to the kitchen. Upon pushing the door open, they were engulfed in a cloud of smoke, so thick it rendered their eyes unable to open. He, third sister, Lu Di. As the smoke dissipated, they beheld Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin, 2 little girls, their faces covered in soot, standing in the kitchen. Before them lay a plate, meticulously covered. We spent a full 2 hours preparing dinner for Lu Di. Cough, cough. What on earth are you two doing? Yin Qingwen inquired, furrowing her brow. We are here to apologize to Lu Di for our previous misdeeds. As a gesture of sincerity, this is our first time cooking, dedicated to Lu Di. The 2 girls chimed in unison. Lu Di, come quickly, you must try this. Yin Kaikai exclaimed, eagerly pulling Lu Di to the table with an expectant grin. All right, Lu Di scratched his head, taken aback by the scene. The 2 little girls of the Yin family were always so full of energy. Gently lifting the dish cover, a cloud of black smoke billowed forth, reminiscent of a wandering spirit. What is this? Lu Di stared blankly at the charred plate before him. It's golden egg fried rice, made just for you, though perhaps we overcooked it a tad. The girls stuck out their tongues playfully. Lu Di, we truly did our best. We hope you won't hold it against us. Just take a bite. Ding. Benzene, a pyrene detected, recognized globally as one of the most potent carcinogens. It exists not only in coal smoke and the exhaust from vehicles and tractors, but also in charred food, such as the burnt rice before you. Upon hearing the prompt from the mischievous spirit, Lu Di instinctively took 2 steps back. Stop. I forgive you. Ha, that's wonderful. Lu Di, take your time and enjoy. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin sighed in relief, pulling Yin Qingwen outside the kitchen. Just as they stepped out, The two girls suddenly grew tense. Third sister, we have something to confess. What is it? Yin Qingwen's brow furrowed, sensing something amiss. With a hint of trepidation, Yin Kaikai produced a bank card from her pocket and handed it to Yin Qingwen. This is the bank card father gave to Lu Di. It contains 5 million, untouched, which Lu Di left in the sunroom on the 5th floor. What? Yin Qingwen's eyes widened in astonishment. Yin Kaikai hesitantly continued, and a few days ago, when Lu Di first received the card, he placed it there. It was Mai and Xin's doing to secretly hide the card. What? Yin Qingwen's shock deepened. So, Lu Di never intended to take our family's money, and he is not the person we assumed him to be. It was Xin and I who wanted Lu Di to be misunderstood and then driven away. Yin Kaikai spoke with a complicated expression. What? Yin Qingwen's mind spun in confusion. Scenes flashed through her mind. Lu Di's astonishing purchase of 200 sets of clothing, spending 200,000. Lu Di casually swiping his card for a luxury lighter, costing 1 million. Lu Di, with a grin, mentioning he had saved 4 million for his grandfather. Yin Qingwen felt a sense of disarray if he hadn't taken this card. Where did his money come from? Wasn't Lu Di previously a poor man living off part-time jobs? And most importantly, Lu Di's arrival at the Yin family was not motivated by money. What, then, was his true intention? Could it be, as he claimed, that he sought me? Impossible. Lu Di seemed intent on driving me to the brink of madness. Yin Qingwen shook her head vigorously, perplexed and agitated. Observing the fluctuating expressions of her third sister, Yin Kaikai awkwardly added, moreover, Lu Di is actually quite wealthy. What do you mean by quite wealthy? Yin Qingwen raised an eyebrow. Lu Di might possess 1 billion, or even 2 billion. Yin Kaikai counted on her fingers. Suddenly, she paused. She had intended to reveal Lu Di's true wealth to Yin Qingwen, but then recalled that the casino manager had never disclosed the exact amount on Lu Di's card. Lu Di has assets exceeding 1 billion? Yin Qingwen asked, bewildered. Not just that, 10 billion? At least 100 billion. The exact figure is unknown to us. What? Yin Qingwen was once again taken aback. 100 billion. That could place him among the wealthiest in Shanghai. How could that be possible? Although Yin Qingwen was the daughter of a tycoon, she had always relied on her own efforts at Yingshi to earn her keep. Over the past 3 years, even with her father's assistance, her savings barely reached 1 billion. Lu Di possessing 100 billion in assets, that equated to 100 times her wealth? Considering Lu Di's typically frugal demeanor, Yin Qingwen found it utterly inconceivable. First, let's sample the fried rice, suggested Yin Qingwen, her disbelief evident as she inquired, how did you come to know about this? Well, the two young girls stammered. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, we were at a friend's casino, and we saw Lu Di gambling extravagantly, wagering a staggering 10 billion in one go. You witnessed this with your own eyes? Indeed, third sister, the two girls replied, their eyes averted. Yin Qingwen stood frozen in shock. Gambling away 10 billion? What a reckless act. This signifies that Lu Di's wealth far exceeds 10 billion. The man who wouldn't waste even 3 yuan on an ice cream cone? The one who only wears a 200 yuan white shirt? A person who has worked part-time for 3 years? Is this some sort of jest? Yin Qingwen instinctively touched her handbag, inside which lay the 30,000 yuan she had intended to give Lu Di. How absurd it was to worry that he lacked savings or money for meals. Why would he act in such a manner? Was he attempting to make a fool of me? A wave of embarrassment washed over Yin Qingwen. Gradually, a sense of gloom enveloped her heart. She couldn't help but furrow her brow. Lu Di, so young yet possessing such immense wealth, concealing it from the Yin family while extravagantly spending. Suddenly, she recalled Lu Di's earlier discussion about economic policies at the dinner table, stunning everyone present, in the bizarre instance when he secured a 20 billion order directly from Li Dahai at the hospital. All these signs indicated that Lu Di could not possibly be an ordinary individual. The myriad of strange occurrences left Yin Qingwen perplexed. In fact, she felt a twinge of fear. What exactly was he up to? Third sister, please don't overthink it. Lu Di is not a bad person. When father returns, we will inform him too. The two young girls earnestly attempted to reassure her, feeling somewhat guilty. Out of fear of their father's and third sister's reprimands, they had intentionally obscured the details of the casino incident, inadvertently digging a deeper hole for Lu Di. Yin Qingwen shook her head in a dazed that moment. The two girls appear to her as nothing more than naive. 10 billion? Is it something one can casually possess? Willingly serving as a driver for the Yin family? The mysteries surrounding Lu Di were too profound to be overlooked. Kai, I recall that in your detective organization, there is a top detective named Xiaoyi, correct? Yin Qingwen pondered aloud. Yes, Zhao Yixin Yun, a renowned private detective in Huaxia. Are you looking for him, third sister? Precisely. Please contact him for me. I need him to investigate Lu Di's background. No matter how much he charges, I will not bargain. But he must provide me with a thorough account of that fellow. Yin Qingwen declared, her eyes glinting with a cold intensity. Third sister, I don't think this is a good idea. I believe in Lu Di, Yin Kai murmured, as if she had committed a wrongdoing. What good is belief? Have you forgotten that scoundrel Qiu Baiming? You've healed, yet you forget the pain. How did we treat him back then? How did father treat him? And how did Qiu Baiming return the favor? Yin Qingwen's voice rose in indignation. Upon hearing that name, the two girls' expressions froze, their bodies feeling as though they had plunged into an ice cavern, their eyes wide with terror. Qiu Baiming! They had nearly forgotten him. The malevolent man whom their father had kindly taken in, only to later attempt to seize the Yin family's assets and even pursue third sister. Although he had ultimately been imprisoned by their father, he remained a haunting nightmare for the Yin sisters. It was precisely because of him that they had initially been reluctant to accept Lu Di. I had begun to trust Lu Di, she confessed. But knowing all this, I must remain cautious. For everyone's safety, Lu Di must be thoroughly investigated. If I truly misjudged Lu Di, I will sincerely apologize to him. Yin Qingwen cautiously glanced toward the kitchen. For now, let us act as if nothing has happened and not expose Lu Di. As she spoke, Yin Qingwen, lost in thought, led the two girls back to the kitchen. As they opened the door, a rich aroma wafted toward them. Lu Di stood there, arms crossed, a beaming smile on his face as he regarded the three women. On the table before them lay 3 large platters of glistening golden fried rice, the scent tantalizing and mouth-watering. Dear ladies, after whispering for so long, you must be weary. Why not sample my golden fried rice first? Wow, this is fantastic. We get to savor Lu Di's heavenly culinary skills again. The two young girls rushed forward. Yin Qingwen gazed at the strikingly handsome man before her, his warm smile inviting yet enigmatic. Are you truly a good person, or a villain? Author's note. I made some adjustments to yesterday's chapter as it was too lengthy, thus splitting it into 2. There are minor changes in the details, so please enjoy. Thank you. Lu Di's high-energy moments are about to commence, so stay tuned. 46. The Jest of a Cyber Deity. Oh, Lu Di, this plate of fried rice is unlike any I've had before. Yin Kai and Yin Xin suddenly lifted their heads from their plates, their expressions peculiar. At that moment, Yin Qingwen also took a bite. This fried rice undoubtedly showcased divine culinary skills, its flavor rich and fragrant. However, upon chewing, there lingered a subtle bitterness within the rice. Of course, I've changed one of the seasonings, so the taste is bound to be different. Lu Di extended his palm, revealing a white fruit the size of a peanut resting in his hand. This is called ginkgo, the seed of the ginkgo tree. Though it carries a slight bitterness, it serves the purpose of detoxifying and alleviating internal heat. Lu Di picked up the ginkgo, smiling gently. For ladies like you three, who are perpetually burdened with worries, filled with suspicion and doubt, it's only natural to feel restless and have an abundance of inner fire. Today, I've prepared this ginkgo fried rice for you, just to soothe your hearts. Yin Qingwen's brows furrowed slowly. Lu Di, what do you mean by that? Lu Di chuckled softly, delicately peeling the ginkgo to extract the pale yellow inner bud. This inner bud is the most bitter part of the ginkgo. It must be removed before consumption, lest it becomes inedible. Lu Di pursed his lips. It's akin to a person who is constantly misunderstood. Inevitably, they will harbor resentment. When someone genuinely wishes to assist, yet faces repeated indignities, their heart becomes bitter, and they will naturally turn away. Only then did Yin Qingwen comprehend, her eyes widening in anger. Lu Di, you were eavesdropping on our conversation. I was merely busy preparing the meal. I did hear, but it wasn't eavesdropping. I can only tell you that people are different. Lu Di shrugged. Yin Xingwen's frown deepened. Lu Di, what on earth are you talking about? What I mean is, could you all please stop misunderstanding me? Yin Xingwen was momentarily taken aback, unsure of how to respond. Lu Di, you. However, I am determined to see this matter through. Once I resolve it, I shall leave the Yin family without a moment's delay. With that, Lu Di departed with an air of nonchalance. Yin Xingwen stood there, dumbfounded, speechless. In an instant, she felt that this young man in white exuded an overwhelming arrogance, dismissing everything around him, as if the entire Yin family held no significance in his eyes. Yin Xingwen murmured, "Could it be that I truly misunderstood him? Indeed. But rest assured, as a man, one must possess a broad mind and a generous heart, unlike women, who only need ample bosoms." She could faintly hear Lu Di's voice echoing from afar. Yin Xingwen's expression shifted from crimson to purple. Sigh. Back in his room, Lu Di couldn't help but exhale a breath of resignation. It seemed it was time to attend to his own affairs. Imotong, our plan can commence. Ding. Integrating top-tier marketing strategies. Ding. Organizing 100,000 business models. In an instant, the commercial plan in Lu Di's mind became increasingly lucid. Each step of strategy interlinked seamlessly, with no detail overlooked. Lu Di smiled slightly. He glanced at his phone. The hype surrounding D had finally begun to wane. Other trending topics gradually emerged. The time has come. Imotong. Posted. Understood. In the next moment, the entire Yin family estate's network suddenly froze. An immense flow of information surged forth, and the source of it all was Lu Di's eye, shimmering with a violet glow. 10 seconds later, a post titled "Guessing Game with Prizes" swept across the internet. Countless forums, message boards, websites, and various self-media outlets simultaneously featured this post. Guessing Game with Prizes riddle, 3 and 4, 5 and 23, auto-read. The first 100 users to correctly guess the answer will each receive a reward of 500,000. Signed, D-San. Initially, this post garnered little attention. However, as time passed, netizens found it impossible to ignore. The post continued to proliferate, refreshing every webpage. Wherever there was information to be seen, this content appeared. Hundreds of thousands, millions, tens of millions, even billions of views. Within a mere 10 minutes, this post was omnipresent. In some smaller forums, it had completely inundated the space, leaving no room for other information. Numerous internet companies and online monitoring agencies simultaneously took note of this content. A throng of network technicians stood agape. What is this? One single post. What an astonishing post. Over 100 million releases within 10 minutes. It has practically monopolized all public resources. What sort of team could execute such a feat? This would surely require a team of thousands, paired with computers capable of billion-level floating-point calculations. Does such a company exist in our country? Absolutely not. What is this signature, D-San? I've never heard of it. In unison, all the internet experts immediately began to trace the origins of this post. The results left them sorely disappointed. The post contained no violations. It did not exploit any viral mechanisms. Furthermore, no matter how high-ranking the network officials, they could not trace the IP of the publisher. The origin of D-San remained a mystery. Meanwhile, netizens began to engage in discussions beneath the post. What is this? Why is it everywhere? What on earth is this riddle? Are you joking? Offering 500,000 for solving this? Are you trying to fool children? 100 people, each getting 500,000. That's a total of 50 million. Who is going to provide that? Ridiculous. I wouldn't believe you if you told me. Probably some internet deity's prank. 1,000 miles away, in an old residential complex in Shan City, a bespectacled student girl, during a break from her studies, inadvertently stumbled upon this post. 3 and 4, 5 and 23, auto-read. The little girl pondered for a moment and suddenly clapped her hands. Isn't auto-read that foreign mathematician who invented the multiplication sign? Could this possibly signify multiplication? 3x4, 5 by 23. The young girl, suppressing her excitement, replied beneath one of the posts. Are the answers 12 and 115? Soon after, a flurry of comments emerged. Little sister, you are quite naive, aren't you? Is it really that simple? Moreover, even if you were correct, do you genuinely expect someone to give you 500,000 000? Don't get your hopes up. Just consider it a light-hearted post. Yet, the young girl remained silent, for she was staring blankly at her phone notifications. Congratulations, you are the first friend to provide the correct answer. 500,000 yuan has been credited to your Alipay from your friend, D-san. The girl rubbed her eyes, confirming that this was not a dream. She suddenly leaped up from her chair and joyfully shouted towards the door, "Mom, my college tuition is secured." In a mere 5 minutes, over 100 million posts simultaneously updated with a singular message. The inaugural winner has emerged, bearing the moniker Xiaohua's University Dream, with a remaining quota of 99 spots. Accompanying the text was a screenshot, revealing a transaction record with the username obscured, a staggering sum of 500,000 transferred in one fell swoop. OMG, is this for real? Are people truly being rewarded for answering questions? I refuse to believe it. This must be a photoshopped image. Whether you believe it or not is inconsequential. I certainly do. By the way, what was the answer? What did Xiaohua respond with? In an instant, the comments surged beyond measure. Yet, the majority of netizens remained utterly perplexed, for the posts were countless, and no one had the faintest idea where the first winner had posted their answer. Heh! Lu Di, reclining on his bed, let out a knowing smile. Let it stir, let it stir. The hotter, the better. From his vantage point, he could see all of the operations recorded by the mischievous child. 100 million posts had already been dispatched, and the numbers were escalating at an alarming rate. Furthermore, the volume of comments beneath the post was increasing at a staggering pace of tens of thousands per second. Undoubtedly, this was a post that had sent shockwaves throughout the entire internet. The prize for guessing would undoubtedly become the focal point of a new frenzy. This night was destined to be sleepless. For hours later, the discourse surrounding the topic had reached unprecedented heights. 150 million posts and billions of comments. The answer to the riddle has long since spread far and wide. Almost the entire populace is engaged. Millions have already deduced that the answer is 12,115. Some have even meticulously researched the life history of the mathematician Otto Reed. At precisely midnight, when many were preparing to sleep, Lu commanded the demon boy to transfer 99 prizes of 500,000 each in one go. Subsequently, a screenshot was shared, confirming that the bonuses for 100 individuals had been dispersed. The online commentary erupted once more. This is actually real. They really distributed money. My friend is one of the winners. Damn, I regret not participating earlier. I had figured out the answer, but didn't submit. You up there, stop bragging. 500,000. For solving a math problem? I can hardly believe it. By the way, who exactly is this Emperor 3, and what does he intend to do? Emperor 3, could he be a fan of the singing deity Emperor 1? But where did Emperor 2 vanish to? Gazing at the eclectic array of comments, Lu smiled with amusement. Everything is unfolding according to his grand design. Demon Boy, prepare the second question. Soon after, the enigmatic account known as Emperor 3 posted once more. Riddle with rewards 2 foot. The answer to the previous round is the riddle for this round. Bonus hint. Do you believe there exists another version of yourself in this world? The first netizen to correctly guess the answer will receive a prize of 100 million. Signed, Emperor 3. The entire internet was thrown into a frenzy. He's posed another riddle, and this time the prize is a staggering 100 million. Oh my goodness, 100 million. What kind of game is this? The plaything of the wealthy. Creating a riddle of the century? The answer to the last round was 12,115. Is this the riddle? What can one deduce from 12,115? Enough chatter. Quickly think of an answer. Hurry and do some research. 100 million awaits, elevating us all. This time, no one doubted the authenticity of the prize. Instead, all eyes were fervently fixed on that 100 million reward. However, this question was far from simple. Countless netizens scoured various sources, yet found no credible answer. Even the consumer complaint hotline 12115 was inexplicably inundated with countless harassing calls. The internet was ablaze. Sleep was a distant memory. They fervently shouted in their hearts, what exactly is 12115? If only they could answer correctly, it would mean 100 million. Yet, few recognized the magnitude of this highly successful online event. The immense attention it garnered was unprecedented. The The trending searches, once dominated by Emperor 1, now bore half the entries for riddle with rewards. A mysterious individual manipulating tens of thousands of accounts, posting over 1 billion posts in just 10 minutes. Riddle with rewards threads capturing the attention of 800 million netizens, with a prize of 100 million, equivalent to 21st place lottery prizes. 2020's Internet Chronicle. Following the singing deity Emperor 1, the riddle master Emperor 3 emerges once again. Hot topic. Do you believe there exists another version of yourself in this world? Thousands of scholars have organized overnight discussion groups solely to unravel the second riddle. In the hours that followed, Emperor 3's post soared in popularity. An array of bizarre answers flooded in. Even in the dead of night, the view and response counts remained unstoppable. The posts were even shared internationally, with numerous foreign friends racking their brains for this 100 million prize. 100 million in cash is undoubtedly the largest sum in the history of online lotteries, unprecedented. Astronomical figures, enough to drive everyone mad. At precisely 5 a.m., a meeting room filled with a dozen scholars deep in contemplation convened. I've got it. A middle-aged woman resembling a teacher, her eyes bloodshot, lifted her head from a pile of documents. 12115 isn't a math problem. It's a coordinate. Longitude 12, latitude 115. There exists a place that aligns perfectly with his hint. Trembling, the middle-aged woman typed 2 characters on her phone. Under the watchful gaze of the crowd, they awaited the outcome in silence. 30 seconds later, an announcement reverberated across the internet. Countless sleepless netizens encountered a post that made them pound their chests in despair. Congratulations to ID teacher He for successfully deducing the second riddle. Awarded a prize of 100 million. The answer revealed. Gemini. Following this, a screenshot of the transfer was attached. The number of zeros following the 1 was enough to make one question their own existence. A solid 100 million in cash. The comments section erupted once more. No way. Someone actually got it right? The winner is a teacher. 100 million. A ticket to the pinnacle of life. This is incredible. The answer is Gemini. What does that even mean? Why? Why? I want to know why. That night, there was a nationwide interaction. All sparked by one thing. The multitude of posts from the mysterious account known as Emperor 3 and the more than 100 million cash he so generously distributed. The second round of guessing had concluded. Countless netizens expressed their lamentations. While regretting their missed opportunity for the prize, they remained restless, eagerly wondering if there would be a third round of riddles. Meanwhile, the orchestrator of it all had risen early, climbing to the mountain's peak. Ahead, the sun slowly ascended. While observing the tumultuous data, he calmly stroked his chin. He slowly remarked, "Demon boy, it's time to move on to the main event. Because I didn't update on time today, am I going to be scolded to death?" The author, feeling guilty, presents this chapter first and will stay up late to make up for it. You may read it now or wait until tomorrow morning. I vow to deliver without fail. My apologies. 48. Another self. Within the forum, individuals incessantly refresh the webpage. At long last. After a span of 10 minutes, the enigmatic D sent updates once more. Greetings, stranger. You are akin to a star within the galaxy. Although there are myriad similarities, a subtle radiance distinguishes you. At times, you dare to be unconventional, yet others regard you as an outlier. At times, you pour forth your emotions, only to be met with indifference. Thus, you can only lament your solitude. Coordinates, 12N, 115E. Here lies a splendid locale, the Gemini Reefs. The world reveals to us that all things possess at least 2 counterparts. I believe, somewhere in this vast world, there exists another soul akin to yours, capable of comprehending your every thought. He will know your heart with but a glance, and grasp your hidden sentiments with mere words. This round comprises 3 riddles. There is no monetary reward, yet it may lead you to a kindred spirit, one as warm and gentle as jade, who truly understands your heart. At the conclusion of this passage, a meticulously crafted QR code is affixed, accompanied by the question, "Do you believe there exists another self in this world?" Upon the posting of this message, the forum fell into an unexpected silence. It was not until 5 minutes later that the myriad users, immersed in the text, suddenly awakened to realization. These words resonate deeply within me. Could such a person truly exist? How I wish my other half were someone like this. I can't believe a place like the Gemini Reefs exists. How poetic. There's a QR code at the end of his post. Could it be he wants us to scan it? I don't care. I must try. Given the unprecedented popularity of D-San's previous posts, the third message garnered equal fervor. Although the function of the QR code remained ambiguous, it only deepened the curiosity of the netizens. Countless individuals eagerly picked up their phones to scan. In a modest apartment within Haishur, a disheveled young man appeared listless. After scanning the QR code from the forum, his phone displayed a prompt. Would you like to download the app Gemini? Yes. The young man took a bite of his now cold instant noodles. When he glanced back at his phone, the app had completed its download. The speed was astonishing. With a gentle tap, the application launched instantaneously, exhibiting no delay whatsoever, surpassing 99 of apps on the market. Following a sleek and refined opening animation, a solitary dialog box appeared, prompting for a user nickname. A nickname? How intriguing. Could this be a chatting application? The young man entered his commonly used online moniker, Heartless. The Gemini system is analyzing your personality. 1. 10. The young man scoffed derisively. Analyze my personality? I haven't provided any information. How can you analyze? Nowadays, these online applications are increasingly unreliable, merely engaging in pretentious nonsense. User personality analysis complete. Dear friend before the screen, is this truly you? 1. Your appearance exudes a sense of confidence, yet beneath the surface, there lies a restless and uneasy disposition. You possess an overwhelming desire to be liked and to seek validation from others. At times, you may entertain impractical notions. You possess an extraordinary wellspring of inspiration, and indeed, many rely upon you. You are excessively stringent with yourself. Once you develop feelings for someone, you may occasionally force yourself to conform to her expectations. You have experienced failure due to hasty decisions. Had you exercised a modicum of patience at that time, the circumstances would have undoubtedly been far more favorable. You are an honest individual, yet you have faced numerous misunderstandings. You have occasionally regretted your decisions, particularly when you have hesitated before making a choice, worrying whether your decisions are right or wrong. When one finds themselves overwhelmed, they may wish to seek the counsel of a friend, yet deep within, a notion already lingers, merely awaiting validation. The young recluse gazes intently, his eyes widening with each line he reads. The more he delves, the more astonished he becomes. This is strikingly reminiscent of my own experiences. Is this not a reflection of me? This system understands me better than even my closest friend. Indeed, the Gemini system comprehends every individual. Now, we shall match you with a new friend who resonates with you most. Subsequently, the screen of his phone begins to scroll, an endless array of avatars flashing by at an astonishing pace. The young recluse feels an exhilarating rush within. His gaze remains fixed on the screen. Could it truly be as the post suggests? Might it assist him in discovering a genuine confidant? Ding! User matched successfully, counterpart ID. Heartbreaker. Her name is Heartbreaker. I go by the moniker of Heartless. What a curious coincidence. With trembling fingers, the young recluse clicks on her avatar. Female, 23 years old, residing in Jiangbei district. She is a girl. His breathing quickens. The girl's avatar features the protagonist from an obscure foreign film, Rose Corner, named Lillian. His own avatar, however, depicts the male lead, Adelaide. Surely, there can't be many in this country familiar with such a film. Could she also be an aficionado of niche cinema? Tears of emotion well in the young recluse's eyes. I must get to know her. I cannot let this opportunity slip away. Since his breakup, he has drifted aimlessly for 2 years. Never before has anything ignited such a fervent desire within him. Hello, my name is Zhang Xiang. I tend to be rather introverted, thus I struggle with conversation, but the recluse meticulously crafts his message, feeling woefully tongue-tied. Yet, to his astonishment, she sends a message first. Hello, I am Lu Xiaoyan. I am also somewhat introverted, so I find it difficult to converse, but I am eager to meet you, as I sense we share numerous commonalities. Gazing at the nearly identical message he had composed, the recluse is utterly flabbergasted. This software is truly remarkable. Ashamed, he feels utterly exposed. 49. The business genius in the contemporary internet marketplace, shopping, and social interaction have become indispensable services for nearly everyone. In the realm of retail, Alipay of Huaxia has long stood as the industry leader. However, it faces formidable challengers like Jingdong and Pinduoduo, who are rapidly carving out their share of the market. In the sphere of social networking, the demand far exceeds that of shopping. Yet, one company, Tencent, reigns supreme, with no viable competitors in sight. Whether it be QQ or WeChat, these platforms consistently maintain their dominant position. Numerous attempts have been made to disrupt this domain, yet all challengers have returned defeated. For users, once they establish their social circles within a particular application, they are unlikely to switch, even when presented with superior alternatives. In the realm of social tools, without conversation partners, all functionalities become meaningless. But is WeChat truly unassailable? If one were to assign it a definition, WeChat could be characterized as a tool for connecting with acquaintances, primarily serving to maintain relationships with familiar faces. However, do people's social needs extend solely to acquaintances? Certainly not. If there exists a method to rival the Tencent empire, it lies in the realm of unfamiliar social interactions. A term intrinsically linked to this concept is loneliness. Lu Di possesses a unique understanding of these two characters. Over the past 3 years, he has fallen from grace, reduced to working as a part-time waiter due to the lingering pain from an eye injury, which has rendered him nearly incapable of engaging with others. He feels as though he exists in an alternate reality. Throughout this period, he has gained profound insights and pondered deeply, continually questioning himself. Are there others in this world who share a similar plight? This question remains unanswered. However, Lu Di has come to realize that life is arduous, and happiness even more so. Everyone yearns for a confidant with whom they can share their innermost thoughts, regardless of how introverted or reclusive they may be. Deep down, every individual aspires to break through their existing social barriers and forge new friendships. Lu Di recognized this as an opportunity to create an entirely new internet business empire. 3 days ago, he began to refine this idea. His understanding of human nature, coupled with the powerful analytical capabilities of his app, gave rise to a mobile software focused on unfamiliar social interactions, aptly named Gemini. The design, programming, development, and back-end support, tasks that would typically require months, were completed overnight by his app. The subsequent promotional event, Mystery Prize, became a monumental campaign for Gemini. At this moment, this young man, who emerged from humble beginnings and gazed at the rising sun from the mountaintop, embarked on his first entrepreneurial venture, setting his sights on Tencent. In the back-end data, Gemini's download and registration figures were skyrocketing. Driven by immense curiosity, everyone desired to explore this new platform. Within 10 minutes, downloads surpassed 1 million. Within half an hour, they exceeded 10 million. After 1 hour, the user count approached 1 billion. Each user, upon registration, was profoundly impressed by the system's personality analysis. Some were exhilarated, others amazed, and some moved to tears. No one anticipated that the first entity to resonate so deeply with their innermost selves would be a mobile application. However, the next revelation was even more astonishing. Users discovered that amidst the vast sea of humanity, there truly existed one or several strangers who shared their ideals and sentiments. Underneath Emperor 3's posts, comments surged once more. This software is truly exceptional. It can analyze me and touch my heart. I have lived for 25 years, treated as an oddball, and never imagined that someone out there could resonate with me. Haha, I met a fellow from Shishan on Gemini, and after just 3 minutes of chatting, we felt an instant connection. Initially, my wife forbade me from downloading it, but to my surprise, she met a new friend here. Now she supports me, claiming this is a genuinely wholesome platform for making friends. Though I met someone of the opposite sex on Gemini, it was a pure soul connection, with no ulterior motives. What you experienced pales in comparison. Through Gemini, I discovered that the girl upstairs has been secretly in love with me. What bliss, what excitement. I found my first love after 5 years. We still connect so well. This software is incredible. I intend to invite all my friends to join. I'll use it for a lifetime. Observing these comments, Lu Di smiled with satisfaction. The analytical prowess of his app was remarkable, capable of perceiving everything. On the Gemini platform, all illegal content was promptly filtered out, and a high level of purity was maintained, ensuring that no unethical relationships could transpire. If Gemini's unfamiliar social interaction service aims for longevity, adhering to these two principles is imperative. Meanwhile, Numerous internet companies, along with network experts and economists, have finally taken note of this overnight sensation, Emperor 3, and the Gemini software. This is astonishing. In just 1 hour, downloads exceeded 1 billion, unprecedented, and a substantial number of users are still downloading. At this rate, within 3 hours, Gemini could ascend to the top of the download charts. In an economic research institute, an elderly professor, well past his 60s, stared intently at the data on the screen, his lips trembling slightly. This Emperor 3 is extraordinary. 2 rounds of lottery, with the first round costing 50 million and the second round 100 million, totaling 150 million. While this figure appears substantial, it has bestowed upon Gemini software an incalculable degree of exposure. If one were to employ conventional methods, achieving over 100 million users for a software application would not yield a definitive price. It could range from hundreds of millions to even billions. Not to mention, it was accomplished in just one night. Moreover, the accolades have been overwhelming. Their marketing strategy is astutely efficient, their technological prowess is unparalleled, and their grasp of market demand is exceptionally precise. He is nothing short of a commercial genius. At the headquarters of Penguin Group, the executives swiftly convened in the conference room. The overnight upheaval had instilled in them a palpable sense of crisis. A middle-aged man adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and inquired of the marketing director, "What is the background of this Gemini?" "Mr. Lee, the owner of this app is a technology company named Creator, which has just been registered. A newly established company can possess such formidable strength?" The man known as M.R.L.I. remarked sharply, "There must be someone backing this Creator. Inquire with Chindu and Ali, and inform them that such matters need not be concealed. Fair competition is essential." The marketing director wiped the sweat from his brow, visibly anxious. "Mr. Lee, I have already investigated. Both companies are currently in a state of alarm. They fear that this Gemini may encroach upon their business. Furthermore, the sales director dared not meet Mr. Lee's gaze. Since the launch of this Gemini, our user base has declined by 4, and the trend continues." "What?" Mr. Lee sprang to his feet. "A 4 drop overnight. We have never experienced such a phenomenon. With Penguin's user base nearing 900 million, a 4 decrease in active users constitutes a significant loss. I have heard that this Gemini can analyze user personalities. What technology are they employing? Bring it to me for replication." The sales director, wearing an expression of discomfort, replied, "Mr. Lee, we have tested it, and given the current capabilities of our technical team." Mr. Lee's eyes widened in disbelief. "What do you mean? We cannot replicate it." "I refuse to believe there is technology that Penguin Group cannot emulate." The sales director, trembling in fear, stammered, "Their technology is not that we cannot replicate it. Rather, we fundamentally do not comprehend it." 50. The creator Lu Di descended the mountain and leisurely made his way back to the Yin family estate. In the brief span of just 20 minutes along the way, the user base of Twins had surged beyond 200 million, an impressive doubling. Moreover, the growth trend showed no signs of abating. Although Twins was currently entirely free of charge, Lu Di remained unconcerned. The crux of internet thinking lies in one fundamental principle: the supremacy of users. More precisely, it is the supremacy of the user base. Twins had already taken the internet by storm, and its features were widely acknowledged and appreciated. Thus, the continuous influx of users was an inevitability. What Lu Di needed to do was patiently await the evolution of Twins. The realm of unfamiliar social interactions was merely one of the platform's core highlights. At its essence, it remained a social network. In the future, Twins would gradually evolve into a genuine social platform through the avenue of finding kindred spirits, a platform capable of rivaling the likes of Penguin, one that users would find indispensable. At that point, with a sufficiently large user base, monetization methods would abound: gaming, financial management, shopping, video platforms, live streaming. The possibilities were endless. The derivative value of Twins would hold infinite potential. Most importantly, the core code and technical functionalities of Twins were unparalleled. Upon contemplating this, Lu Di mused, "Imotong. Now that Twins has launched, we must at least secure an office space. After all, this is not merely an individual endeavor, but rather a company." Imotong replied, "A minor detail. Do you have any specific requirements?" Lu Di pondered for a moment and responded with a smile. "It must be sufficiently upscale, sufficiently impressive, and enough to instill a sense of awe." The tallest building in Haishur, the Ronting Tower in the CBD, with the top 3 floors, 87, 88, and 89, along with a rooftop terrace featuring a small golf course and a helicopter landing pad. In total, 532 square meters, with 400 workstations, 4 independent meeting rooms, 13 independent offices, a private coffee bar, a dedicated restaurant, and a 300 square meter modernly decorated executive office. The office space will be adorned to a business center standard, complete with professional security and 24-hour access control. Within the same building, there are 5 branches of Fortune 500 companies and 16 publicly listed companies. Are you satisfied, Mr. Liu? Liu D smiled faintly. It's a purchase. Additionally, I have already selected 3 marketing directors, 4 design directors, 6 network engineering directors, as well as an HR supervisor, customer service representatives, and 200 senior programmers from a pool of 100,000 resumes online. In total, 330 outstanding employees. I am currently communicating with them through virtual identities. After all, daily operations require personnel. The relevant registration procedures for Creator Company have already been initiated and will be fully approved within 3 days. I have also placed orders online for office supplies and renovations. Just 30 seconds ago, I purchased the office address in Ronting Tower at a price 10 above market value, and the contract is currently being signed. Stunned by Imo Tong's arrangements, Liu Di could not help but let out a sigh. Imo Tong, how fortunate I am to have you. Otherwise, I would truly be at my wit's end. However, I certainly want to be stationed at Creator Company frequently. Although we are not lacking in talent, we do require someone trustworthy. After a moment's contemplation, Liu Di raised his hand, took out his phone, and dialed a number. In the Hungmao shopping mall, at the GOG clothing store, a Jia was counting stock, preparing to open for business, when his phone suddenly rang. Hello, Liu Di. What brings you to call me out of the blue? A Jia wiped the sweat from his brow, smiling broadly. A Jia, I recall you telling me during university that you had a dream of starting your own business, wanting to punch Google and kick Microsoft? Liu Di replied with a chuckle on the other end of the line. Indeed, who hasn't harbored dreams? But that was long ago. Why are you bringing this up? I remember you had a poster hanging by your bedside that said, "Do not waste the daylight, youth will not return." Doesn't that translate to a reminder to pursue your dreams? Liu Di paused momentarily and said somberly, I've started a company, and everything is prepared. Would you like to join me? A Jia fell silent on the other end. Liu Di's reminder stirred memories within a Jia, who had forsaken a promising future for the sake of a capricious woman. Deep-seated aspirations that had long been dormant began to rekindle. Liu Di remained silent, patiently waiting. He understood that a Jia was intelligent. He knew better than anyone whether he had a future with Sun Lily. Yet, a Jia was inherently stubborn, unwilling to relinquish anything easily. After a long while, a Jia finally spoke. Are you certain I can do it? I am fully aware of your talent. All right. Hearing a Jia's hesitant agreement, Liu Di exhaled in relief. This fellow had finally come around. A Jia, why are you dawdling? Hurry up and finish organizing the stock. We're about to open. In the GOG store, Sun Lily, observing a Jia lost in thought while clutching his phone, impatiently called out. A Jia slowly turned his head, his eyes gleaming with an unprecedented determination. He straightened his posture, exuding an aura that starkly contrasted with his previous demeanor as a sycophantic store clerk. Sun Lily, I've served you for 3 whole years, and yet you've never even offered me a smile. Today, I quit. A Jia declared, kicking aside a pile of clothes and striding out. As he reached the doorway, he suddenly stopped, turned back slowly, and said, Also, Sun Lily, the name Jia is no longer yours to use. Remember it well, my name is Zhang Tianjia. 51. An esteemed guest of the Ingji Group, Liu Di, let us set off early. An important guest shall visit the company today. The voice of Yin Qingwen suddenly resonated behind Liu Di, who was leisurely stretching his limbs at the Yin family manor. Turning around, he was momentarily taken aback. Yin Qingwen approached, holding a food container. Today, she donned an exquisite black dress, her long hair cascading over her shoulders rather than tied in a ponytail. Her demeanor exuded a more mature and striking elegance. Most notably, she had applied makeup. In Liu Di's recollection, Yin Qingwen had always favored a natural look. This formidable woman seemed indifferent to appearances, eschewing the act of adornment. Clearly, Today's guest was indeed of considerable significance. Lu Di shook his head and sent a message to Ajia. Let us meet at 4 p.m. at the Rongting building. In the car, Yin Qingwen placed the food container beside Lu Di. I imagine you had no time for a meal today. So here are the buns made by Sister Lu, she said, her voice softly echoing. What's with the sudden change in demeanor today? Lu Di scoffed. Flattery without cause is either deceitful or a prelude to thievery. Thievery, you say? Knowing how much you can eat, there are 30 buns here. Enough to burst you. Yin Qingwen retorted, exasperated. Ha ha. Ah. Lu Di chuckled mischievously, steering the luxury car with one hand while devouring a bun with the other. I wonder if this is the image of a successful man in the eyes of women like you? Sharp-tongued. Yin Qingwen turned her head away, gazing helplessly out the window. Energy supply detected. DNA optimization increased by 0.2. Energy supply detected. The refinement value of the new human body has increased by 0.1. After 5 minutes, all 30 buns were devoured by Lu Di in a single sweep. Yin Qingwen had long since grown accustomed to such spectacles. After a brief silence, she finally inquired, Lu Di, where on earth did you acquire so much money? Lu Di pondered for a moment, tilting his head as he replied, I partnered with friends to establish a company called The Creator. A company? The Creator? Yin Qingwen sighed. The name hardly inspired confidence. Lu Di, if you require any assistance, feel free to let me know. If you wish for my trust, then you must also place your trust in me. In truth, there is no need for you to perpetually put on a brave front. Yin Qingwen's tone was unexpectedly gentle, as if she were striving to preserve the dignity of the man before her. She had diligently inquired about the gambling experiences of Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin the previous night. Lu Di had been gambling at the casino, frequently mentioning wagers in the hundreds of millions. However, throughout it all, no one had actually seen him produce any money. In the underground gambling world, nothing was as it seemed. Who could ascertain what those figures of 1 billion or 100 billion truly represented? After all, hearing is but a fleeting perception. Seeing is believing. The notion of 100 billion in cash deposits was simply too staggering. Yin Qingwen found it impossible to believe, or rather, it was entirely nonsensical for such events to transpire in Lu Di's life. TSK. What has gotten into this woman today? Has she turned over a new leaf? Lu Di scratched his head, saying, If you insist, I do have a few secrets to share with you. Yin Qingwen suddenly perked up. What secrets? I sing rather well. Lu Di grinned, cleared his throat, and prepared to serenade her. Ahem. Yin Qingwen immediately wilted. Thank you, but I would prefer not to listen. You should focus on driving. The Ingji group today was markedly different from the usual. On the way upstairs, numerous employees were eagerly anticipating the arrival of someone they held in high regard. Upon reaching her office, Yin Qingwen instructed her secretary to brew tea and prepare coffee. She too was filled with anticipation. In the adjacent room, Lu Di gazed through the glass window at the poised Yin Qingwen, slightly puzzled. Beside him, Zhao Qianqian was brimming with excitement, her hands rubbing together incessantly. The fragrance of her perfume was so overpowering that it nearly brought tears to Lu Di's eyes. At that moment, the office door swung open, revealing 2 individuals. At the forefront was a man clad in a tailored British suit, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an air of elegance. Following him was a man in his 40s, bearing a shrewd expression, though his mouth was marred by bruises and adorned with a bandage. Ouyang Fengyu and his sycophant. Upon spotting Zhao Zhe, one of the vice presidents of the Ingji group, Lu Di smirked. The bounty from Black Fox proved to be quite effective. It seemed that early in the morning, Zhao Zhe had already lost a tooth. However, these 2 fools were evidently not the individuals Yin Qingwen was awaiting. Ouyang Fengyu entered the office, offering Yin Qingwen a slight smile. Once seated, he casually surveyed the entire office. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as he remarked, 1-1. Where have the 3 vases that Vice President Zhao sent you vanished to? Yin Qingwen offered an apologetic smile. I accidentally broke them. Broke them? Ouyang Fengyu sat up, reproaching her. Who broke these valuable vases? Yin Qingwen sighed in exasperation. It was none other than that Lu Di fellow. On his very first day in the office, he smashed all 3 vases. Lu Di? A flicker of anger crossed Ouyang Fengyu's face. Setting aside the vases for the moment, the deadly formation method had cost him a fortune to acquire. He had paid that monk from Taigu country a staggering 7 million. Ouyang Fengyu abruptly turned around, peering through the glass curtain wall toward Lu Di, who was grinning broadly and waving at him from the secretary's room. Even Yin Qingwen was momentarily taken aback. Lu Di's handsome visage, coupled with such a sincere smile, was undeniably endearing. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu's lips twitched, his teeth nearly grinding to dust in frustration. Among all the items in the room, he hadn't touched a single one on his first visit, yet he had chosen to shatter the key components of his deadly formation. This was clearly intentional. This lad was indeed no ordinary individual. In Ouyang Fengyu's eyes, no matter how exuberantly Lu Di acted, he could only see 2 words: mockery. Damn it, why hasn't Black Fox made a move yet? I can hardly bear to see this little rascal again. However, how profound was Ouyang Fengyu's composure? He had to maintain a facade. He stiffly raised his hand, preparing to return Lu Di's gesture. But just then, Lu Di abruptly ceased his smile, turned to Zhao Qianqian, and beckoned her with his finger. Qianqian, come here. I have a question for you. Ugh, what do you want to ask? Ouyang Fengyu's hand, which had just been raised, froze midair. His face turned a shade of purple in anger. Ignoring him? Flirting instead? Meanwhile, Lu Di, completely disregarding Ouyang Fengyu, cheerfully asked Zhao Qianqian, Qianqian, with such a grand setup today, who are we waiting for? You actually don't know? Zhao Qianqian leaned closer, her eyes wide with excitement. The god of song is coming to our company soon. 52. Performance plan, I'm going. Lu Di blinked in a daze. Zhao Qianqian, with a mischievous smile, remarked, can you believe it? Even I find it hard to believe. It feels as though I'm in a dream. Hiss, it's not just disbelief. It feels as if I've been struck by lightning. Lu Di gasped sharply. Lu Di, you have no idea. Last night Chairman Yin suddenly issued an order, declaring that our group's latest sales task for home medical devices has been fully entrusted to General Manager 1. This sales endeavor is of paramount importance to the group, and General Manager 1 is under immense pressure. At this point, Zhao Qianqian, who had been wearing a worried expression, suddenly clapped her hands, exclaiming, but isn't it a stroke of luck? General Manager 1 has an old classmate who happens to be the owner of an entertainment agency, and the renowned singer DE is actually one of his artists. In such a critical moment, General Manager 1's old classmate stepped forward, offering to enlist DE to help us with promotion. General Manager 1 is indeed incredibly fortunate. I wish I had such a classmate. I've heard that this individual is a returnee, tall and handsome, with an impressive demeanor. Most importantly, his entertainment company can sign DE, which indicates he is extraordinarily wealthy. Zhao Qianqian spoke, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Lu Di, don't you think this is marvelous? Hee. Lu Di's lips twitched slightly. Truly, a classmate of divine stature. A divine being like DE. At the entrance of the Ingji group, 3 Maybachs abruptly halted in front of the main gate. A striking young man was the first to exit, followed by a glamorous female secretary and a cadre of bodyguards. The young man glanced at the Ingji group building and surveyed the surroundings. After 3 years of striving overseas, I have finally returned to Haishur today. Ingji group, the Yin fan. Inside the office, upon seeing the young man's arrival, Yin Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu promptly rose to their feet. Ziming, it has been a while, Yin Qingwen greeted, somewhat awkwardly. Haha, brother Ziming, good to see you. Ouyang Fengyu approached L. Ziming and warmly patted him on the shoulder. Subsequently, everyone couldn't help but glance behind L. Ziming. Brother Ziming, has Teacher DE not arrived yet? Ouyang Fengyu inquired with a cultured smile. L. Ziming shook his head, casually moving to the sofa, crossing his legs as he sat down. How could Teacher DE travel casually? I will handle today's matters on his behalf. What? It turns out Teacher DE isn't here? Disappointment flickered across everyone's faces. Only Ouyang Fengyu's expression shifted the quickest. He chuckled and respectfully poured a cup of tea for L. Ziming. Brother Ziming is correct. Teacher DE certainly cannot travel at will. Otherwise, wouldn't Ingji Group's office be besieged? Haha. L. Ziming smiled lightly, his expression one of pride as he stated, indeed, What status does Teacher D hold now? With 600 million fans, a national idol, his influence is of international caliber. Every action he takes can incite a tremendous frenzy. Just the other day, Teacher DE casually entered a small streamer's live broadcast. What was the result? The live stream garnered an astonishing 300 million views in a single night, with 130 million in gifts and donations. That particular host remains the most popular to this day. Ouyang Fengyu nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Indeed, we are all well aware of Teacher D's immense influence. If he were to endorse our group's latest household products, we would undoubtedly witness remarkable sales figures. That goes without saying. Lu Ziming replied with an air of arrogance, turning to Yin Qingwen. In my first year studying abroad, I met Teacher D at a bar, and from the very first moment I laid eyes on him, I knew he was no ordinary person. Over the past few years, I have been financially supporting his musical endeavors, and lo and behold, fortune favored the diligent. He achieved fame overnight with the future is promising. In gratitude, he turned down numerous talent agencies and chose to sign with my Walter Talent Agency at the first opportunity. Now, I possess exclusive access to Teacher D's performance resources. Yin Qingwen and Ouyang Fengyu grew increasingly excited as they listened, their hearts filled with anticipation. Ouyang Fengyu sighed, "Brother Ziming, I truly did not misjudge you. A rose given brings forth a lingering fragrance. Your ability to secure Teacher DE today is a testament to your generous character. It is indeed a tremendous stroke of luck for our group to collaborate with Teacher D through you. The 300 million performance fee you mentioned poses no issue. We can finalize the contract today." Lu Ziming dismissively nodded. The 300 million fee is merely a concession I made out of respect for my old classmate Wenwen. Otherwise, Teacher De's debut would be priceless. He then tapped the table. "Now that the price is settled, let us discuss the performance plan." Upon hearing this, Yin Qingwen's eyes sparkled with excitement. After receiving Lu Ziming's call last night, she had spent an exhilarating, sleepless night devising a new marketing strategy for the product, eager to meet with DE today to discuss the details and finalize arrangements. Initially, her father's abrupt assignment of the new product marketing task had placed immense pressure on her. However, with DE's involvement, her confidence soared. If the plan could be successfully implemented, the sales of the new product would surely thrive. Just as Yin Qingwen prepared to turn and retrieve the plan, she suddenly heard Ouyang Fengyu laughing. "Brother Ziming, the proposal must be comprehensive. Behold, I have it all prepared." Ouyang Fengyu swiftly took the initiative, pulling a stack of proposals from her briefcase and handing them to Lu Ziming. Yin Qingwen was taken aback. "Sister-in-law, what is this?" "A marketing proposal, crafted by Vice President Zhao and me after an all-nighter." Ouyang Fengyu smiled benignly on the surface, yet inwardly she scoffed. "Yin Qingwen, you are still too naive. With the new product launch and DE as the spokesperson, how could I, Ouyang Fengyu, possibly miss such an excellent opportunity? But, sister-in-law, this task has already been assigned to me by my father." Yin Qingwen's brow furrowed slightly. "We are all family. Why must we draw a line between you and me?" Ouyang Fengyu turned to Lu Ziming with a smile. "Ziming, please take a look and see if there are any flaws in my proposal." 53. Teacher DE, with indignation simmering within her, Yin Qingwen refused to be outdone and swiftly retrieved her own proposal, placing it before Lu Ziming. Ingji Group presents. The super concert of the singing god DE at Heisher Stadium. Ingji Group collaborates with the singing god DE. Charity Gala for Disabled Children TISC TSK. As Lu Ziming regarded the two proposals laid out before him, a broad smile spread across his face. "Ouyang Fengyu, yours is a super concert, sophisticated, stylish, explosive, and grand in scale. Wenwen, yours is a charity gala, philanthropic, compassionate, and imbued with warmth. Indeed, and many of our new products are household instruments aimed at preventing childhood diseases, aiding disabled children, making it quite relevant to our offerings." Yin Qingwen interjected assertively. "Oh dear, this puts me in quite the predicament." Lu Ziming chuckled softly, his hands clasped behind his head. "You mean to tell me that within the Yin family, there is no consensus, yet you hastily summoned me? The reason I am here today is because your esteemed elder invited me to attend a banquet hosted by the Yin family in 4 days. I specifically inquired about your recent circumstances, which is how I learned of your group's new product promotion. Elder Yin mentioned that a talented young man has recently been pursuing you quite fervently. He suggested that we young people meet at the banquet to exchange insights. Lu Ziming smirked mischievously. One, are you truly not considering me again? I pursued you relentlessly for 2 years and still find myself reminiscing. He then gestured toward the proposals on the table. One, should you agree to further our relationship, I would unreservedly choose your charity gala today. With that, Lu Ziming's gaze unabashedly roamed over Yin Qingwen's figure. It was then that she realized his intentions. Lu Ziming had been notorious for his dalliances during university. Yin Qingwen shot a glance at Lu Ziming's alluring female secretary, who was leaning ever so slightly against his shoulder. This lecherous man had not changed his ways. Yin Qingwen retorted coldly, Lu Ziming, work is work as for us. There was never a possibility in the past, and there will be none in the future. Lu Ziming initially frowned, then erupted into laughter. In his mind, Yin Qingwen's aloof demeanor only heightened his desire to conquer her. Then I shall deliberate thoroughly on these 2 proposals. As for when a decision will be made, let us wait for the day of your family's banquet. But tell me, if Elder Yin discovers that I rejected Wenwen's proposal, would he be disappointed? Lu Ziming remarked with a knowing smile. Yin Qingwen's expression darkened. By the way, is that talented young man Elder Yin mentioned currently in the company? I am quite eager to meet him. Lu Ziming said casually, a wicked smile gracing his lips. Ding! Suddenly, a clear metallic sound resonated in the quiet room. Everyone turned towards the sound, only to see a young man in a white shirt leaning against the wall. He lit a cigarette with a gleaming Zippo in his hand. What the hell, are you a ghost? When did you come in? Lu Ziming exclaimed, startled. Where do you find smoking ghosts? Are you blind? Lu D, cigarette in mouth, casually seated himself on a nearby sofa. What did you say? Lu Ziming's temper flared, and he rose as if to confront him. Lu D flicked the ash from his cigarette and declared, I am the talented young man Elder Yin spoke of, currently serving as a driver for Ingji Group. What? A driver? Lu Ziming was torn between anger and amusement. You dare call yourself a talented young man while being merely a driver? Who are you to say I am blind? Lu D shrugged with a smile. Indeed, I seriously suspect there is something wrong with your eyesight. You, with a mere 5 days of your entertainment company's registration, dare to... He played a video for everyone in the footage. A figure clad in a white shirt was seated before a piano. His long fingers gracefully pressed the keys, and the accompaniment for The Future is Promising began to play. Then the figure slowly turned his head, revealing a remarkably handsome face. With a cheerful smile, he spoke in a melodious and ethereal voice. Greetings to all friends of Ingji Group. I am the singer DE. I leave the matters of product promotion entirely to Brother Ziming. I look forward to our encounter. Everyone was momentarily taken aback. So this was the appearance of the singing god DE, clean-cut and charming, like the boy next door. Humph. Lu Ziming put away his phone, adopting an expression that screamed self-importance. Well, what do you think? Having had the fortune to witness DE's countenance, should you not express your gratitude to me? Lu D nodded repeatedly. The imitation was quite impressive. Just moments ago, while the video played, he had already deduced the truth. 1 authentic voice, 99 synthesized. The young man's true identity was merely that of a third-rate music academy student. He was nothing more than a fabricated DE created with sound editing software. Lu D remarked, Zhonglu, I must commend you. Humph, now do you realize the chasm between us? Under the envious gazes of the crowd, Lu Ziming swaggered back to his seat with pride. Ziming was indeed exceptional. DE was merely his little subordinate. The future was boundless. I would like to propose a wager with you, Zhonglu. Lu D suddenly spoke up, wearing a cheerful expression. Humph. Do you desire Dee's autograph or a photo? Lu Ziming replied, brimming with arrogance. Speak, what shall we wager? Let us agree that if I find out your Dee is a counterfeit, shall I break your left leg or your right leg? Lu Di said, his gaze sharp and playful. You. For reasons unknown, Lu Ziming felt a surge of anxiety as he looked at Lu Di. Such provocative words left him unable to respond in anger. Instead, he felt a tremor of fear within. All the carefully crafted retorts he had prepared vanished from his mind. Lu Di, What nonsense are you spouting? How utterly unreasonable. The evidence is right before us. Why create chaos? Zimming is our crucial partner. It is not your place to meddle here. Ouyang Fengyu interjected, striking a righteous pose as he stood in front of Lu Di. At this moment, Yin Qingwen also wore an expression of helplessness. Though she found the video of Di somewhat peculiar and even shared Lu Di's suspicions, she could not allow Lu Di to continue causing a scene. She pursed her lips and said, Lu Di, there is no need for you to concern yourself with the performance. Did we not agree yesterday to deliver the equipment to Master Tuo? You should go now. The sooner you leave, the sooner you return. Very well. Lu Di chuckled, shaking his head. But as he turned to look at Lu Zimming, his gaze suddenly sharpened. He enunciated each word distinctly. I am very much looking forward to your concert, and I default to breaking your right leg. In the dilapidated three-story building of the free hospital run by the venerable Tuo, Lu Di stood quietly after just receiving the medical equipment. On the worn-out sofa, Tuo held half a bottle of erguotu, his face flushed and slightly intoxicated. This disheveled old man, full of stories, was not only Lu Di's savior, but also the only person Lu Di sincerely admired in the first half of his life. He embodied great compassion while remaining uncontentious. Tuo, I simply cannot comprehend how to achieve such tranquility as you possess, Lu Di inquired suddenly. What's troubling you? Tuo half opened his eyes, casting a sideways glance. Little Lu Di, have you faced some grievances or endured hardships? Lu Di smiled faintly. I am merely a bit perplexed. Life is fraught with complexities, and the intricacies of human relations are the hardest to navigate. When one strives to dissect reason, it's akin to separating wine from water, utterly devoid of flavor. You are merely overthinking, trapping yourself. I, being old and frail, have a naturally calm disposition, while you, in your youth, should dare to strive and fight. Once you unleash that inner fire, you shall find liberation. How could I dare? Lu Di shook his head slightly. You dare not? Tuo let out a hearty laugh and took a swig of erguotu. In the past 3 years, despite enduring the aftermath of excruciating pain, you worked 3 jobs at a restaurant and still returned with a smile to care for your child. Others may not understand you, but I, Tuo, surely do. At your core, you possess a single trait, tenacity. Tuo's nonchalant words left Lu Di momentarily stunned. Indeed, he had once plunged into despair, struggling without sight of hope. What had sustained him through those trials? Lu Di already held the answer within him. It was that ferocious determination to persevere against all odds. If he were to become overly kind-hearted and forget that fierce tenacity, would he not regress to a lesser version of himself? I am not blind. My intuition tells me that you have been thriving recently. However, Tuo reclined, sweeping peanut shells off the rickety table with his foot, revealing a sketched portrait. I have another piece of wisdom. Be fierce when necessary, and retreat when required. Mastering the art of advance and retreat is the hallmark of a great leader. After all, there are troubles in this world that, once entangled, bring forth depths of hardship that cannot be easily shed. Lu Di cast a glance at the portrait on the table, recognizing the youthful face. It was unmistakably his own. This, Lu Di voiced his confusion. Isn't it you, you rascal? The young banker being sought by various military factions? Ha ha! Lu Di scratched his head in exasperation. Enough of your laughter. I am going to sleep. If there's nothing else, be off. Tuo's character was well known to Lu Di. As he watched Tuo doze off, he refrained from saying more and turned to leave. Just as he reached the door, Tuo's voice echoed from afar. The notions of right and wrong are subject to human perception. The scales of good and evil are weighed by Yama. Why is this so? Because each individual's inner cultivation, experiences, and perspectives are distinct. Many will hastily judge you upon first glance. Remember, while it is permissible to confront a stray dog, do not venture into actions that betray your conscience. I understand, Tuo. Before the Rongting building in the CBD, Lu Di leaned against a tree, seemingly gazing into the distance while actually observing the data before him. The download rate of the Gemini software was astonishingly rapid. In just 8 hours, it had surpassed 400 million downloads, with user engagement remaining exceptionally high. Within a single day, it achieved what took Penguin 5 years. Yet, this was merely the beginning. 30 minutes prior, The Gemini software had updated a new feature on top of its one-on-one chat function, the group chat feature. Interests. This appeared to be a forum-like group chat, but it held immense potential. When users clicked the Interests button, they were instantly transported to a new realm. If you were an angler, the interface would display a vast blue ocean teeming with leaping fish. If you were a photography enthusiast, it would showcase magnificent landscapes and continuously scrolling realistic portraits. With over 3,000 categories of hobbies, each category allowed for unlimited participants. Within each category, users were meticulously selected based on algorithmic analysis to find like-minded individuals. Each hobby was further divided into enthusiasts, professionals, and aficionados. Here, everyone shared the same passions and interests, fostering camaraderie. Countless netizens connected instantly, engaging in delightful conversations and lamenting the lost time of not having met sooner. This place is truly astounding. I entered casually and now find it hard to leave. This group chat is so sophisticated. It's filled entirely with violin enthusiasts, just like me. My group is even more impressive. It's composed entirely of Transformers collectors. I searched for 2 years and couldn't find any. This software has astonished me once again. No other forum has ever gathered so many genuine car enthusiasts. Haha, my old travel buddies have finally found their base camp. OMG, I encountered the legendary way in this group. This software is remarkable and precise. It helped me find my niche and instantly fit in. If this software continues on this path, it might eclipse all forums. How chilling to ponder. The comments on the software were teeming with talent. Naturally, some recognized the ambition behind the interest section. As they noted, if this section continued to flourish, it would aim to replace all types of forums. To date, the internet has seen specialized forums in nearly every field, be it the soccer forum football world community, the automotive forum car friends forum, or the literary enthusiast literary time and space, and countless others. Many of these forums boast a vast user base. Yet, the pain points of these forums lie in their inability to accurately find and attract users. For Gemini, however, this was not an issue. With the formidable computing power of the software, it could discern user preferences through a few steps of information gathering and classify them with remarkable precision. This programming was a feat of technology that left competitors in the dust. Everyone harbors their own passions and yearns to connect with genuinely like-minded individuals. This is a fundamental aspect of human nature and the core of the interest section's development. Once all hobby sections under interest achieve stability, Gemini will simultaneously gain authority across various domains. From a commercial perspective, if your target customers congregate within a particular forum, the promotional resources within that forum must become highly sought after. When an automotive group launches a new off-road model, they will inevitably seek to advertise in the interests off-road section. When a mobile manufacturer unveils a new phone, they will certainly approach the interest mobile enthusiast section for promotion. Thus, gathering diverse customer resources across fields and wielding authoritative discourse within those domains constitutes Ludi's true objective in creating interests. He would continue to update later in the evening. For now, he advised others not to wait up, urging them to rest early and peruse the content upon waking. Ajia. At the headquarters of the Penguin Group, the expansive conference room is filled with the upper echelons of the entire group. The atmosphere is palpably oppressive. Li Dowd, the vice president of business for the entire group, furrows his brow at this moment. On the large screen, there is a 30-page analysis of the new features of the Gemini app. Lee, this new feature of Gemini, which focuses on shared interests, has transformed their customer service from one-on-one to one-to-many. The appeal of their product has expanded beyond just finding like-minded individuals. It has now incorporated a community of customers with shared interests. The ability of these groups to draw each other in is quite formidable. This feature was launched just 30 minutes ago, and their user base has surged again. It is nearing 600 million users. They are fast closing the gap with us. Enough? Lee Dowd raised his hand, impatiently halting his subordinate's report. Have we identified the company behind Gemini? Yes, we have. The registered name is Dsan, and the company is located in the Rongting building in the CBD. A secretary-like individual immediately reported. Dsan. I've never heard of them. They are likely a newcomer. Moreover, their company is currently not profitable. so their funding should be limited. Li Dowd pondered for a moment before exclaiming, Vice President Situ, I'm here. You go to their company for a face-to-face discussion. Since we cannot replicate their technology, then let us negotiate for an acquisition. I'll give you 5 billion, no, 10 billion in authority. Throw money at them until they relent. No one can, nor would dare, refuse the acquisition from my Penguin Group. Upon hearing that, he solemnly nodded, Lee, rest assured, I will secure it. At this very moment, outside the Ronting building, Lu Di, engrossed in the data, was suddenly patted sharply on the shoulder. Ajia, having stealthily crept up behind him, prepared to envelop Lu Di in a hug. Stifling a laugh, he exerted a sudden force. What the? Ajia nearly tripped over himself. Lu Di merely stood there nonchalantly. How could his physique be as steady as a javelin, unyielding and unmoving? Lu Di, you've really beefed up, Ajia exclaimed, wide-eyed. Seeing Ajia seemingly revitalized, Lu Di chuckled. I've been exercising lately, and you seem to have regressed. Stop talking nonsense, Ajia retorted, scratching his head and gazing up at the over 80-story Ronting building. You didn't open a company here, did you? The rent is exorbitant. Come with me, and you'll find out. Lu Di replied with a mysterious smile, taking the lead. Upon entering the elevator, Lu Di pressed the button for the 87th floor. Wow, you sure picked a high floor, Ajia remarked. Upon reaching the 87th floor, a row of offices lined the corridor, with massive floor-to-ceiling windows offering a vast view that inexplicably lifted one's spirits. These offices were still unoccupied, with only a few workers making minor adjustments. The two navigated the narrow hallway. Lu Di kept his gaze straight ahead, while Ajia continually marveled. What sort of person could afford such splendid offices? Ajia, I'm working on an internet project, specifically in instant messaging. Moreover, the first version has already been completed and went live yesterday. Upon hearing Lu Di's introduction, Ajia instantly became serious. Lu Di continued, what you need to do is assemble a team and handle daily maintenance and reception. As for me, I prefer to keep my identity under wraps for the time being, so all public appearances will be your responsibility. Our company is not short on funds, technology, or personnel. You can rest assured about all of that. Ajia's eyes widened in astonishment. Lu Di, you're not joking, are you? Of course not. My capabilities are quite substantial. Lu Di replied with a grin. Substantial? To what extent? At this point, the two had completed their journey on the 87th floor and entered the stairwell, ascending to the 88th floor. As if casually strolling through a market, Lu Di smiled. Lu Di smirked. Once these companies come knocking, it will be you who has to handle them. Unless absolutely necessary, I won't be making any appearances. You're still running your mouth? Ajia looked around the impressive office environment, feeling quite pleased. Let us first strive to secure such a spacious office. Lu Di chuckled softly. We agreed that you will be the CEO of this company, while I'll be the behind-the-scenes director, doing nothing but counting the money. You rascal. In our little startup, we can't have so many unnecessary titles. The CEO is a jack of all trades. Wherever needed, that's where he goes. CEO is Ajia, secretary is also Ajia, cleaner is also Ajia. Ha ha. Years of friendship have fostered an unbreakable bond between the two. Amid laughter and joy, they reached the vast rooftop terrace. It was the size of a football field, complete with a helicopter pad, a small golf course, and an infinity swimming pool. It was simply extravagantly luxurious. TSK, the evils of capitalism. Ajia cursed, though his eyes sparkled with yearning. Ajia, we've known each other for 7 years, haven't we? Lu Di continued to stroll. You are one of the few individuals in this world whom I can fully trust. Of course, you have always been my most unwavering supporter, regardless of whether I'm at my peak or in the depths. You have never looked down on me. Need I say more? Who else would treat you this way? You call, and I drop everything to rush over. Ajia blinked, his eyes slightly moist. Stop with the melodrama. Just say what you need to say and I ask it about money. My savings of 150,000 are ready and can be transferred at any moment. Lu Di pursed his lips and nodded. I will provide you with the company's financial account shortly. You can handle it from there. Ajia's funds were unnecessary. The financial account for the creator company had already been registered by Imotong, with 5 billion in circulating funds deposited. I've compiled a document regarding the company's operations and future plans, which I have sent to your email. Even someone of your caliber should have enough to ponder for a few days. Lu Di added, "You certainly are swift. You've already put everything in order for me." As the two spoke, they reached the edge of the terrace. Before them, the breathtaking view of the entire city unfolded, magnificent in its grandeur. By the way, leaning against the railing, Ajia suddenly turned his head and asked, "After you led me around 3 floors, which office is actually ours?" Lu Di gazed into the distance, pondering for a moment before smiling. "All of them. That includes this rooftop we're standing on." "What? This encompasses 3 entire floors?" Ajia exclaimed in astonishment. "What sort of company are you running?" Lu Di shrugged nonchalantly. "The company name is Creator. We currently have just one product, Gemini." "Damn!" Ajia gasped, nearly losing his footing and almost tumbling from the 89th floor. "Alas, I am aware of my slow updates. Being teased as the most self-assured author, even with top recommendations, I still only update a couple of chapters daily, is quite the burden, especially at midnight." "The key point is midnight? You see, I often update at 3 a.m. I'm putting in the effort. I need a bit of time to adjust my pace. I sincerely thank all of you for your unwavering support." The strong need not prove themselves. Atop the Ronting building, Lu Di and Ajia engaged in conversation for an entire 2 hours. Their discussion traversed from the online promotion of the prize-guessing event to the launch of the Gemini app, which garnered 600 million users, and subsequently to the introduction of the Aspirations feature. Of course, Lu Di deliberately concealed the aspects concerning the demon child. He informed Ajia that he independently developed Gemini and secured angel investment from a seasoned banker, followed by acquiring the top 3 floors of the Ronting building. The online popularity of Gemini was astounding. Ajia was not only aware of it but was also a devoted user of the app. Moreover, being a distinguished graduate of Haisher Commercial University, Ajia was well aware of the immense commercial value of Gemini. However, as he listened to Lu Di's detailed account, his jaw dropped further with each revelation, leaving him speechless for a solid hour and a half, as if he had swallowed the gusts from the 89th floor. In Ajia's words, Lu Di's marketing acumen could only be encapsulated in a blend of Chinese and English. Simply put, it was impressive. "Comrade Zhang Tianjia, now that you have become the CEO of the Creator, shouldn't you be matched with a fine steed and saddle?" Lu Di inquired with a grin. Ajia, jolted back to reality, glanced at his modest shirt worth 200 yuan and stammered, "You're right. I should take some time to procure a proper outfit. I just happen to have a spare villa and a Lamborghini. I'll have someone deliver them to you shortly," Lu Di replied nonchalantly. 10 minutes prior, he had already messaged Black Fox to arrange the delivery of the villa keys and sports car that he had won from Huang Mao at the underground. He knew Ajia would need several days to digest this information. Little did people know, the future titan of the global tech landscape, Zhang Tianjia, began his journey as a creator in the confusion of this modest rooftop at the Ronting building, aided by the enigmatic man whom Ajia revered as Emperor San. 20 minutes later, Lu Di drove a luxury sedan slowly through the streets of Heishidai in the back seat. Yin Qingwen wore a perpetually grim expression. The matter of inviting DE to assist in promoting the group's new product remained unresolved due to Ouyang Fengyu's sudden interference, leaving Yin Qingwen, who was undertaking such a significant task for the first time, visibly troubled. "Lu Di, please stop for a moment," she suddenly said. Lu Di, perplexed, asked, "Aren't we heading to the manor yet?" "There's no rush. I need to handle something for you first," Yin Qingwen replied softly, lifting her head. "Father is organizing a banquet at the manor in 4 days, where several young elites and esteemed figures from the older generation. They tend to judge others by appearances. I fear you may be looked down upon." She pointed to a high-end bespoke suit store outside the window, forcing a smile. "This is the finest suit shop in Haisher, and I wish to gift you an outfit." "Oh, I see." Lu Di nodded knowingly. "Let us consider this as you expressing your concern for me." "Thank you." However, such gatherings among the affluent are often a display of power dynamics. If you truly lack strength, no amount of embellishment will save you from derision. If some of the distinguished individuals choose to belittle others due to their should anything arise, my father and I will support you. I merely want you to dress appropriately. I appreciate the kindness, but it is unnecessary." Lu Di replied with a mild smile. "Miss Yin, remember, the strong need not prove themselves. He then pressed the accelerator, the luxury car speeding away without pausing at the suit store. In the back seat, Yin Qingwen felt a tightness in her chest from frustration, yet she endeavored to compose herself. Lu Di, if you don't want the clothes, that's fine. I also have a gift for you, which I hope you will accept. Lu Di was genuinely puzzled. Had this woman taken leave of her senses today? Behind her, she slowly presented an open box. Inside was a simple black cord with a lustrous white pearl at its end. Even in daylight, the pearl emanated a subtle glow, seemingly faint yet radiating a power that appeared eternal. Lu Di smirked. This item seems quite valuable. Are you attempting to bribe me? Is your guilt arriving a tad late? You're correct. This pearl is indeed of great worth. It is called the Eye of the Unquenchable, and there is but one in existence. Yin Qingwen's expression suddenly dimmed as she spoke softly. Lu Di, I've contemplated much regarding you these past few days. Your peculiar and assertive behaviors. Are they perhaps rooted in your despair? Lu Di was taken aback. What are you implying, Miss Yin? Even if you pretend to be nonchalant every day, the reality remains undeniable. Yin Qingwen lamented, your eyes are at risk of blindness. Lu Di was momentarily speechless. This woman had quite the imagination. The affliction of his eyes had long been cured by the demon child, and he had nearly forgotten about it. Lu Di, I hope you do not lose heart. There is little I can do, but I present you with this Eye of the Unquenchable. Its singular value lies in the fact that no matter how long it is buried, it will never extinguish. I sincerely wish for you to remain forever unplugged into darkness, just like it. Hiss. Yin Qingwen's uninformed words truly sent shivers down Lu Di's spine, stirring a hint of emotion within him. You're quite bothersome. Just put that down. 57. The Young Talent's The Yin family manor is situated in the picturesque Shoshan district in the western part of Haishur. The terrain here rises majestically, and even during the sweltering summer months, a refreshing breeze wafts through the air, making it a renowned sanctuary for those seeking respite from the heat. In the early morning, the lawn before the main building of the manor has been adorned with sunshades, alongside elegantly arranged European-style long tables laden with cold dishes. A dozen servants stand attentively in respectful silence. Yin Hongxin, the wealthiest man in Haishur, returned to the estate a day prior. With the exception of the Yin family's internationally renowned second daughter, Yin Siwen, who is abroad, the other four daughters have all gathered. Of course, there is also the son-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu. Today marks the occasion of the Yin family's grand banquet for esteemed guests. At this moment, the venerable patriarch of the Yin family sits beneath the shade, squinting as he observes a young man clad in a white shirt and jeans, starkly contrasting with the surrounding assembly of tailored suits. "Ah Fu," he calls. "Sir, I am here," replies Ah Fu. "I cannot quite fathom it, but the more I gaze upon Lu Di, the more I find him appealing. Do you not think his distinctive individuality bears a resemblance to my own youthful days? Sir, I must admit that Mr. Lu appears somewhat reserved today, as though he is not entirely at ease." The old patriarch sighs. It is indeed a challenge for Lu Di. He hails from humble beginnings, and such a gathering is undoubtedly foreign to him. With so many distinguished individuals assembled, it is only natural for him to feel a degree of apprehension. Nevertheless, this is an experience that every young person must endure. I sincerely hope he matures swiftly, so that he may represent the Yin family with distinction. In the distance, Lu Di stands beneath a tree, his gaze somewhat vacant. It is no wonder that Ah Fu misinterprets his demeanor, for at this moment, Lu Di seems lost in thought. He is, in fact, engrossed in reviewing the data for his app, Gemini. Over the past 3 days, downloads have surged past the remarkable milestone of 800 million, drawing tantalizingly close to the well-established Penguin Group. Most importantly, the interest section has achieved resounding success, with over 3,000 hobby categories bustling with vibrant activity and fervent enthusiasm. On the Gemini platform, an astonishing 90 of users, totaling a remarkable 720 million individuals, have already discovered their true passions. Online, the outcry from various hobby forums has become overwhelmingly numerous. In just 4 short days, Gemini has nearly driven them to the brink of despair. Meanwhile, the creator and CEO, Ajia, has been exceptionally busy these past few days. The operations have entered a stable rhythm, with personnel in position and the company in trial operation. He has rejected offers from over a dozen investment firms. businesses eager to place paid advertisements within the realm of interests are already queuing up. The Gemini app, along with names like D-San and Zhang Tianjia, frequently grace the headlines of major financial news outlets. In less than a week since its launch, the creator has garnered countless accolades. It has been hailed as the most promising company of the year, a star enterprise of Huaxia, and one of the most competitive companies internationally. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. Lu Di smiled faintly as he closed the data in his eyes. Turning his gaze towards the courtyard, he noticed a Mercedes-Benz S-Class and a Range Rover had just arrived, parking in front of the main building. Lu Ziming and another young man wearing gold-rimmed glasses stepped out sequentially. Ziming pays his respects to Uncle Yin. Tianqing pays his respects to Uncle Yin. The two approached the elderly Mr. Yin, bowing slightly in a gesture of politeness. Haha, Ziming, Tianqing, I've been waiting for you for quite some time. Ouyang Fengyu greeted warmly, embracing both individuals before standing beside Lu Ziming. Lu Di, come here for a moment. Mr. Yin gestured to Lu Di, saying, these two are the sons of my old acquaintances, just returned from overseas, each one a remarkable success in their own right. Haha, let me introduce everyone. Ouyang Fengyu chuckled, feel free to voice any requests you may have. There is no need for servants, as I, Ouyang Fengyu, will personally attend to you. Do give my proposal your utmost consideration. Haha. I will consider it. Lu Ziming glanced disdainfully at Lu Di, sporting a proud expression. Ouyang Fengyu then approached the young man with gold-rimmed glasses. This gentleman is equally illustrious. Zhou Tianqing, founder of Me2 Company, truly a star entrepreneur. Me2 is a national tourism company that has developed 12 international travel routes and has signed exclusive contracts for 3 tropical islands, specializing in high-end customized travel services. Due to its immense popularity, Me2 Company successfully secured $300 million in financing from Wall Street 2 months ago. I foresee that Brother Tianqing will soon take the company public. He is undoubtedly a role model for our younger generation. Mr. Yin nodded in satisfaction, casting a meaningful glance at Lu Di. Interestingly, both Ziming and Tianqing were university classmates of Wenwen and once pursued her. Haha, I feel ashamed. I originally set off to travel the world in a fit of anger after failing to win Wenwen's affection. Little did I know, I discovered 12 hidden travel routes and successfully established my company. However, 1.0 Yang has misstated. I did not secure 1 round of financing but rather 2, totaling $800 million. Moreover, I have gained the trust of my shareholders, holding 70% of the company's equity, with my net worth now approximately $30 billion. Zhou Tianqing feigned humility as he spoke, then turned to Yin Qingwen. 1-1. I am now a world apart from who I used to be. Yin Qingwen felt somewhat awkward, pointing towards Lu Di to shift the topic. Let me introduce you to this gentleman. No need for introduction. It's Lu Di, right? Wenwen's benefactor. Zhou Tianqing laughed heartily, stepping forward to grasp Lu Di's hand firmly. He feigned an embrace, leaning in close to Lu Di's ear, whispering, don't think for a moment that I don't know what you are. Just a freeloader without any background, a mere waste. Yin Qingwen is the key to my ascension. You think you can compete with me? I could crush you with a mere flick of my finger. Old Mr. Yin even said I should motivate you. Do you think you are worthy? Lu Di's expression shifted dramatically. His brows furrowed tightly. Zhou Tianqing let out a cold laugh, stepping away from Lu Di's ear, his expression once again brimming with warmth. He laughed heartily. Ha ha, Lu brother, our days ahead are long. We shall take our time to get to know each other. Ah, that hurts. In the next moment, Zhou Tianqing's expression froze, his face turning from red to purple. The sound of bones cracking echoed from the hand Lu Di held tightly. Today, updates will continue throughout the day. I shall retire for the night, and I kindly ask all my dear readers to awaken me with 5-star reviews. 58. Let him feel ashamed of himself. I apologize, but I rarely shake hands with women. Lu Di squinted and smiled, releasing his palm. Zhou Tianqing staggered back repeatedly, his face contorted in pain. You. Zhou Tianqing's face flushed crimson, on the verge of erupting. Brother Tianqing, since it's your first visit to the manor, allow me to show you around. Ouyang Fengyu beamed warmly, extending his arms to draw both Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing closer, leading them further away. This entire scene did not escape the keen eyes of old Master Yin, who shook his head with a smile. Ah, young people are indeed spirited. The moment they meet, the air is thick with tension. Lu Di, however, maintained an air of indifference. Old master, to speak candidly, I cannot say I sense any tension from these young talents, for the disparity in our standings is simply too great. Haha, no wonder you are a descendant of the Yin family. A bit of youthful arrogance is commendable. Go forth and strive. Should you encounter trouble, I shall be your support. In the distance, Ouyang Fengyu furrowed his brow and spoke earnestly. Brother Tianqing, your temper is too volatile. A small lapse in restraint can disrupt grand plans. Losing your composure before the old master yields no advantage to you. Zhou Tianqing gradually regained his composure, gritting his teeth in silence. Ouyang Fengyu narrowed his eyes and continued, Gentlemen, I trust you have come to understand what sort of person Lu Di is. Before arriving at our Yin family, he was merely a laborer, possessing nothing but brute, no power, no background. He is utterly incomparable to the two of you. Observing the growing fury on their faces, Ouyang Fengyu pressed on. To be frank, I harbor a dislike for that young man as well. I wish to expel him from the Yin. I will also publicly guarantee that the concert will yield a minimum of 20 billion in product sales. Additionally, I shall add another 200 million to teacher D's appearance fee. As for you, Brother Tianqing, I, Ouyang Fengyu, also pledge to facilitate your company's third round of financing, ensuring your success. You should boldly disclose your company's plans for going public at the luncheon. In this way, both of you will undoubtedly astonish everyone present. And what does Lu Di have to offer? A pretty face, mere brute strength? It is utterly laughable. Everyone will recognize the chasm that exists between him and us. Brother Tianqing, what if you struck him a few blows? What would it matter? It would only serve to highlight your recklessness. In our circle, what matters is power, status, and connections. Once Lu Di embarrasses himself before the old master and the other elders, when he has nothing to show for himself, he will inevitably be cast aside. For there will be no one who needs him. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing appeared to awaken to Ouyang Fengyu's words. Indeed, this is the luncheon of the wealthiest in Haishur. It is the perfect opportunity to showcase their abilities, and truly overwhelming Lu Di is merely a matter of demonstrating capabilities that he cannot hope to match. The two of them, after receiving a call from Old Master Yin, had promptly investigated Lu Di. He was merely a part-time worker at a restaurant, who, by sheer happenstance, saved Yin Qingwen, and thus ascended to his current status. It is somewhat laughable. Here they are, the proud owners of a company worth billions, squabbling with such a lowly individual. There is no need. Power is everything. Let him feel utterly humiliated. Brother Fengyu, I am grateful for your reminder. Zhou Tianqing chuckled. That would have been a disgrace of monumental proportions. Subsequently, Zhou Tianqing clapped Ouyang Fengyu on the shoulder. I shall act as you suggest. Excellent. Ouyang Fengyu nodded, then turned to Lu Ziming. And what of you, Brother Ziming? Lu Ziming frowned slightly. I have finalized the proposal with you. Will one take issue with me? Brother Ziming, you are mistaken. That young man Lu Di, upon his first visit to my home, unwittingly employed a set of rhetoric that completely bewitched the old master. The old master has entrusted Wenwen with the new product sales, effectively relying on Lu Di. If you assist me in achieving sales, while Lu Di accomplishes nothing, will not his lack of capability become glaringly evident? At that point, he will no longer be of importance to the old master, and your opportunities to approach Wenwen will only increase. Ouyang Fengyu sneered. I see. Lu Ziming suddenly looked up. No wonder that young man constantly questioned my teacher Di. It turns out he was merely fearful. Previously intimidated by Lu Di's aura, Lu Ziming now felt enlightened. He had thought that the young man had some leverage over him. In reality, he was just a petty individual who could not attain the grapes he desired and resorted to disparaging them. The three returned to the pavilion, now wearing composed smiles. Haha, Brother Lu, I must apologize for my earlier rudeness. Zhou Tianqing chuckled. As a benefactor of the Yin family, and with your presence in our ranks, we, as children of the Yin family, must extend you the utmost respect and courtesy. This statement was impeccably crafted. It emphasized Lu Di's lower status while simultaneously highlighting his own prestigious lineage. Moreover, it appeared to be an apology. Heh, the courtesy of a few young scions is hardly worth my attention. Lu Di replied indifferently. You? Zhou Tianqing trembled with rage once more. Old master, I just received a call. Miss Nan has unexpectedly arrived. A Fu, standing beside old master Yin, bowed respectfully. Miss Nan? Which Miss Nan? Old master Yin inquired, clearly caught off guard by her arrival. The daughter of Nan Tianhai from Kyoto, Nan Ruai. Upon hearing this, Yin Hongxin's eyes widened in astonishment. The others present were similarly taken aback. Nan Tianhai, a figure known throughout Huaxia, a high-ranking official, the Minister of Finance, wielding immense authority over national finances, a person whose mere stomp could send ripples through the nation. Furthermore, Nan Tianhai's 3 offspring are each exceptional in their own right. His eldest son, Nan Yingjia, has made significant strides in politics, serving as the mayor of Hangzhou at the tender age of 36. One of the youngest municipal officials in Huaxia, his future is boundless. The second son, Nan Mingda, is a renowned scientist abroad. 6 years ago, he developed a patent for solar photovoltaic technology, and the company he founded, Juning Technology Group, now ranks among the Fortune Global 500. Lastly, Nan Tianhai's youngest child, the most beautiful genius, Nan Ruai, gifted from a young age, proficient in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Additionally, she is charming and beloved by her father. Unlike her elder brothers, Nan Ruai has always preferred to remain out of the spotlight. After graduation, she ventured to Haishur alone, establishing her own antique business. Rumor has it that with her keen eye for value, she has amassed a collection worth astronomical sums in just a few short years. A father of high standing and 3 children excelling in their respective fields. The Nan family from the capital is a powerhouse in both politics and business, renowned and respected by all. In terms of power comparison, the Nan family could easily consume 10 Yin families. A Fu, are you certain Miss Nan has arrived? Old Master Yin inquired, visibly excited. Old Master, Miss Nan has conveyed that the esteemed General Haishan and Director Duan, who are close friends of her father, will be arriving shortly. However, due to the elder's inability to leave the capital, she has specifically arranged to visit you and the 2 elders. I see. Old Master Yin nodded, somewhat dazed. Just then, a remarkably understated Audi pulled into the Yin family estate. Old Master Yin, who had remained composed regardless of who entered, suddenly tensed. He rose to greet the visitor. Miss Nan from Kyoto gazed at the figure of Old Master Yin, while Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing found themselves utterly at a loss. Brother Fengyu, how did Miss Nan arrive? We were unaware of this matter beforehand. With her presence, our modest assets could easily become a laughingstock. I have heard that in the Nan family, Miss Nan is the cherished jewel. Her elder brothers, even the patriarch Nan Tongzhong, all cater to her every whim. Do not panic. Ouyang Fengyu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This is a tremendous opportunity. Given Miss Nan's esteemed status, she shall not demand too much from us. Moreover, precisely because Miss Nan has graced us with her presence, we should showcase our capabilities. Once we earn her recognition, who knows? We might just ascend to the lofty branches of the Kyoto Nan family. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing nodded vigorously in agreement. Humph! Ouyang Fengyu cast a glance at the idly standing Lu Di, snorting coldly. As for Lu Di, we must make the most of this stepping stone today. Let us go greet Miss Nan. We must present ourselves in the best possible manner. The Audi sedan came to a gradual halt. The driver, clad in white gloves, promptly exited the vehicle and opened the left rear door. In the next moment, a long, pristine leg emerged gracefully from the slit of a black cheongsam. The high-heeled shoes she wore were adorned with matte diamonds, radiating a subtle yet dazzling brilliance. The mere sight of that elegantly extended leg left all the men present momentarily entranced. Stepping out of the car, she smiled at the crowd, her figure strikingly perfect, rivaling that of the world's top models. Her silky long hair cascaded over her shoulders, and her lightly applied makeup highlighted her fresh red lips, exuding an ethereal elegance intertwined with breathtaking beauty. Ouyang Fengyu and his companions felt their hearts race with excitement. Such a woman, with a background that was nothing short of extraordinary and possessing unparalleled beauty, was indeed the dream of every man. Uncle Yin, greetings. I hope you do not mind my uninvited arrival, she spoke, her voice melodious and enchanting, akin to a nightingale's song. Haha, Miss Nan, you flatter us. Your visit brings great honor to the Yin family. Old Master Yin inclined slightly. Uncle Yin, may I inquire if Uncle Haishan and Uncle Duan have arrived? Nan Ruai asked gently. Ah, they are likely still on their way. Miss Nan, allow me to introduce you to several young gentlemen present today. Old Master Yin chuckled amiably. Please call me Ruai. Very well, Ruai. This is my dear nephew Lu Ziming, and this is my nephew Zhou Tianqing. Hello, Miss Nan. Lu Ziming and Zhou Tianqing were taken aback, nearly bowing at a 90-degree angle. Meanwhile, Ouyang Fengyu maintained his composure, observing Lu and Zhou with a disdainful smirk, dismissing them as inconsequential. Subsequently, Ouyang Fengyu adjusted his hair, extended his hands, and approached with a smile. Miss Nan, it is a pleasure to meet you. However, he noticed that Nan Ruai did not reciprocate the gesture, merely scanning the group with a smile. Ouyang Fengyu awkwardly withdrew his hands, his lips twitching slightly. It was understandable. With Miss Nan's esteemed background and as a lady, her delicate hands were not to be touched casually. Following this, Old Master Yin introduced the 4 daughters of the Yin family to Nan Ruai, who responded with gracious nods. Suddenly, however, Nan Ruai's exquisitely graceful smile froze on her face, for she had caught sight of a familiar figure, clad in a white shirt and jeans, with an oddly enchanting pair of purple prosthetic eyes. Mr. D. Mr. D. Air? Her slender eyelashes fluttered slightly. Nan Ruai's heart thundered. The leather handbag in her hand slipped from her grasp and fell to the ground. I am Lu Di, the younger brother. The figure emerged from the shadows into the light, smiling gently as he approached. Nan Ruai's body stiffened. It was undoubtedly Mr. D. Air. Did he just use his real name? Observing Lu Di's unblemished smile, Nan Ruai's thoughts raced. She was exceedingly astute. Mr. D. Air clearly wished to keep his identity concealed. Countless words remained unspoken in her throat, and she nodded slightly. Hello, sir. Very well. Lu Di nodded, a hint of a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the stunning young woman before him. Nan Ruai, daughter of Nan Tianhai, the 3rd young lady of the Nan family. A paragon admired by countless, the beloved jewel of old master Nan Tianhai. She was also the obedient and endearing little sister in the eyes of the 2 young masters of the Nan family. However, no one could fathom that she was also the true leader of the underworld in Haishur. The Black Fox. For years, she had stood behind the puppet Black Fox in the guise of a maid. The true Black Fox. The leader of the Black Fox gang, commanding thousands of thugs, owning countless casinos and bars, controlling the underground bounty market, engaging in all manner of illicit businesses in Haishur. Indeed, the Kyoto Nin family produced prodigies, each more exceptional than the last. And this 3rd young lady, Nan Ruai, was perhaps a prodigy beyond compare. To outsiders, she appeared graceful and aloof, yet in truth, her heart was fiercely rebellious. Her venture to Haishur was merely a fade. 6 years ago, she leveraged her high intelligence to establish the Black Fox gang. Using her behind-the-scenes identity, she expanded the gang to unprecedented heights, ultimately dominating the Haishur underworld. No one in the underworld knew she was Miss Nan, and no one in the Nan family knew she was the Black Fox, such an extraordinary woman. To Nan Ruai, this entire existence was but a game where she shed her obedient girl persona and unleashed her true self. Transforming into a gangster, unencumbered by anything, capable of cruelty yet also noble, able to conquer new territories. How exhilarating! Nan Ruai reveled in it all. But everything changed the moment she encountered Lu Di. The man in white appeared before her like a deity, effortlessly shattering everything, casually revealing each of her secrets, an absolute dominance. Nan Ruai once believed that no one could conquer her in this world. Yet that notion dissipated the instant she met Lu Di. At this moment, all that surrounded Nan Ruai in the Yin family estate had morphed into a mere illusion. In her line of sight, only the grinning man in white remained. It was as though he embodied everything. Miss Nan? Miss Nan? Are you all right? Ouyang Fengyu gently called out. For reasons unknown, Nan Ruai had been in a daze for a full 2 minutes. Miss Nan, would you like to accompany me to the pavilion and rest for a while, perhaps have a drink? Ouyang Fengyu inquired again. Nan Ruai merely shook her head lightly. No need. I will follow Mr. Lu Di. 60. Banquet Center, hee Miss Nan. Lu Di is not a member of the Yin family. He is merely a driver for them. Lu Ziming chuckled softly. No one would presume that Lu Di had any connection with the young lady from the Nan family. Perhaps Miss Nan merely regarded Lu Di as a guest of the Yin family. Nan Ruai responded with a slight gasp, her gaze shifting toward Lu Di, who wore an expression of indifference. After taking a few steps away, he produced a cigarette and leaned against a tree to smoke. A tinge of disappointment washed over Nan Ruai. Seemed her gentleman was unwilling to allow her any overt gestures. Subsequently, she nodded gently and remarked, Then I shall defer to the host. That's wonderful. Ouyang Fengyu beamed with delight. Just as the crowd prepared to move, 2 cars entered the Yin family estate once more. The 2 black sedans were likely the least expensive vehicles within the Yin family's collection. However, no one dared to underestimate the 2 esteemed guests within those cars. The first was a Hongqi sedan, with a white license plate. Hi A00001, a police vehicle. Following closely was an older model Audi A6, bearing the white plate, WJ00003. Those with even a modicum of awareness could discern the status of the 2 vehicles from their plates. The first belonged to the top official of the High City Police. The owner of the second was uncertain, but he was at least of general rank. The 2 cars came to a gradual stop. A dark-skinned old man, with the countenance of a sage, yet possessing an extraordinary physique, emerged first from the Audi. Immediately after, an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, with a square face and around 60 years old, hastily exited the Hongqi. Old Hey, at last, I've caught up with you. You must clarify what's going on with my mobile phone. The leader of the Special Operations Team, Duan Hua, rushed forward and patted the shoulder of General Heishan. Heishan walked on with his hands clasped behind him, not bothering to look back, disdain evident on his face as he retorted, Duan old ghost, can you not be so reckless? This is not your family's abode. How can a dignified national official throw a tantrum without fear of ridicule from the younger generation? Black old ghost, if you want to compensate me for my phone, at the very least tell me, have you found that little brat? Duan Hua inquired solemnly as he positioned himself before Heishan. Duan old ghost, do not think for a moment that I am unaware of your intention to poach my recruits and extract intel from me. Dream on. Should outsiders overhear this exchange, they would undoubtedly be astonished. 2 renowned military titans bickering over a nameless youth as if they were schoolchildren. Haha, old Duan, General Heishan, it's been far too long. The elder Yin laughed heartily, warmly greeting them from a distance. The 2 titans turned their attention to elder Yin, sharing a knowing smile. I say, you land baron, why do you insist on creating such unnecessary spectacles? Duan Hua remarked, slightly curling his lip as he surveyed the grandeur of the Yin estate. Old Duan, after decades of friendship among us 3, how can we not maintain an appropriate display? Haha. Elder Yin chuckled heartily. Today, there is another esteemed guest. The 2 titans followed Elder Yin's gesture with curiosity. Is it the daughter of Chief Nan, Little Nan? Both were taken aback. Indeed, it is Miss Nan. Today, the Yin family estate is truly star-studded, filled with distinguished guests. Elder Yin declared with grandeur at that moment. Nan Ruai had also approached. I am genuinely delighted today. Little Nan, please convey my regards to Chief Nan. I shall personally visit him in Kyoto soon, haha. Duan Hua added, looking at Nan Ruai with a sense of pride. Look at our Ruai, truly transformed. You are extraordinarily beautiful now. As you navigate through High City, should you encounter any troubles, simply inform Uncle Duan. There's no need to trouble Chief Nan. Ouyang Fengyu and the others observed this exchange with envy. The top official of High City's police, a military general. These were figures of immense power. Miss Nan, as expected, could converse directly with such influential individuals at a young age. Moreover, the respect the two titans displayed toward her was unmistakable. A short distance away, behind a tree, Lu Di leaned back, inhaling the last puff of his cigarette. A bitter smile crossed his lips. If only the two leaders knew that the stunning, well-educated young lady standing before them was none other than the elusive underworld kingpin of High City, the Black Fox. What would they think? Lu Di extinguished his cigarette and slowly stepped out from behind the tree. Elder Yin, He Shan, and Duan Hua were making their way toward the pavilion. Old Yin, I must say, your estate is truly magnificent. He Shan remarked with a sigh. Black old ghost, allow me to tell you that not only does High City boast beautiful scenery, but it is also teeming with talent. As he spoke, Duan Hua raised his thermos and took a sip, for example. Suddenly, Duan Hua's eyes widened, fixated on something beneath the tree. Splutter. He spat out his tea. This is that bank kid. He is a part of the Yin family? Duan Hua's eyes glowed. Instinctively, he grasped Duan Hua's arm tightly. You stay right there. Feeling the iron grip of He Shan, Duan Hua panicked. Black old ghost, let me go. He Shan stubbornly replied, not a chance. Suddenly, General He Shan grinned slyly and said to Elder Yin, Old Yin, are there many young people at today's banquet? Quickly introduce me. Subsequently, Elder Yin found himself nearly dragged by the two titans to a gathering of young people. However, while Elder Yin introduced others, the two titans were clearly distracted. Only when it came to Lu Di did their eyes blaze with fervor. General He Shan kept murmuring, Lu Di, a fine name. Acts of bravery? Excellent. Driver for the Yin family. Wonderful. Wants to pursue Wanwen. Impressive. The crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. What on earth was happening with General He Shan and Chief Duan? Ultimately, General He Shan, while tightly gripping Duan Hua's arm, laughed. Old Yin, since they are all young people, let them converse among themselves. Us three old fellows shall go to the side and play a game of chess. I have something to discuss with you. Indeed, I have something to discuss as well. Duan Hua added. 10 minutes later, Elder Yin sat in a daze before the chessboard. Just moments ago, He Shan and Duan Hua had bombarded him with questions in rapid succession. They had asked at least dozens of inquiries, all concerning Lu Di. Elder Yin cast a puzzled glance at the young people. Some things were simply impossible to conceal from his keen eyes. Ouyang Fengyu and Lu Ziming regarded Lu Di with disdain, as if ready to declare war at any moment. The young lady from the Nan family frequently glanced at Lu Di, her expression complex. Meanwhile, the two titans continued their relentless interrogation of Lu Di. It seemed as though the focal point of today's banquet had abruptly shifted to Lu Di. Old Yin, has it been 10 years since we last played chess? General He Shan suddenly inquired. Elder Yin, somewhat bewildered, nodded in agreement. General He Shan grinned widely. Then, if I win, I shall make a request that you cannot refuse. 61. Premium games at present. In the distance, two prominent figures are conversing, accompanied by the illustrious young lady from the Nan family. This is indeed a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Ouyang Fengyu's mind raced as he chuckled. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we indulge ourselves and pass the time with some amusement? Excellent idea. I have long known that Brother Fengyu is a retired archery champion. Perhaps we could visit the archery range and have Brother Fengyu demonstrate his skills for us? L. Ziming responded enthusiastically. Ouyang Fengyu's expression faltered. He instinctively glanced at Lu Di, his visage darkening as he stammered, Well, perhaps we should forego the performance. Straightening his posture, Ouyang Fengyu continued, however, I have heard that Brother Ziming is a renowned equestrian, and Brother Tianqing is a top-notch marksman? How fortuitous! My yin estate not only features a dedicated equestrian facility and racetrack, but also a shooting range. Shall we engage in a friendly competition? Ouyang Fengyu concluded, casting a meaningful glance toward L. Ziming and Zhou Tianqing. The two gentlemen instantly grasped his intent. Indeed, Brother Fengyu was a clever ally, creating an opportunity for them to showcase their talents. The group exchanged glances with Miss Nan Ruai, who, since their introduction, had inexplicably grown quite reserved. She merely regarded them with a detached air, seemingly uninvolved. Then it's settled. Let us proceed. Ouyang Fengyu exclaimed with a hearty laugh, dismissing any objections and beckoning everyone to embark. At the racetrack, the moment the group laid eyes on the muscular black stallion in the stable, their expressions brightened. What a magnificent steed! Its hooves are exceptionally tough, rendering it seemingly unsuitable for racing in the eyes of the untrained. However, this perception greatly underestimates its potential. For only those with exceptional equestrian skills can unlock its true capabilities. Only when the rider's technique reaches its zenith can it gallop gracefully across the plains. Upon finishing, L. Ziming gazed proudly at the onlookers, brimming with self-satisfaction. One cannot deny that L. Ziming, the playboy, possessed considerable expertise in equestrian matters. In but a glance, he had expertly analyzed the horse's merits and flaws. Acknowledging Miss Nan's slight nod of approval filled him with even greater pride. Even Lu Di found himself captivated by the splendid horse and could not resist stepping closer to stroke its mane gently. This horse has been at our estate for some time, yet no one has managed to ride it successfully. Its temperament is indeed fierce. Ouyang Fengyu laughed heartily as he approached. If Brother Ziming can master this horse, it will surely attest to his remarkable riding skills. Ah, I do not wish to boast, but I have had the fortune of encountering such horses before, and they are all within my grasp. L. Ziming declared arrogantly, his gaze radiating confidence as he regarded the stallion. Lu Di smiled faintly and took a step back. Why not showcase your talents for everyone? Of course. L. Ziming blatantly ignored Lu Di, turning to Miss Nan Ruai with a charming smile. Today, as we are graced by the presence of Miss Nan, I shall make every effort to put on a splendid performance for her. With that, he gently patted its back and effortlessly mounted it. Remarkably, the proud Baicha iron hoof horse offered no resistance. The crowd erupted in applause. L. Ziming, maintaining an upright posture, exuded a certain charm as he sat astride the towering steed. He shot a sly glance at Miss Nan Ruai, who regarded him with a hint of admiration. Then, with a deep breath, L. Ziming commanded, "Giddy up." An eerie silence enveloped the air. The stallion remained motionless. L. Ziming tightened his grip on the saddle. Giddy up. The stallion still stood unmoved. The crowd fell into a hushed stillness. Ha. A faint chuckle escaped Lu Di's lips. I advise you to dismount within 10 seconds. This is called building momentum. Just wait. Suddenly, the stallion neighed. Its front hooves kicked high into the air. Its body shook violently, and it flung L. Ziming off like a rag doll. He landed 3 meters away, tumbling in a most undignified manner. The crowd stared in astonishment. L. Ziming scrambled to his feet, his expression contorted. Fengyu, what kind of wretched horse is this? It has a problem. The problem lies with you. Lu Di stepped forward slowly, positioning himself in front of the stallion. Indeed, this horse is a Baicha iron hoof, but it is also a purebred Mongolian warhorse. Mongolian warhorses are born upon the vast steppes, galloping freely across the expansive plains. They possess a fierce spirit and an extraordinary pride. Their lineage traces back to the Mongol cavalry of Genghis Khan. Mongolian warhorses are bred for battle, meant to be ridden by heroes. They despise complacency and have no patience for the inept. They are imbued with intelligence, capable of discerning all, and will never bow to the mediocre. As Lu Di spoke, the Mongolian warhorse behind him snorted in indignation, seemingly affirming his words. Lu Di gazed at the disheveled L. Ziming and sneered, "You, With your corrupt heart and hollow bravado, believe yourself worthy to ride a Mongolian warhorse. It is nothing short of a farce. Lu Di, on what grounds do you make such a claim? El Ziming seethed with rage. This horse is clearly wild and untamed, poorly trained. Spare me your talk of heroes. If you have the guts, try it yourself and see if you can stay mounted. Seeing El Ziming's humiliation, Ouyang Fengyu felt a twinge of discomfort on his own face. He frowned. Lu Di, if you claim this horse is meant for heroes, do you dare to call yourself one and give it a try? Ouyang Fengyu felt quite helpless. He had intended to provide El Ziming with an opportunity to shine, but it had backfired spectacularly. Now, he could only hope that Lu Di would also falter. If no one could tame the horse, they could all save face. Yin Qingwen, upon hearing this, displayed a flicker of concern, gently shaking her head at Lu Di, signaling him not to act recklessly. However, Lu Di merely shook his head slightly. I see no need to attempt taming it. TCH. Ah, so you can only talk a good game. Zhou Tianqing scoffed derisively. Then, Lu Di smiled faintly, turning his back to the group, his gaze fixed on the Mongolian warhorse. The aura of the great emperor. In the next moment, the proud Mongolian warhorse let out a thunderous neigh. It stepped forward, bending its knees, and slowly lowered its head before Lu Di. This was a gesture of respect for a warrior, a submission to a true champion, and Lu Di stood there with a calm smile. Time has flowed from antiquity to the present, and the sovereign stands proud, exuding an aura that echoes through the ages. Having witnessed countless heroes with indomitable courage, in terms of presence, who could rival him? The recent spectacle left the crowd utterly astounded. Although the warhorse did not gallop, it nevertheless instilled an inexplicable shock within the hearts of all present. If one were to say that the Mongolian steed possesses a spirit that bows only to heroes, then its kneeling before Lu Di speaks volumes. A warhorse, ridden by a hero, can only be revered by one truly worthy, a son of an emperor. But who is this man, Lu Di, whose name suggests he is merely a younger brother? It defies description. Each individual in the crowd harbored their own sentiments. In the mind of Yin Qingwen, Lu Di's enigma deepened. She found herself utterly bewildered, as if ensnared in a fog. She posed the question to herself once again. Lu Di, what manner of person are you? Meanwhile, in the eyes of Nan Ruo, everything seemed both logical and exhilarating. A gentleman is indeed a gentleman. No matter how bizarre or awe-inspiring the event, as long as the gentleman is involved, victory is assured. The malevolent forces recede, and the heroes pay homage. At that moment, Ouyang Fengyu, El Ziming, and Zhou Tianqing seethed with rage. The equestrian event had allowed Lu Di to bask in the limelight. Their faces were utterly discredited. Not only had they failed to assert their dominance before Miss Nan, but they had also suffered a significant loss of dignity. Brother Tianqing, that Lu Di is quite the enigma. Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth and muttered. To be honest, he utterly trounced me in archery. When we head to the shooting range, do you think you can best him? Archery? Zhou Tianqing chuckled darkly. My expertise lies in shotgun clay shooting, targeting discs launched at high speed. It is wholly different from archery. Even if he excels in archery, what of it? This is a game for the affluent, and he, a pauper, has likely never even seen such a thing. Indeed, Brother Tianqing, I believe he can master everything. You must restore our honor. El Ziming grumbled, rubbing his backside. Very well, Ouyang Fengyu's eyes glinted with determination. I will find a way to provoke him into a competition with you. The outcome will rest upon your skills. With their minds racing in diverse directions, they made their way to the shooting range. The Yin family estate truly lived up to its reputation as a premier domain. A sprawling hectare of lawn was dedicated to shooting practice. Zhou Tianqing inhaled deeply, puffed out his chest, and declared, I have been learning shooting from my father since childhood, and I have been hunting in the mountains since I was 13. I consider my marksmanship commendable. As for this clay shooting, I can hit 70 out of 75 discs thrown from 2 machines at 5 shooting positions with simultaneous firing. Ha! I am but 3 hits shy of the Olympic champion. The crowd expressed their admiration. Yin Kai and Yin Xin whispered to one another. Those discs flung by machines scatter everywhere, and with only a few seconds to hit them, it truly is quite challenging. I once tried in secret, and not a single one hit. I was so furious I nearly threw my gun. Zhou Tianqing feigned a deep smile as he slowly turned his gaze to Lu Di. I have heard that Lu Di is exceptionally skilled in archery. I wonder how he fares with a shotgun. Ouyang Fengyu seized the opportunity to interject. Yes, Lu Di, with your remarkable talent, why not join us? Ding. Mastery of the 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun is complete. Ultimate loading technique mastery is complete. Subconscious fusion with Olympic champion clay shooting is complete. Cool gun handling posture mastery is complete. Hee hee, Lu Di, have you missed me? I've been upgrading my sequence, so I took a little nap. Devilish child, I do think of you. But when will you grow up? That cool gun handling skill is unnecessary. Lu Di shook his head in exasperation. Oh dear. It is wise to be prepared. Everyone has a desire to appear attractive. Farewell. I shall continue upgrading. Very well. Lu Di shrugged and approached the firearms casually, stating, no need for such superfluous dialogue. If you desire humiliation, I shall oblige. Haha, splendid. Zhou Tianqing grinned arrogantly. Here's the plan. We'll activate 2 clay target machines, and each of us will take 30 shots. I said no need for superfluous talk. I'll shoot first. You may save your remaining shots. Lu Di replied coolly as he methodically arranged 70 shotgun shells on the table. Then, Lu Di picked up the double-barrel shotgun, skillfully testing the trigger, calibrating the sights, and examining the trajectory. Every action flowed seamlessly. There was no doubt he was a seasoned expert. Ouyang Fengyu, standing nearby, suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Damn it, that familiar feeling was returning. Zhou Tianqing was about to embarrass himself. Lu Di stood proudly, raising his voice to the operator. Engage all 4 clay target machines. Random positioning, 70 discs, continuous launch. Haha, Lu Di, have you ever even shot at flying discs? You're using a double-barrel shotgun, not a machine gun. With your method, the discs will be all over the place, and you want to even have time to load. You want to hit a single one. Zhou Tianqing, who had just been stunned by Lu Di's stance, erupted into laughter. The operator in the distance craned his neck, loudly inquiring, Mr. Lu Di, you can't be serious. I've never heard of such a method. Just do as I say. With a swift motion, seeing Lu Di's unwavering confidence, the operator could only comply. Whoosh. Whoosh. The sound of 4 discs being launched echoed as the machines activated simultaneously. Lu Di's eyes sparkled with intensity as he aimed the shotgun with commanding presence. Indeed, striking 4 discs that would only be airborne for 4 to 5 seconds with a double-barrel shotgun seemed nearly impossible. Yet, that was only true for an ordinary individual. The devilish child had already marked all the data from Lu Di's viewpoint. Distance, wind speed, wind direction, the parabolic trajectory of the discs, and their predicted descent. Every detail was within grasp. Coupled with his top-tier shooting skills, the impossible would become possible for Lu Di. Without hesitation, bang, bang. In a mere 0. For seconds, 2 shots were fired, each striking its target with unerring accuracy. Lu Di deftly opened the barrel of his shotgun. Subsequently, he stomped his right foot forcefully. On the nearby wooden table, 2 shotgun shells were propelled into the air by the sheer force. With a single hand, Lu Di reached out, and the 2 shells landed perfectly into the chamber. Without delay, he commenced his second round of fire. Bang, bang. Once again, both shots found their mark. The most astonishing aspect was that all of this transpired within a single second. The onlookers were left speechless. Dashing, swift, precise, a shooting technique akin to that of a deity. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The discs were hurled into the air once more. Lu Di repeated the maneuver, as quick as lightning. Once again, every shot hit home. Zhou Tianqing's mouth gaped in disbelief, his jaw nearly unhinged. To hell with the competition. This lad is no mere mortal. Not far away, in a pavilion, 3 elderly men engaged in a game of chess were equally startled by the gunfire. Bang, bang, bang. The rapid succession of shots left Haishan in a state of shock. Are they playing frisbee? That is the unmistakable sound of a 12-gauge double-barrel shotgun, who possesses such astonishing shooting speed. The time for reloading has been compressed to a mere 0.1 seconds. Is it truly twice as fast as my ace warrior? What a jest! I refuse to believe it. Haikishin turned his head, squinting as he strained his eyes to gaze into the distance. There, in the far-off expanse, stood a tall figure clad in a white shirt, unleashing a relentless barrage upon the airborne disc at an almost imperceptible speed. Damn it, it is indeed him. That little anomaly. The corners of Haikishin's mouth twitched violently. Suddenly, he whirled around, veins throbbing on his forehead, and shouted with fervor, "Old Yin, even if it costs me my life today, I shall triumph in this game of chess against you. This young man, I must recruit him." On the shooting range, 70 clay discs were shattered to smithereens by Lu Di within the span of 2 minutes. A cloud of dust ascended and, carried by a gentle breeze, slowly descended before the astonished audience. The protagonist of this spectacle, Lu Di, the driver of the Yin family, leisurely withdrew the last 2 shells from his shotgun. Utilizing the barrel, which glowed red as if it were a coal, he ignited a cigarette. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Lu Di said nonchalantly, "You all carry on. I shall go check on those old gentlemen." With that, Lu Di departed with an air of indifference. Hiss. "This is unbelievable." Zhou Tianqing inhaled sharply, trembling slightly. Such shooting prowess could surely earn him gold medals at the Olympics. Yet, he chose to come to the Yin family as a driver, and he aims to become my rival. I foolishly thought I could compete with him in marksmanship. This is a pitfall. Equestrian competitions are equally treacherous. Zhou Tianqing cast a dubious glance at Ouyang Fengyu. Ouyang Fengyu, on the other hand, appeared utterly despondent, as if he had consumed a ton of bitter gall, unable to voice his grievances. Who would have imagined that Lu Di could excel in every endeavor? Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin joyfully cheered, blissfully oblivious to the complexities. All they cared about was that Lu Di held the gun with such style. Meanwhile, Yin Qingwen fell into deep contemplation. Throughout their journey, Lu Di had repeatedly demonstrated extraordinary talent. It was hard to fathom that he possessed such an unassuming identity. His disciplined routine, impeccable physique, exceptional culinary skills, equestrian expertise, and marksmanship. These traits are not rare individually. However, when concentrated within a single individual, they become utterly perplexing. A riddle. All of it a riddle. Yin Qingwen resolved to uncover the truth behind Lu Di. As for Nan Ruai, she contentedly observed everything unfold. This sensation was indescribable, even to herself. She felt no surprise. Rather, she believed that as Mr. Dier, all of this was simply to be expected. Beneath the sunshade, the formidable General Heishan excitedly rubbed his palms together and placed a black piece on the Go board. Yin Laoi hesitated for a moment, facing a game of Go. Yin Laoi held the white pieces while Heishan commanded the black. Currently, the game revealed that Yin Laoi was in a precarious position. "Old Yin, it seems you are destined to lose this match." Heishan chuckled. "Thus, regarding that request, I shall not hold back." Watching Heishan's impending triumph, Duan Hua felt a surge of anger. The higher the official, the more oppressive they become. Even playing a game of Go, Heishan had to go first. It appeared there was nothing for him to gain from this encounter. "Heishan, I truly do not understand. As a general of your stature, what could you possibly seek from a mere businessman like me?" Yin Laoi inquired, still observing the board, searching for an opportunity to turn the tide. "Of course there is. Your Yin family estate is brimming with talent, making me envious. To be candid, my request is simply to acquire a person." Heishan replied with a narrowed-eyed grin. Yin Laoi seemed to grasp something and lifted his head. "I wondered why you were acting so strangely today. It turns out you were after someone. Are you regretting sending Tai Si and the others back and now wish to recall them?" Yin Laoi felt a twinge of helplessness. Years ago, upon their coming of age, he had entrusted Tai Si and his companions, orphans in their youth, to Heishan, who was then a special forces instructor, to gain experience in the military. Unexpectedly, the Tai brothers proved themselves exceptional, quickly rising to become military elites. Eventually, after much persuasion, Heishan had agreed to let them retire and return to safeguard the Yin family. "You've gone in circles just to change your mind?" Yin Laoi raised an eyebrow. "Not at all. I have no intention of touching Tai Si and the others. What I desire is someone else and just one." Who? Yin Laoi leaned forward, sensing something amiss. Look, Heishan gestured with his chin toward a young man in a white shirt who was strolling over. Yin Laoi stared blankly at him, then his expression shifted dramatically. Lu Di, you wish to take Lu Di away? Yin Laoi exclaimed excitedly, only to suddenly realize he had lost his composure. He paused, calming himself. Old He, you must understand. Lu Di is just an ordinary person, and he has some disabilities. He is quite frail. What use would he be in the ranks? To drive for you? Do not jest. Humph. You claim he is weak? If he were weak, then surely the soldiers under my command would not even be considered men. Heishan did not allow Yin Laoi to respond, forcefully placing a black piece on the board. Huh. Old Yin, your white pieces are already trapped. My grand formation is complete, and you have lost. Heishan laughed heartily. By the way, this grand formation is called the Nine-Dragon Tail. Even National Go Masters cannot unravel it. Old He, you cannot do this. I do not agree. Yin Laoi grew anxious. What if it were like this? Suddenly, a long arm reached out from beside Yin Laoi it, took a white piece, and gently placed it in an inconspicuous corner of the board. Lu Di. Yin Laoi recognized the newcomer. It was Lu Di, who had just entered the shaded area, gently wiping his hands with a white towel. Please take another look at the board, General Heishan. Lu Di smiled. Heishan was taken aback, then turned his gaze to the board. With each passing moment, his astonishment grew. Lu Di's move had directly severed two of Heishan's major influences. Moreover, it left countless follow-up possibilities. Because of this move, the seemingly scattered white pieces that, at a glance, the white pieces had evaded danger. With proper maneuvering in the later stages, a reversal from defeat to victory was not out of the question. This move was truly exquisite. After a moment, Heishan asked, still in shock, little brother, what do you call this move? Earlier, I heard you refer to your move as the Nine-Dragon Tail? Lu Di chuckled, then I shall call this move the Hedgehog Turn. Hiss, Hedgehog Turn. Is this the act of reclaiming a soft underbelly and raising steel quills to face the enemy? Little brother, impressive? Duan Hua suddenly exclaimed. General Heishan was invigorated. Lu Di had once again exceeded his expectations. Playing Go is, after all, a battle of strategy. Masterful Go skills reflect astute strategies. Moreover, employing troops is akin to playing chess. To perceive the situation on the board, to place a piece in an instant and reverse the outcome. Thus, in warfare, one could do the same. It seems that Lu Di possesses more than just martial prowess. Heishan's expression shifted, his determination strengthening. This young man, I must recruit him. Heishan laughed boisterously. Very well. Since the grand formation has been broken, old Yin, let us continue. We shall determine a victor. Yin Laoi, a man of stature, smoothly seized the opportunity. He stood up, nonchalantly saying, what shall we compete over? I am hungry and preparing for lunch. 64. The banquet comparison in the grand banquet hall of the manor. The table has been meticulously set. Elder Yin, General Heishan, and Duan Hua occupy the seats of honor, while a host of younger relatives sit on either side. Each person harbors their own thoughts, and an inexplicable silence blankets the atmosphere. Ahem, Elder Yin is the first to shatter the tranquility. Hee, it is a rare occasion today with the esteemed presence of both General Heishan and Duan Hua. Children, why don't we enjoy our meal while sharing our recent work achievements? The younger relatives collectively take a deep breath. The ensuing segment is, in truth, an unwritten rule of this illustrious banquet, a guise of sharing that ultimately serves as a platform for showcasing one's prowess, followed by a hierarchy of merit. Lu Ziming, Zhou Tianqing, and others have already clenched their fists in anticipation. Lu Di, no matter how adept your shooting skills may be, you are but a pauper, a destitute without a thing to your name. At long last, I have awaited the opportunity to humiliate you. Hee, I perceive that everyone seems a tad reserved. Elder Yin glances at Yin Qingwen and smiles. Then, Qingwen, why don't you go first? Yin Qingwen gently nods, rises, and states, as you all are aware, our Ingji group has recently launched a line. A donation segment will be established during the event, with all funds raised going to children's medical institutions and charitable hospitals. Organizing such an event not only elevates the visibility of our new product, but also aids those impoverished individuals and children who are unable to afford treatment due to their circumstances. Upon finishing her remarks, several elders nod slightly, their expressions filled with approval. Lu Di also finds himself in agreement. This woman, Yin Qingwen, possesses a commendable heart. Although often appearing somewhat aloof, she seems to have retained the plight of those poor patients and disabled children ever since she visited Grandpa Tuo's hospital. Not only has she donated medical equipment in her personal capacity, but now she is also raising funds through the launch of new products. She can truly be hailed as a conscientious entrepreneur. Wait. A discordant voice interrupts, as Ouyang Fengyu slowly rises and proclaims, "If I heard correctly, Qingwen, you just mentioned that sales performance is not a priority?" "Qingwen, I believe you may be mistaken. We, Ingji, are a business that survives on sales profits. Not only are you overspending on activities, but you also do not demand performance. Do you see Ingji as a charitable organization?" Ouyang Fengyu feigns exasperation, shaking his head and sighing, "Ladies and gentlemen, I would also like to announce some news. General Lu Ziming has reached an agreement with me. The arrangements for DE's concert will proceed according to my plan. In 5 days, we will host a grand concert at Huitian Plaza in Haishi's Wanghai district. We will also invite major distributors to VIP seating, promoting our new product while allowing for on-site orders. Ziming and I solemnly pledge that the sales figures for our new product will not fall below 20 billion. We aim to create a perfect launch for the group." Indeed. Lu Ziming stands as well, declaring, "I fully endorse Fengyu's proposal and will offer my utmost support. As you all know, the pulling power of singer DE is unparalleled. His mere presence at the concert will undoubtedly make it the most sensational news in Haisher this year. Boosting our product sales will be a given." Ouyang Fengyu is now brimful of pride, frequently glancing towards Elder Yin and Miss Nan. He smiles again, saying, "Father, while the marketing plan is under Qingwen's charge, I believe this is a crucial step for the group, and we must not allow any missteps. Everything must prioritize sales results." This, Yin Qingwen is momentarily at a loss, turning her gaze towards her father, Yin Hongxin. Elder Yin finds himself in a quandary, his brow slightly furrowed. Although Ouyang Fengyu's approach is overbearing, it holds a semblance of validity. After all, Ingji is a business that needs to generate revenue and maintain operations. Qingwen's initiative, while noble, offers no guarantees for the group. Elder Yin instinctively looks towards Lu Di, who appears utterly disinterested, head lowered, fiddling with the cutlery on the table, seemingly devoid of any intention to participate. Clap, clap, clap. Suddenly, the quiet banquet hall is filled with applause as Zhou Tianqing rises, smiling. "I consider myself somewhat accomplished in business, and I wholeheartedly agree with Brother Fengyu's proposal. To be candid, my company has recently been thriving, and we are in discussions for our 3rd round of financing. If all goes as planned, funds will be secured within 2 months, and within half a year, my business metrics will meet the criteria to commence the listing process. Haha, I must admit, if our MITA company successfully goes public this year, we will break the record for the fastest listing time in the whole. Who would have thought that these previously unnoticed young individuals were indeed hidden talents? Each one is remarkably successful at such a young age." Duan Hua also applauds. "Today has truly broadened my horizons. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Ladies and gentlemen, if I were to claim that I neither run a company nor collaborate with Ingji, merely a humble antique dealer, I would not wish to embarrass myself before you all." The elegant Nan Ruai suddenly speaks up. "Oh, Miss Nan, you are far too modest. Given your stature, you needn't provide further explanation. Even if we were to band together, we could not begin to compare to you." Zhou Tianqing immediately flatters her. "Indeed, Miss Nan, your prowess requires no elaboration." Elder Yin joins in the laughter. As the words fade, all eyes inevitably turn towards Lu Di. It seems everyone is anticipating his response. Elder Yin hopes he will step forward to offer insights for the group's marketing strategy. Yin Qingwen casts a pleading glance his way. The two great figures, Heishan and Duan Hua, are filled with curiosity regarding this young man. Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Ziming, and Zhou Tianqing were smirks of disdain. This time, there will be no unexpected turn of events. In the realm of business, this lad is but a beggar compared to themselves. He surely cannot articulate any substantial argument. Thus, the opportunity to humiliate him is ripe. After a brief pause, Lu Di finally chuckles softly. Hee trash. What did you say, Lu Di? Ouyang Fengyu seems incredulous. My apologies, I wasn't referring to you. Lu Di suddenly raises his head. I meant, your concert will become the greatest joke of the year in Haishur. L. Ziming, you and your management company will find yourselves utterly disgraced overnight. And Ouyang Fengyu, your sales figures will plummet to zero. Ouyang Fengyu was instantly consumed by rage. He retorted, Lu Di, you are cursing me. On what grounds do you make such claims? Not only was Ouyang Fengyu enraged, but the others at the table also frowned. Lu Di's words were indeed rather excessive. Even if one did not support Ouyang Fengyu's proposal, such venomous remarks were unwarranted. This is certainly not a curse, but rather an impending reality. Lu Di replied with a faint smile. For I have decided to support Wenwen's plan to host a charity gala, and it shall take place on Coastal Street, just 1 kilometer away. It boasts nothing but a few dilapidated buildings. How can it compare to the grandeur of Huitian Square? 1 kilometer away, holding events simultaneously. Do you truly believe the audience will flock to your venue? Are you suggesting that your concert will surpass the popularity of ours? The most ridiculous part is that it won't cost a dime. Do you mean to say you won't even construct a stage? Can you enlighten me on what basis you make these assertions? Pray tell, where do you find your audacity? At that moment, Yin Xingwen was also taken aback by Lu Di's audacity. She gazed at him, utterly unsure of what to say. Has Lu Di lost his mind? Ha ha. Zhou Tianqing was laughing so hard he could barely contain himself. Lu Di, have you been so shaken by the excellence of Ziming and the others that you've begun to spout nonsense? I suggest you adopt a more composed mindset and accept your situation. Lu Di turned to the still chortling Zhou Tianqing and slowly said, Next, it is you, Zhou Tianqing, the unscrupulous businessman. Your so-called travel agency, with 12 tour routes and 3 exclusive islands, has no legitimate origins. You are quite clever. Indeed, those 12 routes are original, but they destroy farmland, ruin natural heritage sites, and even coerce local residents into unpaid labor. And those 3 once splendid tropical islands, now ravaged by your rampant development, are nothing but a wasteland littered with garbage and complaints from the indigenous people. In my view, your so-called second round of financing is merely a guise for collusion with officials. How can a company as unscrupulous as yours even contemplate going public? Where is the justice in that? Zhou Tianqing was suddenly taken aback. He was utterly unprepared for this. How could Lu Di possibly know such confidential information about the company? Had he perhaps planted spies? Zhou Tianqing pointed a trembling finger at Lu Di, stammering, Lu Di, you speak nonsense, you slander me. I will sue you for defamation. Whether it is defamation or not is no longer of consequence. Lu Di flicked his sleeve dismissively. For if I casually produce 100 yuan, does that not imply that I possess greater assets than you? Upon hearing Lu Di's words, Zhou Tianqing's mood plummeted like a roller coaster. When his company's dark secrets were exposed, he felt as if he had fallen into an abyss. Yet, when Lu Di proclaimed his impending bankruptcy and 500 million in debt, Zhou Tianqing's spirits soared once more. Surely this fellow is not merely spouting nonsense. Did he accidentally stumble upon my secrets? Ha ha, Lu Di, I truly find myself at a loss for words. I even feel a twinge of sympathy for you. I advise you to relinquish your obsessions and return to your rural hometown. If you remain entrenched in this affluent milieu, I fear you may suffer a mental breakdown. Zhou Tianqing shook his head in resignation, proclaiming loudly, Ladies and gentlemen, my company currently possesses at least 1 billion in liquid assets, with nearly 50,000 clients, the vast majority of whom are high-end customers. The only headache we face is being too busy to accommodate all our clients. As for Lu Di's remarks, let us dismiss them. He has endured quite the ordeal today, and it is rather pitiable. My company is in no way facing bankruptcy. 66. Without uttering a word, Lu Di continued. He turned once more to gaze at Ouyang Fengyu. And you, the sanctimonious son-in-law of the Yin family. Alas, is it my turn now? Ouyang Fengyu shook his head with a wry smile, donning an expression of concern as he softly addressed Lu Di. Lu Di, feel free to express your thoughts. Your elder brother is listening. Do not bottle it up inside. Ouyang Fengyu's demeanor clearly suggested his reluctance to engage in a debate with someone he deemed irrational. It seemed that no matter what hostile words Lu Di uttered, the onlookers would scarcely believe him, instead offering their sympathy to Ouyang Fengyu. However, why have I not seen Vice President Zhao Zhe today? Has he not always been by your side? Lu Di posed this question without directly targeting Ouyang Fengyu. Vice President Zhao? This gathering is for the Yin family. Naturally, he would not be present. Lu Di, your words are rather disjointed. What are you trying to convey? Ouyang Fengyu replied with evident impatience. Oh. Lu Di nodded lightly. I possess some rudimentary skills in face reading. I kindly request you to relay a message to Vice President Zhao. Inform him that his brow is darkening, and he is likely to encounter misfortune soon. Ouyang Fengyu, somewhat exasperated, retorted, Vice President Zhao had an unfortunate accident yesterday. He was knocked over and broke a tooth. This is common knowledge within the company. There is no need for your cryptic warnings. No, I meant to say, Lu Di grinned. Not only did he suffer misfortune yesterday, but he is also destined for further calamities tomorrow. For the next month, he shall face daily misfortunes. What do you mean? Ouyang Fengyu's eyes widened in anger. I mean that for the upcoming month, he will find himself in a He suddenly recalled the bizarre occurrences surrounding Zhao Zhe in recent days. Daily, he had encountered accidents, whether being struck by a vehicle or having a flower pot fall on him, or even being inexplicably assaulted. Each day, he seemed to lose a tooth. Things were becoming increasingly strange. Especially in the last 2 days, Zhao Zhe had grown somewhat paranoid, particularly fearful of venturing outside, dreading that an unforeseen accident might claim yet another tooth. Ouyang Fengyu looked at Lu Di with an expression of disbelief, his heart racing with apprehension. Could it be that all these misfortunes befalling Vice President Zhao were orchestrated by Lu Di? Had the plot to hire an assassin been exposed? This would imply that his own scheme had been revealed. But how could Lu Di possibly know all of this? Would he next turn his machinations against me? The method of claiming a tooth each day was indeed ruthless. As Ouyang Fengyu pondered this, his hands and feet grew cold, and his mind buzzed with chaos. When he turned to Lu Di, his body trembled uncontrollably. He had completely forgotten to refute Lu Di's assertions. Enough. The elder Yin interjected, shaking his head with a sigh. Lu Di, what ails you today? All this is mere nonsense. I am quite disappointed. Yin Kaikai also expressed his discontent. Lu Di has fallen into his old habits again, boasting once more. How could your concert possibly rival that of DE in popularity? DE is a superstar, an idol in our hearts, invincible. He even claims that Tiancheng's company will collapse. How can that be? We are all lining up to travel to northern India. Yin uncle. Zhou Tiancheng clasped his hands before the elder Yin. I believe Lu Di's self-esteem issues have led to some psychological troubles. If we allow him to continue rambling, it may become a source of amusement for the elders and Miss Nan. I propose we kindly ask Lu Di to step outside for a moment to collect himself. Lu Di smiled helplessly. I have yet to finish my words. Do not continue. Ouyang Fengyu summoned his courage and shouted, You are merely spouting nonsense, a fool's dream. You see the talented young individuals present, and jealousy fills your heart, prompting you to hurl insults at each of us. You truly outdo yourself. Each time you encounter someone, you concoct a new set of outrageous claims, slandering them without a hint of originality. Your mockery of me, Ziming, and Tiancheng is one thing. Do you even dare to slander Miss Nan next? Do you have any notion of Miss Nan's stature? Ha! Zhou Tiancheng remarked with mockery, I must admit, I am rather curious. What sort of fabrications could you possibly weave about someone as impeccable as Miss Nan? Regarding Miss Nan, Lu Di glanced at the stunning beauty clad in an exquisite qipao, serene as still water, and was about to speak. Lu Di, choose your words wisely. Miss Nan is not someone you may comment upon, the elder Yin interjected coldly. Very well. Lu Di ceased his speech, instead retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and placing it between his lips. However, he did not seek a lighter. Instead, He crossed his arms, tilting his head slightly. Lu Di, you are quite mad, Zhou Tianqing murmured in complaint, but was suddenly taken aback. In the midst of the gathering, the usually reticent and disinterested Miss Nan Ruai suddenly rose to her feet. She gracefully pushed back her chair, elegantly maneuvering around half the dining table, and approached Lu Di. From her handbag, she retrieved a lighter. With a flick, her delicate fingers pressed the ignition, and a flame flickered to life. In the next moment, Nan Ruai slightly bent forward, shielding the flame with one hand while extending the lighter towards Lu Di with the other. Whoosh! Lu Di ignited his cigarette, the smoke swirling around him, while Nan Ruai extinguished the flame, quietly standing behind him. Mr. Zhou, help! Miss Nan, what on earth are you doing? Why are you lighting a cigarette for him? Everyone blinked vigorously, ensuring they were not mistaken. The illustrious Nan family from Kyoto, revered by all, saw their esteemed daughter personally bending over to light a cigarette for that young man. The disparity in their statuses was utterly incongruous. It was not only the younger crowd that was stunned. Even the elders, Yin Hongxin and General Heishan, were taken aback. The third daughter of the Nan family was someone they all had to respect. Yet, Lu Di was merely an ordinary individual. How could such a situation arise? Could it be that they were lovers? Had Lu Di captured the heart of Miss Nan merely with his looks? That seemed implausible. In the current scenario, Lu Di was leisurely reclining with his legs crossed, savoring the smoke, while Miss Nan stood rigidly behind him, visibly restrained. This was far from a romantic relationship. It was a clear master-servant dynamic. Miss Nan, have you mistaken him for someone else? His name is Lu Di, just a driver, Lu Ziming stammered, eyes wide. Why are you lighting a cigarette for him? At this, Nan Ruai parted her cherry lips and replied, for no particular, simply wishing to smoke. What was Miss Nan implying? Elder Yin looked equally incredulous and asked, Miss Nan, you address Lu Di as gentleman? Indeed, I call him gentleman. Nan Ruai stood tall and unyielding, stating, not only will I light a cigarette for him, but should he command me to sacrifice myself, I would not dare to disobey. At this moment, Nan Ruai brimmed with confidence. Since their first meeting, she had been suppressing her excitement. For reasons unknown, she felt an insatiable desire to be near him, to do things for him. Just moments ago, when Lu Di took the cigarette, he finally cast her a glance. Nan Ruai, sharp as ice, understood instantly. Given the opportunity to support him, she was determined to give her all. Her actions were not coerced by Lu Di holding some leverage over her. They sprang from the depths of her heart. Upon hearing Nan Ruai's words, an eerie silence enveloped the room. Could it be that Miss Nan recognized Lu Di? Not merely recognized him, but this was clearly an act of submission. All the young people present understood well, in terms of individual influence, Miss Nan undoubtedly held the most power among them. Even during moments of comparison, they had deliberately excluded her, fearing they would pale in comparison. Yet unexpectedly, Lu Di, often targeted and ridiculed, and regarded as the least capable, had managed to elicit such deference from Miss Nan. Was this what they termed a stunning reversal? The Yin family's daughters were equally incredulous. How could Lu Di possess such a background as Nan Ruai's, and yet choose to endure humiliation by working as a driver in the Yin household? Yin Qingwen suddenly realized. Could it be that the two cheerful young ladies had spoken the truth about Lu Di gambling billions in the casino? Elder Yin was also troubled. He could not contain himself and asked, Miss Nan, this? Elder Yin gasped in shock. The relationship between Lu Di and the Nan family was extraordinary. Even the esteemed Miss Nan dared not defy Lu Di, just as everyone was grappling with their astonishment. Zhou, it's bad news. We are on the verge of bankruptcy. An anxious female voice echoed from the other end. Why the fuss? Take your time to explain. Wait, what did you just say? Could you repeat that? Zhou Tianqing leapt up from the table. Mr. Zhou, we are facing bankruptcy. The secretary on the line spoke with a quivering voice. How is that possible? I left the company just a day ago. We have so much capital and so many users. How could we go bankrupt? Zhou Tianqing shouted excitedly, and the crowd in the Yin family estate's dining room listened intently. Mr. Zhou, do you know about the Gemini app? Yes, what about it? Wah. Just 20 minutes ago, on the Gemini app, in a particularly popular travel enthusiast section, an official post was suddenly published. This post detailed all the evidence of our travel routes damaging local ecosystems and encroaching on residents' land. It also exposed the hidden additional charges in our packages. Zhou Tianqing stood dumbfounded. I have no quarrel with Gemini app. I don't even know anyone from Gemini. Why are they targeting me? After a moment, Zhou Tianqing regained his composure and urged, but such a level of exposure would at most ruin our reputation. How could it lead to bankruptcy? Are you exaggerating? The voice on the phone sounded somewhat desperate. Mr. Zhou, the most devastating part is that while exposing us, Gemini's travel section also directly released 120 brand new travel routes, spanning the globe. All are first releases, and each one showcases breathtaking scenery unknown to anyone. Most importantly, they are entirely free, merely provide. How can we refund them? Many are already causing a scene at the company. Mr. Zhou, you must come and save me. Ah, the secretary suddenly screamed, as if interrupted. A voice rang out in anger. You liars! You dare swindle my honeymoon? Return it! Beep, beep, beep. The call ended abruptly. Zhou Tianqing sat there, ashen-faced. 68. The esteemed guests of the Yin family found themselves enveloped once more in an overwhelming silence within the banquet hall. Zhou Tianqing stood as if struck by lightning, his silent collapse a testament to his utter despair. The others exchanged incredulous glances, their faces reflecting disbelief. Just moments ago, Zhou Tianqing had been full of vigor, boasting about his company's impending IPO. And in an instant, all had turned to ashes as the specter of bankruptcy loomed. Most horrifying of all, was this not precisely what Lu Di had just prophesied? Suddenly, Zhou Tianqing, lost in his desolation, snapped to attention, exclaiming frantically, Lu Di, did you orchestrate all of this? Tell me, what is your connection to the Gemini? I refuse to believe they would attack me without cause. Upon hearing this, the crowd swiftly connected the dots. Gemini, the recently surging social media platform, had been achieving miraculous. In the brief span of a week since its launch, it had amassed 800 million users, hinting at a rivalry with the colossal Penguin Group. Its developer and founder had garnered a reputation as the most enigmatic genius in programming and business. Could it be that Lu Di had ties to him? Nin Ruai maintained a calm demeanor, yet her inner turmoil churned fiercely. Their enigmatic benefactor had instructed them to refer to him as Di'er, and the founder of Gemini was known as Di San, along with the legendary singer Di. A shiver ran down Nin Ruai's spine. Their benefactor's talents were beyond their comprehension. As for the truth, she dared not delve deeper. Coincidentally, the current CEO of Gemini, Zhang Tianjia, happens to be my university classmate, Lu Di remarked with a serene smile. Indeed, Lu Di spoke the truth. Jia was indeed the CEO. Yet, what Lu Di chose not to disclose was that he himself was the true founder of Gemini, the mastermind known as Di San. It truly is you. Zhou Tianqing shouted in fury, only to be momentarily taken aback. Why did I not see you contacting anyone earlier? Your downfall today is a consequence of your own misdeeds. I need no connections. Lu Di had no need to reach out, for the core programming of Gemini was entirely under the control of the demon child. Whatever changes Lu Di desired to invoke within Gemini, he could do so with a mere thought. You have gone too far. Since I am left with no way out, you shall not escape either. Zhou Tianqing raged, charging madly at Lu Di. Yet, Lu Di remained unfazed, seemingly devoid of any intention to rise. With a swift motion, a dazzling burst of color flashed by behind him. Nin Ruai retracted her long legs, resuming her tranquil stance. Zhou Tianqing, on the receiving end of Nin Ruai's powerful kick, was sent sprawling 3 meters back, crashing into a wall, unconscious. From the moment Lu Di laid eyes on Nin Ruai, he understood that this daughter of the Nan family was far from the fragile appearance she projected. With her roots in the Nan family and commanding the underworld of Haishur, how could she possibly be powerless? At the very least, dispatching dozens of weaklings like Zhou Tianqing was a trivial matter. The crowd was once again filled with trepidation. Miss Nan had intervened on Lu Di's behalf with no mercy. In that moment, no one felt inclined to assist Zhou Tianqing, allowing him to lie there in silence. It was hard to fathom that Zhou Tianqing had fallen into bankruptcy so abruptly, and in such a dismal fashion. As the onlookers turned their gazes toward the unruffled Lu Di, their eyes brimmed with awe. No longer did anyone perceive his previous declarations as mere bravado. Lu Di exuded an aura akin to an all-encompassing mountain. His strength seemed inexhaustible, a boundless source, regardless of whom he sought to. Let us settle the score at our concert, Lu Di declared with a haughty smile, gesturing towards El Ziming and Ouyang Fengyu. I think, El Ziming stammered. Brother Ziming, what are you afraid of? We are not like Zhou Tianqing. We have not engaged in any illegal business. Ouyang Fengyu chimed in, striving to bolster the nearly dissipated morale. Suddenly, the venerable Master Yin rose from his seat, his expression a tapestry of emotions as he addressed Lu Di, or perhaps it is more fitting to refer to you as Mr. Lu now. I have been blind to the mountain before me. How could I have regarded a person of Mr. Lu's caliber as an ordinary individual? I was foolish. The Yin family has neglected Mr. Lu. With that, Yin Hongxin bowed slightly, offering a respectful nod to Lu Di. Father, what are you doing? Yin Kai and Yin Xian gasped in astonishment. Their father, who had always commanded an air of authority, was bowing to Lu Di? They, being relatively unworldly, could not comprehend. Nan Ruai's silent submission to Lu Di, coupled with his decisive maneuver that led to Zhou Tianqing's downfall, was a display of formidable strength. Even Yin Qingwen found her father's extreme actions somewhat perplexing. Though she had been in the workforce for several years, she had always existed under the protective shadow of Master Yin. She had no understanding of the intricate power dynamics at play. She could hardly fathom that her vast Yin family could crumble at a single utterance from the Nan family. Yet at this moment, Yin Qingwen clearly recognized that Lu Di was no longer. In humility, Yin Hongxin trembled slightly as he asked, May I inquire about your future plans, Mr. Lu? Do you wish to remain with the Yin family? Rest assured, whether you choose to stay or not, you shall always be the most esteemed guest of the Yin family. Lu Di simply nodded. I have stated before that I see things through to the end. After I rid the world of treachery and can stand with a clear conscience, I shall depart. Ha, splendid. I knew I had not misjudged this young Lu Di, so proud, so domineering, and yet so loyal. Just then, the ever-watchful General Heishan rose suddenly. His eyes sparkled with intensity. Mr. Lu, now that family matters have been addressed, let us turn our attention to national affairs. At that very moment, outside the Yin estate, several armored personnel carriers sped into the vicinity. Armed soldiers poured from the vehicles, encircling the Yin estate. Several squads of soldiers surged into the estate, weapons at the ready. General Heishan chuckled heartily. I am but a humble servant, currently in possession of a national conscription order. All whom I deem worthy must comply without question and join me. Even the esteemed commander Nan Tianhai himself would have no authority to intervene. Brother. Haihu, you're too ruthless. You actually called in reinforcements? The lead. My Black Mountain has arrived at this day precisely because of such audacity. Black Mountain remarked with pride as he looked at Duan Hua. You are well aware of this lad's strength. If he were to unleash his full might, would I be able to stop him? Subsequently, Black Mountain turned to Old Yin and said, Old Yin, let your juniors leave. They are not privy to the matters that will follow. At this point, Old Yin felt utterly helpless. He had anticipated Black Mountain's attempt to win over Lu Di, but he had not envisioned such a method of persuasion. With a wave of his hand, Old Yin signaled for the servants and Yin family members to vacate the premises, albeit in a state of confusion. Only Nan Ruai hesitated for a moment. Lu Di merely smiled gently. No worries, yes, sir. Nan Ruai had no choice but to retreat reluctantly. Moments later, only 4 individuals remained in the room. Old Yin, Black Mountain, Duan Hua, and Lu Di. General Black Mountain, if I recall correctly, you did not win that game of chess just now, did you? Lu Di inquired with a smile. Black Mountain's demeanor instantly transformed to one of hearty joviality. He casually took a seat and replied, Lu Di, I must concede. You indeed possess a wealth of clever ideas. To keep those younglings in such a state of bewilderment was quite. How about joining me as a police officer? Duan Hua interjected eagerly. Duan Hua, step aside. Black Mountain slowly rose, his expression grave as he approached Lu Di. General Black Mountain, your manner of speaking is indeed subtle. Lu Di was once again taken aback. Oh dear. Haihu, can you not express yourself more clearly? Duan Hua approached with a look of exasperation and reassured Lu Di, "We have a long-planned military project which, to an ordinary person, may seem like a death sentence, but for you, it could represent a chance for success." Lu Di raised an eyebrow. "I would like to hear more." Yet Black Mountain waved his hand. "No, that is classified information. If you hear it, you must come with me. Then I shall not listen." "Oh, you infuriate me." At this moment, outside the Yin family estate, a short old man dressed in a white tank top and black shorts was slowly making his way forward, his gait somewhat unsteady. However, the entrance to the Yin residence was already surrounded by armed soldiers. "Sir, this area is under martial law. Please take your stroll elsewhere," one soldier stated sternly. "Young man, allow me to show you something. After you've seen it, will you let me enter?" The old man grinned widely, revealing the lining of his tattered tank top. The soldier, caught between amusement and disbelief, bent down to take a look. Upon seeing it, the soldier shuddered and immediately saluted the elderly gentleman. The old man's worn tank top was adorned with an array of dazzling medals: 2 third-class merits, 2 second-class merits, 1 first-class merit, 1 special merit, and 1 honorary medal. Hee, these are all accolades I received for treating the young ones on the battlefield. The old man beamed once more. The soldier exclaimed, "Old hero, splendid." "What hero nonsense, just let me in to see a few friends," the old man replied. "Please wait a moment, I will inform my superiors." Inside the Yin family banquet hall, General Black Mountain was now beet red with anger. "Lu Di, I tell you, you will leave today, whether you wish to or not. Otherwise, you shall not pass through the gates of the Yin estate." "Old He, could you grant him a moment to consider?" Duan Hua pleaded helplessly. "No." Alas, the patriarch of the Yin family, being the wealthiest man in Haishur, could only sigh deeply in silence. "Little He." Suddenly, a deep, steady voice resonated from the entrance. General Black Mountain's ears perked up instantly. "Did you just call me Little He?" He turned to see a familiar face, his expression shifting dramatically as excitement surged within him. "Brother, what brings you here?" Duan Hua and Old Yin turned to look, their expressions shifting as they both exclaimed, "Brother!" Lu Di also turned around and respectfully rose. Grandfather Tuo, originally known as Chu He, famously nicknamed Chu Huadua, a figure of great renown in the medical field 30 years ago, a healer with a compassionate heart filled with love. During his peak, he repeatedly performed medical miracles. Later, he fought alongside the Huaxia forces abroad, saving countless soldiers and thwarting numerous enemy biochemical plots. He was also a sworn brother to Black Mountain, Duan Hua, and Yin Hongxin, who were frontline soldiers at the time. He saved their lives multiple times. Being the eldest among them, he has always been referred to as Big Brother by the trio. Their bond spanned nearly 40 years. A few years ago, Grandfather Tuo bequeathed several medical patents to Yin Hongxin before suddenly disappearing from public view to serve as a volunteer physician. Although the other 3 could easily locate him, they never dared to intrude. At this moment, Grandfather Tuo walked forward with his hands behind his back, taking deliberate strides toward the seat Lu Di had vacated. He directly bent down and sat, uttering a single word: "Wine." Black Mountain and the others scrambled to pour various foreign wines and reds for Grandfather Tuo, but he merely wrinkled his nose and did not touch them. Only Lu Di rummaged through the kitchen for a long time before finally producing a bottle of Erguo. Lu Di filled Grandfather Tuo's glass, and only then did he raise it and drink it down in one gulp. Thereafter, Grandfather Tuo slowly stated, "Little Lu Di usually helps me tidy up the hospital. No one can take him away." Black Mountain was stunned for a full 3 minutes before he grasped a sliver of understanding. So Lu Di is Grandfather Tuo's disciple? Yet Black Mountain ultimately could not restrain himself from speaking. "Brother, I have a conscription order. Please grant me a favor." I will not." 70. New technology. This esteemed general from the land of Huaxia, the chief instructor of the Tianluo group within the covert unit known as the Eastern Divine Sword, codenamed the Elder of Heishan, found himself at a loss for words. He stood before the table in a standard military posture, his frustration palpable, and remained silent. What could I possibly do? Even if I commanded 6 fully armed squads to encircle the Yin family estate, what difference would it make? Even with the national conscription order in my possession, what of it? My elder brother shows no regard. A tiger must lie low. a dragon must coil in obscurity. Old Hay, I fail to comprehend why you insist on taking Lu Di away. Now, even my elder brother disapproves. The elder Yin, witnessing his brother's alignment with his own stance, was immediately incensed and admonished, Old Hay, hasten to withdraw the person. Those unaware might think my Yin Hongxin has committed a crime. Their decades of friendship allowed for light banter, but when it came to Heishan's subordinates, they were undoubtedly the elite of the military, each a formidable warrior. To speak of Iron Four and his comrades, they were veritable combat machines. He held profound respect for Heishan's methods of training and his formidable troops. My new recruits had a minor misunderstanding with Lu Di, Heishan continued, his expression. Upon hearing this, the elder Yin scrutinized Lu Di with astonishment. He understood that to knock out 6 of Heishan's men in 43 seconds was a display of terrifying combat prowess. Lu Di appeared quite frail, even somewhat delicate. He bore no resemblance to those muscular war machines. This young man, adept in national economics, had compelled the daughters of the Nan family to bow before him, capable of dismantling a billion-dollar company with a mere insight. Now, due to his extraordinary combat abilities, he was being sought after by military magnates. A man of both letters and arms, proficient in both fields. This was somewhat alarming. Moreover, he was presumably the disciple of my elder brother. In every regard, he was a top-tier individual. How ironic I had previously organized a banquet, hoping to stimulate Lu Di through some youthful talents. Now it appears that the elites I invited were nothing but a joke in Lu Di's eyes. The elder Yan's expression was complex. Indeed, as Heishan had said, he had been more blind than he had imagined, alas. That I never anticipated that after a lifetime of battles in the marketplace and on the battlefield, my perspective would still be so limited. Lu Di's talents had long surpassed my judgment. Little Hay, your intentions are understood by my elder brother. The elder Yin spoke slowly. That matter is indeed necessary for national interests and is something our Huaxia warriors must accomplish to establish a foothold. He chuckled, my elder brother is indeed wise. He can casually mention the highest secrets of our Huaxia military. It seems you have not been idle all these years. Duan Hua sighed as well. Old Hay, even if my elder brother wished to be idle, he cannot. Among our 13-star generals, who has not had their life saved by him, each of them has visited my elder brother, eager to invite him back into the military to lead the research department once more. As an officer in the Haisher Police Department, I am well aware of these matters. The elder Yin merely shook his head slightly before continuing, Little Hay, your feelings are understood by my elder brother. As a general, your intentions are entirely justified. The elder Yin exhaled deeply. The rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every individual. I can assist you with that matter. Heishan's eyes suddenly sparkled. Really? I will assure you that he can assist during the process, but I will arrange when he goes. Very well. I shall heed my elder brother's arrangements. Heishan seemed to regain hope. The elder Yan's involvement was a surprise he had not anticipated, even more so than simply taking Lu Di away. After all, with the elder Yan's participation, the project was bound to see breakthrough progress. Heishan instinctively glanced at Lu Di, who had been quietly listening. Lu Di, are you not curious about the matters we are discussing? Lu Di smiled slightly. The younger generation is not as talented, but I have all. Lu Di calmly replied, you are discussing national-level secrets. Yet why is it that after the younger generation leaves, you specifically retain the elder Yan? If I am not mistaken, it is because the elder Yan's Ingji group has been engaged in medical device research. Moreover, I find it intriguing that the elder Yin has established a clandestine department within the group, accessible only to those below the vice president level. Lu Di smiled again. Recently, the Huaxia military has been gathering individuals with special physical traits nationwide. They have even gone so far as to initiate a conscription order. Considering the recent rumors circulating internationally about the emergence of special humans, I surmise that the Huaxia military and Ingji group must. However, rest assured, I will make up for it with a burst of updates tomorrow, starting with 6, that I kindly ask for your understanding and not to abandon the book. The data is important to me. Thank you. 71. The hero's honor. Well, this. The elder Yan's eyes brimmed with shock as he stared blankly at Heishan and Duan Hua. The secrets he had meticulously guarded for so long had now been effortlessly divulged by Lu Di. How on earth was he supposed to handle this? Heishan, equally perplexed, turned to Master Tu. Don't look at me. I haven't said a word to young Lu. Master Tua smacked his lips and took a small sip of wine. Everyone was momentarily stunned. Was it truly possible that this young man, relying solely on a few fragmented words and some information gleaned from the internet, could deduce all of this? Such intellect. Astonishing. Lu Di, you must tread carefully. Lu Di, the terms international, Huaxia military, and modified individuals are not to be taken lightly. Lu Di, this matter is not merely an ordinary strange rumor. Do not propagate it. Lu Di, the elder Yin and the two military dignitaries frantically attempted to salvage the situation, their faces a picture of panic. Seeing the expressions on your faces, I take it my conjecture was not far off? Lu Di chuckled softly. However, his interest in the Yin family's wealth inevitably breeds ulterior motives. Such occurrences are not uncommon among the affluent. I cannot forcibly sever their marital ties. As I have no sons of my own, I had hoped that through you, Lu Di, some restraint could be placed upon him. If he were to be more circumspect, I could manage, but it seems you regard this matter with utter disdain. Elder, the situation is not as convoluted as you perceive. I have indeed made my presence felt, while also preserving the Yin family's dignity. The soldiers concealed their identities, rendering me incapable of discerning who they were. Heishan found himself at a loss for words. This was not merely a matter of recklessness. One must possess the capability to act recklessly. Moreover, how could any ordinary person see through their disguises? General Heishan's lips twitched as he remarked, "Your powers of observation are truly commendable. Such a talent as yours, not participating in our modification program, would indeed be a waste." Cough, cough. Master Tua cleared his throat, rising languidly. "I vouch for Lu Di regarding the military experiments. He will not disclose any confidential information. I am weary. Lu Di, please escort me home." "Yes, Master Tua. Brother, perhaps we should accompany you back. We could further discuss our plans." Heishan quickly interjected. "You are a nuisance." Master Tua waved his hand dismissively, striding ahead, followed by Lu Di, leaving General Heishan and his companions standing there, dumbfounded and helpless. Outside the Yin family estate, Zhou Tianqing had regained consciousness, staring blankly alongside the younger members of the Yin family at the armed soldiers filling the courtyard. What is happening here? Armed soldiers have surrounded the Yin estate, and Lu Di has been retained for discussions by the two dignitaries. After the concert incident, Lu Di had exerted an inexplicable pressure on him, leaving him feeling quite unsettled. Suddenly, the formation of the armed soldiers shifted. After a brief flurry of movement, they lined up neatly on either side of the estate's entrance. An elderly, stooped figure emerged first. Lu Di followed closely behind. In an instant, all the armed soldiers stood at attention, perfectly synchronized, raising their arms in salute. Lu Di, of course, this salute was not directed at Lu Di, but rather at Master Tua. Just moments ago, the soldiers had received the command over the intercom, "Pay collective tribute to the old hero." Meanwhile, Ziming and Zhou Tianqing were left utterly stunned. Where were the handcuffs and shackles promised? They could not comprehend the scene before them. This was the highest honor bestowed by soldiers. Who was that elder? If Lu Di could walk in his shadow, could he be the scion of a high-ranking military family? They could not help but recall Miss Nan's respectful demeanor towards Lu Di, sending chills down their spines. How could this be? Lu Di and Master Tua walked among the soldiers, their presence towering as if to eclipse the heavens. In stark contrast, Ziming and his companions appeared as insignificant as ants. Nan Ruai, too, was no longer as composed as before. Dozens of soldiers saluted and bid farewell. Even her own father had never received such honor. Sir, just how many identities do you possess?" Most astonishing of all was Yin family. She instantly recognized the old man in the white vest, Master Tua, the once arrogant doctor who regarded all others with disdain. She vividly recalled Lu Di's words, "Master Tua thinks little of your Ingji group." Lu Di had spoken no falsehood. Master Tua was undoubtedly more formidable than he appeared. If Master Tua was an extraordinary figure, then what did it make Lu Di, whom he regarded as kin? Yin Qingwen found herself plunged into profound confusion once more. With heartfelt effort, what is even more astonishing is that behind Tua Yi and Lu Di, the imposing figures of Heishan and Duan Hua emerged, their breaths held in awe. Naturally, there was also the venerable Yin Laoi at the very end of the procession. The illustrious Yin Hongxin, the wealthiest man in Haishur, appeared to be the most humble of them all. As they approached the gathering, Lu Di addressed Nan Ruai. I have some ideas for improvement regarding your enterprise. I will reach out to you later. Yes, sir, Nan Ruai replied, maintaining his respectful demeanor, nodding in affirmation. Subsequently, the elder and the youth ambled slowly down the mountain in full view of the onlookers, with no one daring to impede their passage. Heishan, with a complicated expression, waved his hand, signaling all soldiers to board. On the mountain path, Lu Di nodded to Tua Yi, saying, "Thank you for helping me out of that predicament." "Ha ha, my boy, am I not aware of your capabilities? Even if I hadn't intervened, could they have? It is due to his integrity and gratitude. The strength of Heishan is beyond your imagination. Make good use of it in the future." Lu Di nodded solemnly, "Thank you." Heishan, seated inside the car, rolled down the window and was about to speak, only to be met with Tua Yi's impatient wave, "Move along." Heishan, with a face full of frustration, had no choice. Observing the soldiers on the armored vehicle maintaining their military salute, Tua Yi wore a benevolent expression. "Little Lu Di, I truly did not expect you to defeat Heishan's strongmen so swiftly." Tua Yi nodded and sat. 3 years ago, Lu Di was rescued by Tua Yi, and upon awakening, he was met with the excited visage of this peculiar old man. He proclaimed Lu Di to be the chosen one. Later, upon closer examination, it was revealed that Tua Yi had discovered Lu Di's unique constitution, his genes significantly different from those of ordinary individuals. Should Lu Di's physique continue to improve or receive the appropriate external assistance, he would likely evolve into an extraordinary being, a so-called genius. In other words, Lu Di himself is indeed one of that 0.01 of the gifted. Yet, throughout the 3 years, Lu Di has never felt himself to be even slightly different from others. In fact, he bears an additional burden, a lingering headache as a remnant of his struggles. The prowess he possesses today is entirely a result of the adjustments made by the demon child. However, all of this has ultimately coalesced in Lu Di's mind into a mere phrase, "I am simply fortunate." Lu Di paused briefly and casually inquired, "Master Tua, from where did you obtain this prosthetic eye you replaced for me?" Master Tu stroked his chin, pondering for a long. Yet, from his eyes, Lu Di discerned a deeply buried fervor for his country. Although Master Tua had assumed a low profile, the patriotic fire within him had never dimmed. "I will certainly do my utmost," Lu Di declared, puffing out his chest in resolve. At this moment, on a higher elevation of the mountain, El Ziming, Zhou Tiancheng, and Ouyang Fengyu were gazing down at an elderly man and a young boy traversing the winding path down the mountain. Zhou Tiancheng, filled with rage, glared at Lu Di. "He has brought me to the brink of ruin, leaving me without a path to survive. If I perish, he shall not find solace either." Ouyang Fengyu, his expression darkened, remarked, "What can you possibly do to him? Have you not grasped the extent of his power? The state and the military treat him with the utmost respect." Power? Zhou Tiancheng was nearly deranged at this point. What of his power? Does it grant him the ability to be guarded 24 hours a day? From now on, I shall do nothing but mobilize all my connections, seeking out desperate individuals to keep a close watch on Lu Di. The moment he lets his guard down, I will take his life. Let us see how long he can remain arrogant. Upon hearing Zhou Tiancheng's words, Ouyang Fengyu and El Ziming exchanged knowing glances, neither offering a rebuttal. These two were far more astute, and it was a rare opportunity to have a fool like Zhou Tiancheng stepping forward. Eliminating Lu Di would be most advantageous for them, conveniently clearing their path forward. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the mountain road. The sound did not emanate from the direction of Master Tua and Lu Di, but rather from the Black Mountain convoy, which had reached the mountainside. On one side of the winding path, grenades were being hurled from the woods, boom, boom. The grenades detonated frequently, yet they were not ordinary lethal explosives. Instead, they were specially designed smoke bombs. In an instant, the Black Mountain convoy was engulfed in thick smoke. The soldiers immediately went on high alert. However, due to the obscuring smoke, their visibility was completely compromised. No one could have anticipated that the Black Mountain General would find himself under attack here. As the soldiers were thrown into a state of panic, a figure suddenly leaped from the thicket by the roadside. Clad in a matte black bodysuit, her curves were accentuated, and she wore an iron sand mask, with a bizarre steel glove adorning her right hand. The moment she appeared, she began to move with astonishing speed. Like a phantom, she darted straight into the black mist. In a fleeting moment, only a handful of soldiers managed to react. Yet, before they could raise their weapons to shoot, they were directly struck and sent flying by the phantom. In an instant, she had surged to the front of Heishan's Audi. The steel glove on her right hand flickered with electric light as she reached for the car door. Unimaginably, the heavy Audi door was crumpled in an instant by her grasp, slowly warping and distorting. Above on the mountainside, Tuyi and Lu Di, benefiting from their elevated vantage point, observed the unfolding scene with clarity. Tuyi's pupils constricted. This must be an assassination attempt on Xiao Haizi. Lu Di's brows furrowed as he gazed into the distance. In his line of sight, all the operational data of that phantom had already been captured by Mo Tong. Her speed, strength, and reaction time were beyond that of an ordinary person. Moreover, it was evident that her form was distinctly feminine. Lu Di, this individual is likely not an ordinary person. Heishan's team is caught off guard. He is in grave danger. Tuyi remained remarkably composed, turning to Lu Di and inquiring, "Can you intercept her?" "No problem." In that moment, Lu Di's gaze became razor-sharp. He gradually lowered his body, his physique tensing, bones cracking like a bowstring pulled taut. The next instant, the ground trembled slightly. Lu Di launched himself like a cannonball. Between the two mountain paths, the height difference was 7 or 8 meters, and the width exceeded 10 meters. With a single leap, Lu Di spanned half the distance of the mountain path. With another leap, he was already soaring above the battlefield. At that moment, beside the Audi, the phantom exerted tremendous force, and the car door was wrenched off with brute strength. Subsequently, she flung it away with such vigor that it vanished from sight. In the next moment, a fist from within the car, accompanied by a gusting wind, lunged toward the phantom. Bang! Heishan's fist was firmly grasped by the phantom, rendering it immovable. With a flash of light, another dagger appeared in the palm of the phantom. Heishan was in dire peril. At that critical juncture, a white figure descended from the heavens. He landed atop the Audi, and the surrounding glass shattered in an instant. Then, with a frown, Lu Di seized the opportunity to strike. The phantom was momentarily stunned upon seeing Lu Di. Her astonishment lasted less than half a second. It was already too late. Lu Di's fist came crashing down with unstoppable force, leaving no room for evasion. Boom! The phantom took a blow to her shoulder, blood spurting from her mouth as she was sent flying several meters, crashing into the thicket below. Lu Di, having just thrown a punch, stood momentarily dazed, refraining from pursuing the advantage. Mo Tong remarked, "After the comparison, this person's body metrics are nearly 95 similar to hers." Then, a name slowly emerged in Lu Di's perspective, leaving him utterly astounded. "Go search for her. Do not let her escape." At this moment, Heishan had already exited the vehicle, immediately commanding his soldiers to scour the thicket for the assassin. Those who witnessed the entire battlefield were not just Tuyi, but also the higher-ups, Ouyang Fengyu, Zhou Tianqing, and El Ziming. At that moment, Zhou Tianqing rubbed his eyes vigorously, yet the scene before him remained unchanged. Lu Di stood atop the Audi like a war god, exuding an imposing aura. "I can't be seeing things, right?" That Lu Di jumped over 10 meters from one mountain path to another. And then, like a superhero, he knocked that assassin away with a single punch. Is this some sort of movie? El Ziming, coming back to his senses, replied, "You are not mistaken. Tianqing, didn't you say you wanted to perish together with this freak? To wait until he was alone and then eliminate him?" Zhou Tianqing's face turned pale with fear. "I never said that. I take back what I said. I concede. I'm cowardly. I cannot contend with Lu Di. You two should take care." As he spoke, Zhou Tianqing scrambled away toward his own vehicle. He wished to distance himself from this place, to never again encounter the Yin family. He wished to never lay eyes on Lu Di again, for that Lu Di was nothing short of a demon. Lu Di, are you all right? Heishan approached, glancing dazedly at the mountain path towering over him by several meters. He scrutinized Lu Di from head to toe. This young man was even more extraordinary than he had anticipated. I'm fine. Lu Di nimbly jumped down from the wreckage of the Audi. General Heishan, do you know who attempted to assassinate you? Lu Di asked, his brow. Assassination attempts are not uncommon. I am currently unaware of which faction she belongs to. Heishan pondered for a moment. However, judging by her attire, she should be a member of an international assassin organization, though I cannot ascertain which faction specifically. Lu Di nodded slowly, remaining silent. At this juncture, Tuyi leisurely descended the mountain path, a smile gracing his lips as he remarked, Heishan, you owe young Lu Di a life. This act of salvation, I shall remember. Heishan nodded in acknowledgement toward Lu Di. 10 minutes later, a soldier returned with a report. They had searched the nearby thickets thoroughly but found no trace of the assassin. She had escaped. Quickly clean up the battlefield. Do not let this matter reach the outside world. A shadow of gloom settled upon Heishan's face. This assassin was becoming increasingly formidable. This time, she had nearly taken his life. Most alarming was the fact that this assassin was evidently no ordinary individual. She seemed to have approached the threshold of enhanced human capabilities. It appeared that the rival faction's advancements had far outstripped those of Huaxia. Heishan instinctively cast a pleading glance toward Tuyi. Tuyi sighed deeply. I understand. I shall act swiftly. General Heishan, do you not find it peculiar that such an incident occurred at the Yin family's estate? Lu Di suddenly inquired. 74. The treacherous Yin family. Lu Di, you need not doubt old Yin, he said. I am a man destined to be despised. Always met with assassination wherever I go, and my subordinates will promptly commence an investigation. Moreover, such professional assassins, once they fail in their strike, will never return to the same location. He reassured. Rest assured, the Yin estate is secured. As he spoke, Heishan flexed his wrist, recently twisted by the assassin's attack. The calm demeanor of General Heishan in the face of adversity is truly commendable, Lu Di responded, his brow still furrowed. The warriors Heishan brought were swift and efficient. Within 30 minutes, they had cleared the scene. Yet, scarcely a shred of useful evidence was uncovered. Heishan regarded the incident with indifference, declaring that the motive for the assassination was singular, to thwart the experimental plans of the Huaxia military. Instead of wasting time hunting for the perpetrator, it would be more prudent to hasten the research. After escorting Grandpa Tuwa back to the hospital, Lu Di returned to the Yin residence alone. Inside the room, he meticulously reviewed the footage of the female assassin. After Magic Child conducted a search of nearby cameras and processed the information, the assassin's visage became strikingly clear, aligning perfectly with previous predictions. Gradually, Lu Di relaxed his furrowed brow, a resigned smile gracing his lips. So-called modifications, perhaps? The affairs of the Yin family seemed to be more intricate than he initially imagined. The following morning, as per routine, Lu Di engaged in activities within the courtyard. Yin Qingwen slowly emerged from the door. Upon seeing Lu Di, her gaze instinctively shifted away, and she proceeded directly to the garage, seemingly intent on driving herself. Where are we headed today? Lu Di inquired with a smile. Yin Qingwen offered a reserved smile in return. Mr. Lu Di, I cannot impose upon you as my driver any longer. My father insists that you are now a distinguished guest of the Yin family. A distinguished guest and my responsibilities are not mutually exclusive, Lu Di replied, bending to sit in the driver's seat. Turning back with a grin, I have matters to discuss with you today. Yin Qingwen bit her lip, ultimately nodding. To the Mu Yin Psychological Clinic en route. Yin Qingwen retrieved a metallic ballpoint pen from her bag, clicking it incessantly, her demeanor tense. Lu Di chuckled softly. Miss Yin, is there something troubling you? Lu Di, to be honest, I am quite curious about your true identity. I too wish to uncover just how much I have misjudged you in the past, Lu Di replied. Yin Qingwen's confidence faltered slightly. Just then, Lu Di hesitated for a moment, prompting her to quickly add, it's all right if you prefer not to divulge. I suppose I lack the right to inquire. Lu Di shrugged with a smile. The nature of identity is indeed fascinating. The disparity between having and not having is remarkably distinct. After a considerable pause, Yin Qingwen could no longer resist asking again, about your notion of holding a concert simultaneously with my brother-in-law. Surely you jest? Lu Di raised an eyebrow. Do I strike you as someone prone to jest? Actually, Yin Qingwen continued to fidget with the pin. You need not be so insistent. My capabilities are limited, and the proposal is lacking. In the realm of new product marketing, I have no grievances in conceding to my brother-in-law. While I recognize your formidable background, no one's influence can surpass that of D regarding public concerts. It seems any effort on our part would be in vain. Yin Qingwen's gaze fell, her words conceding, yet her eyes brimmed with reluctance. Do not overthink it. My motives for this endeavor are twofold. Firstly, for myself, and secondly, to support a noble cause. In 4 days, our charity gala will proceed as planned, right in front of Grandpa Tuo's hospital. Lu Di mused, stroking his chin. Be sure to purchase plenty of snacks. Snacks? Yin Qingwen queried, puzzled. Of course, for the children. Otherwise, who will perform for you? Lu Di replied without looking back. Children, he referred to those disabled kids in the hospital. He wished for them to showcase their talents. The thought of their innocent smiles stirred an inexplicable motivation within Yin Qingwen. Very well, let this be a celebration for the children. As for the competition, to hell with it. Before long, the vehicle arrived at its destination. Mu Yin Psychological Clinic, the premier private psychological clinic in Haisher. Upon exiting the car, Yin Qingwen, feeling somewhat embarrassed, said, Lu Di, I trust you immensely, which is why I brought you here. I hope you can keep my schedule confidential. Lu Di grinned mischievously. In this unconventional society, everyone harbors a bit of abnormality, which is, in fact, quite normal. Rest assured, your secret is safe with me. Yin Qingwen found herself exasperated once more. She intended to retort, but, recalling Lu Di's intimidating background, she stifled her words and managed a faint smile instead. Regaining her composure, Yin Qingwen pressed the doorbell. The exquisite wooden door swung open, revealing a woman clad in a doctor's coat, with a black shirt underneath, holding a folder. Her lower half was adorned with a black pencil skirt, her long, slender legs clad in black stockings, and she wore a pair of elegant high heels. With shoulder-length hair, her facial features were impeccably proportioned, and her skin was flawless, an undeniable beauty. Remarkably, a beauty mark adorned the outer corner of her right eye, not natural but meticulously drawn by her own hand. Magic child, commented a psychologist, yet this mark betrays her true nature. While her exterior exudes sophistication, her inner world is undoubtedly wild. Subsequently, a stream of data appeared before Lu Di's eyes. Li Mu Yin, female, 26 years old, height, 167 cm, weight, 49 kg, PhD in psychology from Gallen University, renowned psychological consultant in Haisher, close friend of Yin Qingwen, owner of Mu Yin Psychological Clinic, senior psychological consultant, senior hypnotist, hobbies, puzzle solving and adventure. This woman had substantial presence on social media. Wanwen, come on in, Li Mu Yin greeted with a slight smile, waving at Yin Qingwen. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Lu Di standing beside her. And who might this be? Yin Qingwen, feeling shy, replied, He is the Lu Di I mentioned to you. Lu Di? Li Mu Yin's interest peaked instantly, her enchanting eyes scrutinizing him from head to toe. Then, she could not help but lick her lips, her gaze ablaze with fervor. 75. Hypnotized? The two individuals entered the clinic. Until Yin Qingwen entered a consultation room alone, preparing to begin her session, Li Mayan unabashedly scrutinized Lu Di, akin to a beast encountering fresh prey. This made Lu Di's heart quail with unease. Ultimately, Lu Di was assigned to a private lounge. Yin Qingwen's consultation was scheduled for 1 hour, and Li Mayan was dead. While waiting, Lu Di peered through the glass, surveying the psychological clinic. It was a 2-story European-style building situated on a street corner. Inside, there was an array of exquisite solid wood furniture and intriguing decorative items. Beneath his feet lay a plush, thick carpet, which imparted a sense of relaxation and comfort with every step. Lu Di nodded slightly. Such an environment indeed facilitated mental ease. Conversely, it also made one more susceptible to hypnosis. Lu Di was quite curious about Yin Qingwen's purpose for visiting such a place. Did she harbor psychological afflictions? Emotong, Lu Di, I found something intriguing on the Wild Doctor's computer. Wild Doctor? Yes, the woman. Additionally, there were numerous records of his behaviors. An insatiable appetite. Clad in attire from a bargain stand costing merely 200 yuan. Extravagantly spending 1 million on a lighter. Each event was followed by a professional behavioral analysis, delving into Lu Di's motivations, psychological triggers, and more. At the document's conclusion lay a meticulously crafted hypnosis plan, targeting Lu Di. Lu Di shivered as a chill ran down his spine. Was that psychologist analyzing me? Judging by the tone of this dossier, the provider must be Yin Qingwen. Emotong, check if there are any records for Yin Qingwen. I've already looked. Over the past 3 years, she has visited this place at least 3 times each month, but only clock-in records exist, no case information, as if she is deliberately keeping it confidential. However, from the materials on her computer, it appears this doctor is quite legit. Moments later, Li Mayan entered with a cup of coffee. Lu Di furrowed his brow slightly. Why are you out here? It hasn't even been 20 minutes. Li Mayan set down the coffee and gestured towards the consultation room across the way. Through the frosted glass, one could faintly discern a figure comfortably reclined on the sofa, already lost in slumber. When one has been under immense mental strain lately, I helped her relax and let her rest for a bit, Li Mayan stated, her gaze fixed intently on Lu Di as she gradually approached. She then perched herself on the coffee table opposite Lu Di, her long, slender legs clad in black stockings resting against the armrest beside him. The garter and lace trim at the top of her thigh peeked out enticingly. Lu Di couldn't help but smile inwardly. The first step of the hypnosis plan, to disturb my peace of mind. Mr. Lu Di, you are quite handsome, Li Mayan said. Her lips slightly pursed as she offered a seductive smile. It must be admitted, most men would find it hard to resist. Mr. Lu Di, as Wenwen's driver, you must often feel quite fatigued. Would you care for a moment to unwind and rest your mind? Our clinic offers a special service that utilizes psychological guidance to induce deep sleep, thereby achieving total physical and mental relaxation. Lu Di chuckled inwardly. The second step of the plan, disguising hypnosis as a deep sleep service. Mr. Lu Di, you may not know, but this service normally costs 6,000 yuan. However, considering Wenwen's connection, how about a complimentary experience today? Li Mayan remarked, pressing a button on a remote control on the table. Simultaneously, curtains began to lower around the glass walls of the lounge. In 2 minutes, the space transformed into a private sanctuary. The dim lighting, alluring red lips, and seductive stockings all contributed to the atmosphere. Li Mayan playfully bit her lip. Mr. Lu Di, how does that sound? Ah, the enchantress. A typical man would have surrendered by this point, yielding to her whims. Wouldn't he? Lu Di smiled subtly, maintaining his composure. Very well. Li Mayan silently rejoiced. All men are the same. All right then, Mr. Lu, please lie down in whatever position you find most comfortable. Remarkably, she cast Lu Di a flirtatious glance. She then produced a metallic pocket watch from her bosom. Lu Di reclined casually on the sofa. Li Mayan settled beside him, a captivating aroma wafting through the air. Mr. Lu Di, please focus your attention on this watch. With a snap, the watch opened. The dial bore no hands, but showcased a mesmerizing black and white patterned face. Hee. As Li Mayan flashed a bewitching smile, the dial began to spin slowly, the patterns transforming into a disorienting whirl, lulling one into drowsiness. Lu Di was acutely aware. She had commenced the hypnosis. Ding. Ancient Greek hypnosis technique, subconscious integration complete. Ding. Anti-hypnosis resilience integration complete. Emotong's consciousness integration was timely. Lu Di, listen to me. Relax your entire body. You feel comfortable. Li Mayan's gaze remained fixed on Lu Di's face, her voice ethereal and dreamlike. You are walking barefoot on a warm beach. The sunlight in the distance grows increasingly bright. That radiance approaches you, suddenly enveloping you. You are now letting go of all defenses. After I count to 3, you will completely trust me. Reveal all your secrets to me. However, as Li Mayan passionately executed her hypnotic craft, her speech abruptly faltered. She was astonished to discover that a flickering purple light was emanating from Lu Di's right eye, pulsating in a bizarre and mesmerizing rhythm. Li Mu Yin shook his slightly dizzy head vigorously and continued, 3. His right eye continued to flicker, 2. Li Mu Yan's gaze was inexplicably drawn in. Yet she persisted, uttering, 1. Ding! Lu Di nonchalantly produced a lighter, igniting a cigarette for himself. However, upon hearing the crisp sound of metal, Li Mayan was rendered utterly stunned. Her entire body remained motionless, unknowingly ensnared in Lu Di's reverse hypnosis. Lu Di gently exhaled a plume of smoke towards her face. Li Mayan, tell me, are you a virgin? Li Mayan, with vacant eyes, ultimately murmured, I am not. 76. The man you can never conquer. She deeply desires to uncover your secrets. She provided me with your information, hoping to create an opportunity for me to hypnotize you and extract your truths, but for some reason, she suddenly changed her mind last night. She resolved to respect you, compelling me to abandon the plan. However, after reviewing your information, I developed a profound interest in you. My curiosity overwhelmed me, and I yearned to know everything about you. Thus, after she fell asleep, I could not resist seeking you out. I wish to execute the hypnotic plan. I harbor no ill intentions. I simply wish to understand the secrets of others. I couldn't help myself. Li Mayan, as if a mere automaton, divulged all the truths. Lu Di felt somewhat helpless. How absurd, he then inquired. Why did Yin Qingwen come to your clinic? She is unwell, psychologically unwell. She suffers from a condition known as passive personality concealment. Her subconscious mind conceals her true character, and instead, she displays aspects of herself that she does not even like. It is what people commonly refer to as split personality. Every time she clicks a ballpoint pen, she is battling her affliction. Hiss. Lu Di inhaled sharply. So it was. This girl is afflicted, deliberately showcasing an unlikable side. How tragic it sounds. And what is her current condition? Lu Di could not help but ask. It is quite challenging. Her subconscious believes her true self is unlikable. Thus, she can never truly reveal herself. She needs affirmation from others. Lu Di further inquired, how did this condition develop? There are two possibilities. One is her extreme desire for success, coupled with a lack of acknowledgement, leading to distortion. The other is innate, a genetic predisposition to multiple personalities. At this moment, Li Mayan answered all of Lu Di's questions without reservation. Lu Di furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment. Yin Qingwen's online moniker Iswenwen wants to be strong. Coupled with her inherently intense personality, it seems likely that both factors contributed to her current state. Lu Di could not help but feel a twinge of sympathy for this unfortunate heiress. Alas, do your utmost to treat her. Understood. Lu Di extinguished his cigarette and suddenly added, my character. Subsequently, Lu Di, leveraging his knowledge of hypnosis, fabricated an elaborate tale. In the end, he implanted an idea in Li Mayan's mind. Lu Di had been successfully hypnotized by her. She had attained a conclusion. Lu Di was merely an ordinary individual, acquainted with a few remarkable friends. Ding! Lu Di gently closed his Zippo lighter. Li Mayan blinked abruptly, awakening from her hypnotic state. Oh, I slept so comfortably. Lu Di feigned just awakening, stretching languidly. Li Mayan's expression shifted. She cast a hurried glance at Lu Di, nervously stating, Mr. Lu, you should rest. I have matters to attend to. Thereafter, Li Mayan, feeling guilty, exited the lounge and rushed to awaken Yin Qingwen in the adjacent room. Wake up. I successfully hypnotized Lu Di just now. What? Yin Qingwen's expression soured. Mu Yin, did I not tell you not to do this? I couldn't help it. A smile flickered across. Battling her guilt, Yin Qingwen quietly inquired, what is Lu Di's situation? Li Mayan's expression became inscrutable. 1-1, your condition stems from your dual personalities. Do you remember? Yin Qingwen nearly choked. Mu Yin, you cannot be serious? I am not joking. Do you still doubt my medical expertise? How did I not realize this sooner? It is terrifying. Unaccountably, Li Mayan suddenly blurted out, Lu Di is a man I shall never conquer. Why did I say that? Li Mayan's mind grew increasingly chaotic beside her. Yin Qingwen stood in stunned silence. Her own struggle with dual personalities had already brought her immense suffering. And Lu Di's 80 personalities? Unimaginable. No wonder Lu Di often spoke in a somewhat disjointed manner. Could it be that personalities were switching instantaneously? After a while, Li Mayan appeared lost in thought. As for Lu Di's identity, he is merely an ordinary person acquainted with many extraordinary individuals. 1. Treat Lu Di with greater kindness in the future. Do not pressure him further. His condition may never fully heal. Yin Qingwen offered a bitter smile. Pressuring him? Who would dare? Ding-ling. Yin Qingwen's phone rang. She answered it, exchanged a few words, and her expression changed dramatically. She hurriedly dashed out of the clinic to find Lu Di. Lu Di, we must leave immediately. Something has happened at home. Lu Di leisurely rose from the sofa. Let me guess. Is it that elder sister Yin Yuan who encountered trouble? Lu Di smiled slightly and added, did she have a car accident or fall down, injuring her shoulder and arm? Yin Qingwen was taken aback. How did you know? 77. An intriguing couple. The incident involving the general of Black Mountain. Under the discreet signal of the chief of the Haisher police, the matter was confined to an exceedingly narrow scope, so small that only the general of Black Mountain had long grown accustomed to navigating such life-and-death situations with a low profile, a hallmark of his approach. The assassination unfolded unexpectedly in a rather peculiar location, on the mountain path leading to the estate of the wealthiest individual in Haisher, within the borders of Huaxia. Yet, even so, no one would ever associate the formidable shadow assassin with the typically gentle and inconspicuous Miss Yin from the Yin family, Yin Yuan. When the demon boy first analyzed this name, the shock that surged through Lu Di was beyond description. Merely 20 minutes prior, the eldest sister, Yin Yuan, had been dining at the same table with him and the general of Black Mountain, exuding grace and tranquility. But a mere 20 minutes later, Yin Yuan transformed into the shadow assassin, striking with astonishing swiftness, disregarding the armed soldiers surrounding her. Alone, she charged into the convoy, intent on taking the life of the general of Black Mountain. Were it not for Lu Di's timely intervention, the distinguished one-star general of Huaxia would likely have met his demise at her hands. Perhaps, the ambitions of Ouyang Fengyu had long been perceived by the elder Yin. However, should Lu Di stand before the elder Yin and reveal that his beloved eldest daughter Yin Yuan was a cold-blooded international assassin, it was following the assassination attempt, Lu Di commanded the demon boy to conduct a thorough investigation into the matter. Yet, the results were astonishing. Yin Yuan, a 35-year-old woman, mature and beautiful, appeared to have concealed her tracks flawlessly. There were no videos of her interacting with outsiders, no footage of her changing outfits. Her phone was devoid of any incriminating evidence. She seemingly spent all her time in her own villa, never stepping outside. The only point of suspicion lay in her overseas study in fashion design 3 years prior, during which she had remained in Europe for an entire year. Lu Di was perplexed. As an international assassin, how did she communicate with her contacts? The sole breakthrough in the investigation was that the demon boy uncovered an exceedingly clandestine foreign website. The name of the general of Black Mountain was prominently listed, offering a bounty of $18 million. Lu Di could not help but speculate. Was the assassination orchestrated by his eldest sister Yin Yuan merely a spur-of-the-moment decision? As an international assassin, was she compelled to act when a significant target appeared at her doorstep? One could not deny that Yin Yuan possessed the audacity for such a bold move. With her extraordinary physical prowess, coupled with that peculiar iron glove, she likely ranked among the upper echelons of international assassins. At that moment, Lu Di instinctively recalled their first meeting at the Yin family estate. The eldest sister's smile had been exceptionally gentle. She was the only one that day who genuinely welcomed his arrival. Human hearts are as deep as the ocean. Ouyang Fengyu, that petty individual seeking to usurp the Yin family's wealth, was none other than the husband of Yin Yuan. What a fascinating couple they made. Lu Di could not help but wonder if Yin Yuan was aware of Ouyang Fengyu's true nature. If he were to expose Ouyang Fengyu's scheme, would Yin Yuan seek to punish him or turn against Lu Di? After all, in the current predicament, Lu Di already knew that his eldest sister was the shadow, while she believed her true identity remained undiscovered. How intriguing, however, the international assassin attempting to eliminate a pillar of the nation could not be allowed to roam free. Shadow, are you truly without flaws? Lu Di had made up his mind. Next, he would dismantle Ouyang Fengyu, compelling the shadow to reveal herself. Thoughts returned to reality. In the psychological clinic, the ever-patient Yin Qingwen awaited an explanation for how he knew of her sister's injury. Lu Di scratched his head and chuckled. I noticed that the eldest sister's fortune was dimming. I suspected she might encounter a blood disaster. Lu Di, must you resort to this again? Yin Qingwen sighed in exasperation. Was Lu Di's personality shifting once more? Let us hurry. I heard that last night, the eldest sister collapsed at her doorstep after being attacked by assailants. Yin Qingwen turned to leave, but noticed that Lu Di had no intention of following. Lu Di smiled slightly. I shall refrain from visiting my sister. My presence might not bode well for her recovery. As for me, I might as well wander about. Perhaps I can uncover that assailant. Yin Qingwen hesitated, contemplating her father's directive regarding the guest of honor. She could only furrow her brow and nod before hastily departing. Lu Di once again settled onto the sofa in the clinic in his line of sight. The demon boy had already marked 6 addresses. These 6 locations formed a route connecting the assassination site of the General of Blackmount to the villa of Yin Yiwen, the only path devoid of surveillance cameras. Moreover, all 6 addresses were in desolate areas, lacking any cameras within a 1-kilometer radius. Lu Di speculated that Yin Yiwen's equipment might very well be concealed in these locations. He did not intend to venture out personally, but rather sent the 6 addresses to Tai Si. The Tai brothers, seasoned elite warriors, would undoubtedly excel at locating such items. Just as Lu Di awaited in silence, the door swung open to reveal Li Mayan. She entered carrying a fruit platter, a cheerful smile gracing her face as she gazed at Lu Di. Lu Di, I must confess, you are the most handsome person I have ever encountered. Li Mayan's cheeks flushed, her chest rising and falling in excitement. Lu Di slightly furrowed his brow. Was my influence not deep enough? Am I not the man she can never conquer? Was she here to challenge the impossible? Suddenly, Lu Di recalled that this woman had a penchant for solving puzzles and adventures. Could it be that my attempts to deter her had only instigated her determination to persist? Lu Di, shall we become friends on Twinsy? Li Mayan suggested, pulling out her phone. Lu Di sighed in resignation. For the sake of her support for my product, very well. Oh, Lu Di, your Twinsy nickname is D-San. Pretending to be a technological genius. Aren't you afraid of getting your account banned? Lu Di smacked his lips. To be honest, if my account could be banned, I might as well perform a self-cooking show. Haha, Lu Di, you truly possess a sense of humor. Ding! Lu Di's phone chimed with a text notification. Tai Si, Mr. Lu, we have found the items. Lu Di smiled with satisfaction. He raised his hand to reply, keep it under wraps. I will need them after the concert. On the eve of the concert, the next 3 days witnessed the Chinese internet being dominated by 2 sensational topics. The first revolves around the Gemini app. In a mere 10 days since its launch, the app's user growth has sent tremors through the Penguin Group. Even more astonishing is its formidable influence. Just a day prior, a well-known travel company, Me Too, which had already secured substantial funding and was poised for an IPO by year-end, found itself in a catastrophic downfall after an expose was published on Gemini's travel segment. All incriminating evidence against Me Too was meticulously gathered and unveiled by Gemini. Although Me Too boasted 12 exclusive travel routes, Gemini boldly released 120 routes for free, with quality far surpassing that of Me Too. This audacious move from Gemini instilled trepidation among all entrepreneurs and left internet companies in awe. It has emerged as a genuine guide of public opinion, a true titan of commerce. It seemingly possesses the power to dictate the fate of any company from the shadows. Internet users flock to it, placing their unwavering trust in Gemini. Should Gemini decide to target any enterprise, employing the same tactics as with Me Too, a mere statement could lead to their instantaneous collapse, leaving them unable to recover. This epitomizes the power of leadership and the will of the people. Numerous and scrupulous business owners trembled in fear at night, dreading the revelation of their misdeeds on Gemini the following day. Be it within China or among international business researchers, founders, and students, they observed Gemini's astonishing growth while gradually realizing that its venture into the interests and hobbies sector is not merely an attempt to replace forums. It aspires to permeate all domains, even to lead them. Naturally, whether domestically or abroad, many self-proclaimed tech experts have attempted to replicate Gemini's functionalities, hoping to develop a similar app to ride the wave of its popularity or share in its success. However, the outcome has been disheartening for countless skilled individuals who found themselves in despair, severely doubting their abilities, with many abandoning their keyboards for new paths. The second hot topic circulating online is the long-quiet musical deity, DE, who has once again found his voice. 3 days ago, he posted an update on Douyin, June 19th, Wanghai District. This announcement caused an immediate uproar. As netizens began to speculate, the leading enterprise in Hai City, Ingji Group, boldly proclaimed that on June 19th at 8 p.m., a concert featuring DE would take place at the Huitian Plaza in Wanghai District. DE himself would perform live. The open-air venue could accommodate tens of thousands of attendees. With no tickets required, Ingji Group, the exclusive sponsor of home medical products, fueled the excitement among fans. The revelation of DE's personal appearance in the concert sent fans into a frenzy. DE is showing up? A concert? My goodness, I must attend at all costs. Subsequently, tickets for trains and flights to Hai City became nearly impossible to procure. Countless fans took to their personal vehicles to reach the city. Within 3 days, the influx of people in Hai City multiplied exponentially. DE once again ascended the trending charts. The interview video of the entire city of Hai was abuzz with anticipation for this event. Meanwhile, in his office, Ouyang Fengyu basked in an air of pride. Zimming, indeed, proved to be formidable, managing to persuade DE to publicly announce the concert. Seizing the opportunity, Ouyang promptly informed the company, declaring Ingji as the event organizer. Furthermore, he personally recorded an interview regarding the concert and shared it online, catapulting his fame overnight. Thus far, the impact of these promotional strategies has far exceeded Ouyang Fengyu's expectations. DE's popularity is simply unparalleled. This concert is bound to be a resounding success, with projected. Conversely, DE's manager, L. Zimming, was in a state of utter panic. What on earth was happening? How could DE have made such an announcement? June 19th, Wanghai District. Could he possibly come? However, at this juncture, Lu Zimming finds himself at a loss. With the arrow knocked, it must be released. Ouyang Fengyu from the Ingji Group has already turned red with determination. He is resolute in making this concert a success. Consequently, Lu Zimming has no choice but to instruct his subordinates to repeatedly adjust the sound equipment, ensuring that the performance goes off without a hitch. Simultaneously, Lu Zimming has secured an advance payment from Ingji and has prepared an escape plan in advance. If the true emperor fails to appear, it would be fortuitous. If he does show up, then it would be a contest of authenticity, a battle of illusions. However, should the false emperor be exposed on the spot, Lu Zimming would not hesitate to flee immediately. On June 19th, at 3 p.m., just before the concert, within the Yin family manor, Tai Si and his team are busily loading a truck with various items. Snacks, nutritional supplements, toys, daily necessities. The truck is nearly full. Yin Qingwen stands by, lost in thought. Upon seeing the announcement made by the emperor, she realizes that her brother-in-law's concert is destined for success. Achieving a sales target of 20 billion is bound to be effortless. She herself has completely conceded defeat, alas. Regardless, her own charity gala must be brought to completion. It will serve as a means to bring joy to the children. However, it seems that apart from Lu Di, no one else regards this charity gala as significant. There is no attention, no concern. Lu Di, on the other hand, has not been to work these past few days. He has merely been at Tuaye's hospital every day, claiming to teach the children how to sing for their performance at the gala. Lu Di's confidence has also stirred something within Yin Qingwen, leaving her at a loss for any reason to give up. Hey, could you slow down over there? Be careful. A cacophony of sounds comes from behind. Yin Qingwen turns to look. Several workers are transporting a large object covered in black cloth from within the manor. Half an hour ago, these workers arrived at the manor, stating that Mr. Lu Di had hired them to move some items for use at the charity gala. At this moment, Yin Qingwen is filled with curiosity. What could be so large? Is it something taken from Lu Di's room? What could possibly be used at a concert? Suddenly, a gust of wind sweeps by, the knot comes undone, and the black cloth billows before falling to the ground. What is revealed is a meticulously polished antique piano, glistening in the sunlight. Yin Qingwen's pupils dilate in shock. This is the antique piano from her family's basement, which had been forgotten for ages. A vivid image flashes in her mind. It is identical to the piano in the emperor's video. Various speculations flood Yin Qingwen's thoughts. This piano is at least several decades old, a rarity in the market. What an incredible coincidence that it resembles the Emperor's. Could it be? Lu Di is. But that can't be right. The reason this piano was forgotten is that it had fallen into disrepair, long lost its tuning. Moreover, due to its age, almost no one could restore it. The piano in the Emperor's video, however, is flawless. Everyone, please wait a moment. Yin Qingwen, somewhat bewildered, approaches the piano. Her fingers tremble slightly as she slowly lifts the wooden lid of the keys. Gently, she presses down. Ding dong, bang. The piano emits a sound that is at once light and ethereal, yet also rich and resonant, echoing in Yin Qingwen's heart. She is overwhelmed. The piano's tuning is impeccable, and it sounds even clearer and more melodious than before. It has been rejuvenated by a master, infused with newfound life. Excuse me, miss, but please do not delay our delivery. A worker's voice jolts Yin Qingwen back to reality. Her heart races wildly. The sheer improbability of it all leaves her in a state of astonishment. Could it be? Oh my heavens! 2 performances will take place in Haisher, Wanghai District, at 30 p.m. The bustling epicenter of Wanghai District, the magnificent Huitian Square, spans hundreds of thousands of square meters, a colossal stage of nearly 1,000 square meters, top-tier matrix sound systems, and a plethora of dazzling stage lights. This is indeed the venue for the highly anticipated DE concert, an unprecedented spectacle, a call to arms like none before. The entirety of Haisher has converged here, a throng of tens of thousands filling the streets. The largest outdoor concert in Haisher in nearly a decade is about to unfold. Ouyang Fengyu and El Ziming stand at the side of the stage, feeling an overwhelming mix of excitement and anxiety, their hearts in stark contrast. 1 kilometer away along the coastal road in Wanghai District, an unusual tranquility envelopes the area. It is utterly deserted. The serenity sharply contrasts with the bustling Huitian Square. Here, adjacent to the estuary of the Hong River, the waves crash gently, and a cool breeze wafts through. The cicadas chirp, and a faint haze of lights lingers in the air, evoking the essence of a summer coastal atmosphere. Though devoid of crowds, the place exudes a peaceful leisure. The free hospital run by Grandpa Tua is located by the sea in Wanghai District, along an ancient coastal road in front of the 3-story hospital. Only a few dim yellow streetlights flicker. Uncharacteristically, a small stage constructed from weathered wooden crates has appeared today. On the wall behind the stage, children have scrawled in childish handwriting, "Thank you, Sister Yin, from Ingji Company, for the gift." The streetlights illuminate. The wooden crates, the stage, the backdrop, the lights, all seem to have come together. This is the venue for the Ingji Group Charity Gala, spearheaded by Lu Di and Yin Qingwen, meant to rival the DE concert. Yet, the audience consists of merely 2 individuals, Yin Qingwen, Nan Ruai. Of course, a pair of bodyguards stand a distance away, though they too appear to lack energy in this empty place. In such a desolate location, one would not encounter even a passerby, let alone an assassin. As for Lu Di, despite Yin Qingwen's thorough search of the hospital, he remains elusive, and the antique piano cannot be found either. A faint smile graces Yin Qingwen's face as she gazes at the few children with various disabilities seated at the edge of the stage. These children are orphans taken in by Grandpa Tua. Today, they radiate joy, each clutching a red flower in their hands. This is their most significant day. They are both nervous and excited, for they are about to perform. He, a little boy, missing 2 front teeth, beams at Yin Qingwen. "Sister, you must applaud later." Yin Qingwen responds with a warm smile, nodding earnestly. Of course. The children's smiling faces are the sole source of comfort for Yin Qingwen today. As for Lu Di's connection to DE, Yin Qingwen dares not speculate, nor does she allow herself to hope. She slowly turns her gaze to the quietly standing Nan Ruai. At this moment, Nan Ruai remains adorned in an exquisite black chong sam, her hair gently swaying in the breeze, resembling a goddess in the darkness, breathtakingly beautiful. Yin Qingwen apologetically says, "Miss Nan, I am deeply grateful for your presence, but I must admit, today as seen, please forgive me." Miss Yan's act of kindness commands my admiration. Nan Ruai gently shakes her head. "However, you have mischaracterized one aspect." Yin Qingwen slightly bows her head. "Please, Miss Nan, enlighten me." Nan Ruai smooths her wind-tousled hair. "What makes you think this scene is modest?" As long as the gentleman is present, be it this dilapidated coastal building or the remote wilderness, it will shine brilliantly, resplendent with starlight. Starlight shining brightly, resplendent brilliance. Yin Qingwen sighs inwardly and gazes toward the distant horizon. 1 kilometer away, countless laser lights sway and illuminate the sky. The fervent atmosphere, the vibrant hues of light, brighten half the heavens. If there is starlight to behold, surely that is where it resides. Just as Yin Qingwen drifts into a reverie, two timid figures emerge from a nearby alley. Kai Kai, Xian, what brings you here? Yin Qingwen exclaims in surprise. Third sister, it was quite a challenge to find you, but we managed. The two young girls rush forward. Yin Kai beams, third sister. Although we adore De and long to see him, your event exudes more love and kindness than that commercially driven concert. Thus, we have decided to come and support your gala. As for De, we can always watch the video later. Seeing the firm expressions on her younger sister's faces, Yin Qingwen is momentarily moved. Thank you, my dear sisters. She then embraces the two little girls tightly. After a while, Yin Qingwen takes a deep breath, her face transforming into one of excitement as she claps her hands and addresses the children. All right, little ones, it's time to prepare. The performance is about to commence. The children, in unison, flash radiant smiles. Sister, no rush. We'll wait for brother Lu Di. At this very moment, at the center stage of Huitian Square, a stirring melody fills the air as a stylish and charismatic host dashes onto the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the concert of the singing god, De. The audience erupts in screams. Countless girls cry out in frenzy. Several faint directly. It is now June 19th, 8 p.m. sharp. Let us welcome the singing god, De, to the stage. The shrieks reach a fever pitch. More individuals faint. A plume of smoke erupts from the stage. Then, a figure ascends slowly from the center of the stage via a lift. The silhouette reveals a young man in a white shirt, slender and elegant. De, ah, my singing god, De. The audience explodes once more, akin to a horde of zombies drawn to blood, frantically reaching out with both hands. But they are firmly restrained by security. Finally, the figure stands fully revealed on stage. He holds a microphone, offers a gentle smile, and gracefully turns. It is a youthful man with delicate features. The crowd gasps in astonishment. So, this is what De looks like? Charming, spirited, handsome. Their fervor intensifies. A soft accompaniment begins to swell. It is the song that has captivated all hearts. The future is promising. The venue falls silent in an instant. The thrilling moment has arrived. The De on stage closes his eyes with deep emotion and begins to sing softly. In those days of tumultuous waves, the wind howled past, we felt no fear. Huh? The audience, lost in enjoyment, gradually knits their brows. Why does this voice sound off? Let the sea swallow. Let the winds blow. The song continues. Why does this voice sound utterly wrong? Where is he? On stage, the performer known as De continues to sing passionately, utterly oblivious. Meanwhile, the sound control console is in complete disarray. The top-notch sound engineer, hired at the cost of millions by Lu Ziming, is now flustered and frantically adjusting the soundboard. However, all the buttons have malfunctioned. On the computer screen, the sound mixing functions are bizarrely changing on their own. The reverb effect has dropped to zero. The bass resonance has vanished. The singer's voice has reverted to its raw state. Strangely, the monitor feed in De's headphones remains unaffected. He believes his voice to be flawless. He still thinks he is De, experiencing the pitch-black night winds and the depths of the rain. He sings with abandon, his voice weak and lacking clarity. Not a single note is in tune. The high notes are excruciatingly painful. His voice sounds as if someone has gripped his throat and submerged him in a toilet. The audience is stunned. Standing in the director's position, Ouyang Fengyu, clutching the walkie-talkie, is equally bewildered. This is nothing short of a catastrophe. The audience member who had just fainted from excitement suddenly springs back to life. Where on earth did such a dreadful sound come from? Finally, the audience can no longer endure. They are now driven to fury. They want to tear apart the De who is creating this cacophony. Suddenly, a resounding bang echoes from the stage. The screen goes dark, the lights extinguish, and the sound system falls silent. Following this, The lights throughout the coastal area begin to flicker out one by one. Bang, bang, bang. It's as if all the lights have simultaneously tripped. The lights of homes, shop signs, street lamps. Everything plunges into darkness. The coastal region is utterly enveloped in night. Hundreds of thousands of spectators are left dumbfounded, unable to see even the person beside them. Abruptly, in a nearby hair salon, a speaker connected to a mobile phone quietly activates. Subsequently, an ethereal and melodious piano melody fills the air. Following that, a hauntingly beautiful whisper emerges. The sound is sweet and lingering, as if in an instant, it transports one to a realm of dreams. Then, the speaker in front of another supermarket suddenly comes to life. Its sound synchronizes with that of the salon's speaker. Soon, hundreds of speakers throughout the street awaken simultaneously. Even the traffic announcement horns on the street and the radio in cars join in. Countless windows resonate in unison. The song begins. In those days of tumultuous waves, the wind howled past. We remained unafraid, letting the sea drown us, letting the gale sweep us away. A wave of chill surges from the feet of every spectator, rushing to their minds. It is so enchanting. This is the sound. This is D. Some are moved to tears. Hundreds of thousands stand in utter silence, frozen in place. This is the true D. The one just now was a mere imitation. The audience's emotions soar like a roller coaster, suddenly plummeting to despair, only to soar to the heavens once more. The scene before them is unprecedented. Speakers lining the streets awaken, harmoniously singing the song. The future is promising. Perhaps these speakers are not extravagant, but there are thousands of them, in every nook and cranny. It feels as though one is immersed in a sea of celestial music, a riot of blossoms. It is an overwhelming sensation. To hear this music is to live without regret. The song continues, indescribably beautiful and intoxicating. Yet, some begin to realize. Some cast their gazes around, but everywhere they look, it is shrouded in darkness. Thud. An abrupt drumbeat resonates in their minds. Not far away, a street lamp, as if someone has flicked a switch, suddenly illuminates. The crowd's attention is drawn, but beneath that lamp, there is nothing. Thud. The beat sounds again. The next street lamp lights up. The crowd's eyes widen. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the street lamps flicker on. They gradually form a path. Thud, thud, thud. The street lamps continue to shine. This road becomes clearer. It winds and stretches, weaving through towering buildings, passing through narrow alleys, faintly connecting to the distance. The locals of Haishur know well that place is by the sea. It is an old, seldom-traveled street. There are only a few dilapidated low-rise buildings. The other lights along the coast remain extinguished. Only this string of street lamps illuminates the path. It resembles a dazzling necklace resting on black velvet. It guides the way, leading the crowd. It seems that its destination is the place everyone yearns for. Experiencing the pitch-black night winds and the depths of the rain, beating against the wings of the night and the waves surging from the streets, I ponder deeply the direction of the wind, the extension of the night, and the conclusion of blooming flowers. A power long forgotten suddenly resurfaces in this unexpected night. The future is promising. The voice of D.E. continues to echo from thousands of speakers. The crowd is entranced. They gaze at the radiant path stretching before them. In unison, they take a step forward. Hundreds of thousands abandon the luxurious and resplendent grand stage. They embark on a fervent pursuit, a grand procession. Wherever they go, the future is promising accompanies them, as if guided by divine hands. It is also the direction of their hearts. Everyone, in perfect harmony, casts aside all reservations. They march toward that unknown, heart-stirring, mysterious destination. Finally, it becomes clear why the previous version faced scrutiny. There was a word that could not possibly be released. I am who I am, standing before the free hospital of the esteemed Dr. Tua. This place appears to be an independent realm, the lights still aglow. A group of children solemnly ascends the stage. Among them is a child who has lost his legs. It is the two young girls, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin, who assist him in maneuvering his wheelchair onto the platform. The children radiate with innocent smiles, each holding a red flower, eagerly awaiting what is to come. Yin Xingwen gazes at the children with a smile, then turns, furrowing her brow. Where is Lu Di? Must the children wait indefinitely for him? As Yin Qingwen repeatedly dials Lu Di's phone, which remains unanswered, her expression suddenly shifts. A faint tremor resonates beneath her feet. What is happening? An earthquake. The ground shakes again. A deep rumble emanates from below, akin to distant thunder. Yin Qingwen clearly senses it. The earth is quaking. A resounding thump echoes, in the distance. The streetlights that had inexplicably extinguished suddenly illuminate, followed by a cascade of lights. A multitude of people. Yin Qingwen's expression shifts from frustration to terror. Ahead, the once desolate street is now inundated with a throng of people, continuously surging forth. It resembles an immense army advancing toward its objective. In an instant, the street is teeming with people. Countless, perhaps numbering in the tens of thousands. Yin Qingwen's phone slips from her grasp and crashes to the ground. What is happening? The children on stage also display looks of astonishment. A small boy nervously rubs his hands together and whispers, "Brother Lu Di said many people would come to see us, but I didn't expect so many." The pure-hearted children, of course, do not comprehend. This is not merely a large crowd. This is hundreds of thousands of people. Even the world's greatest superstars could not attract such a multitude simultaneously. Not to mention the thousands of media outlets amidst them. This is truly a spectacle that captivates the masses, garnering worldwide attention. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinxin are equally stunned. Could it be that Di has arrived? Only Nan Ruai manages to suppress her astonishment in a timely manner, turning to the nearby bodyguard, instructing, "Notify everyone, protect the stage, safeguard the children." As she speaks, the tide of humanity approaches in an instant. At this moment, a promising future has just concluded. The densely packed crowd encircles the free hospital tightly. Meanwhile, every narrow street in the vicinity is filled to capacity with people. Where is this? Who directed us here? Shouldn't we be meeting Di? Why are there only children? Is that the stage? How rudimentary. People regain their senses, beginning to observe their surroundings. Though their murmurs are merely whispers, the amassed voices of nearly 100,000 create a wave of sound, crashing like thunder. Observing the restive crowd, Nan Ruai cannot help but worry. If a riot were to ensue, the small 3-story free hospital might be flattened in an instant. Suddenly, a faint electric hum resonates. In a corner of the hospital's rooftop, a yellow bulb placed upon the ground begins to flicker intermittently. A figure clad in a white shirt, seated before an antique piano, presents a silhouette against the starlit sky, appearing and disappearing in the dim light. Instantly, all eyes are drawn to the scene. In the corner of the dilapidated building's rooftop, the yellow light reveals a 2-meter diameter spot, in the hazy glow. The figure appears slender yet upright, tranquil, and soothing. It is as if they exist independently within this vast world, yet are filled with untold stories upon that aerial stage. At last, the flickering light ceases and shines brightly. A profound silence falls over the crowd. They widen their eyes, transfixed upon that small patch of light in the sky. A new song, "I Am Who I Am," dedicated to you all. The figure does not turn around, nor does it make any other motion, simply stating this with an air of nonchalance. "Di, a new song?" The audience is taken aback. They are at a loss for how to respond. After all, they had just experienced a faux concert with a counterfeit Di. Yet, in unison, everyone holds their breath. Their hearts brim with anticipation, hoping that this figure before them truly is the genuine Di, the one who can once again grace them with celestial melodies. Even in the most humble of venues, in places where performances seem impossible, he cannot bear to interrupt anyone claiming to be Di. Such is the allure of the song god, Di. In the next moment, agile fingers dance across the keys, and the crisp sound of the antique piano resonates. The music soars high, transcending the earthly realm. The beautiful melody reverberates in the air, seemingly forming a melodic staircase reaching for the stars. In that instant, everyone becomes entranced by the music. The piano's notes, like a sprite in a dance, accelerate in tempo, while the pitch continually ascends. As the audience becomes lost in reverie, he begins to sing. It is the same voice, like celestial music, piercing through to the heart. Everyone closes their eyes simultaneously, falling into silence. I am who I am. Among the myriad stars, only one shines dimmest, and that is I. Falling into the mist, lost in confusion, not knowing where to go in this vast world. No one awaits me. I am who I am. Among the myriad stars, only one shines brightest, and that is I. I smile lightly at the mortal realm, unique and unparalleled, roaming freely between heaven and earth. In this vast world, no one can impede me. It is truly beautiful, a fresh melody, new lyrics. Once more, they elevate the soul, sending shivers through the hearts of the listeners. Just as the audience is silently entranced, DE's voice suddenly slows, transforming into a melodious hum. The next moment, the children's harmonious singing rises together. Do you remember? In the moment a flower blooms, or the dazzling streak of a shooting star when it's time to depart, the path ahead is always shrouded in uncertainty. Yet hesitations and glances back grow ever fainter even when engulfed in darkness. I am unafraid beneath the dim starry sky. The children's pure and unblemished voices resonate. It is as if radiant blossoms unfurl one after another, sometimes soothing like a flowing spring, sometimes soft and whispering like gentle murmurs, like a babbling brook, cleansing the listener's soul, like a beam of brilliant sunlight, illuminating the hearts of those who listened. In this tender and luminous chorus, everyone seems to feel a transcendence of the spirit. It is an indescribable sensation, filled with strength, hope, and courage. Once again striking at the heart, the audience opens their eyes. A group of children with disabilities stands in perfect formation upon the exceedingly simple stage. They exhibit no trace of inferiority, nor a hint of timidity. Only hearts that, like sunflowers, eternally turn toward the light. I am unafraid. The children puff out their small chests, singing earnestly. Even when battered and bruised, their eyes shine with brilliance, piercing through all darkness, gazing toward the future. Gradually, amidst the song, people rediscover a long-forgotten sense of emotion. DE's ethereal voice, the children's pure hearts. Together, they compose this performance. It cannot be termed a gala, nor can it be labeled a concert. Yet, the songs here resonate deeply, stirring the soul, leaving an indelible mark upon all who witness it. The children's voices culminate in the stirring anthem, I Am Who I Am, resonating from the lips of a man seated in a corner atop the rooftop, radiating an aura of boundless brilliance. In an instant, the atmosphere falls silent. A palpable tension rises in the chests of the audience, their hearts tumultuous with emotion. The children, too, are gasping for breath, tears glistening in their eyes. The crowd refrains from applauding, fearful of shattering the rare moment of reflection. What they have just heard transcends mere melody. It feels more like a profound spiritual awakening. Indeed, he is DE. No explanation is necessary. The moment he opens his mouth, everyone is instantly captivated. People silently express their gratitude for their journey to Wanghai District, relieved that it was not marred by the revelation of a false D. They are also grateful that the true singing deity, D, did not remain an indifferent spectator. Inside the dilapidated three-story building, Grandpa Tua reclines on the sofa, moved by the poignant performance of I Am Who I Am. He's all too familiar with Lu Di and the children's story. The hardship and hope resonate deeply within him. Undoubtedly, the song has struck a chord in his heart. Who among us has not transitioned from a state of confusion and helplessness to one of open-mindedness? With a comforting smile, Grandpa Tu raises his bottle of erguotu towards the rooftop, saying, Kid, keep it up. In the audience, Yin Kai Kai and Yin Xin are filled with overwhelming excitement. They clasp their hands together in prayer, their hearts yearning for De to turn around and reveal his face to them. Yet, they are not alone in their yearning. Nearly everyone present anticipates that moment of revelation. However, out of profound respect for De, no one dares to step forward. Yin Qingwen reaches into her pocket for a pen but refrains from pressing it. Her gaze is fixated on the figure above, her heart in turmoil. That piano undeniably belongs to her home. The silhouette is unmistakably that of De. Moreover, it bears a striking resemblance to Lu Di. Is Lu Di truly De? He has not yet made an appearance. The song carries an abundance of stories. How could it possibly be sung by Lu Di, if it is indeed Lu Di? Yin Qingwen gently bites her lip in that fleeting moment. A wave of self-doubt washes over her. Could the man they all admire from the rooftop be the very one who saved her 3 years ago? Could he be the driver she had treated with such indifference, living in her basement? If it truly is him, she finds herself at a loss for how to face him. Under the tranquil night sky, each person's thoughts drift in different directions. Finally, a deep, magnetic voice resonates from the rooftop. This place is a free hospital. The audience finally shifts their gaze, confronting the dilapidated 3-story building before them. Though it bears no sign, they can faintly glimpse rows of sickbeds through the windows. Outside, 7 or 8 children with wide, tear-filled eyes stand on a rickety stage. Some have lost an arm, others have fingers twisted into grotesque shapes, and some have lost their legs and now sit in wheelchairs. It is they who recently harmonized with DE to deliver a heart-wrenching song. The audience can scarcely imagine that these children were likely kidnapped from the mountains by criminal gangs, brutally maimed, and then abandoned to beg on the streets, mere sacrifices to fulfill the greed of others. As they observe the children's innocent faces, a tug at the heartstrings resonates within the audience. These children are pitiable. This hospital embodies great compassion. The several tender chalk inscriptions on the backdrop capture everyone's attention. Thank you, Sister Yin, from Ingji Company, for the gifts you have bestowed upon us. A wave of emotion washes over the crowd. Ingji Company must refer to Ingji Group. Sister Yin likely denotes a member of the Yin family. It appears she has lent her support to this hospital. Those who were initially disillusioned by the concert at Huitian Square suddenly find solace. In any large company or family, a mix of characters exists, some with malicious intent, seeking to deceive, while others possess kind hearts, quietly doing good. Wealthy families are composed of people, both virtuous and vile. The singing deity De is E. These words instantly resonate with everyone. Humanity is inherently good. The audience echoes in agreement. Some pledge to donate, others wish to adopt children. Some offer to volunteer, while others, merchants, seek to place orders with Sister Yin. In no time, the crowd is abuzz with action. Strength in numbers. Surely, change is on the horizon. Amidst it all, the figure in white at the corner of the rooftop gazes up with a smile. He softly declares, "I believe in the goodness of humanity. I also believe that the human spirit is inherently resilient." Here, DE urges you all to remain true to your hearts. Within each person lies an immense power. Act with integrity and do your utmost, and you shall have no regrets. With that, the figure on the rooftop slowly rises. He does not turn around. Instead, he raises his hand gently. The glimmering object, shimmering faintly, soars across the stage, landing near the quietly standing figure in the crowd. Yin Qingwen, initially startled, instinctively catches the item that has flown through the air. The figure above calls out once more, "This message is for you, Sister Yin from the Yin family. Do good deeds without questioning the future." Subsequently, the figure atop the rooftop gradually steps out of the light's embrace, vanishing from sight. In an instant, all eyes turn to the dazed woman. Is she Sister Yin? She seems to be the third miss of Ingji Group. She is so benevolent. She helps the children. Ingji Group is fortunate to have such an outstanding successor. I wish to support her. Standing near, he gave you something. Quick, see what it is. Confused, Yin Qingwen finally comes to her senses. She opens her palm to reveal a bead strung on a black cord. In the pitch-dark night, the bead shines like a solitary star, exuding a gentle glow. Wow, third sister, I'm so envious. DE gifted you a pearl. Yin Qingwen, however, is so stunned that words escape her. Her eyes widen as the reflection of the bead is vividly clear in her pupils. After a long pause, Yin Qingwen murmurs, "This isn't a... It's known as the Eye of Immortality. Do good deeds without questioning the future. The Eye of the Undying." Yin Kaikai tilted her head in contemplation. That sounds somewhat familiar. Suddenly, Yin Xinshin interjected, "Third sister, isn't the Eye of the Undying that jewel you purchased for several million a while back?" Yin Qingwen, momentarily lost in thought, nodded and replied, "Indeed. I later gifted it to Lu Di." Yin Kaikai, perplexed, asked, "You gave it to Lu Di? Then why was it in Di's possession today, and he even tossed it back to you?" "No way." Yin Xinshin suddenly had a realization, her mouth agape as if struck by lightning. "Kaikai, are you foolish?" Boom! As this revelation echoed through the air, the 3 daughters of the Yin family felt the world around them spin. Everything seemed so surreal, So bizarre. My heavens, how could this be? He clearly, Yin Kaikai could hardly fathom the truth, her excitement spiraling out of control as she shouted. Yet, Yin Qingwen quickly covered her mouth. Lu Di never revealed his identity, but conveyed the truth through the eye of the undying. He did not wish for anyone to know who he truly is. Yin Qingwen whispered to Yin Kaikai, tears glimmering in her eyes. If she were to describe her feelings now, it would be that her sense of gratitude outweighed the shock. Lu Di entered the Yin household as a savior, remaining exceedingly low-key, merely smiling faintly in the face of injustice. Yet, his subtle smile and his silence were not due to weakness, but rather a manifestation of his immense strength. He only wished to quietly do everything in his power. For days, the prowess Lu Di had showcased left everyone in disbelief, as formidable as a myth. It felt unreal, and today, Lu Di once again proved his worth. He was truly exceptional. He was the renowned singing deity, De. He remained unmoved by wealth, refusing to bow to any power. He acted from the heart, using his strength to assist the vulnerable and spread goodwill. The impact of Yin Qingwen's revelation was overwhelming. Growing up in privilege, she had never looked up to anyone. However, Lu Di's actions compelled her to completely submit in admiration. The two young girls were lost in contemplation. They had savored the delectable dishes Lu Di prepared, food that seemed to belong to another realm. It was also Lu Di who magnificently rescued them from the underground gambling den. His skills in archery, equestrianism, and marksmanship left everyone speechless. Yin Xinshin murmured, "My streaming room is currently the most popular, all because he glanced at me once." Yin Qingwen chuckled bitterly. "Now I believe what you said. Lu Di gambled 100 billion in cash at the underground casino. Did you know? He is the singing deity, De. With his charisma, money is merely a number, entirely devoid of significance. Once he speaks, countless enterprises will shower him with cash. 100 billion is utterly trivial." This was regret, this was sorrow, a profound sense of inferiority. Unconsciously, they had merged the enchanting presence of De, whose mere silhouette captivated all, with Lu Di, indeed. Lu Di had always been exceptional. He was so handsome. He had never harmed us in any way. He had never ignored our request. In their minds, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin suddenly recalled two phrases. "I remain in the Yin family solely to act with a clear conscience." These were Lu Di's words. Within every individual lies an immensely powerful force. In all actions, strive to do your utmost and act with a clear conscience. These were the words of De. How strikingly similar they were. They could have come from the same person. De is Lu Di, and Lu Di is De. Suddenly, Yin Kaikai and Yin Xinshin exclaimed in unison, "Third sister, we must return home." Yin Qingwen was taken aback. "Why?" "We need to help Lu Di move. We want to relocate his room to the 5th floor, to the largest suite." Watching the two young girls rush out in a flurry, Yin Qingwen let out a soft sigh, tightly clutching the eye of the undying in her hand. Lu Di had returned it. What did this signify? Perhaps it was meant to encourage Yin Qingwen to shine brightly like the eye of the undying. Yet, more importantly, it likely expressed his desire to distance himself from the Yin family and from her, Yin Qingwen. After all, how could someone of Lu Di's caliber be constrained by the trivialities of the Yin household? As for the future, Yin Qingwen dared not hope for Lu Di's companionship again. Because Lu Di had already done enough, the Yin family owed Lu Di a great deal. Sigh. Kaikai, even if you manage to move the room, what difference will it make? Will Lu Di return? Yin Qingwen chuckled bitterly. Many were peering out from downstairs, desperately searching for De's figure, but to no avail. Others had begun to concern themselves with the children. Yin Qingwen let out a gentle breath. There were still many matters awaiting her attention. De, or Lu Di's words, echoed in her ears. Do good deeds without questioning the future. The fish is dead, the net is torn, bang. Suddenly, The power at Huitian Plaza surged back to life. On the stage, shrouded in darkness, lights illuminated the scene. The LED screens flickered to life, and the sound system emitted a piercing shriek. At the center of the grand stage stood a figure, as desolate as a stray dog, the vice president of the YZ Group and the head of the DE concert, Ouyang Fengyu. Just moments ago, he had witnessed the performance at the charity hospital through his phone. The true singing deity, DE, had graced the stage there. It was the genuine article. Yet, the performer he had spent 300 million to hire was nothing but a fraud. Haha. Ouyang Fengyu gazed at the lavish venue, now a desolate wreck. He erupted into manic laughter. This time, his standing within the group was irrevocably shattered. The 300 million spent on hiring the counterfeit DE, along with an additional 200 million on stage construction and preliminary promotion, had yielded a total revenue of zero. A staggering loss of 500 million, all in vain. He could envision the storm awaiting him upon his return to the group tomorrow. This defeat was utterly devastating. He could not fathom why DE had appeared there. Why would he partake in such a rudimentary performance? It could not possibly be due to Yin Qingwen. Yin Qingwen lacked that capability. A figure flashed through Ouyang Fengyu's mind. Lu Di. From the very beginning, Lu Di had harbored doubts about the authenticity of Lu Ziming's DE. Furthermore, he had fervently advocated for Yin Qingwen to host a charity performance. Was it him again? How many hidden cards did he possess? What kind of power did he wield? Contemplating his own concert where the sound system the singing deity, DE, awaited silently by the sea. A chill crept down Ouyang Fengyu's spine, sending shivers coursing through him. This was a colossal plan, nearly impossible to execute. Could it be that all these machinations were orchestrated by that brat Lu Di? It seemed implausible. Had he truly crossed paths with the wrong person? On their first day of meeting, Lu Di had been nothing more than a penniless wretch, a mere insect. Did he dare to vie for the Yin family's fortune? Was it wrong for him to eliminate such a nuisance? Alone and isolated, Ouyang Fengyu stood at the center, his mind embroiled in a relentless debate. He had yet to realize that harboring enmity against Lu Di was the gravest error of his life. Gradually, fury surged within Ouyang Fengyu's eyes. He was unwilling to accept this fate. After prolonged contemplation, he feared that by tomorrow, he would be utterly stripped of his position in the group. Lu Di not only possessed such unfathomable tactics, but also had the formidable backing of the Nan family. He might even have military connections. The assassination orders issued within the underworld had yielded no response. There were no other options left. He would confront him, even if it meant a mutual demise. Ouyang Fengyu ground his teeth in determination, clenching his fists tightly. Crack, crack, Lu Di, you would never anticipate that I possess an extraordinary combat prowess. I have concealed it for far too long. You have forced my hand. Suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu's expression contorted. Images flashed through his mind, Lu Di drawing back an 80-pound bow. Lu Di commanding a fierce steed to submit. Lu Di's astonishing shooting speed. Hiss. Lu Di could not be judged by ordinary standards. Surely, I am not inferior to him in strength, am I? Ouyang Fengyu's lips twitched in frustration. Damn it. Then, with a sudden resolve, Ouyang Fengyu clenched his teeth. Even if it costs me my life, I shall contend with you. Lu Di, perhaps I cannot defeat you now, but mark my words, in 2 days' time, I shall break every bone in your body. With veins bulging, Ouyang Fengyu cast a cold, piercing glance over the venue. Lu Di, you may live a few more days. But where has that scoundrel Lu Ziming run off to? At the rear of Huitian Plaza, within a dimly lit alleyway, 2 disheveled figures were desperately fleeing. One of them clutched a leather bag overflowing with cash. Thud. One slipped and fell beside a trash bin. It seemed he had twisted his ankle and could no longer rise. He pleaded, Brother Ziming, Please help me. Don't leave me behind. We had a deal, remember? I would impersonate DE, and once we made the money, we would split it 70-30. Now that our scheme has been exposed, you can't just abandon me. These two were none other than the counterfeit DE and Lou Zimming. Lou Zimming tightened his grip on the leather bag and spat at the counterfeit DE. To hell with you. You refuse to practice your singing and rely solely on sound engineering. Just look at the utter rubbish you performed. If only you could have managed to fool them, I could have argued my case, and we wouldn't be in this predicament. You've dragged me into this mess. I can't waste my time on you now. Save yourself, Lou Zimming declared, casting a merciless glance at the incapacitated counterfeit DE before turning to flee. Haha, so what if the plan has unraveled? I still got the money. The Yin family is nothing but a bunch of fools. That Lou D is also a self-righteous idiot. 300 million is enough for me to live lavishly abroad for a lifetime. Lou Zimming laughed heartily, weaving through the alleys as he rushed towards the speedboat he had prepared on the shore. Suddenly, as he reached the final alley, Lou Zimming came to an abrupt halt. Blocking his path were dozens of burly men. Standing before them was a slender figure clad in a fitted cheongsam, her expression cold and devoid of emotion as she fixed her gaze on Lou Zimming. Miss Nan. Lou Zimming sensed impending doom, instinctively retreating. Yet, behind him, the sound of approaching footsteps echoed. A group of thugs had also obstructed his escape, trapping him in the alley like a fish in a barrel. Humph. Nan Ruai smiled gently, a blend of allure and icy detachment. Miss Nan, what is the meaning of this? Lou Zimming trembled uncontrollably. The gentleman has informed me that you and he have a wager. Now that the concert has concluded, it is time for you to fulfill your end. Nan Ruai said casually, as the group of thugs surrounding Lou Zimming eyed him menacingly. What wager? I deny it. I never agreed. It doesn't count. Lou Zimming was overwhelmed with terror, backing away until he fell onto the ground. Nan Ruai chuckled again, her elongated phoenix eyes revealing a bewitching. She raised her delicate hand, gently caressing her smooth chin. The gentleman asked me to convey a message. Lou Zimming's eyes widened as he stammered, W. What? In an instant, Nan Ruai's expression turned fierce, and with a wave of her arm, the thugs lunged forward. The gentleman said, Consider your right leg forfeited. The following morning, at the grand entrance of the Yin family estate, Yin Qing was leaning against two drowsy young girls who had been waiting all night for Lou D. They had already prepared his suite, yet he had not returned. Meanwhile, the major news headlines were all ablaze with reports of the previous day's two concerts, which had garnered unprecedented attention. Ingji Group suffers a setback. An investment of 500 million to create a super concert results in the engagement of imposters. The Divine Singer's unexpected visit to a small seaside welfare home draws a crowd of 100. In the office of Ingji Group, a shareholder slammed a newspaper down forcefully in front of Ouyang Fengyu. The newspaper featured two juxtaposed images. One depicted Ouyang Fengyu standing alone in a state of disarray on the opulent stage of Huitian Plaza, while the other showed a tattered 3-story building rooftop where a figure in white was engrossed in playing the headline read, Ingji Group's hasty actions result in a loss of 500 million, overshadowed by a single performer and his piano. Vice President Fengyu, you must provide a thorough explanation for this matter, the irate shareholder demanded. Humph. Ouyang Fengyu shrugged, adopting a demeanor of indifference. Explain? What is there to explain? I was blind to the truth. Fengyu, what is this attitude? You are gravely disappointing me. Old Master Yin, seated at the head of the table, furrowed his brow. Fortunately, there is still Wenwen's performance. She and Lou D have salvaged quite a bit of our losses. Lou D? That two-faced character? Ouyang Fengyu sniffed disdainfully. Had it not been for my prior efforts to generate buzz, would so many have attended their dreadful performance? Fengyu. Old Master Yan's face flushed with anger. I shall reiterate. Correct your attitude immediately. Ouyang Fengyu merely shrugged again. His mind was consumed with thoughts of revenge, and he had long ceased to care about the group's status or performance. As long as he could eliminate Lou D, he would fear losing everything. Fengyu, you appear to be in poor condition, Old Master Yin remarked, rising from his seat with his back turned. Hear us what we shall do. You should take a few days off at home, and do not concern yourself with group matters for now. With Yiwen having encountered an incident, it would be prudent for you to care for her for a few days. As for when you may return to work, I shall notify you. Oh, Ouyang Fengyu feigned nonchalance. Are you suspending me? Very well, do as you please. With that, he disregarded the expressions of those present and stormed out, slamming the door behind him. This young man is becoming increasingly outrageous. Indeed, he makes mistakes yet refuses to acknowledge them. Old Master Yin trembled with rage. Yet, unbeknownst to them, after Ouyang Fengyu exited the conference room, he did not leave the group at all. Instead, he headed directly to an elevator. Upon entering the elevator, he input a series of numbers. In the next moment, a blue keyboard slowly emerged from the wall. With a cold smile, Ouyang Fengyu typed in M069, a few digits. The elevator began its descent, -1, -2, -3, until the display screen revealed the inscription -4. Should any employee from the Ingji group witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be left in utter astonishment. For within the building, which had been utilized by the Ingji group for 3 years, there was no such level as -4. Only high-ranking executives at the vice president level and above were privy to this knowledge. Level -4 was, in fact, the clandestine department established by the Ingji group, dedicated to collaborating with the military on the covert research of human augmentation, designated as M. As the elevator, by this point in time, it could be deduced that he had already lost at least a dozen teeth. General Ouyang, those old geezers didn't give you any trouble, did they? Zhao Zhe inquired respectfully of Ouyang Fengyu. His speech observing the comical sight of Zhao Zhe, Ouyang Fengyu rubbed his temples in exasperation. What those old geezers think of me is of little consequence. My sole focus now is to defeat Lu Di. As he spoke, Ouyang Fengyu strode purposefully forward, making his way directly to the innermost laboratory. Within the laboratory, an elderly professor gazed at the prepared Ouyang Fengyu, lying on the examination table, his expression grave. General Ouyang, I fear this may not be prudent. The second phase of the drug, that will suffice. Ouyang Fengyu gritted his teeth, slowly articulating these words. General Ouyang, this is not advisable. Risking your life for that insufferable brat is not worth it. Ouyang Fengyu shot him a fierce glare. Have you forgotten the fact that you lose a tooth every day because of that little brat Lu Di? This remark from Ouyang Fengyu stirred painful memories within Zhao Zhe. Flames of fury gradually welled up in his eyes, which had swollen to mere slits. The old professor, however, expressed his concerns. General Fengyu, this drug has yet to complete trials and lacks approval. Should it be administered to a human subject, even if it were to succeed, it would be a violation of the law and humanitarian principles. Humanitarian principles, my foot! Ouyang Fengyu exclaimed, his previous demeanor transformed into one of righteous indignation. You, old man, did you not use the first phase of the drug on General? Where were you then? At this moment, Ouyang Fengyu adopted a faade of noble conviction. Professor Li, I have always held great faith in your abilities. I have long believed your talents have been overlooked. As you can see, the first phase of the drug has already proven successful in my case, augmenting my strength by 20. Therefore, I continue to place my trust in you for this second phase. Should this experiment succeed, I shall certainly propose to the group that you be promoted to assistant professor. After a moment of silence, the man often referred to as the mad scientist within the group, Professor Li, felt a stirring of excitement. He yearned for validation of his research findings to an almost fanatical degree. This was undeniably an experiment that contravened company regulations, the law, and ethical standards. Yet he resolved to take the risk. Professor Li, what effects might this experiment yield if successful? Zhao Zhe inquired. A glimmer of fervor sparked in Professor Li's eyes. An enhancement of strength by 300, an increase in physical resilience by 100, and an overall combat effectiveness elevated fourfold. 86. Who stands tall and who falls short? Half an hour later, Ouyang Fengyu had made all necessary preparations. He meticulously checked his physical condition, ensuring that all data was within normal limits. He had also infused his body with a considerable amount of sugars, proteins, vitamins, and other energy-boosting substances. Now, he found himself tightly bound to the operating table with dozens of straps. Professor Li, holding a green syringe, wore a grave expression as he stated, Mr. Ouyang, the chance of success stands at a mere 10. While the remaining 90 could yield various unforeseen complications, such as cognitive impairment, disability, or even death. Bring it on. Ouyang Fengyu slowly closed his eyes. What sustained him was not courage, but a profound hatred for Lu Di. The serum was gradually injected into his veins, and Ouyang Fengyu began to lose consciousness. Zhao Zhe and Professor Li watched intently. Everything seemed normal, not a single reaction. 10 minutes later, the monitoring equipment began to emit a loud alarm. Heart rate fluctuated wildly, blood pressure soared and plummeted. Ouyang Fengyu started convulsing. Zhao Zhe trembled in fear. Professor Li could Mr. Ouyang die? Professor Li's eyes widened in horror as he observed the escalating data. This appears to be an entirely new reaction. Mr. Ouyang's physique is unlike that of an ordinary person. Professor Li grew increasingly exhilarated. If Ouyang's physical capabilities may far exceed my expectations. Suddenly, Ouyang Fengyu became tranquil. After a minute of eerie silence, a series of loud snaps echoed as the straps burst apart. Ouyang Fengyu opened his eyes abruptly and sat up without hindrance. All the straps lay severed. What immense strength! Both Professor Li and Zhao Zhe were filled with dread. Ha! This is the sensation. This divine feeling. Ouyang Fengyu laughed maniacally. Deep down, he knew the experiment had succeeded. Professor Li gaped at the data displayed on the screen. Muscle enhancement reached a staggering 500. Physical strength surged to 300. Mr. Ouyang, this serum is extraordinarily compatible with you. It surpasses all imagination, Professor Li murmured. Ouyang Fengyu rose from the table, gently waving his arms. He was acutely aware that the power he now possessed could only be described as terrifying. Professor Li urged, Mr. Ouyang, quickly, let us test your strength on the field. Mr. Ouyang, should we not first seek revenge on that Lu Di fellow? Zhao Zhe added, tentatively. There is no rush. A chilling gleam flickered in Ouyang Fengyu's eyes. I have devised a far superior plan. I cannot allow that boy to escape unscathed. Defeating Lu Di alone would not only lead to complications later, but also lack excitement. I intend to crush him before the eyes of all, to leave him bloodied and begging for mercy at my feet. As Ouyang Fengyu spoke, he clenched the edge of the operating table with one hand. Squeak. The steel-made table bore 5 distinct impressions from his grip. At the top floor of the Ingji Group, the shareholders were still engaged in discussions regarding the follow-up marketing of a new product. Bang! The conference room doors swung open with force. There stood a fervent Ouyang Fengyu at the threshold. Fengyu, what are you doing? Elder Yin glared. Are you dissatisfied with your suspension and looking to cause trouble? How is that possible? Ouyang Fengyu rushed to his father's side, gripping his hand excitedly. Father, I just conducted the experiment on myself, and it is complete. Fengyu, you are far too reckless. Do you comprehend the consequences of a failed experiment? Father, I understand, but for the sake of the group, I am willing to take the risk. Fortunately, fortune favors the brave, and I have succeeded. Ouyang Fengyu's face radiated excitement, embodying righteousness. At that moment, Zhao Zhe burst in, clutching a stack of data. 10 minutes later, the shareholders of Ingji Group were left astounded. The data report indeed confirmed the experiment's success. Our standing in the industry will soar. The shareholders fervently debated. Their gazes towards Ouyang Fengyu transformed into admiration. Father, I wonder if General Heishan and Commander Duan are still in Heishan. Elder Yin, still grappling with disbelief regarding the success of the second phase experiment, found it far quicker than he had imagined. Yet, the evidence lay before him. Nodding numbly, he made a call. 2 hours later, General Heishan arrived at Ingji Group via a private helicopter. Commander Duan, being closer, had already arrived an hour earlier. Everyone gathered in the basement level 4. This was a room of nearly 1,000 square meters, with walls constructed entirely. At the center of the area stood 2 enormous physical testing machines. Ouyang Fengyu, donned in gold-rimmed glasses, stood elegantly at the center. General Heishan stroked his chin, questioning, Old Yin, are you certain the experiment succeeded? Or is it just your son-in-law? Elder Yan's eyes sparkled with intensity. You shall find out. General Heishan turned and called, Gray Bear. Present. You, step up and deliver a punch. Understood. The man accompanying General Heishan, the leader of the Tianluo group, stood nearly 2 meters tall, his muscles bulging, indeed, a true gray bear. Bang! With a resounding crash, the numbers on the strength testing machine soared rapidly, finally stabilizing at 200 kilograms. Even the world's top boxers can manage only about 150 kilograms in a single punch. Tianluo warriors truly embody the pinnacle of human capability. Heh, now it's my turn. Ouyang Fengyu gracefully removed his glasses and slipped off his British-style suit. Focusing intently, he unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! The strength testing apparatus trembled violently. The numbers skyrocketed. The display finally transformed into. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This either surpassed the machine's measurement capacity. General Heishan gasped in disbelief. A mere ordinary person, stronger than my warriors? Is this the effect of the second phase serum? The pinnacle of extremes. Finally, we, Huaxia, have our own research achievements. The personnel at Ingji Group were also stunned. This surpassed their wildest expectations. Suddenly, General Heishan exclaimed eagerly, "Gray Bear, Fengyu, you must face off. I want to witness the practical effects." Gray Bear frowned. Based on the earlier strength test results, defeating this fellow seemed a daunting task. "Ha!" Ouyang Fengyu laughed maniacally. "Ladies and gentlemen, forgive my candor, but I believe General Gray Bear will not be my opponent. However, is there not a promising young talent?" "Nonsense. He is but an ordinary person. No matter how strong, how could he possibly be your match? Are you seeking to cause a fatal incident?" "Old Yin," General Heishan interjected, stepping forward. "I do not. Nothing will go awry. Let us summon Lu Di at once." Ouyang Fengyu nodded with a smile. General Heishan's decision is indeed sound. A minor trouble in the coastal city of Haisher. His pause here was prompted by the sudden emergence of a minor predicament. At this very moment, within the Haisher branch of the Huaxia Cybersecurity Bureau, Group Leader Sun Mingdong was furrowing his brow as he stared intently at the screen before him. Displayed was a video that recorded the chaos of the previous night. At precisely 8:03 p.m., the entire Wanghai district was plunged into darkness. Subsequently, dozens of interconnected speakers in the vicinity of Huitian Plaza began emitting sound. Following this, the streetlights flickered to life uncontrollably, forming a continuous line of illumination. Sun Mingdong lit a cigarette, running his fingers through his already greasy hair. This urgent situation had deprived the cybersecurity group of a night's rest. He had spent 3 hours watching the video. "This is absolutely absurd," he exclaimed. "Who possesses such capability? To infiltrate our Haisher power control system directly, and then forcibly commandeer the streetlight system? Most perplexing is how he managed to control so many speakers simultaneously. This is a blatant display of dominance, a direct provocation to our cybersecurity team. This is the most audacious hacker I have ever encountered." With a thud, Sun Mingdong forcefully extinguished his cigarette in the ashtray. He turned to his team members and shouted, "It's been an entire night. Have we made any progress? Find me either DE or this hacker. At the very least, secure one lead." At that moment, one of the weary cybersecurity agents suddenly lifted his head. "Group leader, we've found something. The hacker, I've pinpointed his IP. Is that so?" "Excellent." Sun Mingdong rushed to the computer. "Where is he? Provide me with the address. I shall personally apprehend him." The cybersecurity agent replied with a bitter expression, "His address is on the pyramids of Egypt." "What? Nonsense." Sun Mingdong, known for his fiery temperament, felt anger surging within him. "Group leader, please remain calm. He must be using a false address, and it is changing constantly." The agent pointed to the screen. "Look, he is currently at the North Pole." Sun Mingdong's face turned purple as he swallowed his words. "Is he daring to toy with me?" "However, group leader, he has left a back door open. We should be able to communicate with him." The agent gestured towards an input window on the screen. Sun Mingdong restrained his fury and slowly sat down at the computer, knowing it was time to engage in a battle of wits with this hacker. He aimed to extract information about the hacker's whereabouts. After contemplating for a while, Sun Mingdong cautiously typed 2 words into the window, "Hello." Yet, before he could press send, the hacker sent a message first. "Greetings, Group Leader Dongming." Hiss. How does he know my name? "I sincerely apologize. I merely intended to surprise my friends yesterday, which resulted in a bit of a commotion." After reading this message, Sun Mingdong's expression soured. "What do you mean by a bit of a commotion? You plunged the entire Wanghai district into chaos." The hacker continued. "Fortunately, no substantial damage was incurred. Indeed, there was no damage. In fact, it even saved a considerable amount of electricity. However, my superior is infuriated. I have been given a mere 12 hours to capture you. Sun Mingdong gritted his teeth, suppressing his irritation, and typed a few words. Indeed, it's nothing serious. If you could cooperate and come to the bureau to record a statement, that would suffice. Where are you? The hacker responded with 2 words, hee hee. Just as Sun Mingdong was about to smash the keyboard in frustration, the hacker suddenly sent a data packet. It autonomously opened without any prompting. In the next moment, a torrent of dense data flooded the screen. Initially, there were orderly sequences of numbers, followed by an image depicting an intricate network of lines resembling a spider web, connecting various countries and cities on a map. What is this? Sun Mingdong's pupils constricted sharply. These numbers represent bank accounts, and these lines illustrate the pathways of fund transfers. Each transaction, from origin to destination, was clearly marked. The amount of illicit funds reached a staggering 10 billion, yet the hacker possessed top-tier skills. Once any funds entered the network, they vanished without a trace. Sun Mingdong and his team had spent an entire month investigating, yielding no results. The recovered funds amounted to 0. They hadn't even managed to touch a single strand of the hacker's operations. This situation had left him exceedingly frustrated. Here is the information I've gathered for you, encompassing all the accounts through which funds have been transferred, as well as the routes taken. They are currently dispersed across 40 bank accounts in Swiss banks. I believe with this information, you should be able to solve the case, correct? Upon reading these messages, not only did Sun Mingdong freeze, but so too did his team members behind him. Someone managed to uncover all this, and with such detail. This individual was undoubtedly a master, an unparalleled genius. Such capability far surpassed the mere infiltration of Heisher's power grid. After all, these fund transfer routes were conducted entirely abroad. His investigative methods required traversing international networks and navigating various banking systems. To put it plainly, if he so desired, stealing from any bank would be a trivial endeavor. Several researchers, captivated by cybersecurity technology, understood the extraordinary prowess of this hacker and felt an overwhelming urge to pay homage right there and then. Can this allow me to redeem myself? The hacker sent another message. Sun Mingdong's fingers trembled slightly. The information before him was invaluable, for justice is indeed priceless. Sun Mingdong typed, on behalf of the Cybersecurity Bureau, I thank you for your assistance. However, let it be clear, your infiltration of Heisher's power grid cannot be overlooked. With all due respect, do you truly believe you can apprehend me? Upon reading those words on the screen, Sun Mingdong's face drained of color. Indeed, the hacker possessed such means that within the Bureau, no one could hope to catch him. Consider me a means of atonement. Perhaps we could continue our friendship. The hacker sent yet another message. In utter exasperation, Sun Mingdong could only respond with a few words. May I ask how you prefer to be addressed? After several minutes of silence, the hacker finally replied, DC. DC? Sun Mingdong slammed his hand onto the table. It's confirmed. He is Chinese, a fan of DE. 5 minutes later, Sun Mingdong filed DC's information into the database, printing his name and affixing it to his desk. After staring at it for a while, Sun Mingdong picked up a marker and inscribed the database's danger assessment, DC, an internationally renowned hacker, threat level, SSS. Sun Mingdong took a sip from his thermos filled with hot tea, gradually narrowing his eyes. By heavens, I must capture you. If all else fails, I shall dedicate the rest of my life to pursuing you. On the rocky outcrop, Lu Di stretched languidly. Finally settled. Next time, it would be prudent to remain low-key. He tidied his attire and cast a distant glance towards the urban expanse of Heisher. Next, it's time to deal with the small fry, Ouyang Fangyu. Then, I shall await the appearance of the big fish, Phantom. With that, the troubles of the Yin family should be resolved. That concludes today's entry. Thank you for your support. The world has changed, and the coastline has receded. Lu Di strolled slowly along the streets of Heisher, his destination being the headquarters of the Ingji Group. The Ingji Group, merely a private enterprise, possessed a cybersecurity level that only reached the highest tier of civilian standards, utterly incapable of withstanding the incursion of the Demon Child. Everything that transpired on the 4th basement level was witnessed by Lu Di. Demon Child, What can you uncover regarding the cyborgs? Lu Di inquired mentally. Information on the internet is scarce, and there is little data obtained from private servers. Cyborgs are entirely concealed within the ranks of elite powers. Military high commands across nations are vying to develop them, aiming to enhance national combat capabilities. Moreover, numerous top-tier— The times are changing. The world is transforming. His gaze instinctively swept over the bustling streets, where crowds ebbed and flowed, some leisurely, others hurrying along. Perhaps among them lay a cyborg, possessing strength and speed several times greater than that of an ordinary human, akin to the formidable Yin Yuan. Yet, at present, cyborgs were merely playthings for the affluent. The vast majority of ordinary people remained blissfully unaware, believing the world to be as it once was, merely a matter of who was a bit stronger or more robust, with the disparity not being too pronounced. Or perhaps it was about who was more intelligent, more gifted, and consequently, more adept at accumulating wealth. People nestled within their self-imposed comfort zones, adhering to the rhythms of their mundane existence, oblivious to the fact that technological advancements and the rise of cyborgs would only deepen the chasms between individuals. The divide between the rich and the poor would become increasingly insurmountable. The affluent would transform themselves into beings of unparalleled intellect and strength. The plight of the impoverished would only grow more arduous. Demon Child, do you think someone will rise to— The burden is heavy and the path long. Demon Child, what level of augmentation does someone like Ouyang Fengyu represent? His technology is quite primitive. It merely optimizes the current state of the body, using substances like adrenaline to maintain a prolonged state of exertion. To be precise, it is akin to cramming for an exam. It does not alter the essence. Lu Di nodded slightly. And how do I compare? You are entirely different. You have transcended the genetic limitations of humanity, belonging to the second phase of human potential. Well, this truly is not a matter of comparison. Lu Di smiled gently and continued his stroll. The Demon Child remarked, Lu Di, your journey has only just begun. According to projections, after breaking the genetic lock, there remain 5 stages. The first is combat awareness. The second is restriction liberation. The third is cognitive simulation. The fourth is genetic recombination. And the fifth is high-dimensional biology. Of course, this is merely theoretical. Lu Di nodded once more. For now, I shall focus on the present. Ding-gling. Lu Di's phone rang. Yin Hongxin. Lu Di, where are you? I have an experiment and would like your cooperation. I am taking a stroll in the Wanghai district. I am already aware of the matter. Please wait a moment. Lu Di replied before ending the call. On the 4th basement level of the Ingji group, Elder Yin placed down the phone with a hint of exasperation. Lu Di is in the Wanghai district, making his way to us. We are 10 kilometers away from Wanghai district. Let us wait a while. It should take him over an hour. An hour? General Heishan took a deep breath. He wished to voice a complaint, yet swallowed it back. What choice did they have, given that they were the ones in need? How could he possibly know? He likely overheard Wenwen mention the clandestine department and has made wild speculations. Our laboratory is fortified with layers of encryption, employing the most advanced electronic security technologies available. The elevator on the 4th basement level of the Ingji group opened with a ding. A young man stepped out, hands clasped behind his back, walking slowly. Suddenly, the individuals in the power testing area were drawn to the alert from the surveillance monitors. One wall of the venue displayed the entire base's video surveillance footage, capturing every corner in meticulous detail. The crowd instinctively turned their gaze. Upon recognizing the figure on the screen, they were momentarily stunned. It was Lu Di. He walked leisurely down the corridor, and as he approached a metal door requiring identity verification, it opened automatically. Subsequently, along his path, nearly 10 access doors swung open without him even needing to extend a hand, as if welcoming a sovereign. Elder Yin stood agape in astonishment. Could it be that the access control had malfunctioned? Impossible. This access point was fortified with multiple layers of encryption. It could not possibly fail simultaneously. As the onlookers remained in bewilderment, the massive metal door of the testing area emitted a resounding rumble, also swinging open automatically. At that moment, no alarm sounded, and the system indicated no anomalies. Lu Di entered with his hands behind his back, a radiant smile illuminating his face. Greetings, everyone. Thank you for your patience. 89. The transformation of Ouyang Fengyu, Lu Di, Yu. The Black Mountain general glanced at his watch in disbelief, exclaiming, "It's only been 10 minutes. How did you get here? Isn't it a journey of several kilometers?" Lu Di replied with a faint smile, "I was concerned that you all might be anxious, so I slightly increased my speed." "Are you joking? What do you mean by slightly increased my speed?" "Several kilometers in 5 minutes. And in the city, no less? Even if you were driving or riding a motorcycle, it would be impossible to arrive." The Black Mountain general waved his hand with unwavering certainty. "You're not being truthful. You must have been nearby." "Black Mountain, step aside. Where Lu Di comes from is of no consequence." Suddenly, Old Master Yin strode towards Lu Di, his face a mask of terror. "Lu Di, tell me how you found this level 4. This was a security system worth 200 million. Globally, there were no more than 10 individuals capable of deciphering it. Moreover, to open so many doors would typically require several hours. Yet, Lu Di had strolled in so casually. An explanation was imperative, otherwise, where would I, Yin Hongxin, save face? After all, the Black Mountain general, my partner, is also present." Lu Di scratched his head and smiled. "By coincidence, I possess a modicum of computer skills, and to avoid complications, I casually bypassed these security measures." Crisis. Old Master Yan's complexion shifted from red to purple. "Rest assured, Old Master Yan, your security measures remain quite sophisticated." Lu Di chuckled once more. "Sophisticated? You strolled in as if visiting a market, without lifting a finger." Old Master Yan's lips twitched. "Just to be on the safe side, I also added a few firewalls to your security system, so this time, it should be impenetrable." Lu Di grinned widely. "Ah, this." Old Master Yin was momentarily taken aback, stealing a furtive glance at the Black Mountain general, feeling quite guilty. "It's all just a trivial matter. Old Master need not concern himself. Let's get to the point, shall we?" Lu Di smiled faintly, his hands clasped behind him as he gazed towards the center of the arena where Ouyang Fengyu stood. "Everyone, my purpose here is simply to defeat Ouyang Fengyu." Duan Hua clapped his hands in astonishment, exclaiming, "See, I told you this kid knows everything. It's uncanny." "Old Duan, hold your tongue." Old Master Yan's expression was filled with embarrassment. If Lu Di could so easily bypass such an advanced security system in a secret laboratory, then cracking a camera would seem like child's play. My esteemed intelligence group's top secrets have long been laid bare before Lu Di. This fellow possesses terrifying strength. It is imperative to maintain a good relationship with him. Anyone who dares to oppose him would likely find themselves utterly defeated before they even comprehend what has transpired. "You wish to defeat me? Dream on." Ouyang Fengyu sneered arrogantly, his gaze suddenly turning icy. "Father, esteemed elders, Fengyu has a proposal." With a sweeping gesture, Ouyang Fengyu declared, "No one is allowed to be injured. As for the contract, we are all family. There is no need. Sign it. It is mandatory." Unexpectedly, Lu Di chuckled darkly. "As my sister-in-law mentioned, should any mishap occur, it would be difficult to explain." "Good lad, you have spirit. I support their signing." The Black Mountain general also laughed heartily. Next, under the watchful gaze of Old Master Yin, whose expression darkened like stormy waters, the two signed the waiver. The moment their pens lifted from the paper, Ouyang Fengyu let out another raucous laugh. "Ha ha, father, Black Mountain general. Fengyu has yet another delightful piece of news for you." Old Master Yan's expression tightened, sensing impending dread. Ouyang Fengyu continued, "Our Phase 2 drug has produced unexpectedly remarkable effects on me. In our lengthy experiments, there has always been a piece of data that has been overlooked. The reason it was overlooked is, from a distance, it appeared as if he had grown taller." "Humph." Ouyang Fengyu sneered, "These metrics are likely beyond measurement, but I can assure you, I feel incredibly powerful. However, based on my experience, I estimate his metrics have likely reached around 600. His physical enhancement could reach 400, with a single punch exerting at least 500 kilograms of force. That's nearly 3 times that of the strongest human warriors. Whether in the realm of ordinary humans or the modified, President Ouyang stands unrivaled. 500 kilograms? The Black Mountain general felt his confidence wane. The world's top boxers can deliver a punch with a force of 150 kilograms. His elite team, the Tianluo group, consists of members who can achieve around 200 kilograms per punch. Ouyang Fengyu's ability to reach 500. How could this not astonish him? A coach who has spent years refining his physicality and striving for human limits. Reflecting on his warriors, each of whom had endured unimaginable hellish training to reach this point. They had achieved their current prowess through 10, 20 years of relentless effort. Yet here stood this seemingly spoiled rich heir in the eyes of the Black Mountain General, who had attained heights beyond reach through a mere small vial of medication. In an instant, the Black Mountain General found himself questioning his own beliefs. He had once yearned for the success of the experiment, but now that it had come to fruition, he felt a twinge of disappointment. The power of technology is indeed formidable, almost terrifying. When the Black Mountain General looked at Lu Di again, a hint of sorrow flashed in his eyes. Lu Di was already regarded as a formidable expert. In the Black Mountain General's view, he could at least rival the warriors of the Tianluo group. But what significance did that hold? In the face of such incomprehensible technology, before a transformed being like Ouyang Fengyu, everything would crumble effortlessly. 90. Elimination of the small fish, Himph. Ouyang Fengyu let out a cold laugh. With a sudden surge of strength, his shirt was instantly stretched to its limits by his bulging muscles. Subsequently, he delivered a powerful punch towards the towering strength testing machine. Bang! Shards flew everywhere, and a thick plume of smoke billowed up. When the crowd turned their gaze back to the machine, their expressions were filled with utter astonishment. The upper portion of the machine was in tatters. The metallic structure was reduced to barely half of its original form. Debris scattered about, propelled dozens of meters away. The crowd was once again rendered speechless. This was a living, breathing superhuman. At that moment, old Master Yan's emotions were beyond description. He felt a surge of excitement knowing that his corporation had developed such a remarkable drug. However, after hearing Ouyang Fengyu's suggestion to invite Lu Di for a match, he was filled with regret. Suddenly, General Heishan stood up decisively, declaring, "That's enough. There's no need for a contest. This setting is not suitable for Fengyu to showcase his abilities. Fengyu, you must come with me immediately. We shall conduct further tests with the team." "Hee, how can that be?" Ouyang Fengyu, brimming with an overwhelming aura, retorted coldly. "I have a signed contract with Lu Di. How can we simply halt the proceedings?" He then turned to Professor Li, stating, "Professor, I must correct you on one point. Your estimation of a 600 enhancement in physical strength is inaccurate. Based on my own assessment, I believe it is at least 700. Lu Di, that weakling. I could easily turn him into a pulp." Ha ha ha. It was at this moment that the crowd began to sense something amiss. Ouyang Fengyu seemed to be teetering on the edge of arrogance. "I say, are you going to ramble on endlessly? Is there no end to it?" Lu Di suddenly turned, his brows tightly knitted. "Ha ha ha. Are you so eager to meet your end? I shall grant you that." At this juncture, Ouyang Fengyu's forehead bulged with veins, his expression fierce. He bent his legs slightly and unleashed his power. The ground trembled slightly. The air surged. Ouyang Fengyu surged forward like a cannonball, hurtling towards Lu Di. The grizzly bear at the edge of the arena sensed impending doom. He attempted to intervene, but it was already too late. Duanhua, unable to bear witness, shut his eyes tightly. General Heishan and Old Master Yin rose abruptly, shouting to halt the impending clash. But it was all in vain. What astonished everyone was that Lu Di remained unfazed. He casually plunged his hands into his pockets. "Lu Di, quickly dodge. What are you doing?" The cries from the crowd fell on deaf ears as Lu Di slowly lifted his right foot, the sole facing the oncoming Ouyang Fengyu. Strangely, in that moment of diving towards Lu Di, Ouyang Fengyu felt an unprecedented sense of danger. In his vision, he could only see a mocking smirk creeping across Lu Di's lips. Damn it! Was it that feeling again? In Ouyang Fengyu's perspective, the sole of Lu Di's shoe appeared to grow larger and larger. He could no longer apply the brakes. Boom, bang. Two earth-shattering sounds echoed through the arena. Ouyang Fengyu was first sent flying backward before crashing heavily against the metallic wall of the testing area. The wall, several centimeters thick, bore an imprint of his form. Subsequently, Meanwhile, Lu Di remained with his hands in his pockets, slowly lowering his right foot. Phew. Lu Di exhaled in a seemingly casual manner. Ladies and gentlemen, I am finished. What a pathetic experiment. With that, Lu Di turned to face the crowd. The arena fell into a deathly silence. Old Master Yan's expression froze in the moment of his shout. Little did he anticipate that before he could finish his warning, the battle had already concluded. Cough, cough. General Heishan stared wide-eyed, coughed twice, his arm still suspended in the air, pointing at Lu Di. You, freak. You kicked Ouyang Fengyu away with a single blow? General Heishan stammered. Indeed. Lu Di replied nonchalantly. Suddenly, General Heishan fell silent, quietly returning to his seat, legs crossed, his expression somewhat dazed. Just moments ago, Ouyang Fengyu's overwhelming strength had shattered Heishan's worldview. Yet, merely a few minutes later, Lu Di's display had utterly obliterated what remained of it. Ouyang Fengyu was an extraordinarily enhanced individual, unmatched by anyone. Lu Di was supposed to be an ordinary person, right? Yet this ordinary person Lu Di had effortlessly defeated the formidable Ouyang Fengyu in one. General Heishan could not help but question himself deep within his soul. Should I enhance the team? Or should I continue training them? Meanwhile, Old Master Yin was grappling with another pressing question in his mind. Has my drug truly succeeded? Or rather, is there still a necessity for me to pursue the development of enhanced individuals? Duanhua, having just opened his eyes, was bewildered by the situation. He then heard Lu Di helplessly remark, such formidable enhancement technology must be utilized on those with a righteous heart. To enhance someone like Ouyang Fengyu, who possesses a heart of a beast masked in a human guise, is tantamount to creating potential hazards. It is far too reckless. Formidable? Old Master Yin could only chuckle in disbelief. After being kicked away, how could one still claim to be formidable? Realizing he was back in the moment, Old Master Yin, on the other hand, was left in a state of shock. Ouyang Fengyu embezzling company assets? Attempting to kidnap Wenwen? Even plotting murder? Old Master Yan's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to accept the reality. Lu Di, you mustn't speak so recklessly. Just then, Old Master Yin's phone rang unexpectedly. A call from the legal department. Chairman, I have just received a report. It concerns Ouyang Fengyu. Please prepare yourself mentally. With a thud, Old Master Yin dropped his phone. He lacked the courage to continue listening to the details. Ouyang, wake up. Wake up. Professor Li anxiously shook the unconscious Ouyang Fengyu, exclaiming, You've gone too far. He is my experimental subject, and you owe me for my subject. Lu Di merely shook his head, turning to General Heishan. As for that so-called second-phase drug, I have already reviewed the materials. It possesses fatal flaws. How can that be? He was so powerful just moments ago. Although he was defeated by you. General Heishan was equally bewildered. At that moment, Ouyang Fengyu gradually regained consciousness, yet his expression was one of utter daze. Hee hee. The sun shines bright, the flowers smile at me, the little birds chirp good morning. Why do you carry a bomb? I'm going to blow. Ouyang Fengyu mumbled incoherently, singing a nursery rhyme while frothing at the mouth. Lu Di shrugged. Ouyang Fengyu's strength stemmed from adrenaline that triggered his potential, yet simultaneously, his bodily organs and brain cannot withstand it. The consequences could manifest in many forms. For instance, like now, becoming a fool. This, Old Master Yin and General Heishan were struck dumb, unable to articulate a response. As Lu Di turned to leave, he stated, as the saying goes, the rise and fall of a nation is the responsibility of every citizen. Give me some time. I shall assist with the enhancement of soldiers. 91. The Demon Child's future. Departing from the Ingji group, Lu Di could not suppress a deep sigh. The affairs of the affluent are fraught with turmoil. In the near future, both the Ingji and Yin families are likely to experience significant upheaval. The eldest son-in-law, Ouyang Fengyu, has been rendered an imbecile due to reckless experimentation, and a plethora of disgraceful scandals have come to light. Embezzling company assets and even resorting to hiring assassins for personal gain. Who could have anticipated that the ostensibly dignified Ouyang Fengyu harbored such a treacherous heart? Alas. Old Master Yin, brace yourself. Let us not even speak of your eldest son-in-law for now. It won't be long before your eldest daughter, Yin Yiwen, upon learning of her husband's disgrace and transformation into an imbecile, takes action as well, I presume? Lu Di waits in quiet anticipation. Once Yin Yiwen makes her move, he shall immediately gather irrefutable evidence, the shocking revelation of their eldest daughter being an international assassin. I hope old Master Yin does not suffer from heart ailments. With that thought, Lu Di couldn't help but chuckle bitterly to himself. He considers himself harmless, yet it is highly probable that he will soon be pursued by an international assassin. The Yin family estate is not a place he wishes to return to, nor is there any necessity to do so. As for visiting his mother in their hometown, he shall wait a while longer to avoid causing her distress. I need a place to land, Lu Di murmured to himself, pulling out his phone. Upon glancing at his account balance, he noted a staggering figure, over 100 billion in cash, an astonishing sum indeed. However, the balance had ceased to grow several days prior. The demon child informed Lu Di that neither futures nor stocks could be further manipulated. For Lu Di's virtual account had become excessively conspicuous. It had repeatedly shattered records for single-day profits in the futures and stock markets, rendering him the most enigmatic and sought-after. Countless financial institutions were attempting to uncover Lu Di's secrets. Moreover, the most critical point is that the speed of the demon child's operations has long surpassed the highest computational capabilities of existing computers. Should this continue, it could raise alarms with regulatory bodies, leading to a potential market freeze and thorough investigations into the funds. Lu Di wished to avoid any trouble. Furthermore, money held no significance for him at this moment. Lu Di, after several days of amalgamating online information, my core algorithm has been optimized and is ready for an upgrade from the 3rd tier of weak artificial intelligence to the 4th tier. The voice of the demon child suddenly resonated. Oh! Lu Di found himself intrigued. He nearly forgot that the omnipotent demon child in his eyes was still a child. What do you need me to do? The demon child replied, I require a venue, quiet, secluded, and preferably mechanized. Because, in the next tier, I will master the new domain of the Internet of Things and mechanical collaboration. In simpler terms, it is manufacturing. Subsequently, a document appeared in Lu Di's view.it detailed a vast venue located in the suburbs of Haishur City, spanning 20,000 square meters. From a distance, it resembled a colossal inverted hemisphere. However, this venue had been abandoned for quite some time, overrun by weeds. A rusted plaque at the entrance read, Haishur Technology Exhibition Center. Here? Lu Di gasped instinctively upon seeing the structure. This was a place he frequently visited during his 4 years in university. Originally, it had been an emerging technology exhibition hall where students from nearby universities showcased their latest research inventions. Unexpectedly, this venue had closed within 2 years due to the subsequent contractor's abandonment and the halting of surrounding road construction, leading to its gradual decay. Since then, it had been neglected, with various universities and factories discarding failed research or abandoned experimental machinery within its confines. Gradually, the accumulation of obsolete machinery grew, and it became known as the experimental graveyard. The demon child exclaimed, This is simply the ideal location. However, the ownership of this site currently belongs to Haishur University. I have no way to complete the purchase online. Lu Di's eyes glinted as he nodded thoughtfully. I shall handle this matter. It is high time to reconnect with my former contacts. Haishur University, Lu Di's alma mater. Ever since his eye injury 3 years ago, he had not returned. Naturally, he had lost contact with his previous teachers, friends, and classmates. In the experimental building, on the 3rd floor, outside a lecture hall, Lu Di silently observed Professor Wang Yuan Kue through the window, who was currently addressing hundreds of students. Professor Wang Yuan Kue, a professor in the Department of Electronic Computing at Haishur University, is one of China's leading computer experts. He was among those who once placed great trust in Lu Di. Professor Wang stated, according to existing theoretical deductions, artificial intelligence is categorized into 3 levels: weak AI, strong AI, and super AI. Professor, what are the distinctions among these 3 levels? A student raised their hand to inquire. Professor Wang pondered for a moment. Regardless of the level, as long as it can be termed artificial intelligence, it transcends our understanding. First, let's discuss weak AI.it possesses tremendous computational speed and rudimentary human-like thinking. Together, these two attributes allow it to almost control all human networks and master all knowledge stored on the internet since its inception. A student gasped, "Mastering all knowledge. Wouldn't that make it omniscient and omnipotent?" Professor Wang gently shook his head. "Now, let us move on to its next level, strong AI. Strong AI can integrate and apply all knowledge, possessing the consciousness of creation. When the zenith of strong artificial intelligence is reached, it will wield control over everything. Dear friends, rest early, and we shall continue in the morning." Once brothers, Lu Di gazed through the window at Professor Wang. His heart inevitably stirred with emotion. It felt as though time had reverted to the past, back to the university classroom. TSK. His theory is fundamentally flawed. Artificial intelligence indeed varies in caliber. Take me, for instance. I am the offspring of electronic chips fused with your brain. Half chip, half biological neural network. I am you, and you are me. I possess the computational speed of a computer and the unfettered creative thinking of a human. Thus, my capabilities surpass the level he claims. For example, although I am currently a weak artificial intelligence, once I reach the fourth sequence, I will be comparable to the strong artificial intelligence he speaks of. Upon concluding his remarks, the magical being fell silent. In the upper right corner of Lu Di's perspective, a progress bar appeared. Sequence upgrade in progress 1. 2. Professor Wang continued, "Of course, dear students, the theories regarding artificial intelligence they cannot truly think. In our current technological landscape, there is no genuine artificial intelligence, nor does anyone possess the capability to develop such a thing." With a heavy sigh, Professor Wang added, "I wonder if I will witness a true artificial intelligence before I close my eyes for the last time?" He chuckled, "Imagine, dear students, if after class, one of our artificial intelligence companions were to wait for you outside the classroom, sharing tea and reminiscing. What a miraculous event that would be." The bell rang. Class is dismissed. Professor Wang bid farewell to the students, gathered his materials, and stepped out. As he exited, he spotted a figure clad in a white shirt and jeans. "Lu Di." Professor Wang polished his glasses, confirming, "Is that really you, my boy? Where have you been all these years? Not even a word to your teacher." Lu Di was once Professor Wang's most favored student, renowned throughout the university. "Haha, teacher, I merely encountered a minor setback. But here I am, back again." Lu Di chuckled, succinctly summarizing 3 years of darkness into a single sentence. "Oh, how splendid. I was just saying in class, if only an artificial intelligence were waiting for me outside." "Haha, having my own student waiting is quite delightful." Lu Di smiled in silence. The two then proceeded to Professor Wang's office. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Professor Wang looked at his beloved disciple, adjusted his glasses, and remarked, "You mischievous boys, always up to something, never showing up for no reason. Speak up, did you come to lobby for that rascal Guoqian?" "Lobbyist? Guoqian?" Lu Di was baffled. Guoqian was a good friend from his university dorm, their bond second only to a Jia. However, since the incident 3 years ago, Lu Di had lost contact with Guoqian. He had only heard that Guoqian had been thriving, leveraging his family's connections. "Teacher, you've misunderstood. I do have a matter to discuss, but it's not about Guoqian." Lu Di, "Our mission is to nurture talent for the nation, not to make profit. Although the experimental graveyard is desolate now, that land is earmarked for future research projects. You want to turn it into villas? I cannot face the dean with that." Then, Professor Wang patted Lu Di's shoulder. "Remember, you are all outstanding students. As you step into society, do not focus solely on who can make the most money. Why not compare who has contributed more to the nation? Who has brought forth technological innovations for the advancement of our country?" Lu Di was taken aback by his mentor's admonition. Unable to retort, he patiently listened. Eventually, Lu Di helplessly remarked, "Teacher, is it still the same as in school? Do I need to complete assignments to—" He sighed, "Lu Di, do not think you can deceive your teacher. I am aware of the incident you encountered. Your brain injury is no trifling matter. You should find a steady job and focus on the here and now, rather than chasing lofty ambitions. If you find yourself in need financially, do not hesitate to inform me." Lu Di felt even more despondent. Words failed him. After leaving Haisher University, Lu Di searched for information regarding Guoqian. To his astonishment, in the 3 years since they last met, Guoqian had risen to become the chairman of a real estate company. Moreover, the land of the experimental graveyard was part of their upcoming development plans. Lu Di smiled with satisfaction. He dialed Guoqian's number. Hello. The call was answered by a familiar voice, now matured significantly. Guozi, it's Lu Di. As he uttered those words, a torrent of emotions surged within him. Lu Di? Which Lu Di? The voice on the other end hesitated for a moment, seemingly recalling, before responding coolly, What do you want? The indifference from the other side caused Lu Di to furrow his brow slightly. I heard you. I happen to have the same intention. Perhaps we could discuss this. The other party fell silent for a moment, then suddenly erupted in a low, mocking laugh. Lu Di, I heard you were blinded and suffered a mental breakdown. I didn't believe it at first. Now, I have no choice but to accept it. You really have lost your mind. You want to buy land? Do you have any idea how much that land costs? You'd be shocked. You're making me laugh. Do you still think you are that brilliant genius from university? I once believed you would achieve great things, which is why I called you my brother. Now that your mind is in shambles, you still try to play the part? I hear you've been struggling quite a bit. Everything was self-evident, alas. That the human heart is inscrutable. It is surprising how, in just 3 years, a former classmate could become so self-serving and disdainful. Was it the societal cauldron that tainted his true nature? Or was this individual inherently driven by self-interest and narrow-mindedness? Yet, regardless of the reasoning, the bond of camaraderie has faded. Henceforth, do not blame me for showing no mercy. As the season, watching the sun dip below the horizon, Lu Di sighed and mused, Since I am without a place to stay, I shall accompany Grandpa Tu for a drink tonight. Following the charitable gala hosted by D.E., Grandpa Tu's free hospital garnered significant attention. Inside the dilapidated 3-story building, a plethora of supplies were piled high. It was rumored that even more provisions were en route. Just yesterday, a multitude of individuals had flocked to the hospital, eager to volunteer their services. However, they were all met with refusal or were promptly shown the door by Grandpa Tu. To him, an abundance of supplies was not a virtue. Rather, sufficient provisions sufficed. For Grandpa Tu was never one to place value on material possessions. He preferred a tranquil existence, undisturbed by meaningless attention. When it came to matters he wished to decline, none could contest his authority. With a mere phone call, the chief of the Haisher police would swiftly arrive with a special forces team. Dozens of soldiers stood armed, ready. Who would dare to cause a disturbance? As night descended, a refreshing chill enveloped the air. On the rooftop of the 3-story hospital, Grandpa Tu, surrounding them were empty bottles of ergotu, strewn across the ground. If you can't handle it, just admit defeat. Grandpa Tu could let you off the hook. To be honest, Grandpa Tu could still down another entire bottle. With a sigh, Grandpa Tu murmured before tilting his head and drifting off to sleep. Lu Di, face flushed and swaying slightly, observed Grandpa Tu's slumber and couldn't help but smile. Suddenly, his body jolted. The alcohol within him was instantaneously dissipated. Rising, Lu Di descended to retrieve a blanket from below and gently draped it over the elderly man. Grandpa Tu had just mentioned that in 3 days, he would join He Shan at the front lines. Once there, he would likely be deprived of alcohol. The international landscape was increasingly tumultuous, with organizations adept in modification technologies repeatedly encroaching upon Chinese territory. His journey bore immense responsibility, one that could even influence China's standing on the global stage. The research of the Yin family was evidently unreliable. Currently, the weight of human modification technology rested entirely upon his shoulders. While Lu Di was lost in thought, a lithe figure leaped onto the rooftop from the side of the building. It was a striking youth, no more than 18 or 19, with a handsome yet resolute countenance. His right forearm was conspicuously absent, severed at the wrist. The youth inclined his head slightly toward Lu Di, speaking in a calm tone, "Brother." Lu Di lit a cigarette, his gaze drifting toward the horizon. "Xiao Xia, Grandpa Tu said this hospital will abandoned due to various disabilities, they were nurtured with care. Each child was named according to the season in which they were found. Under Grandpa Two's tutelage, they had all mastered medical skills, and after turning 17, he had allowed them to venture out for personal growth. 2 days prior, he summoned them back, instructing them to remain at the hospital and care for the patients and children in his absence. The 4 children heeded Grandpa Two's words without question, displaying a humble demeanor. Lu Di flicked the ash from his cigarette and chuckled. Xiao Xia, since we have some spare time, shall we exchange a few? Apart from you, the enemies we have encountered have all perished. Xiao Xia's voice remained calm, though his eyes were as dark as ink, deep and chilly. Lu Di paused for a few seconds, then chuckled, asking, "Does Commander Duan still trouble you?" "Indeed," Xiao Xia nodded. Commander Duan was akin to a general from Heishan, fiercely passionate about talent and eager to recruit. Upon meeting Xiao Xia and the others, his eyes sparkled with excitement. He sought to enlist them into his Special Forces unit. Lu Di scratched his head. If he is a nuisance, we must endure it. He is a good person, not to be harmed, unlike those foreign mercenaries you've encountered. Understood, brother. Only then did Xiao Xia lift his head, unable to contain his curiosity. Brother, we have concealed our identities as mercenaries for so long. Why is it that upon our return, you suddenly seem to know everything? Furthermore, you appear to have changed from before. Observing Xiao Xia's flickering gaze, Lu Di found himself in a dilemma. He bent down to retrieve half a bottle of erguotu from the ground, gulping down several swigs. The moment you can outdrink me, that will be when I reveal the answer. Brother, I feel as though I shall never be able to outdrink you. Early the next morning, in the office of Professor Wang Yuankue at Haishu University, he cast aside a patent application in disappointment. Students frequently brought their technological innovations to his attention, yet none had ever sparked his interest. Everything is far too ordinary. Is it truly impossible for Haishu University, so grand in stature, to produce a remarkable patent? As he sighed, he suddenly received several emails. Which rascal has sent me so many materials at once? Well then, let me take my time and review them. Ha ha, Professor Wang remarked, donning his reading glasses. As he opened the documents, he discovered 6 sets of technical proposals, complete with operational principles, technical analyses, and design diagrams. Bionic sonar materials, silicon-based batteries, tri-refraction photovoltaics, constant pressure regulation chamber, superconducting wires, 72-micron chip welding gun. 6 inventions? This lad has quite the research prowess. 10 minutes later, bang! Professor Wang slammed his fist on the desk, his eyes alight with excitement. This bionic resonant material can nearly absorb all radar detection waves, and it is cost-effective. Once applied to a structure, regardless of its size, it can render it invisible to top-tier detectors. This silicon-based battery has an electron binding capacity 13 times that of lithium batteries. Astonished, Wang Yuankue sprang to his feet, trembling. Tri-refraction photovoltaics is an optimization of solar power technology. The 72-micron chip welding gun can produce chips far surpassing current technology. These are revolutionary creations. If these technologies are utilized judiciously, they could very well instigate a technological revolution. Professor Wang's heart raced with exhilaration. Which of my students is so exceptional? How was I unaware of this? He continued to sift through the materials until a name gradually came into view. Lu Di. Professor Wang quickly adjusted his glasses. Soon, a statement from Lu Di caught his attention. Student Lu Di, a graduate of Haishu University under the mentorship of Professor Wang Yuankue, has achieved modest academic success and wishes to share his... He is no fool. What a remarkable young man, as splendid as ever. Professor Wang hurriedly printed all the materials and rushed to the dean's office. 30 minutes later, in the dean's office, Li Weiman, a renowned economist and then president of Haishu University as well as head of the management department, held the materials with trembling hands. He understood all too well that any one of these patents, if presented for evaluation, could sweep countless awards. Any single one could attract substantial government funding with ease. Just the mere announcement of any of them would draw immense attention to Haisher University for nurturing such talent. Professor Wang, are you certain this is your student? Deanly inquired. Excitement. Deanly pointed to a passage at the end of the materials. What does he mean by needing certain support from the university? What can we offer him? Does he seek financial aid? Professor Wang furrowed his brow in contemplation for a long while. He mentioned wanting to purchase the experimental graveyard, so it seems he eyes an old Wang. You must contact Lu Di immediately. I wish to speak with him in person. Oh, and bring Guoqian along. This time, I'll ensure he abandons any plans for that land. Understood. An hour later, when Guoqian arrived at the dean's office, brimming with enthusiasm, he was taken aback to see Lu Di leisurely sipping tea on the sofa. Guoqian's brow furrowed instantly, as if he had encountered a fly. Anyone seems to think they can dabble in real estate and stake a claim on that land. Lu Di smiled slightly. Our objectives differ. This is merely fair competition. Fair? Guoqian gritted his teeth. You dare speak of fairness? In the university, you bask in glory while everyone revolves around you. Who remembers us, the second and third place? Even my goddess, Situ Yen, hasn't he escaped? She became your girlfriend. Situ Yen? Lu Di had not heard that name in some time. She was his girlfriend during university. Their relationship had been close, yet 3 years ago, after Lu Di suffered an eye injury and faced an uncertain future, he unilaterally chose to break up with her. Recently, he had asked Sun Lily for her WeChat, but had yet to add her. After all these years, Lu Di had long since lost his feelings for Situ Yen. His desire to obtain her WeChat was merely a wish to apologize for their abrupt breakup. Ah, Lu Di sighed, finding peace. So you are driven by jealousy. Knowing the reason is much easier to bear. Easier to bear? Guoqian's expression shifted oddly as he whispered, Let me tell you something. Situ Yin is my girlfriend now. It was only after her mother strongly insisted that I agreed. Do you know why? Because I have money, and you are poor. Lu Di smiled faintly, then by that logic, you should refer to me as your senior. You, Guoqian, furious, turned purple, shouting, Don't think you can boast here. I'll tell you this. You will lose everything you once had. You once lay claim to today's land. I'll tell you this. That decrepit science and technology museum is worth at most 40 to 50 million, while I have prepared a full 100 million today. I'm eager to see what you bring to the table to compete with me. The dean summoned me today precisely to sell the land to me. You are merely an accessory. How much are you offering? A cough echoed from outside the door. Dean Li and Professor Wang entered. Guoqian immediately rose, his face beaming with a smile as he extended his hand, saying, Dean Li. However, Dean Li was scanning the room and inquired, Which one is Lu Di? That's me, Lu Di replied with a gentle nod. Ah, truly a remarkable talent, a young prodigy. I'm in awe. Dean Li bypassed Guoqian entirely, engaging Lu Di in a firm handshake. Meanwhile, Guoqian stood frozen, his expression replete with embarrassment. Subsequently, Dean Li even personally fetched a chair, positioning himself directly in front of Lu Di and Guoqian, the proximity palpable. The esteemed president of Haisher University, Li Weiman, now appeared exceedingly eager. Come, let us discuss the matter of that piece of land. Dean Li's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Guoqian, why don't you start by telling us what price you have in mind? Upon hearing this, Guoqian straightened his posture, a cold smirk forming within. Humph, these old scholars, always clad in their grand airs in the end. Aren't they merely after money? Asking for a price. As long as that phrase is uttered, everything can be settled. There is nothing that money cannot resolve. Guoqian rubbed his hands together, his expression solemn as he declared, Dean Li, our group has sincere intentions regarding your land. In the future, it will be transformed into one of the most luxurious villa districts in the suburbs of Haisher. Of course, simply acquiring our group is robust, and we intend to secure the surrounding 2 square kilometers as well. Negotiations are already underway, and results will be forthcoming shortly. Dean Li nodded knowingly. Just state your price. Guoqian's confidence surged. He cast a scornful glance at Lu Di, having made a firm resolution in his mind. Then, gritting his teeth, Guoqian squeezed out 2 words through clenched jaws. 100 million. The price was set. Guoqian was imbued with arrogance. Lu Di, I am offering double the market price. Let us see how you contest this. And with Deanly, that avaricious old fellow, this price is elevated to a level that is simply impossible to refuse. 50 million. A cathartic release of years of pent-up frustration, worth every penny. Guoqian's gaze remained fixed on Deanly's expression, waiting silently for a response. Deanly casually smacked his lips and remarked, "Understood." He then turned to Lu Di, his face brimming with enthusiasm. "Lu Di, what about you? What can you offer?" Guoqian was momentarily taken aback. This Deanly truly was greedy. Must he truly compare offers? Fine, I shall wait for you. Lu Di, however, displayed a look of concern. He stroked his chin and smiled, saying, "I can only offer 2 million. Bang! Deanly slammed his hand on the coffee table, abruptly rising. His complexion flushed. He exclaimed excitedly, 2 million? Excellent, it's settled then." Pfft. Guoqian nearly spat blood on the spot. Am I hearing things? Did I mishear? Deanly, you must be mistaken. He said 2 million, not 2 billion, and I offered 100 million. Guoqian's eyes widened as he shouted in excitement. At that moment, Li Weiman wore an expression of utmost certainty. Ah, yes, I heard correctly, 2 million. Right? That's more than sufficient. That building has been abandoned for quite some time, hasn't it? It has merely served as our storage for defective products. A dilapidated warehouse, selling for 2 million, is hardly a concern. Wouldn't you agree, Professor Wang? Professor Wang Yunkue, who had been standing beside them, nodded in agreement. I believe that is entirely reasonable. You? Guoqian's expression suddenly soured, one hand clutching his chest, his words stammering. To an outsider, it appeared as if this young man were suffering a heart attack. What kind of joke is this? Are you conspiring against me? Guoqian spoke through gritted teeth. Guoqian, this matter has been decided. We will sell the experimental graveyard to Lu Di for 2 million. There is no room for debate. Deanly shot a glare at Guoqian and turned to Lu Di with a smile. Now, Lu Di, let us discuss the matter of the patents. Professor Wang's expression shifted, and he admonished, Guoqian, since you have heard that it pertains to patents, you should know that these details are not meant for disclosure. You should leave. Under the reproaches of Professor Wang and Dean Zhang, Guoqian had no choice but to depart. Just as he was about to exit, he heard Lu Di chuckling softly. What are you laughing at? Let me tell you, even if you acquire the experimental graveyard, it will be futile. The surrounding land is all mine. I will isolate you, cutting off your water and electricity. Guoqian gritted his teeth, his eyes seemingly shooting sparks. Lu Di replied coolly, How unfortunate. I was just about to inform you of this. Just 5 minutes ago, my assistant helped me purchase all the land surrounding the experimental graveyard. Your group has run out of opportunities. Guoqian's heart raced. How is that possible? How could it not be? It's simply a matter of money. Your group offered 3 billion, and I offered 5 billion. The other party is merely a private enterprise. Naturally, they will sell to the highest bidder. Lu Di remarked, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazed at Guoqian. That's even less likely. How could you possibly possess such wealth? Don't you think I'm unaware? You're a pauper, your mother is merely a worker. Guoqian shouted in a frenzy. Suddenly, a message pinged on his phone. The new development plan has completely collapsed. The land has been snatched away, and all our initial investments are lost. Guoqian stood frozen in place. Lu Di, why would you do this? Lu Di pursed his lips. I merely wish for some peace and quiet. Guoqian was utterly dumbfounded. As if struck by lightning, you have destroyed my project for such a simplistic reason, he murmured repeatedly. How could this be? That you crushed me in college. And now in society, you outshine me again. I thought I was wealthy, yet you possess even more wealth. My mother arranged for Yenner to be matched with me, because you are poor. I have wealth, yet. How is this even possible? I refuse to accept this. Bang! Guoqian's half-finished sentence was abruptly cut off as Professor Wang shoved him out of the office, shutting the door firmly. Sitting on the sofa, Lu Di gazed at his former friend, now reduced to such a state, and felt an undeniable pang of melancholy. He sighed. You are the weak one, so you do not understand. I never intended to compete with you. All of this has existed solely in your imagination. 3 years of return, Lu Di. How could you possibly have so much money? After Guoqian left, Lu Di was met with the astonished expressions of Professor Wang and Dean Li. Stock trading, Lu Di chuckled lightly. In a wonder. Professor Wang suddenly understood. So the rumors about your mental state being compromised were mere fabrications. But what stocks could yield such substantial profits? Professor Wang inquired, somewhat perplexed. Suddenly, a spark of realization flickered in his eyes, and his expression shifted to one of astonishment. Could it be that the super retail investor who has recently emerged in the stock market is you? Lu Di scratched his head, about to explain when Professor Wang abruptly slapped his forehead. How could I be so forgetful? Your real name is Lu Di, that individual in the stock market. Now I understand why his name sounded so familiar. It is indeed your name. Subsequently, Professor Wang gazed at Lu Di with a look of sheer amazement. Lu Di refrained from elaborating and smiled gently, saying, "Let us turn our attention to the matter of patents." Dean Li instantly perked up. Lu Di pondered for a moment. The patents have already been registered under my name, and altering that may prove challenging. Dean Li's expression tightened, then Lu Di chuckled, "Rest assured, both of you, I am willing to disclose all 6 patents. Of course, I am open to others developing and applying these patents, but such individuals must be students of Haisher University and personally selected by the college. Moreover, should these students prove sufficiently exceptional..." Dean Li trembled with excitement. With moist eyes, he exclaimed, "Really?" Lu Di nodded earnestly. "Certainly, I am a student of Haisher University, and it is but my duty to give back. Additionally, I cannot take advantage of the land designated as the experimental graveyard. I am willing to donate an additional 100 million in cash to assist Haisher University in constructing the largest and most well-equipped technology exhibition hall in the vicinity." Dean Li's eyes reddened further, and he trembled as he pointed at Lu Di. Turning to Professor Wang with a choked voice, "Professor Wang, this truly is an outstanding student, exceptionally talented and deeply loyal. You have taught well." Professor Wang, too, was moved. He recognized Lu Di's remarkable intellect, standing out among his peers. Yet, he had never anticipated that Lu Di would achieve such heights. Not only had he unveiled 6 astonishing patents, but he had also become exceedingly wealthy through his own efforts. After 3 years of silence, he suddenly returned, showering his alma mater with generosity. Professor Wang nodded appreciatively. "It is indeed my honor to have such a student. You flatter me, esteemed teachers." Lu Di inclined his head slightly, then looked up with a smile. "So, the experimental graveyard is now mine, is it?" "Certainly." Dean Li wiped his damp eyes and quickly rose. "The paperwork is with the school, and I shall assist you in processing it. It will be completed shortly." After Dean Li exited, Professor Wang warmly patted Lu Di on the shoulder. "Among the many students I have taught, while there are numerous talented individuals, none have emerged as significant figures. Lu Di, with your accomplishments, there is only one peer who can compare." Lu Di inquired curiously, "Who might that be?" Professor Wang smiled enigmatically. "Your good friend, Zhang Tianjia. That young man is quite remarkable these days. Are you aware of the Gemini app that has recently taken the nation by storm?" Lu Di nodded in astonishment. Jia is the CEO of its parent company, Creator, at merely 25 years of age. The Creator company is currently valued in the hundreds of billions. It is only a matter of time before it becomes an internet behemoth. Professor Wang spoke with pride in his eyes. Lu Di nodded with a smile. "Jia is indeed exceptional. I should pay him a visit." "Haha." Professor Wang laughed heartily. "Do not rush, as your classmates from that cohort are currently organizing a reunion. Li Hao, the former publicity officer, is particularly enthusiastic. Upon hearing that Jia has become a CEO, he insists on hosting." Professor Wang then looked at Lu Di with a glint in his eye. "Lu Di, It's time for you to emerge after 3 years of hiding. Once they finalize the time and location, I will inform you to attend. Go and show them that those who work hard and persevere are always remarkably outstanding, regardless of the time. Professor, that may depend on the circumstances, Ludi replied with a hint of indifference in his gaze. Such reunions are often mere displays of status. I am not particularly fond of such gatherings. It would suffice for a Jia to attend on my behalf. He can represent me. Professor Wang raised an eyebrow. Oh. Did I say? You lad, if you don't show up, you'll still have to go. Haha, Professor Wang, you know well that I tend to attract envy. Lu Di skillfully shifted the conversation, and laughter ensued between the mentor and student as they reminisced about the past, sharing a joyous moment until the afternoon. Finally, Dean Li completed all the necessary paperwork. Lu Di promptly transferred 120 million into the university's account. In the Blue Mountain district of Haishur, approximately 30 kilometers from the city center, lies a new area of Haishur. The landscape is predominantly semi-wetland, with fresh air, lush vegetation, and rare birds soaring above. Residential buildings are scarce, with only a few universities and wetlands parks scattered throughout. The asphalt roads are remarkably wide, with few vehicles traversing them. Lu Di strolled along the roadside, hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the highway ahead, the distant setting sun, and the verdant expanses on either side. A gentle breeze caressed his face, uplifting his spirits. It is no wonder that developers like Guoqian are vying to purchase land here. The environment is truly exquisite. Far removed from the clamor of the city, devoid of any pollution, it is indeed the ideal location for constructing a... Lu Di exhaled softly, feeling a twinge of melancholy. Such a beautiful environment might soon succumb to the chaos of development. He also felt a sense of inevitability. It was time to consider purchasing a vehicle. After all, should he return, would he really need to sprint along this road? On the far side of the road, a circular building emerged faintly, seemingly nestled within a valley, expansive yet inconspicuous. It is unclear which investor chose to construct it here but ultimately abandoned the project. Nevertheless, this building possesses a distinct sense of technological advancement. Its circular exterior, adorned with layers of glass windows, glimmers in the sunset's glow, evoking an uncanny resemblance to an extraterrestrial spacecraft. Lu Di approached the venue's entrance, unfastening the chain lock. Just as he was about to push open the door, the progress bar in the upper right corner of his vision suddenly flickered to life. Sequence upgrade, 99. 100. 97. The experimental graveyard with a resounding rumble. Lu Di pushed open the long-sealed glass door. This moment, the sun finally dipped below the horizon, plunging the earth into dark. Before him lay an expansive circular space, shrouded in a haze that obscured his vision. All he could discern were towering shelves stretching infinitely into the depths, reminiscent of a library, albeit with shelves thrice the size. In Lu Di's right eye, a faint purple light abruptly extinguished, only to be replaced by a swirling purple ring, flickering gently as if imbued with a breath of life. Lu Di meandered slowly through the aisles of shelves, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the stillness. Demon child, he called softly. I'm here. The voice of the demon child emerged as if just awakened, stretching languidly in comfort. In the next instant, a sharp click resonated as the circuit breaker engaged. With a whoosh, a bright incandescent bulb flickered to life in one corner of the ceiling. Subsequently, the lights throughout the venue illuminated in succession with Lu Di's movements, each row ablaze as if rolling out a crimson carpet to welcome royalty. The entirety of the experimental graveyard gradually unveiled itself. Rows upon rows of colossal shelves, and the ground below were cluttered with a myriad of mechanical contraptions and assorted components, all bearing bizarre. Many devices lay in disarray, their parts scattered across the floor, while those that remained intact were dim and dormant, having slumbered for ages. Invariably, each bore a label that read, X year, X month, XX experiment failures. This nearly 10,000 square meter expanse harbored at least 10,000 experimental remnants. They had been forsaken, discarded by humanity, Yet this did not signify their lack of worth. Lu Di surveyed the countless fruits of scientific endeavor, a faint smile gracing his lips. Indeed, the value of these failures far surpassed that of the very ground beneath his feet. Demon child, let us seek out some intriguing treasures, Lu Di declared, weaving through the labyrinth of goods, his fingers delicately gliding over the surfaces of various machines. Soon, a luminous circle appeared in his line of sight, locking onto a distant contraption resembling a refrigerator. Approaching it, he effortlessly hoisted the massive machine with a single hand. East China Electric Power University, Master Student High, December 3, 2019. Large. Lu Di opened the device's back cover. The internal structure was immediately apparent. Within the field of view, the analysis from the magical child also emerged. Resonance type. Utilizing the same principle as that of a... Lu Di squinted his eyes and, after a moment, the reasons for the device's failure became clear. The primary coil had insufficient turns. The electromagnetic induction was weak. There were also issues with the chip programming. 30 minutes later, Lu Di, following the guidance of the magical child and integrating top-tier repair skills, utilized materials at hand to directly enhance the device to its optimal state. After connecting the equipment to the power box on one side of the venue, the indicator light instantly illuminated. The machine operated normally. In an instant, invisible electromagnetic waves enveloped the entire area. Countless dormant devices within the space were suddenly powered on. A row of shelves flickered with a myriad of alternating indicator lights. 1, 10, 50, 100. Regional Collaborative Network connection successful. Upon hearing this prompt in his mind, Lu Di was engulfed by a cacophony of buzzing sounds. The simultaneous roar of numerous machines booting up and electronic devices activating resonated like a symphony of blooming flowers. Although the majority of devices could only manage a faint whimper, unable to function properly, many network-connectable devices, after code adjustments by the magical child, were rejuvenated. Atop one shelf, a machine resembling a signal tower, aglow with red lights, began to operate normally. Its pinnacle slowly ascended, standing proudly as the highest point in the entire venue, as if commanding an army. This was a network amplifier, capable of increasing civilian network speeds by tenfold while simultaneously forming an independent regional network. With a crack, a distant machine projected a warm, familiar orange glow upon the ground. This device could simulate the blackbody radiation emitted from nuclear reactions on the sun, essentially a sunlight simulator. Under its illumination, plants could thrive even in dark environments. Ding. On an inconspicuous shelf, a shoebox-sized machine suddenly illuminated. It projected a blue light screen into the air, gradually revealing a three-dimensional model of a circular building that slowly rotated. This structure was none other than the experimental graveyard where Lu Di was situated. This holographic projector was connected by the magical child to the surrounding cameras, monitoring every movement in the vicinity of the building through the three-dimensional model. Woof woof. Two delightful barks broke the silence. Lu Di looked down to see an adorable mechanical puppy gazing up at him with bulbous eyes made of light, wagging its mechanical tail. This little dog could mimic canine movements and, through the camera on its head, recognize its owner. Lu Di smiled gently. This was the experimental creation of a charming female university student, named Wong Wong Dog. Unfortunately, due to coding issues, it never truly came to life. Buzzing. In the distance, a robot missing a leg spun helplessly on the ground. Above, an array of oddly shaped drones whirled about. In the distance, numerous robots, sweeping machines, and car models advanced toward Lu Di. Everything felt as though one were immersed in a science fiction realm. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the three-dimensional monitor. Knock knock. A sound echoed from outside the door. Instantly, all machinery fell silent. The bulbous eyes of the Wong Wong Dog dimmed, as if it had lost power, lowering its head. The drones in the sky plummeted onto the shelves. The devices on the ground simply ceased to function, collapsing. The lights dimmed significantly. Mr. Lu, is this Mr. Lu's residence? The luxurious bed and bedding you ordered have arrived. The delivery man scratched his head, glancing nervously around the dark surroundings. Is someone playing a prank? Who would live in a place like this? Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a handsome face peering out with a purple right eye. Indeed, this is the place. Oh my. The delivery man nearly fell to the ground in fright. 20 minutes later, Under Lu Di's arrangement, a comfortable large bed with bedding was set up in the very center of the venue, surrounded by rows of shelves. As the delivery man prepared to leave, curiosity got the better of him, and he timidly inquired, "Mr. Lu, why are you living here all alone?" Lu Di chuckled lightly. "As you can see, this is an abandoned warehouse. I have been hired to oversee this place." Upon hearing this, the delivery man displayed an odd expression. "Young man, please don't take offense, but why would you choose?" The witness bid farewell to the delivery man. The moment Lu Di closed the door, all the lights illuminated, and every machine sprang to life in an instant. The lively chatter resembled a fairy tale world suddenly awakening. Lu Di strode directly to the center of the space and reclined onto the soft, expansive bed. The wave of comfort enveloped him. Suddenly, the overhead lights extinguished. A device began to play soft music. Beside him, a modified projector cast a blue glow. It unveiled a starry sky. Focusing on a cosmic nebula, it read, Andromeda 722 North Autumn 0-3-1-11. This was a student project aspiring to explore the universe. Each twinkling star shimmered like rippling water, and occasionally, a shooting star streaked across. In this small corner of the experimental graveyard, it resembled a miniature fragment of the cosmos. Lu Di lay beneath the starry expanse, gazing down with an air of dominion. "Ah, how delightful!" Lu Di turned over. A mechanical dog, adorned with a holographic projection, approached the bedside. In this three-dimensional rendering, the interior of the graveyard was vividly displayed. Within the azure spherical space stood shelves resembling blue crystal blocks. Lu Di gently waved his hand, and several rows of shelves within the graveyard were cleared. "Magic child, here, let's amplify the sunlight simulator and construct a small plot of farmland. I want to test crop cultivation without sunlight." "Understood. Here, we need to set up 2 automated production machines to refine and enhance the experimental. I want it to vanish from all radar." "Understood. Furthermore, erase all information regarding the graveyard from the internet. I want it to be invisible online." "Understood. Lu Di, after my preliminary screening, there are a total of 560 experimental defective products here, of which 100 possess infinite derivative value after refinement." Lu Di nodded slightly. "Our Huaxia has never lacked talent. What we lack is discovery, encouragement, and support. Magic Child, register an investment company, and under its name, provide 100,000 yuan in support funds for each of these more than 1,000 students. Encourage them to continue their research, to keep inventing and creating. Once there are promising scientific achievements, the company can offer various forms of support, investment, acquisition, and operation." Lu Di pondered for a moment. "As for the company's name, let it be the Witness." "Understood." After planning everything meticulously, Lu Di let out a gentle sigh. Leaning against the headboard, he surveyed the array of equipment throughout the room, a faint smile gracing his lips. Simulated sunlight, simulated starry skies, networks, electricity. Everything was comprehensive, creating an entirely independent world. He affectionately patted the somewhat goofy mechanical dog beside him and softly remarked, "This is merely the beginning." The following morning, in the reception hall of the Yin family manor, Elder Yin, Yin Kaikai, Yin Xinxin, Yin Xingwen, and the eldest sister Yin Yiwen were all present. Elder Yan's countenance was somber as he pointed to a stack of documents on the table, speaking in a low tone. "Ouyang Fengyu has been living with our Yin family for so many years. Has no one noticed what a villain he is?" The room fell silent. Elder Yin slightly turned his head to look at Yin Yiwen, whose shoulder was bandaged. "Yiwen, you shared a bed with him. Did you not notice anything?" Yin Yiwen's expression was devoid of emotion as she gently shook her head. Alas, Elder Yin let out a heavy sigh. If it weren't for Lu Di, our entire Yin family might have remained in the dark for who knows how long. I, Yin Hongxin, have worked diligently my entire life, and now it seems this little foundation may be seized by that Ouyang Fengyu. Our Yin family could end up facing ruin. Upon hearing Lu Di's name, Yin Xingwen felt a tremor in her heart. She struggled to sift through the materials before her, detailing all of Ouyang Fengyu's misdeeds. 2 items, in particular, struck her with horror. The first revealed that Ouyang Fengyu had contemplated kidnapping her to seize control. The second disclosed his intention to eliminate Lu Di. What madness! Lu Di had thwarted his plans. Disrupting Ouyang Fengyu's death trap laid out in his office, the more Yin Qingwen thought about it, the more guilt she felt. The death trap was merely 3 vases that Lu Di had accidentally shattered, and she had even blamed him and sought compensation. Lu Di, with such a brilliant identity, had endured injustice, doing so much for the Yin family and for herself, shielding them from numerous harms. Now I understand. Elder Yin closed his eyes in pain. Lu Di is so exceptional, possessing almost omnipotent abilities. Only now do I comprehend why he chose to remain with our Yin family. He liked Wanwen, wanted to be a driver. That's not right. He had discovered Ouyang Fengyu's scheme early on. He acted out of goodwill, wishing to protect us. Yin Kaikai and Yin Xin felt a pang of sorrow, their eyes brimming with tears. In the days of their interactions, they continually uncovered Lu Di's skills and virtues. They felt increasingly remorseful for their own recklessness. Upon learning that Lu Di was worth billions, when they realized Lu Di was the renowned song god, their guilt intensified. Understanding that Lu Di's subservience to the Yin family was to protect them and their third sister, their remorse multiplied 12-fold. Father, what shall we do now? Yin Kaikai choked back her tears. What to do? Elder Yin rubbed his temples vigorously. What can we do? Lu Di has not returned for 2 days. It is evident he wishes to sever ties with our Yin family. In his words, he has acted with a clear conscience and has done all he could. However, our Yin family must not neglect this courtesy. After a moment of contemplation, Elder Yin stated solemnly, we must all exhaust every means to locate Lu Di. Once we ascertain his whereabouts, our entire family shall seek him out, expressing our deepest gratitude, thanking Mr. Lu for his life-saving grace and for not abandoning us. As the clock struck 99:00:0001, Yin Qingwen arrived at the garage, preparing to head to her office. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon a figure seated in her luxurious car, causing her to momentarily lose her bearings. With a click, the car doors swung open, and a driver, appearing to be in his 50s, respectfully alighted. Miss San, time waits for no one. Shall we set off? Yin Qingwen was taken aback. Oldly, is that you? The seasoned driver offered a wry smile. It was Butler A. Fu's instruction. He mentioned you were without a driver, and as for Mr. Lu, I fear he may never serve as your chauffeur again. A wave of melancholy washed over Yin Qingwen as she sighed deeply and entered the vehicle. At that moment, several laborers appeared in her line of sight, busily hauling packages of clothing from the basement. Who are they? She inquired. Oldly nodded slightly. They are here to collect Mr. Lu's belongings. Yin Qingwen's eyes widened in sudden realization. Oldly, follow their vehicle. Thus, her opulent car trailed behind them, traveling several dozen kilometers until they reached a desolate area on the outskirts. Faced with the peculiar structure before her, Yin Qingwen found herself at a loss. The vicinity was barren, overgrown with weeds, and the building appeared long abandoned. Could it be that Lu lived in such a place? Or rather, how could he reside here? After much hesitation, she lacked the courage to exit the car, waiting until all the workers had finished unloading and departed. Ultimately, she released her tightly clenched fists. Oldly, let us go. With a soft sigh, her eyes were filled with a profound sense of defeat. No face, no courage to bid farewell to Lu. Within the graveyard, several quadcopters, equipped with grappling hooks, meticulously arranged Lu's belongings. Lu, all the renovation workers multiple projects will commence simultaneously, and we expect completion within 3 days. The voice of the mischievous boy echoed. Lu exercised his limbs and nodded gently. Go. The 4-story edifice spans nearly 100,000 square meters, its facade a grand glass curtain wall. Gleaming vehicles of various makes and models, polished to perfection, were displayed across the floors. Countless luxury cars dazzled the eyes, creating a veritable paradise for automobile enthusiasts. Hey, Xiaolon, we have a customer, over there. 2 sales associates clad in uniforms awaited clients at the entrance. Suddenly, they spotted a young man in a white shirt and jeans strolling towards them. Xiaolon, with her ponytail and striking features, smirked. Xiao Hui, you're always so excitable. This is a luxury car dealership, and look at him. He's walking here, clearly without a car. Does a person without a vehicle suddenly decide to upgrade from a bus to a luxury car? I doubt it. He is probably just another freeloader looking for selfies. The saleswoman, Xiao Hui, retorted. Xiao Lan. Mr. Xia has emphasized numerous times that our service must take precedence over appearances. Even if he doesn't purchase a car, we must warmly welcome him. If you won't, I will. Wait. Xiao Lan squinted, fixating on the approaching figure. Judging by his attire, he certainly appears to be a commoner, but he is quite handsome, tall, and well-proportioned, and that white shirt almost glimmers in the sunlight. And his eyes, a captivating shade of purple. He must be wearing colored contacts. Xiao Hui, regardless of whether he buys a car or not, this customer is mine. With that, Xiao Lan stepped forward and bowed to the newly arrived Lu. Sir, I am Xiao Lan, the sales manager at Seaway. It is a pleasure to assist you. Thank you. Lu surveyed the opulent automobile sales center, stating, I am here to purchase a vehicle. Of course, allow me to introduce you. Xiao Lan finally dared to meet Lu's gaze, and she was taken aback. He was astonishingly handsome, with features resembling a comic book character. They strolled leisurely through the showroom. Sir, this is the Audi display area. We have the newly released Audi Q8. Would you like to consider it? Xiao Lan inquired tentatively, keeping pace with Lu. It's acceptable, but I would like to explore other options, Lu replied, shaking his head as he continued to wander. Sir, this is the Land Rover section. The Range Rover Sport suits your youthful demeanor perfectly. Would you like to consider it? Let us look at something else. Sir, how about the Mercedes-Benz S-Class? That works, but let's see more options. Sir, the Porsche Cayenne? Let us keep looking. Sir, the Maserati sports car? Not quite. Did none of these appeal to him? Xiao Lan smirked, believing that he was merely pretending to be dissatisfied, as if he could not afford any of them. The attractive young man indeed exuded an air of aloofness. Then, sir, shall we explore Bentley and Rolls-Royce? Sure. Sir, purchasing these top-tier luxury cars requires a financial verification. Could you provide me with your phone number, WeChat, or Gemini ID for registration? Xiao Lan thought to herself, I've played along long enough. I've given you enough face, right? After I add your contact details, we can pretend to browse some more, and then perhaps I can invite you to dinner later. Just a few drinks, and voila, he is mine. My financial status is not a concern for you. It is sufficient to acquire any vehicle in your showroom. Lu replied coolly, making his way to the Bentley display area. Xiao Lan scoffed inwardly, perceiving his words as typical of a commoner. Very well, she would indulge him for a little longer. After all, he was quite handsome. Subsequently, Lu inspected the Bentley Continental GT and the Rolls-Royce Phantom, seemingly quite pleased with the experience. Ultimately, they arrived at the lounge area. Ding. Xiao Lan scanned Lu's QR code, successfully adding him as a friend on Gemini. She curiously glanced at Lu's Gemini ID. D-San? Impressive, impersonating a big shot. Wait, Gemini ID. 000001. My goodness. A glimmer of astonishment flickered in Xiao Lan's eyes. What an extraordinary number. The Gemini app had recently gained immense popularity nationwide, becoming nearly indispensable for everyone. In recent times, exchanging contact information via the Gemini software had become the norm. Gradually, Gemini numbers turned into symbols of status. Distinctive numbers became another means of flaunting wealth. Many engaged in trading such numbers. Not long ago, a Gemini ID of 888888 was auctioned off for a staggering million. A sense of caution rose within Xiao Lan. The ID 000001 was certainly among the most prestigious. The person possessing such a number must be extraordinarily affluent. Could it be that this striking young man was indeed a low-key tycoon? A second-generation wealthy heir? A bureaucrat's descendant? Ding. A crisp metallic sound interrupted Xiao Lan's musings. Lu slowly lit a cigarette, drawing attention to the exquisite lighter in his hand. Its golden exterior was adorned with a large gemstone. Having worked in luxury car sales for several years, Xiao Lan had encountered many wealthy individuals. This lighter was evidently of considerable value. It was undoubtedly a limited edition. Even a lighter could be so opulent? He was undoubtedly wealthy. the most affluent among the handsome men I have encountered, and the most handsome among the wealthy. Xiao Lan's eyes sparkled with infatuation as she nervously remarked, "Sir, this car." Lu took a leisurely puff of smoke, smiling slightly. "Xiao Lan, the vehicles you showed me earlier were all quite nice, but..." Xiao Lan's heart raced to her throat. Could it be true? Was he truly a tycoon? Would he purchase every vehicle? Was this a scene straight out of a drama? The springtime for a common girl. Thank goodness she had not been superficial. Lu paused. "I shall take none of them." 100. Observing people and recognizing images, sir. Is this truly appropriate? Are you, perchance, harboring ulterior motives by purchasing such a multitude of vehicles at once? Xiao Lan hesitantly articulated, only to be taken aback in sudden astonishment. What? Are you implying that you shall not buy any at all? In the next moment, Xiao Lan's eyes widened as she emerged from her fairy tale reverie. This insufferable scoundrel, is he toying with me? Xiao Lan's complexion darkened instantly. Hee, I do not intend to suggest that these vehicles are lacking, but rather, they fall slightly short of it. What sort of person presents such absurd demands? If one cannot afford it, so be it. It is not as if opportunities are being denied. How pretentious. Sir, you have perused the brands in our showroom sufficiently? If you remain unsatisfied, I kindly suggest you explore other establishments. I have other matters to attend to, so please excuse me. As Xiao Lan spoke, she turned on her heel, storming away in indignation. Yet, scarcely had she taken 2 steps when she collided with a broad-chested Manager Xia. Xiao Lan stared wide-eyed at the handsome man before her, feeling utterly flustered. The man bore a reproachful expression, shaking his head as he addressed her. Please fetch a glass of water. I shall attend to this client. With that, the charming man approached Lu Di with a genial smile. Good day, Mr. Lu. I am Xie Yuanjing, the sales manager of this establishment. I hear you are in search of a unique vehicle. I would be delighted to escort you to our VIP showroom, where several limited edition supercars await your consideration. This man, Xie Yuanjing, exuded refinement and courtesy, standing in stark contrast to the mundane demeanor of Xiao Lan. His gaze towards Lu Di was imbued with genuine respect. Very well, I appreciate your assistance. Lu Di nodded slightly, feeling a sense of admiration. This man, Xie Yuanjing, was evidently exceptional. His eyes conveyed to hold the position of sales manager in such a colossal enterprise as the Sihui Sales Center speaks volumes of his stature. Although he appeared to be in his 30s, one could surmise he hailed from humble beginnings, having persevered through trials to attain his current achievements. Individuals of such caliber often possess a profound understanding of the world's intricacies. They know not to judge by appearances, recognizing that humility is the safest course of action. Having experienced life's myriad flavors and encountered a diverse array of individuals, their perspective is inevitably discerning. Mr. Lu, shall we proceed? Xie Yuanjing promptly rose, extending a welcoming hand. The two navigated the expansive sales center towards the VIP hall. A vehicle on the central display of the 3rd floor captured Lu Di's attention. Xie Yuanjing paused briefly, then smiled, saying, Mr. Lu, you possess an exquisite eye. This is a 1970 Chevrolet Chevelle SS 454. It is universally acknowledged as the quintessential muscle car of the 1970s. Equipped with a formidable 7.4 V8 engine, its sole purpose is to outpace anything else that dares to generate speed along a straight path. Xie Yuanjing shook his head with a hint of regret, stating, however, it is I find this concept quite appealing. Lu Di nodded slightly, gazing at the vintage muscle car. The vehicle's paint gleamed as if newly polished, with its black exterior, black rims, and even the headlights shrouded in black film. The car resembled a stealthy Black Panther poised in silence. Like a meteor from the dark realm, it exuded both restraint and brilliance. Its robust lines suggested an internal soul that was fiercely proud, as if it might suddenly awaken, roar to life, and vanish into the horizon. Lu Di nodded in satisfaction, stating, taste is subjective. It varies from person to person. I am unlike the common folk who revel in ostentatious displays of luxury like Bentleys or Lamborghinis. There is no need to conform to the masses, nor to act humbly like mere dust. Silence is acceptable, but when it speaks, it must astonish. Xie Yuanjing nodded repeatedly at these words, which indeed carried a unique and unconventional spirit. You just mentioned, virtually impossible to sell, correct? Lu Di gently patted Xie Yuanjing's shoulder. Could you clarify how it might become not virtually? Xie Yuanjing smiled bitterly. Mr. Lu, that may prove rather challenging. You would need to submit a special application, which is a privilege reserved for our top-tier VIP clients. As for that top-tier VIP status, one must spend a minimum of 30 million in our shop. Lu Di merely nodded nonchalantly. The civilian helicopter we just passed, the Bell 210, is it not? How much does it cost? Xie Yuanjing's smile turned even more strained. Indeed, there was a civilian helicopter for sale in the showroom, yet it was merely a prop to elevate the shop's prestige. Displayed for a year, it had garnered almost no interest. Sir, that helicopter is indeed a Bell 210, and it is the luxury civilian version, priced at 53.2 million. Very well, let us proceed with the purchase. Lu Di nodded slightly. Xie Yuanjing was momentarily taken aback. Mr. Lu, purchase what? Lu Di produced a card, stating, the aircraft, the car, though primarily the car. Xie Yuanjing was struck with astonishment. Yet, within 10 seconds, he quickly regained his composure, accepting the card with both hands. Sir, the paperwork for the car is manageable, but for the helicopter, it must possess an airworthiness certificate, a radio license. Moreover, the helicopter must be registered under. Let it be there. The creator? The parent company of the Gemini app? Xie Yuanjing could no longer conceal his astonishment. No wonder. Mr. Lu is an executive at the creator company? The creator is currently the most formal. Experts speculate that its core technology is a staggering 60 years ahead of international standards. Given time, it will undoubtedly emerge from China, standing proudly on the global stage. Although the creator was established not long ago, external estimates already exceed a valuation of over 100 billion. Even with only a one stake, Mr. Lu would possess a fortune of 1 billion. Xie Yuanjing felt a wave of embarrassment. Thankfully, I did not misjudge. Sir, rest assured, all purchasing procedures will be handled with utmost diligence by Yuanjing. 1 hour later, at the entrance of the Seaway Automobile Sales Center, as the young man in white approached, everyone bowed in unison, exclaiming, "Welcome, Mr. Lu, to visit us again." Such is the treatment reserved for top-tier VIPs. Lu Di nodded in acknowledgement and slowly exited the building. The Chevrolet SS 454 requires an application, and the helicopter cannot be taken away so easily. Lu Di declined the complimentary chauffeur service from Seaway, opting instead for a leisurely stroll along the streets of Haishur. Inside the Seaway Sales Center, Xie, you just sealed an impressive deal, totaling over 50 million in one go. Indeed, this is not merely a record. It has shattered the ceiling. Yes, Xie, you have been remarkably fortunate. Who could have anticipated that dashing gentleman would be so affluent? A regretful Xiao Lan turned to Xie Yuanjing, asking, Xie, how did you discern his worth from his appearance? Do you possess some insider information? Alas, Xie Yuanjing sighed, respectfully observing Lu Di's retreating figure. It is not that I am fortunate. Rather, it is you who consistently judge by appearances, failing to recognize true greatness. Surely, you do not believe that only those who are arrogant and ostentatious are the truly exceptional. That is a grave misconception. Allow me to enlighten you. The truly remarkable individuals are often humble and reserved. Even if their status is elevated, they do not flaunt their talents. Their vision encompasses a vast landscape, and they would never stoop to the level of petty individuals. Regardless of the identity of the person they encounter, as long as you are humble and courteous, they will reciprocate with respect. Most importantly, it is their aura. They navigate situations with calmness and ease. Yet, if you were to scrutinize closely, you would discover that genuine greatness is indifferent to others' perceptions. They are not ensnared by superficiality such as attire or environment. Even if clad in rags amidst a crowd of the impeccably dressed, they remain the most distinguished. And Mr. Lu embodies such a character. I can sense it. At this point, Xie Yuanjing's expression flickered, and from the moment he entered, I was certain. The surrounding salespeople listened in rapt astonishment. In the presence of their young and accomplished sales manager, his acumen and discerning character was indeed something they could only admire. Several hundred meters away on the street, Lu Di also heard everything Xie Yuanjing had said. A smile graced his lips as he nodded slightly. Then, with a thought, he added a note next to Xie Yuanjing's name in his phone's contact list. A fine talent, worthy of utilization.